The impoverished Aaron. Aaron extended his tongue, savoring the last remnants of the elixir of life from the cup. The warm sensation radiating from his stomach as magical elements began to sluggishly infy. Will trait his being. This was a distinctive trait of high elf blood, enabling a sorcerer to luxuriate in bed, accruing magical power without the necessity for arduous training. With a grunt reminiscent of a pig, he gazed despondently at the swirling snow outside, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. This was the final vial of high elf blood. Once he drained the cup in his hand, he would no longer have the luxury of idleness. The mere thought of being confined to his bedroom, indulging in tedious meditation to hone his magical skills, incited a surge of anger, prompting him to kick the vial over, blaming the wretched Link for his predicament. The dark green bottle rolled across the slanted floor of the dormitory, coming to rest against the door. The ajar door creaked ominously, though not fully closed. It was a threshold few dared to cross uninvited. Even those with whom Aaron shared the closest bonds were obliged to knock respectfully before entering. Aaron lay languidly on his bed, drifting in and out of slumber. An indeterminate amount of time passed before he was jolted by 3 deliberate knocks at the door. Following this, Alfred, draped in a silver-gray robe and adorned with round spectacles, his flowing golden hair catching the light, pushed the door open with purpose. He frowned upon seeing Aaron sprawled across the bed. The dark green vial had been dislodged to a corner by the door's impact, disappearing from sight. Without raising his head, Aaron instinctively recognized the visitor. Only Alfred would dare to announce his presence with such a distinctive knock before entering. He lamented, much like an actor in a grand theater, exclaiming, "Why must this be? My dear friend, Alfred, why is it that in my utmost need, fortune always eludes me?" Aaron, in his wild frenzy, continued his lamentations, while the handsome face of Alfred remained impassive. As Alfred entered the room, he sniffed the air. The metallic scent of blood was considerably less pungent than usual. Clearly, Aaron, now addicted to the blood of the high elves, found himself unable to afford such expensive indulgences due to his depleted finances. The disheveled dormitory lay neglected, with Aaron sprawled on the bed, shivering violently. At that moment, the craving for magic surged within him, and he cocooned himself in blankets, trembling uncontrollably. Alfred rubbed his eyes and gazed at the quaking Aaron, saying, "Old Hawk received his final shipment this winter. I've heard that among the goods, there's a live specimen." Upon hearing this news, Aaron, feigning death and shaking on the bed, suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he sprang to his feet. He rushed towards Alfred, gripping his shoulders, his eyes alight with greed, as he licked his lips and stammered, "A live one? You've seen it with your own eyes? I knew Old Hawk had it in him. Huh, a live one." As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached for the pocket where he usually kept his gold coins. However, the pocket that once brimmed with gold was now utterly devoid. Aaron's hand groped in vain, and he inhaled sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. He then fixed a serious gaze upon Alfred, placing his hand firmly on his shoulder, and spoke, "Brother, we are indeed good brothers, are we not? So could you possibly?" At this moment, his previously greedy gaze had transformed into an expression of utmost warmth, resembling the most obedient and considerate apprentice within the confines of the ism. Magical Academy. However, Alfred, well accustomed to Aaron's demeanor, swiftly swatted away his hand resting on his shoulder, retorting coldly. As he spoke, he raised his middle finger, pointing at Aaron, and continued through gritted teeth, "Have you ever repaid me even a single copper coin? No, you have not. Therefore, do not expect to extract a single penny from me." Disappointed in his failed attempt to pry into Alfred's finances, Aaron shrugged with a sullen expression. After a moment of physical adjustment and a determined clench of his jaw to suppress his cravings for magic, the mocking look on his face began to dissipate. Is Old Hawk foolish enough to sell this living being to someone else? At the very least, the Sleeve Sword Society would dare to do so. Upon hearing the name of the Sleeve Sword Society, an entity that never failed to dampen his spirits, Aaron's countenance darkened further. Those wretched scoundrels! If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have had to fish Link out from the precinct. With that thought, he let out a heavy sigh. His dear friend Link had been incarcerated merely because of a conflict with the Sleeve Sword Society on the eve of their final examinations. Those avaricious individuals were acutely aware of Aaron's wealth and understood that if Link were to miss the finals, his past misdeeds could very well lead to his expulsion. Thus, they opened their mouths wide as lions, absconding with all of Aaron's coins, leaving not a single one behind. This affront was intolerable to Aaron sooner or later. He vowed to confine all the noble scions of the Sleeve Dagger Society within the Empire's most dismal water dungeons. And what of those avaricious guards? Did they truly believe that the copper coins on Aaron were so easily acquired? No one who dared provoke Aaron could continue to live comfortably. Anyone bold enough to stab him would find themselves submerged in a toilet, slowly and methodically pierced by his dagger. This, indeed, was his life philosophy. With a scowling visage, Aaron squatted at the dormitory entrance, deep in contemplation, while Alfred stood with arms crossed, silent. He awaited Aaron's deliberation on whether to undertake a certain course of action, ultimately resting on Aaron's decision. Among his brethren, Aaron's reputation was the most notorious, yet he always managed to make resolute decisions at pivotal moments. However, with the impending final examinations, the risk of being apprehended could spell the end of his semester. The mere thought of prolonging his stay in this disheartening place for another year filled him with discomfort, a sensation akin to the pangs of addiction. Yet there existed a living high elf. It had to be a young and beautiful female elf to fetch a substantial price, thereby satisfying both Aaron's psychological and physiological CRA. Vings. What if that little vixen from the Sleeve Sword Society were to obtain it? Aaron couldn't help but envision the way she would wield her fingers, sending shivers down his spine. The leader of the Sleeve Sword Society, a sorceress who reveled in toying with women, seemed perpetually intent on thwarting Aaron's endeavors. If he did not act swiftly to seize the opportunity before her, this living treasure would undoubtedly be snatched away by that insufferable woman. He had just extricated Link from the clutches of the authorities, a feat that had already cost Aaron considerable face. He could not bear the thought of losing his prize to her. He slowly turned his head to Alfred and said with utmost seriousness, "It is time for those scoundrels to pay the price." Alfred, as if anticipating this moment, retrieved a slip of paper from his sleeve and tossed it into Aaron's hand. The note contained information that would remain unknown to the average person. With Aaron finalizing the ultimate plan, and Alfred having meticulously prepared in advance thereon, spoken understanding was forged through countless broken bones of smugglers interrupted in their illicit pursuits. Chapter 2. The Old Hawk Tavern. Despite his resolute determination, stepping out of the warm abode into the biting cold proved more arduous for Aaron than facing a dragon. Yet, what choice did he have when all was for the gleaming gold coins? No matter how fierce the blizzard, it could not eclipse the radiance of gold. Nor could it deter Aaron from his course. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped himself tightly and ventured into the snow-laden streets. The thoroughfares of the Empire lay deserted, and the elder apprentice guarding the gate averted his gaze upon seeing Aaron emerge, rubbing his hands together to conjure warmth, feigning ignorance of Aaron's presence. They paid no heed to this so-called formidable figure of the Magic Academy, even though his nocturnal escapade contravened the school's regulations. Struggling through the snow, Aaron traversed the Avenue of Mages, veering into a shortcut alley. After navigating the winding paths, he arrived at the banks of the Bode River. This locale served as the economic heart of the Empire's capital, where countless vessels traversed the waters. Even amidst the relentless snowfall, the ever-flowing Bode River was alive with ships gliding slowly along its surface. Here, a myriad of individuals mingled, each carving out their niche amidst the chaos. The tempestuous weather rendered the port desolate, compelling most dockworkers to seek refuge in taverns, quaffing copious amounts of cheap ale, while the women on the platforms gyrated with fervor. Countless worn copper coins cascaded from their pockets, as the dancing women reached to unfasten the last remnants of their garments. In an instant, the tavern resounded with an array of whistles, whether from laborers or ruffians, all synchronously tapping their feet in rhythm. An endless wave of heat surged forth from within the establishment, and as Aaron pushed open the door, everything reached a perfect crescendo. The dancers moaned, blissfully lost in a stupor amidst the copper glow. Aaron observed this spectacle unfolding before him, sniffed slightly, and paid no heed as he made his way directly to the bar. The server carried away the unconscious dancer, making way for a new performer who sashayed onto the stage with an alluring grace. The proprietor of the establishment, the one-eyed old hawk, was vigorously polishing a glass, exerting such force that a hole might as well have appeared in the cup. Yet, he remained utterly unconcerned, a pipe clenched between his teeth, grinning wickedly at the brazenly undulating woman. Years of toil upon the seas had imbued his skin with a dark sheen, and in the sweltering heat, sweat streamed down his shaven head. He frequently proclaimed himself an intellectual, claiming his blind eye was a consequence of late-night scholarly pursuits. However, no one ever believed his fanciful tales, who was unaware of the formidable reputation of the bald, one-eyed sea captain who had traversed the oceans for 12 years. Even after leaving the sea, with his establishment situated in the bustling port of the imperial capital, none dared to challenge Old Hawk's domain. To speak plainly, where he stood, his rules reigned supreme, and even the laws of the empire required his acquiescence to be enforced. However, he persistently conveyed to others that it was all mere coincidence, for he was but a humble shopkeeper. Ironically, not a single living soul believed his fabrications. Old Hawk observed the scene before him, radiating with countless waves of heat, and mused inwardly, what a diligent dancer, what passionate fellows. He truly wished for the snowstorm to intensify. allowing the impoverished souls still laboring at the dock to seek refuge in his tavern, to sip a mug of ale and gaze upon the beautiful women. This was the genuine thought nestled in the heart of the jovial old hawk. Although Alfred harbored an indescribable disdain for such establishments, he resigned himself to the greater cause of justice. With a sigh, he followed Aaron inside. Aaron approached the bar with a cheerful demeanor, casting a knowing glance at Old Hawk. His desire was not for the inferior ale, but for the pure, unadulterated blood of high elves. Though he had entered this disreputable place, the beverage he sought was of an entirely different caliber than that consumed by the toil-worn sailors. Aaron had always been enamored with the high elves dwelling near the source of magic, a race that, under the influence of sorcery, was comprised entirely of strikingly handsome individuals. Most significantly, their prolonged habitation in such realms infused their very blood with arcane energy. To partake of their blood was to effortlessly acquire the magical power that had become one with their corporeal forms. A divine gift for the indolent practitioner of magic that was Aaron. The sole drawback of consuming the blood of high-tier spirits over an extended period is the potential for humans to develop a craving for magic. However, Alfred had never witnessed Aaron express any concern regarding this addiction. He continued to indulge in the blood with unabated fervor each day. For an ordinary individual, this luxurious substance would be exorbitant, yet to Aaron, it was akin to a commonplace beverage. In Aaron's gaze, Old Hawk set aside the glass he had been polishing and retrieved a coveted vial of blood from beneath the counter. There were always sorcerers eager to partake in such indulgences. A sip of blood for a gold coin. This inherent profitability left Old Hawk with no reason to refrain from such commerce. As the dark green bottle was uncorked, an intoxicating aroma of blood wafted through the air, causing Aaron's eyes to momentarily blaze a vivid crimson. With utmost care, Old Hawk poured a generous glass of blood for Aaron. At that moment, driven by his craving for magic, Aaron seized the glass without hesitation and drained it in one gulp. The magical energy surged through his body rapidly, only to dissipate, along with the side effects of his addiction. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled the lingering metallic taste of blood. The tremors that had gripped him vanished without a trace, yet Aaron found himself yearning even more for the taste of that blood. "This glass counts as a gift from you," Aaron casually remarked, pushing the empty glass back towards Old Hawk. However, the astute Old Hawk swiftly pressed his hand against the opening of the vial, clearly indicating to Aaron that without the requisite gold coins, he would not be able to partake any further. "This is the blood of high elves, a substance not meant for just any common creature to partake. Even a mere sip exacts a cost of a gold coin from Aaron. The business climate is indeed challenging." Old Hawk squinted, speaking gravely to Aaron. "Thus, every gold coin is hard-earned, young man. There are no free lunches in this world, nor is there any free high elf blood." His underlying implication was clear. He expected Aaron to produce the gold. Yet at that moment, Aaron's pockets were as barren as if they had been plundered by 1,000 brigands, leaving him with no choice but to look at Old Hawk helplessly and nod in agreement. Indeed, wealth is not easily obtained. Even mountains of gold and silver are accumulated one copper at a time through diligence. Chapter 3. Pirates and Agents. Gold coins, those beautiful and enchanting treasures. How many have lived for them, and how many have perished because of them? A sudden gleam of golden light flickered in Old Hawk's eyes, the luster of gold coins. Whenever discussions of gold arose before him, the avaricious Old Hawk would perk up, eager to share the invaluable knowledge he had gleaned from the seas. However, Aaron remained indifferent. His sole focus was on how he might procure a fresh vial of blood from this man. Only Alfred, who had always detested their surroundings, remembered their true purpose for being there. With a tone of reminder, he addressed Aaron, asking when they might compel those wretched smugglers to pay their due coppers. "Oh heavens! It is an unspeakable sin for a merchant to evade taxes." His righteous indignation, veiled in mutterings, resembles nothing more than a lamentation about his discontent with the world around him. Alfred cast a disdainful glance across the tavern's patrons before fixating intently on Aaron. The noxious odors permeating the establishment, mingled with the cloying scent of the dancer's cheap perfume, churned within him, inciting a wave of nausea. Yet, Aaron remained oblivious to his words. His gaze greedily flitted between the bottle and Old Hawk's hand. Had he the chance, he would have snatched the bottle away in an instant, were it not for the glint of menace he discerned in Old Hawk's eyes. Old Hawk was certainly no benevolent benefactor to the slaves of addiction. Sipping a draught of blood could bestow upon one the power that others toil to acquire for an entire day. a sensation of effortless gain that was indelibly unforgettable. This was precisely why Aaron was entranced by the fragrant crimson liquid. However, such indulgences came at a cost, which caused him considerable distress. To Aaron, gold coins were no different from refuse. In fact, he often repeated that few could achieve the state of desirelessness he claimed to embody. Most would scoff at his pronouncements. How could humanity exist devoid of longing? Even Aaron, at times, exhibited a yearning for blood. Thus, it remains a challenge for others to fathom the enigma that is Aaron. Only the peculiar utterances he shares can illuminate the true desires nestled within his heart. His unquenchable desires are founded upon the belief that the entire world belongs to him. Thus far, everything he has done is in pursuit of the ability to recline in bed, summoning all that he yearns for to his side. If all that exists in this world is his, what further avarice could Aaron possibly harbor? Hence, he finds himself here. For the dreams he envisions remain tantalizingly out of reach. That seemingly attainable aspiration feels as distant as an insurmountable chasm when juxtaposed with the reality he inhabits. Contemplating this, Aaron painfully shut his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he finally recalibrated his mindset, squinting slightly as he spoke to Old Hawk with an enigmatic expression. "You must know why we have sought you out." His mysterious demeanor, coupled with his veiled intentions, immediately aroused Old Hawk's caution. The pipe he held flickered with a wavering light, and after a prolonged silence, he languidly replied, "My Lord Aaron, I am a law-abiding citizen, and thus I must report an incident regarding another merchant's actions." He carefully selected his words, eschewing the term report in favor of the more formal inform. He always approached such matters with caution, fully aware of this young man's true identity. As a mage wielding formidable power, Aaron, though still a student at the academy, had already ascended to the rank of a senior investigator within the Empire's Department of Public Security due to his exceptional capabilities. In other words, he possesses the qualifications to independently receive and investigate all cases. However, this is merely a fade. What Old Hawk refers to as denunciation is, in fact, simply Aaron's routine responsibilities as dictated by his guise. He is empowered to investigate any matter that may potentially be detrimental to the Empire. Should he encounter anything that slightly displeases him, a heavy hat, symbolizing a threat to national security, could easily be placed upon someone's head, condemning them to a lifetime of imprisonment. Thus, endowed with such an identity, he roams the streets, even without displaying his violent tendencies. Those familiar with his notorious reputation instinctively keep their heads down. Among the bravest of the common folk, none remain unaware of the terror embodied by this harbinger of doom. Yet, this is merely the surface of what is known. Old Hawk, through his own channels, is privy to much more. In this empire, mages abound, and high-ranking agents are equally prevalent. Any mage or high-ranking agent, or even a combination of both, standing before Hawk may not instill a sense of dread. The true source of Old Hawk's apprehension, prompting him to speak with such caution, lies in the presence of the youth named Aaron. For whenever Aaron reveals a mysterious countenance, it signifies impending misfortune for someone. In contrast, faced with the overly cautious Old Hawk, Aaron merely shrugged indifferently. He had long since grown accustomed to the unusual glances others cast, whether intentional or not. Consequently, over time, he became entirely immune to such scrutiny. Yet the scene unfolding before him appeared utterly ludicrous. A notorious pirate lecturing on order. No matter how absurd it seemed, Aaron could not choose to disregard it. Thus, he reluctantly uttered, "Very well, law-abiding Mr. Hawk. May I inquire as to whom you intend to report and for what transgression?" The mere mention of the phrase law-abiding elicited a wave of revulsion within Aaron. This hypocritical individual had likely long since discarded any semblance of integrity. Despite being a formidable pirate who had roamed the seas for untold years, he chose to masquerade as a virtuous citizen in the imperial capital. And indeed, he had succeeded. Consequently, everything this man undertook appeared painstakingly cautious, his sole aim being to preserve the hard-won reputation he had secured on land. Thus, he refrained from uttering the name steeped in commonality, opting instead to inscribe it upon a piece of paper, which he then handed to Aaron. Chapter 4. Visitors from the imperial capital and rivals on a frigid night. The dark red sky resembled a smoldering flame igniting the night air after the snowfall had ceased. Strolling along the desolate streets, one would gaze upward at the heavens, as the biting cold wind brushed against the skin, bringing with it a sharp sting. Meanwhile, Alfred found himself at the end of 7th Avenue, within the Golden Rose Hotel, where the transparent glass walls of the lobby cocooned him in warmth, allowing him to simultaneously surveil the target he had been tracking for some time. The two individuals led lives that were starkly disparate. At the midnight banquet of the hotel, no one felt drowsy. The atmosphere was perfectly charged. The air was infused with the fruity aroma of fine wine and the delicate fragrance of noble maidens, their melodic laughter tugging at the heartstrings of the attendees, creating a stark contrast to the rancid odors and raucous laughter that permeated the Old Hawk Tavern at that very moment. If such a lavish feast epitomized the lives of the aristocracy, then this place was undoubtedly a paradise for the common folk. Alfred had long grown accustomed to the former, while the latter left him feeling nauseated. Yet, one undeniable truth remained. A good life requires substantial expenditure, particularly in the renowned den of excess, the Golden Rose. The costs of such a banquet were astronomical. Nevertheless, this extravagant celebration had persisted at the Golden Rose Hotel for nearly a month. Thus, the individual orchestrating this affair had undeniably invested considerable resources for the sake of his own reputation. The one who lavishly funded the festivities surely had his motives. And when it became apparent that he was neither a merchant nor an aristocrat from the imperial capital, everything fell into place. He was yet another nouveau riche attempting to infiltrate the circles of imperial nobility, and thus he had become an unwitting fool. The sheer magnitude of his expenditures aroused Alfred's suspicion, and this merchant subsequently became the target of his scrutiny. He was rotund, adorned in opulent decorations that made him shimmer resplendently, exuding the unmistakable aura of a flashy upstart as he traversed the space. His extravagant spending habits substantiated this notion, as he effortlessly attracted the attention of the empire's elite with his seemingly limitless wealth. These so-called upper-class individuals were largely impoverished nobles, possessing only hollow titles of glory and nobility, yet with empty pockets. Thus, each new year heralded the arrival of nouveau riche in the capital, eager to secure their place in society. And like a swarm of vampires, they descended upon the city, striving to elevate their status for the coming year. In stark contrast, Alfred stood alone in a corner, frowning as he observed the spectacle, before discreetly departing without drawing anyone's attention. Subsequently, he presented his prepared materials to Aaron, who, without a moment's hesitation, escorted him to Old Hawk's Tavern. So it was him. I understand now. Aaron discerned the identity of the individual inscribed on the paper. This person was also a notorious smuggler within the Empire, whose dealings had long been at odds with Old Hawk, leading both parties to seek each other's demise and to seize one another's territory. However, such a conflict held no advantage or significance for Aaron, prompting him to turn a blind eye. His actions were not driven by a desire to obliterate either faction. Rather, he endeavored to maintain equilibrium between them. For only through this delicate balance could he reap financial rewards. Alfred's gaze fell upon the charred remains of ashes, his lips pressed tightly in silence. Even without seeing the name documented on the paper, he had already surmised its identity with reasonable accuracy. The name inscribed upon the paper signifies the very purpose of Aaron's presence here. Old Hawk set down the cup he had been polishing, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he remarked, "This time, that fellow has landed himself in quite a predicament, hasn't he? At last, he stands a chance of meeting his demise." A glint of cold malice shone in Old Hawk's eyes as he transformed once more into the formidable captain of yore. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, anyone who dared to cross him would certainly face annihilation. This was a promise he had always upheld, even if this rival engaged in smuggling on land. He was still confronted by an adversary equally intent on usurping his trade. Thus, his discontent had simmered long enough. His gaze darkened as he shook the empty cup in his hand, lost in contemplation. The prospect of pitting the two major smugglers of the imperial capital against each other would allow Aaron to reap the benefits month after month. They were akin to hens laying golden eggs. The arbitrary slaying of one would only empower the other. At that juncture, extracting profit from them would no longer be as feasible as it was now. Therefore, while Old Hawk endeavored to coax Aaron into confronting his rivals on behalf of the Empire, Aaron had his own considerations. Ultimately, he refrained from providing a definitive answer, merely placing the cup down and casting a threatening glance at Old Hawk, signaling that should he dare to pursue business Aaron deemed unacceptable, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Business conducted with a blade at one's throat must still proceed. For the Brotherhood of the Blade was not an organization that could be easily dismissed. Thus, Old Hawk refrained from providing his assurance, acting instead to urge Aaron to hasten his decision-making process. Some matters necessitate a shift. It is time to instigate change. Old Hawk's rival, Edgar, has embarked upon a perilous path that he must not traverse, lest he face dire consequences for his choices. Aaron, tasked with making judgments and selections amidst this turmoil, felt an immense weight of anguish as this situation threatened to alter the very fabric of the underground world of the Empire. Before committing to any lethal resolutions, Aaron resolved to maintain a semblance of calm within his mind. He stepped out of the tavern where the biting cold wind swept over him, effectively dispelling the cloying scent that clung to him. Thoughts of the newly arrived merchant from the Empire occupied Aaron's mind. How had he amassed his wealth? And what was the nature of his alliance with Edgar? All of this seemed peculiar, plunging him into deep contemplation. Chapter 5. Pills and Hunters. The deeper he sank into this reflection, the more acutely he sensed the restlessness coursing through his veins. The craving for magic surged once again. And this time the interval between episodes appeared alarmingly brief. Aaron dismissed this latest episode, shaking his head to cast it aside. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to dwell on the intoxicating sensations that coursed through him. The night was still young, and if he wished to acquire further intelligence, he must make his way to the Golden Rose Hotel without delay. For the nobility, such an evening merely marked the commencement of their daily lives. While the majority of the populace had already succumbed to the embrace of slumber, he embarks on this journey to witness the extravagant merchant who has arrived in the imperial capital. After traversing 2 lengthy streets, he finds himself at the corner of an alley. At this moment, his disregard for the insatiable addiction has escalated to a point where it impedes his movements. Trembling, he retrieves a pitch-black pill from his pocket and swallows it. As the potent essence of the drug dissipates within his mouth, the dreadful craving is astonishingly alleviated. Alfred observes this scene intently, his gaze flickering with a mysterious light that eludes any conjecture about his thoughts. He refrains from inquiring about the origins of this miraculous pill, as he is aware that it is crafted by the family behind Aaron. Each month, enigmatic figures clad in black deliver these substances in exquisitely designed silver vials directly into Aaron's hands. Whenever the craving overwhelms him to the point of immobility, he simply opens the vial and consumes one. With a moment of respite, he leans back against the wall, savoring the resurgence of his strength. He has arrived at his desired destination, the very alley itself. By peering out, he can behold the entrance of the Golden Rose Hotel. Through the expansive, transparent glass of the hotel's grand hall, passers-by can glimpse the opulent lives of the nobility within, basking in golden splendor. The luxurious radiance illuminates the elegantly attired aristocrats, who gather in small clusters, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. The nobles, whenever they congregate, are never short of topics to discuss. He spotted the rotund figure, precisely as described. Is that the hefty individual? He certainly appears to be quite affluent, Aaron remarked to Alfred, who was leaning against the wall opposite him. Alfred, with his eyes closed in contemplation, did not open them but instead revealed the intelligence he had long since discerned. He is involved in the smuggling of highborn elven blood, a trade that invariably proves lucrative. He is no legitimate merchant. Upon hearing this, Aaron instinctively twitched his nose, attempting to catch a whiff of the blood. The blood of highborn elves, known for its almost miraculous ability to cure a myriad of ailments, often prompts ordinary individuals to invest heavily in a vial for their homes. The extraordinary properties of this blood can heal peculiar maladies that most common apothecaries cannot remedy. However, such wondrous blood is tightly controlled by the Empire as a strategic resource, rendering it largely inaccessible to anyone but the aristocracy or special individuals like Aaron. Smugglers provide this coveted service. Whether it be Old Hawk catering specifically to apprentices of the magical academies or Edgar peddling antiquated blood to the citizenry, they engage in these illicit activities under the pretext of the Empire's control over the blood supply, thereby lining their pockets handsomely. How audacious for a smuggler of highborn elven blood to behave so brazenly. Aaron widened his eyes in disbelief as he regarded Alfred. He may smuggle mercury bullets. That is of little concern. One could also engage in the smuggling of extraordinary weapons, perhaps even exploit his background for considerable gain. However, the fact that he is trafficking the blood of high elves, particularly among the nobility, raises significant concerns. At this moment, Alfred finally opened his eyes, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket. Within it, a viscous blood pulsated as if imbued with life, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. He carefully handed the vial to Aaron, his tone grave as he proclaimed it to be contraband intended for the aristocrats, asserting that it bore the royal bloodline of high elves. Aaron furrowed his brow, cautiously accepting it. He merely uncorked the vial to inhale its scent. Yet his expression abruptly shifted, and he hurled it to the ground in shock. Alfred gazed at Aaron, astonished by his reaction. He had kept this substance close at hand, fearing that, under the influence of his addiction, Aaron might impulsively consume the evidence within the vial, which is why he had hesitated to reveal it. He had considered that, after their examination, Aaron might still choose to drink the blood. However, he could never have anticipated such an extreme reaction. Aaron, upon merely detecting the aroma, had discarded the blood with such fervor. The magic contained within the blood began to corrode the stone beneath as the vial shattered. Although Aaron was a mage, he also bore a silver cross sword at his waist. He glanced at Alfred, donned his spellcasting gloves, and unsheathed the sword. At this juncture, Alfred finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He too drew forth his long sword, a tool of execution. "Is there something amiss with this blood?" he inquired before proceeding alongside Aaron. Having consumed the blood of high elves for an extended period, Aaron possessed an acute sensitivity to its essence far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Within the shimmering crimson liquid, he discerned a scent that was unequivocally not that of high elves. The sweet yet peculiar aroma was familiar to him. It was the accursed blood that his family had vehemently warned him against, issuing decrees that Aaron must never touch it. Upon hearing Alfred's query, Aaron exhaled deeply. His gaze sharpened with vigilance as he replied, "That damned rotund man has come to poison the imperial capital." With that, he tore away the insignia from around his neck and dashed out of the alley. Adorning his neck was a diminutive silver sword, revealing the true identity behind Aaron, as unearthed by Old Hawk through various channels. The title of senior agent was merely a FAAD. His true role was that of a hunter, one who specialized in exterminating those who had become demons or monsters due to their blood. Alfred served as his partner. When the silver sword materialized upon the streets of the Empire, Aaron held the authority to execute anyone on the spot, save for members of the royal family. This time, after revealing his insignia, he propelled himself directly towards the Golden Rose Hotel. Chapter 6. The Golden Rose and the Hypocrisy of Nobility. At the banquet within the Golden Rose Hotel, Aaron, with his collar torn open and silver sword in hand, strode unreservedly toward the center of the crowd, targeting a foreign merchant, his murderous intent laid bare. No one dared to intervene. His austere visage paired with the mage's robe was sufficient to make the guards at the entrance flinch. Initially, these guards speculated that the mage might be a scion of some noble family, here to cause a commotion at the Golden Rose Hotel due to a conflict involving a paramour. However, upon closer inspection, the gleaming silver insignia of a small sword at Aaron's collar caused them to freeze in astonishment, halting all their actions as if encrusted in ice. They found it utterly incomprehensible why a hunter would grace this establishment with his presence. Yet, given his arrival, it was prudent for them to retreat if they wished to avoid peril. Aaron forcefully thrust open the grand doors of the hotel, allowing a chilling wind to mingle with the warm aroma of spirits, dispersing the air of extravagance that enveloped the nobles within. At that moment, the nobles, sensing something amiss, turned to behold the doors ajar, the cold gust sweeping in, and in their line of sight, the youthful figure of Aaron brandishing his sword. These astute individuals were momentarily rendered speechless. Why, in this hotel, would someone wield a weapon and storm in with such ferocity? Did he not comprehend whose establishment this was? Furthermore, and most crucially, where were the guards on duty? If they were still alive, they ought to have impeded his advance. Although the nobles did not immediately note the insignia hanging from Aaron's chest, their experience in the treacherous realm of power struggles made them keenly aware of the cowering guards at the entrance. Those guards standing motionless were certainly not lifeless. This revelation caused the impoverished nobles to awaken to the truth. If even the hotel guards, who were later revealed to be the imperial prince's men, dared not intervene, then these aristocrats likely comprehended the youth's true identity. Like leaves scattered by an autumn breeze, they were dispersed by the biting cold wind, yet even in their retreat, they maintained their noble demeanor. Their withdrawal inadvertently exposed the merchant at the heart of the crowd to Aaron's scrutiny. The hypocrisy and unreliability of the nobles became starkly apparent in that moment. The corpulent merchant, with his back turned to Aaron, engaged in a discussion about the distinctions between fine wine and blood with those beside him, when a sudden chill swept across the nape of his neck, prompting him to furrow his brow and turn his head. At that instant, Aaron raised his silver sword, perfectly poised against the glistening whiteness of the merchant's neck. The remaining members of the crowd, still engrossed in their discussions, fell silent under Aaron's threat. In the ensuing stillness, another gust of frigid wind rushed through the entrance. Among the crowd, a delicately dressed noblewoman shivered in her thin attire, yet remained silent. All eyes were now fixed upon Aaron. Alfred, who had arrived just in time. Sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the hall. He understood that clarifying matters with these nobles would be a waste of precious time. Thus, he resolved to begin addressing potential troubles, starting with the guards nearest to him. The notion that one could apprehend individuals at the Golden Rose Hotel solely based on the status of a high-ranking agent was but a fanciful delusion. Typically, such guards would not even entertain the idea. They bowed respectfully and, after listening to the explanations and introductions, began to politely inquire of Alfred about the unfolding events. All of this was under Alfred's purview. Aaron had no time to concern himself with the tedious formalities behind him. The aftermath had always been left for him to manage, and he had grown accustomed to addressing matters directly. This way, he would not squander his precious moments of respite. However, at that moment, under the threat of a blade, this lavishly dressed foreigner appeared remarkably composed. Facing Aaron, who had turned his head with the sword poised at his throat, he exhibited no trace of astonishment. Resembling a soldier on the battlefield. By this alone, Aaron felt justified in apprehending him. He could not fathom that a merchant could possess such mental fortitude. As Aaron scrutinized the merchant, the rotund figure began to assert himself, akin to a soldier seizing the initiative. Might I inquire, sir, why you hold your sword against me? Is it permissible for murderers to freely enter the Golden Rose Hotel in this imperial capital? As he spoke, he lifted his chin, immediately attempting to summon the guards to expel him. Amidst his outcry, Alfred's words concluded. At that juncture, Alfred had already finished the requisite pleasantries, and Aaron's rash actions left him without adequate preparation. Thus, he could only leverage his status to intimidate and subdue the guards and the assembly of nobles. In the realm of improvisation, Aaron stands as the expert. However, his impulsive nature often leads him to resort to violence, leaving destruction in his wake. This is why he forms a duo with Alfred. Upon hearing the merchant's greeting, the guard's expression became vacant, yet he was compelled to walk stiffly towards Aaron's side. Choosing a stance between the patron of the Golden Rose and the hunter posed a fatal dilemma, indeed a perplexing challenge for them. At that moment, they were reluctant 1,000 times over, yet their legs betrayed them, carrying them to the epicenter of the conflict. While the nobles might remain indifferent, they had no choice but to step forward. Upon reaching the menacing Aaron, even though they were still alive, their faces bore the countenance of the undead. Yet, the demands of their profession required them to don a smile. With a mixture of reverence and trepidation, they cast a glance at Aaron, before respectfully addressing the merchant, "Sir, this young man is the Empire's hunter." They reasoned that revealing Aaron's identity was the only way to convey to the patron that this armed youth was not to be trifled with. Beyond that, the responsibility of making the ultimate decision rested with the patron before them. Whether a conflict would ensue or some other course of action would unfold, that was a matter best left to their superior to resolve. Chapter 7. Aaron. The guards entrusted the power of choice to the merchant patron, yet in Aaron's eyes, this was merely a reflection of the choices they had made for themselves. Aaron, the financier and merchant, finds himself entangled with the enigmatic Gold Rose Hotel, a domain owned by the imperial prince. At this moment, the three entities coexist within the same arena. Although the prince remains in the shadows, the Gold Rose Hotel effectively embodies his presence. As a guest of this establishment, the merchant is akin to a confidant of the prince. Were it not for his status as an outsider, the hotel would not extend its protection over him. It is his grasp on seemingly inexhaustible wealth that compels the guards to refrain from expelling him with a mere kick. However, these guards, representing the imperial prince, dare not offend Aaron for the sake of profit. The loss of monetary gain pales in comparison to the wrath of a seasoned hunter, who often concludes his dealings with the blood of his adversaries. They are acutely aware of what absolute power entails and the implications it carries. Regardless of the substantial benefits this foreigner may offer, it is only through preserving their lives that they may partake in the sumptuous feast. Hence, their initial reluctance to heed the merchant's words and their subsequent decision to escort Aaron reflects a modicum of respect for his status as a hunter. Subsequently, the guards elucidate Aaron's identity to the merchant, aiming to eliminate any potential misunderstandings that might arise from an intentional imbalance of information. Should a misunderstanding lead to the spillage of a guest's blood upon the floors of the Gold Rose Hotel, the guards would not only jeopardize their livelihoods, but might also incur the prince's wrath, potentially endangering their very lives. To avert any unreasonable disturbance, they opt to clarify Aaron's standing. The imperial hunter, a figure well known to all, presents a scenario where if this wealthy merchant is indeed a mere simpleton, indifferent to the consequences, then his demise would be of his own making. leaving only the unfortunate guards to forfeit their wages for the month. However, should this merchant be cognizant of the true implications of the imperial hunter, he would undoubtedly restrain himself and spare these pitiful guards from further distress. Aaron, bursting into the hotel with an aura of absolute violence, has already demonstrated his decisiveness and ruthlessness as a hunter. The air hung heavy with silence as he raised an eyebrow, fully aware that this indicated the merchant had made a choice, one of inaction. By not compelling the guards to persist in their orders, the merchant had implicitly validated their stance, which brought a collective sigh of relief from the guards. The situation was not dire, it truly was not. Although Aaron's sword appeared poised at the merchant's throat, the misunderstanding had been resolved. From this point onward, the fate of those involved was of no concern to the guards. Who was Aaron? The imperial hunter. If he truly desired to take a life, who could possibly impede him? This realization allowed the guards to breathe easier. They had distanced themselves from the two parties involved. Now, it remained to be seen whether Aaron would choose to extend a semblance of favor to the imperial prince. The guards had made their intentions clear, wishing to avoid conflict with Aaron unless he committed a grievous act, one that would utterly disregard the dignity of the imperial prince and lead to the indiscriminate slaughter of the impoverished nobility present at the banquet. As long as he refrains from committing the act, even if he were to dispatch the merchant without a moment's hesitation, it would merely serve to engrave his name in the prince's memory. Should the prince aspire to ascend the throne smoothly, he would be prudent to avoid conflict with the hunters who uphold the shadowy order of the empire. The merchant narrowed his eyes slightly, his wine glass remaining firmly in hand since he turned away. He maintained a lofty demeanor, as if these attendants were perpetually at his service, standing on his side. This was only natural, for he was the patron who had paid to indulge at the Golden Rose Hotel. Aaron surveyed the surrounding nobles, discerning their trepidation in their gazes, as if they feared he might unleash a massacre. He smirked inwardly, for he knew that if he were to act upon such thoughts, none present could halt him. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to lower his weapon, recognizing that at this juncture, employing force to intimidate the rotund figure before him was futile. This was evident the moment he turned and calmly threatened the merchant's life, as both parties had exchanged vital information. Aaron had the option to eliminate him on the spot, should he not fear incurring the wrath of the imperial prince. Likewise, the merchant appeared indifferent to his own fate, his expression cold and detached, as though he were daring Aaron to act. The act of relinquishing his weapon instantly relieved the nobles present, their collective breath held in suspense. Even the pallid guards began to regain their color, their skin flushing with excitement as they straightened their postures. What a startling turn of events! A hunter intruded upon the Golden Rose Hotel, intent on eliminating the guests present. However, the guests remained composed and successfully defused the situation, leaving the possibility of a cordial handshake between both parties. If this matter could be resolved peacefully without bloodshed, the guards began to envision their future. They imagined that after departing from the Golden Rose Hotel, they would possess the remarkable experience of having confronted a hunter who had invaded the establishment with a drawn sword, and ultimately persuaded him to relinquish his weapon. In the future, even a prime minister would eagerly seek to employ them as personal attendants, for this would stand as a testament to their strength and capability. This did not imply that they possessed extraordinary power or held noble status. Rather, the true merit of their elevated salaries stemmed from their ability to adeptly manage various issues in the absence of their esteemed employer, all while upholding the dignity of their master. In an instant, they transformed from the most unfortunate and dire circumstances into a potential ascent to a life of ease, with numerous nobles present to bear witness. It was as if they could foresee their future. If even the hunter had laid down his arms, would not the merchant hastily follow suit? Yet, at that moment, they realized that it was premature to indulge in such fantasies about the future. At least until the merchant faced Aaron, who had lowered his sword, and spoke eloquently with decorum, nothing was truly concluded. Aaron, having relinquished his longsword, understood that this was a place where the imperial prince earned his pocket money. Out of respect for the prince, he chose to temporarily spare him. However, once he brought this individual to the hunter's dungeon, his fortune would darken. "My apologies for intruding upon your affairs." With a smile, he initially showed the proper deference to the guards. Then, he hardened his expression and fixed his gaze upon the merchant, stating, "Sir, I suspect you of smuggling the blood of high elves, and I must insist that you accompany me." Should he dare to comply, his demise would be certain. A glint of cold malice flickered in Aaron's eyes. His murderous intent was unmistakably conveyed to the merchant. The corpulent fellow shook his head, retreating while mockingly laughing. Do you think I am foolish enough to willingly follow you to that wretched dungeon? Go to hell. I don't believe you would dare act here." Before his words could fully dissipate, Aaron lunged forward, thrusting his sword into the merchant's shoulder. At that moment, he was so close that he smirked, a menacing grin gracing his lips as he leaned in to whisper words meant solely for the merchant's ears. "Dare not to act? From where does your confidence stem? Throughout the entire Mafa Empire, there is no one whom I, Aaron, would hesitate to eliminate." Chapter 8. How to Resolve Troubles. The swift and ruthless act of violence undoubtedly terrified many, as everything transpired with alarming rapidity, leaving little room for reaction. For the nobility, their lives were of utmost importance. When this incident unfolded, their immediate concern was not the fate of the merchant sprawled on the ground. What they were truly concerned about was whether they could survive such a swift assault. After all, Aaron's speed exceeded all expectations, sending a chill down the spines of the nobles. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they were acutely aware that in the face of such an attack, their only option was to stand helplessly and await their doom. At that moment, the shadow of death loomed ominously above them, instilling a sense of unease in all present. Aaron, embodying the prowess of a hunter, had vividly awakened the sensation of mortality within these aristocrats, though they yearned to flee in their hearts. The act of fleeing transcended mere survival. It was a matter of noble honor. Moreover, among those assembled, some had only just forged a bond of life and death with the merchant. To abandon their newfound friend in a fit of terror at Aaron's sudden onslaught would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. While it was common knowledge that friendships among nobles held little value, maintaining even a modicum of dignity was imperative for them. As they struggled to overcome their internal fears, the mere act of refraining from escape displayed immense courage. As for stepping forward to defend the merchant, their collective response was astonishingly unanimous. They retreated and remained silent, no one daring to challenge the hunter or question the justification of his lethal actions. The only concern lingering in the air was that this could potentially offend a prince of the empire. The once fearful nobles suddenly reveled in schadenfreude, while Aaron, the aggressor, was inevitably destined to confront the wrath of the prince. This was a foreseen outcome by all present. The only uncertainty lay in the nature of the prince's retribution. Within the grand hall, aside from certain noble ladies who, unable to withstand the gruesome sight of blood flowing from wounds, fainted, the remainder of the nobles maintained an air of calmness. They remained composed and silent, speculating in their minds the eventual resolution of this affair once the prince intervened. It was only at this moment that they remembered the central figure in this drama, the merchant who had been stabbed, and their curiosity piqued regarding his fate. They soon realized that although Aaron had indeed acted, the situation remained within manageable limits. Aaron had not struck fatally. All witnessed that he had merely plunged his silver sword into the merchant's shoulder rather than his heart. No life had been lost, and thus, all remained relatively well. At this juncture, as all eyes were fixated on the wounded merchant, no one noticed that Aaron had inadvertently lacerated his own palm with his blade. To avert discovery, he cleverly altered his technique. In that fleeting moment of his assault, his blood began to flow gently down the sword and into the merchant's wound. Only a minuscule droplet. Yet for Aaron, it was more than sufficient. His intent in attacking was to ensure that his blood would be infused into the merchant's body. When this objective was achieved, he seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, releasing his grip in sheer shock, his face etched with disbelief. He staggered backward, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! Alfred, what have I done? Why did you not stop me?" His expression was one of torment. Struggling as if he were a saint racked with guilt after committing a grave error, his hands trembling in anguish. Alfred, having long shared a profound understanding with Aaron, comprehended the reasons behind Aaron's actions at this moment. Though he felt an urge to retch at the thought, he was compelled to outwardly support Aaron, playing his part in this tragic performance. Like an actor on stage, he exhaled a sorrowful sigh, then gracefully approached Aaron, gently patting his shoulder, and offered words of comfort. "You mustn't blame yourself, my brother. It is the pale blood that has clouded your judgment. Have you forgotten?" With that, he grasped Aaron's trembling hand, his gaze steady as he looked into Aaron's eyes. It was indeed the pale blood that drove him to act irrationally, recklessly attacking the merchant, even provoking the wrath of the prince. Look at this unfortunate hunter. He sacrifices himself to uphold the dark order of the empire, striving to protect the well-being of the world. Now, having erred due to his sacrifice, what is there that cannot be forgiven? Even that esteemed prince of the empire should not dare to belittle a national hero. Should he disregard the repercussions of his influence and insist on bestowing upon Aaron the penal consequences of his perceived transgressions, he would undoubtedly disappoint the hearts of the people. Even the nobility would adopt a demeanor of respectful distance towards him. This is precisely the outcome Aaron desires. The more he feels guilt and anguish, the more sympathy he can elicit from the public. By capitalizing on the sentiments of the masses, he can effectively rid himself of the notorious reputation he acquired at the Golden Rose Hotel. Moreover, his true trump card has yet to be unleashed. He inhaled deeply, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. Aaron feigned a struggle to contain his emotions, his voice trembling as he spoke of the pale blood, which grants us the means to purge the demonic forces, yet simultaneously consumes our sanity. After a brief pause, he turned to Alfred, sorrowfully inquiring, "Alfred, if one day I were to succumb to this degradation and transform into a monster, would you be the one to execute me?" He continued, "Do you recall the vow we made? To prevent the demons from consuming this world, allowing humanity to live safely within it. Thus, I would be the one to carry out your execution." At this moment, Aaron deftly allowed tears to flow from his eyes. Were it not for the merchant still lying on the ground, appearing on the brink of death, the nobles would have scarcely been able to suppress their applause. Chapter 9. Beastification. Everyone understood the implications of Aaron's display, yet none dared to voice it. Now, within the confines of the hotel, the most discomforting sight for the patrons is the merchant sprawled upon the floor. Even witnessing Aaron's rather awkward performance is far more palatable than observing another individual writhing in distress upon the ground. This sentiment resonates deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, prompting them to immerse themselves in Aaron's act and thereby disregard the struggling merchant. Only Aaron's gaze lingers, intentionally or not, upon the fallen man. He remains unfazed by the agony, for it is a torment he himself has sown. To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, he has maintained a vigilant watch. Throughout, he has awaited the moment for his blood to manifest its intended effect. Upon hearing the merchant emit a low growl from deep within, accompanied by involuntary spasms, Aaron comprehends that his sanguine essence has begun to take hold within the man's body. The guttural growl bears no resemblance to a human sound. Rather, it resembles that of a lone wolf sensing peril. To warn its adversary, it emits a deep growl and reveals its razor-sharp fangs to signify its strength. Among those present, it is Aaron who has truly inflicted harm upon him. He chuckles inwardly, affirming his earlier suspicions. This merchant must have consumed at least one vial of high-grade elven blood. Otherwise, his own blood would not have wielded any influence. He is acutely aware that his blood possesses a lethal toxin capable of accelerating the onset of beastification, inducing mutations in the craving for magic, ultimately rendering one unrecognizable as human. This is the terrifying effect of the blood coursing through Aaron's veins. Even a single drop, mingling with the body of someone who has previously consumed the blood of high elves, will swiftly taint their own essence. Subsequently, the boundary between man and beast becomes obscured, as the contaminated blood gradually induces profound transformations. As a hunter, Aaron has witnessed countless such metamorphoses. The initial signs manifest as unusual spasms within the body. The merchant's eyes have, unbeknownst to him, turned a crimson hue, and his body emits sounds reminiscent of snapping bones. He lies on the ground, desperately arching his neck in a display of agony, striving to inhale deeply. This is his final struggle. The ability to feel pain signifies a lingering awareness, yet tragically, this clarity will not endure for long. The sound of bones fracturing emanating from a human body instills fear in anyone possessing even a modicum of common sense. This is especially true for those nobles who regard their lives as treasures. Although Aaron wields formidable violence as a hunter, he has not yet transcended the realm of humanity. The sorrow he portrays in his performance is an emotion exclusive to mankind, which is a scene the nobles are willing to accept, as long as one is human. Reason can be invoked, and matters can be elucidated. In other words, it becomes easier to control. Aaron's masquerade, in a certain sense, serves this very purpose. He patiently awaited the manifestation of the merchant's beastly transformation as the man lost his rationality and became a true, unadulterated monster. At that moment, Aaron finally gathered the tearful expression that had adorned his face. He slowly rose, extending his hand in a gesture that commanded others to retreat. The nobles, eager to distance themselves from the unfolding chaos, hastened to find refuge in the safest corners. Aaron's silver sword remained embedded in the merchant's shoulder. Yet the merchant was in the throes of becoming a beast. It was too late to withdraw the blade. So he opted to seize Alfred's weapon instead. Standing before the convulsing merchant, the man's body began sprouting long, dark fur, and his muscular fingers contorted into claw-like appendages. No one intervened, not even Aaron, who stood poised and narrowed his eyes, occupying the closest position to witness the merchant's metamorphosis firsthand. He transformed from a well-dressed, opulent trader into an irrational creature, all because Aaron had driven a blade into him. It was merely this single act of aggression that precipitated his swift transformation into a beast, instilling a profound fear within the nobles. They remained oblivious to the fact that this was a consequence of Aaron's unique blood. The education they had received had conditioned their minds to lead them precisely where Aaron intended. A slight loss of control over his emotions, or a significant injury, would trigger his transformation from man to monster. Utilizing this undeniable truth, Aaron shattered the meticulously constructed deceit of the merchant. At this juncture, he no longer needed to exert himself in areas where he was least adept. Explanation. Words uttered are but ephemeral whispers, easily swept away by the gentlest of breezes. Thus, Aaron preferred to let his prowess speak for him, proclaiming to all that, in the face of absolute might, the hollow pretenses of nobility are nothing more than trivial detritus. The beastly merchant freed himself from the confines of his opulent attire and gradually rose from the ground. His corpulent form vanished, morphing into a peculiar silhouette that straddled the line between man and wolf. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Aaron as he raised a claw, extracting the silver sword from his shoulder as though it were a mere toothpick. The sword clattered to the ground, and the taut muscles sealed the wound in an instant, allowing not a single drop of blood to spill. His hands had transformed into razor-sharp claws. He discarded the longsword, for he had no need for weapons. Then, this creature spread his arms wide, exposing his chest as if to enhance his combat prowess before the battle, unleashing a prolonged roar. Aaron, however, would not wait for the completion of this primal call before launching his assault. Amidst the cacophony, he discerned the vulnerabilities that the beastly merchant revealed in that moment. And without hesitation, Aaron charged forward. His form flickered within the radiant golden expanse, transforming into a streak of black lightning, racing toward the werewolf's side. At the very moment he brandished his weapon, the werewolf raised its claw. Chapter 10. The Hunt. The clash of sword against bone resonated with a piercing chime. And then both Aaron and the beast retreated a step. The hardened bone, mutated beyond recognition, proved impervious to the sharp edge of the sword, leaving only a faint scratch in its wake. Aaron's clear, dark eyes locked onto the werewolf's blood-red, frenzied gaze, as a smirk of derision graced his lips. All that remained was to vanquish him. This battle between man and beast erupted before the onlookers with a ferocious intensity, leaving destruction in its path. As this latent power concealed within darkness was unveiled, every spectator could sense or witness firsthand the sheer terror it exuded. The long table was shattered into fragments with a single strike from the werewolf's razor-sharp claws, a mere consequence of Aaron's timely intervention. Only after he deftly dodged did the werewolf's claws descend. Plates and candlesticks scattered across the floor, their shattering sounds a symphony of obliterated gold coins. Only the manager, who diligently oversaw this establishment, understood the true cost of that single blow, as countless coins were rendered worthless. Yet, in that moment where life and death intertwined, no one cared for the loss of wealth. Aaron's exquisite swordsmanship, paired with his agile movements, rendered the beastly werewolf's attacks clumsy and ineffective. Each time, it was only after he nimbly evaded that the werewolf's claws would strike where he had once stood. However, Aaron's evasions are not infallible. To ensure the safety of the remaining nobles within the chamber, he must, at some juncture, provoke the werewolf into launching an attack against him. Thus, there are moments when he could easily evade danger, yet he intentionally exposes himself, halting his steps to confront the beast head-on. In doing so, the werewolf's claws strike out with unerring precision towards Aaron, who, unyielding in his stance, positions his longsword perfectly to intercept the lethal talons. The clash of their immense forces causes the razor-sharp blade to slice into the decaying claw, or rather, the hand of the creature, resulting in a spatter of tainted black blood upon Aaron's robes. This black blood, exuding a foul stench and a striking hue, proves exceedingly difficult to cleanse once it has marred one's attire. This is precisely why Aaron favors donning black robes. They allow him to obscure the evidence of his bloody pursuits amidst the shadows. Although the acrid odor envelopes him, making it inescapable, the dark fabric at least conceals the glaring color of the stains. Yet, this very outcome is his intention. Consequently, the spattered blood inevitably taints his garments. Nevertheless, Aaron has long since grown accustomed to such a state. Even as the putrid blood seeps into the woolen coat, rendering it heavier, it does not impede his agility. After undergoing several instances of bloodletting, Aaron left neither shallow nor deep wounds on the werewolf's arms and chest. This caused the creature's flesh to bulge outward, with blood uncontrollably gushing forth. Each violent movement resulted in a copious spray of blood from its injuries. However, the floor of the Golden Rose Hotel was adorned with pristine white stone tiles. The blood flowed across the floor, creating a far more conspicuous stain than that which splattered onto Aaron's robes. As the two combatants engaged, their footsteps continuously tread upon the dark crimson liquid, leaving behind a sliding trail. Soon enough, the ground was marked with patterns resembling an abstract painting. From these traces, one could discern Aaron's footsteps from the previous skirmish. Analyzing his footwork, he remained positioned in the most spacious area of the hall, restraining the werewolf. Although a narrower space would have favored Aaron's evasion and provided him with more opportunities for error, allowing him to seek refuge within the architecture, he chose not to do so. This was due to the presence of nobles seeking shelter in the tighter confines, nervously observing the rare spectacle of a hunter at work. Ensuring their survival would not only elevate their status, but also render the imperial prince speechless. This was the purpose of the noble's existence. And it was also the significance of Aaron's desire to keep them alive. Otherwise, why would he risk his own life for their fate? Thus, on this foundation, as Aaron continued to battle the werewolf, he knew he must adopt a different approach to the fight. In the fleeting moment of their confrontation, everything transpired with such swiftness that all that could be heard were the sharp sounds of footsteps scraping against the floor. However, once the battle concluded, the dark blood left a distinct mark upon the ground. The nearly concentric circular imprints revealed how Aaron utilized his agility and sliding steps to ensnare his opponent in a state of near immobility. Ultimately, the werewolf appeared to be provoked, abruptly halting its assault, clutching its head with both hands as if engulfed in immense pain. This behavior is characteristic of a beastly creature that, in forsaking all semblance of sanity, prepares to unleash its full might. Those who recklessly engage during such a moment, without understanding the peril, are doomed to perish. It was precisely this awareness that compelled Aaron to retreat slightly while the beast writhed in agony. After a brief struggle, seeing that Aaron did not take the bait, it released its grip on its head and fixed its gaze intently upon him. Subsequently, it lunged forward with astonishing speed, its claws swiping at Aaron in rapid succession. Should it make contact, death would be inevitable for him. This was the pivotal moment that would determine the victor. Aaron could not afford a moment's hesitation, evading with a rolling and crawling motion on the ground, disregarding any semblance of pride. To be caught and perish in pursuit of glory would be the ultimate disgrace. Meanwhile, the werewolf, driven by sheer brute force, extended its claws further, its body gradually lowering to a perilous degree. At this juncture, it was time to conclude the battle. With no retreat left behind him, Aaron found himself in a perilous position. Though the werewolf could easily shatter the glass, Aaron sprang into action before the creature could strike. Utilizing the glass behind him as leverage, he leapt forward, evading the werewolf's claws, and brought himself face to face with the monstrous head of the beast. In that optimal moment, he raised his longsword and, with a single, decisive stroke, severed the werewolf's head from its body. Chapter 11. Conclusion and compensation after the decapitation. Aaron approached the severed head and stepped upon it, turning it over to ensure that the creature was truly lifeless. He scrutinized it closely, seeking reassurance. The monster's once crimson eyes now reflected death, yet they still glimmered with a haunting light. Blood oozed from its gaping maw, which resembled that of a wolf. But its razor-sharp teeth could no longer inflict harm. With the head removed, even the most potent vitality could not sustain it any longer. And Aaron shook his head in resignation. The threat had been vanquished. He bent down to retrieve his sword, which had fallen to the ground, and returned the longsword, now stained with dark blood, to Alfred. Observing the remnants of the battle upon the blade caused Alfred's lips to twitch, and he inhaled deeply. As everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, only the guards of the Golden Rose Hotel appeared pale and shaken. The nobles might find themselves haunted by nightmares of the night's events or gain new fodder for conversation at tomorrow's banquet, relishing the tales they would share. Yet, it was these guards who understood the true burden of dealing with the aftermath of the carnage. People do not seem to mind violence. Rather, the more formidable the hunter, the greater the admiration from the aristocratic circles. This is a dark world that lurks close at hand, where every individual harbors the potential to be ruthlessly slaughtered by monsters. Thus, society venerates and extols violence. The only ones truly discontented are those who bear the brunt of this senseless loss, particularly the imperial prince, whose reputation as the proprietor of the safest den of iniquity has been tarnished, leading to collateral damage to his interests. The battleground lies within the confines of his hotel, where the clash between man and beast leaves traces of destruction that can be roughly estimated in repair costs. This devastation was, however, kept to a minimal area in the center of the hall, thanks to Aaron's deliberate restraint in limiting the scope of his combat. Who would dare claim compensation from Aaron? If, at this moment, a noble were to muster the audacity to demand damages for emotional distress, Aaron would merely cast them a disdainful glance. Moreover, it is inevitable that one day he would allow them to be slain by the beasts, only to offer their remains as fuel for the flames. After all, he had saved the lives of everyone present, regardless of their status as imperial princes or any other title. If they sought monetary recompense from Aaron, it would be tantamount to courting their own demise. Aaron cares not to tarnish his hands once more to assist them. Thus, despite the extensive destruction, he merely sniffed dismissively, even taking the liberty to seize an unbroken bottle of wine from a nearby table. Without the need for a glass, he uncorked the bottle and raised it to his lips, drinking directly from it. As he sipped his drink, he pondered over the aftermath of the hunt. Following the conclusion of the expedition, and to facilitate the cleanup while averting the potential plague caused by blood mutations, hunters typically employed the simplest of methods to conclude their endeavors. This involved igniting a great fire and standing aside, watching as the flames consumed the bodies, leaving behind only massive skeletal remains, allowing everything to conclude in the blaze. If this were in the wilderness or an abandoned barn, such actions would pose no issue. However, this was the Golden Rose Hotel. The destruction before him was already distressing enough for certain individuals. To dare ignite a fire within this establishment would be tantamount to courting death. Deprived of the customary opportunity to set a cleansing blaze, Aaron frowned. Yet, such circumstances were unforeseen. He could not guarantee that every battleground would unfold in his chosen locale, despite having consumed an entire bottle of strong liquor post-battle. The stimulation from the alcohol was far less soothing than the blood of high elves. With a sigh, he set down the bottle in frustration. Aaron sheathed his sword and moved away from the corpse, his gaze falling upon the pallid faces of the guards. Since fire was not an option, he need not soil his hands further with the cleanup. Observing the grim visages of the guards, Aaron understood they would ensure the proper disposal of the massive body. Though managing such a sizable corpse was a considerable burden, this was the domain of the imperial prince. This implies that the previous crude methods employed by hunters to deal with monsters can no longer suffice. These foul beings will be transported out of the city by the underlings and then incinerated. The beastly merchant has met his demise. Lying on the ground with his head severed, Aaron's gaze remains indifferent, only feeling a sense of revulsion within, gazing upon this grotesque sight. Even if nightmares do not plague him at night, he finds himself unable to eat. This is the smuggler who, just moments ago, was engaging in jovial banter with the nobles. How lamentable! Who could have foreseen that he would meet such a fate? And who could have known that this merchant, adorned in resplendent jewels just moments prior, would transform into this horrifying visage? The blood of the high elves has seeped into every corner of the empire due to their existence, affecting both the nobles who indulge in a life of luxury and the commoners who require blood to heal their ailments. Nearly everyone has partaken of the high elves' blood, which implies that almost everyone harbors the potential to metamorphose into a beast. For some, the occurrence of such a transformation is merely a matter of time. Hence, the hunter's duty is to hunt by night for those commoners or nobles who still retain their sanity. Each night, incidents akin to those that transpired at the Golden Rose Hotel unfold, and not all hunters can handle these situations with the same ease as Aaron. Occasionally, lives are lost. Monsters triumph over humanity, wreaking havoc upon the innocent in the darkness. However, Aaron does not dwell on these thoughts, for he is a more pragmatic hunter. His sole purpose in engaging in such activities was to amass wealth. By becoming a hunter of monstrous beasts, he could earn a handsome reward. Yet, the blood of beasts stained his dark cloak, rendering it undesirable even to the beggars on the street. The thought of his hard-earned money turning to ash in the flames darkened his countenance. At that moment, his concerns extended beyond merely the substantial sum required to refurbish the ground floor of the hotel. Instead, He began to devise a plan on how to extract a profit from the imperial prince. His reasoning was straightforward. Having sullied his garments in the pursuit of these formidable creatures, the prince was surely obliged to provide some form of compensation. The massive beast he had slain, though powerful, possessed a rather limited intellect, and the soiling of his attire during the hunt was an almost unavoidable consequence. This led him to feel that he had been wronged. In comparison to his garments, what value did the life of this werewolf truly hold? Chapter 12. Rivals in the secret chamber. As Aaron braved the biting wind and stepped into Old Hawk's tavern, the lively atmosphere of the night had dissipated, leaving the establishment in a state of desolation. Only the lingering, inescapable stench remained in the air, a testament to the toil that drew laborers to this place. Old Hawk busied himself with his never-ending task of polishing the endless supply of glasses. Each time Aaron entered the tavern, he found Old Hawk stationed behind the counter, eagerly awaiting patrons with pockets full of coins. This familiarity with Aaron's presence has become second nature to him. If one day he were to enter and find Hawk absent from behind the bar, curiosity would undoubtedly take hold. Old Hawk's actions are not without reason. It mirrors his dedication during his piratical days, albeit now he has transitioned from the seas to the tavern. As a pirate, he was compelled to wield a blade against others' throats to procure gold, whereas as a merchant, he merely needed to polish his cups and await patrons. Both pursuits aim for the same end, yet the latter is far more leisurely, devoid of life-threatening risks, thus rendering Hawk quite content with his current existence. Age has caught up with him. Even lifting an axe feels burdensome, so he now finds joy in meticulously wiping each cup clean. As Aaron tossed the coins in his hand and swayed into the establishment, he arranged the gleaming currency before Hawk. The pungent scent of werewolf still clung to his garments. Through the doorway, the soft morning light illuminated the coins, casting an alluring shimmer that made Hawk's eyes widen like copper bells. Hunters, true to their nature, possess an astonishing swiftness in acquiring wealth. Without needing further prompting from Aaron, he placed a cup before him and reached for a bottle containing the rare elven blood. However, upon revealing the bottle, Aaron furrowed his brow and promptly covered the cup. He had no desire to consume blood that had long since cooled and lost its freshness. His dismissive gesture only deepened the already somber atmosphere of the tavern, enveloping the air in palpable awkwardness. The fireplace flickered, emanating a warmth that was neither cold nor hot. As indifferent as a perfunctory mistress. Is it alive? Aaron remarked coldly at that moment. This left Old Hawk momentarily speechless. He set down the bottle in his hand and picked up the pipe to place it between his lips. After a brief moment of contemplation, he summoned a nearby attendant who was tidying up, instructing him to temporarily take over his duties. With a subtle gesture of his eyes, he beckoned Aaron to follow him into the tavern's secret passage. Upon opening a back door reserved solely for servants, Aaron found himself in a long corridor, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by 2 or 3 dim lights the size of soybeans. The feeble glow was insufficient to illuminate the lengthy hallway, let alone reveal any peculiarities on the walls. However, Old Hawk, familiar with the surroundings, deftly activated a hidden mechanism. As he did so, the stone wall shifted aside, allowing him to slip through. Behind the stone wall lay his clandestine stash of contraband, items meant to remain hidden from prying eyes, with countless boxes stacked together, the contents of which only Hawk knew. Ultimately, Aaron followed Old Hawk to a secret chamber deep underground. Here, another figure had been waiting for quite some time, a woman, one of the 3 formidable forces of the Magic Academy, and also Aaron's archrival. The sorceress Luna lounged languidly in a high-backed chair, draped in revealing robes, her fiery red hair strikingly vivid like blood. In stark contrast to the dimness of the corridor, the chamber was brightly lit, allowing Aaron to clearly see her as she crossed her legs, the high slit of her robe revealing legs that gleamed with a silky sheen. She is the leader of the Sleeved Sword Society. Damn it, Old Hawk, you didn't inform me that you had another guest, Aaron said with vigilance. As he spoke, his gaze cautiously swept across the room, lingering particularly long in the dim corners. Aaron did not believe that Luna was the sole occupant of the room. Beneath Luna's command, there was a small thief exceptionally skilled at lurking in the shadows, whose presence had caused Aaron to suffer every time he clashed with Luna. Thus, he had to adopt a defensive posture here, lest he be caught off guard, rendered unconscious by this woman, and left naked in the streets. Damn it, Aaron cursed inwardly, a sense of danger surging within him, compelling him to want to flee. Old Hawk glanced at Aaron, then at Luna, promptly distancing himself from her, twitching his nose as he said, "In fact, it was this guest who forbade me from informing you." "Humph. Did she command you, and you complied?" Aaron questioned Hawk, his lips twitching. Hawk, however, appeared unfazed, even somewhat cheerfully explaining, "Oh, of course, for she paid me 100 gold coins for it." As he spoke, he could not help but whistle. The money of a mage is always so easy to earn, he thought to himself, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. For he knew he must demonstrate his worth to rightfully claim such payment. Now he has achieved it. Aaron, completely unguarded, followed the high elf into this clandestine chamber, a place reserved for smugglers. Little did Aaron expect to be outmaneuvered by old Hawk. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the man who had betrayed him for a mere 100 gold coins. Henceforth, when conducting business, Aaron would have no choice but to augment the security maintenance fee he would demand. Contemplating this, he fixed a stern look upon Luna, arms crossed over his chest, showing no intention of sitting down. He intended to stand and converse. "So, you spent 100 gold coins to bring me to this place. Quite the extravagant expenditure. What is it that you desire?" Luna narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing into Aaron, causing an uncomfortable sensation to wash over him. Then, with a soft flick of her tongue across her lips, she smiled and said, "The smuggler you killed tonight has been my target for quite some time. Is that so? You expect me to express gratitude for resolving a matter I undertook?" Aaron replied, his tone laced with disdain. As a hunter, he was accustomed to confronting his targets directly with sword drawn, dispatching them without hesitation. Conversely, Luna sought to comprehend the entirety of the situation before taking action, a method that Aaron found utterly contemptible. Thus, the rift between them began to widen. Upon hearing the answer she had anticipated, Luna sighed softly, lifted a cup from the table, and after savoring a sip of blood, shook her head. "Aaron, the discord between us is trifling, yet your actions have disrupted the plans of that esteemed individual." Chapter 13. Utilization and Dispassion. The plans of that esteemed individual? A tremor coursed through Aaron's heart. If there existed but one person throughout the entirety of the Mafar Empire whom Aaron could neither provoke nor challenge, it would undeniably be that esteemed individual. Furrowing his brow, Aaron sensed the gravity of the situation. If the discord were merely confined to his relationship with Luna, he could simply turn and walk away. However, given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to take a certain risk and sit down to seek clarity on the matter. What had transpired? What issues were at hand? Aaron pulled out a chair and sat down. Observing his actions, a smile graced Luna's face. This astute fellow knew precisely when to make pivotal decisions. She set her cup down and remarked, "Indeed, the origins of that individual exceed your imagination." Aaron had grown weary of such statements, having heard them countless times before. "Are you about to tell me he is an envoy of the ancient gods?" He jested. To his surprise, Luna's expression turned icy. She nodded and replied, "I fear it is indeed as you suspect." Aaron scrutinized her countenance. She did not appear to jest. Her demeanor was strikingly earnest when she spoke those words. Related to the ancient gods? Good heavens, how had he become entangled in this affair? He had initially believed that the blood was merely a substance acquired by that treacherous individual from some ancient ruins. After all, the ancient gods would not be foolish enough to allow mortals to claim their precious power without resistance. However, if this were indeed connected to the ancient gods, it could potentially be part of their grand design. Aaron felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he realized he seemed to have become ensnared in a considerable predicament. With a hint of frustration, he gazed at Luna, who was languidly leaning back in her chair. Weakly raising his hands, he remarked, "If this is such a significant matter, why did you not intervene to prevent me?" Now, Aaron found himself regretting the demise of that scoundrel, not out of fear of offending the prince, but from concern about becoming embroiled in the affairs of the ancient gods. Those malevolent and formidable beings from antiquity were so powerful that they could not be slain, only sealed away by magic. They would not passively allow these human vermin to roam freely across their domain, trampling upon their sacred lands. Sooner or later, the ancient deities would awaken, and when that moment arrived, it would herald a cataclysmic disaster. Yet for Aaron, he had no desire to play the role of a hero. He merely wished to reside peacefully in his own quarters, reveling in the pleasures of life and blood. "Stop you?" Luna's expression morphed into one of amusement as she shook her head, saying, "In this empire, is there truly anyone capable of halting you once you have drawn your sword?" Although her words appeared to praise Aaron's might, the underlying implication was something both understood without further elaboration. How else could one articulate it? "Luna, this woman." is truly the lifelong adversary of Eren. Her failure to intervene was a deliberate act, allowing Eren to plunge into this colossal predicament. Eren sensed that if he continued here, he would accomplish nothing but witness the triumphant smirk on her face once her schemes came to fruition. He inhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and, shaking his head, regarded Luna with a cold smile. Very well, should any esteemed individual have inquiries, let them come to me. I am indifferent. With that, he turned to depart. Luna watched Eren's resolute silhouette, biting her lip. She had yet to achieve her true objective, and events had unfolded too rapidly, slipping beyond her control. Are you truly intending to leave just like that? Do you not desire her? Luna hastily exclaimed, directing her gaze toward the elderly hawk seated nearby. Eren halted his steps, yet did not turn around as he replied, I am a person devoid of desires, a commonplace individual, difficult for most to comprehend. After uttering these words, he left, leaving Luna sitting there, stunned and bewildered. Indeed, she sought to manipulate Eren. Her pursuit of monsters demanded cautious contemplation, for she lacked his formidable strength. If she could not attain such power, what harm would there be in borrowing a fragment of Eren's? Yet, she had not anticipated his rejection would be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Only the elderly hawk, observing Eren's retreating figure, bore a knowing smile upon his face. He could not afford the exorbitant price of high-grade elven blood, so he merely fetched a bottle of strong liquor from the cabinet by the wall and filled his glass. After taking a hearty gulp of the spirits, he seemed to summon his courage, and upon witnessing Luna's astonished expression, he offered an explanation. Eren was a man devoid of desires. If he wished to acquire something, he would reach out for it himself. Should anyone attempt to exploit him for their own gain, he would perceive that object as tainted. In other words, he was not accustomed to being manipulated by others. Miss Luna, remarked Old Hawk. Luna, dumbfounded, gaped in disbelief. Exploit? All she sought was to borrow Eren's strength to accomplish tasks beyond her capacity. Was he truly so unwilling, merely for that? Her countenance darkened, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling within her mind. Merely borrowing? He found it hard to believe. Luna was the type of woman who would extort every ounce of value from each piece on her chessboard. Engaging with her implied a risk of being unwittingly used. Eren, a man disinclined to engage in cerebral exertion, preferred to distance himself from such schemes. Did Luna still intend to threaten him with this? Truly, a fool's errand. Chapter 14. The Magic Academy. As Eren shook his head in frustration and stormed out of the Old Hawk Tavern, the biting cold wind caused him to shiver within his cloak. In the next moment, a look of resentment flickered in his eyes. This affair would not conclude so easily. The object of his desire had been snatched away by Luna, who brazenly interjected with an utterly nonsensical rationale, leaving him deeply unsettled. What pained him even more was Luna's audacity to blackmail him under such pretenses. Her actions had undeniably provoked him, and it was only a matter of time before he sought an opportunity to deal with this woman. Otherwise, who could say what further transgressions this audacious woman might commit in the future? He needed to take decisive action at this juncture. Just then, a promising scheme began to take shape in his mind. Contemplating this plan, Eren smirked, his previously resentful gaze now transforming into something more sinister. However, the cost of this scheme would require him to harness all the power at his disposal. It was a venture fraught with considerable risk, but if he could deliver a decisive blow to the Shadow Sword Society, making that woman aware of the boundaries she should never cross, then his objective would be preliminarily achieved. Moreover, the entirety of this plan was inextricably linked to Link. This meant he must first locate Link. Furrowing his brow, Eren pondered his predicament, surmising that Link was likely still within the confines of the Academy at this hour. At this moment, the streets of the Empire are gradually awakening, with the prestigious Magic Academy at its heart, and commerce is once again flourishing. It is well known that the Empire's Magic Academy stands as the pinnacle of magical institutions across the continent. Its existence serves the noble purpose of harnessing magic to empower individuals, potentially elevating them to the realms of ancient deities. Thus, countless scholars tirelessly delve into the mysteries of blood. Blood possesses a certain mystical and potent force, and through the study of the blood of high elves, the Empire has undoubtedly acquired technologies unknown to others. Consequently, no kingdom in the world dares to offend the Empire at this juncture. Empowered by blood, this burgeoning nation rises like the sun, casting its formidable shadow far and wide. No one can thwart this inevitable ascent. An increasing number of individuals are becoming accustomed to the allure of blood, and through it, The Empire gradually wields military might far superior to that of its neighbors. On this foundation, commerce thrives, drawing ever more people to the capital, whether mages in pursuit of strength and knowledge or nobles seeking power. The influx of these diverse foreigners has transformed the streets of the Empire into a vibrant tapestry of life, where, by day, the city bustles with an array of characters and events. Some aspire to carve out a place for themselves through diligent effort, while others hope to seize the opportunity for immense fortune. However, they ultimately amounted to mere opportunists, whereas Link, with his innate talent, stood apart from all of them. His exceptional gift, coupled with a heightened sensitivity to blood, garnered the attention of the Magic Academy at a tender age, leading to his acceptance. Yet, his family was not affluent. In pursuit of a dignified existence at the academy, he aspired to bring his family to the capital of the Empire and establish a stable life there. This necessitated a substantial income, a dilemma resolved by the arrival of Aaron, who enabled him to earn money while conducting his research on blood. Whenever time permitted, he would concoct his products in his laboratory, preserving the magical essence of the blood while enhancing its palatability. Remarkably, he managed to eradicate the sanguine odor, rendering it as sweet as fruit juice, much to the delight of numerous noble maidens. The sole drawback lay in the exorbitant prices at which Link marketed his creations. Yet, one could hardly blame him, for he was merely responsible for the processing, the sourcing of the blood, the smuggled wines, and the subsequent sales to the noblewomen were all the endeavors of Aaron. If he did not boldly seize a lucrative opportunity from these affluent ladies, he would no longer be the Aaron known to Link. Through their mutual collaboration, a profound friendship blossomed between the two. Thus, Aaron harbored a modest scheme to confront the Shadow Blade Society, believing that Link would have no reason to refuse him. As he squared his shoulders and made his appearance at the entrance of the Magic Academy, he was startled to see the Imperial Prince's carriage come to a halt at that very moment. This caught Aaron off guard, especially since he had engaged in a rather tense encounter with the prince the previous night, perhaps due to a guilty conscience. He felt a shiver of unease coursing through him. Could it be that the portly fellow had tracked him down so swiftly? He halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated on the individual descending from the carriage. Should anything seem amiss, he would swiftly retreat. His plan was to evade capture first, and then gradually address the situation. However, his apprehensions proved to be unwarranted, as the person alighting from the carriage was not there to apprehend him at all. The royal steward disembarked first, then opened the side door of the carriage. Under Aaron's watchful eye, a flushed socialite from the Magic Academy stepped down. She lifted her gown slightly, inclined her head respectfully towards the steward, and then turned to enter the academy. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Aaron's mouth as he instinctively sensed an unspoken complexity in the situation. The presence of the prince's carriage and the personal escort of the royal steward early in the morning clearly indicated the significant regard in which the prince held her. As for why he would place such importance on her, was there truly any need for further explanation? Aaron grimaced, reflecting on the events of the previous night, a wave of discomfort washing over him. The disparity. This was indeed a disparity. What could be the cause of this? How long would it take for him to attain the same stature as that fellow? With a resigned sigh, he set aside the overwhelming envy within him, smacked his lips, and after watching the carriage depart, he slowly made his way into the academy. Chapter 15. Link, as was his routine, consumed a piece of dry, sour black bread, washed down with a diluted beer that bore a flavor as insipid as water, just to manage swallowing the bitter morsel. This constituted his breakfast. Hastily addressing the challenges that awaited him throughout the day, the black bread would serve to extract every ounce of energy from it, sustaining him until evening. He squinted, contemplating that the time was drawing near. Perhaps today, Aaron would treat him to a hearty meal at the Old Hawk Tavern. Otherwise, he would have to resort to slicing the hard, salty, brick-like smoked meat in his dormitory, making do for dinner, though it might be likened to prison fare. It was a meal that he found himself savoring. After all, Link was a student of the Magic Academy. Should the guards at the precinct find themselves in the unfortunate position of mistreating an apprentice from the academy, they would certainly face dire consequences. Thus, had it not been for Aaron's timely intervention to extricate Link from that predicament, he might have even grown fond of the experience of sitting in confinement, contentedly consuming prison food. Unbeknownst to him, he has been away from his hometown for a full 6 years. He meticulously pinches every penny from all aspects of his life, hoping to save enough to purchase a modest abode in the capital. This frugality is the reason why Link has remained solitary thus far. No one shares his dormitory. for he is the kind of person who would never resort to buying charcoal for warmth. Consequently, he has been relegated to a corner of the dormitory, in a room that is perpetually deprived of sunlight. Regardless of how frigid the night winds may be, he steadfastly refuses to kindle a fire. Although he often awakens in the dead of night, shivering from the cold, he regards such suffering as a trifling inconvenience. Surveying his surroundings within the magical academy, he finds no other student more destitute in appearance than himself, despite the fact that his earnings far exceed those of his disdainful peers. Yet, this parsimonious nature renders Link unlikable. No matter how substantial his income, he remains burdened with the label of a miser. When the female students catch sight of him, they elevate their heads, gliding past him with the pride of swans, entirely indifferent to the impoverished Link, fearing that even a glance might taint them with his perceived shortcomings. In these moments, Link, with a self-awareness, shrinks back, bowing his head to attend to his own matters. For him, the opportunity to study and earn in this place is a tremendous privilege. He never envisioned that a toad could ever aspire to what a swan, not even in his wildest dreams. His sole aspiration was to carve out a modest abode for himself and his parents through his own endeavors in this small place. This represented Link's greatest ambition in life. Thus, he raised his collar and tucked both hands into his pockets, striding toward the laboratory amidst the biting cold. The disdainful gazes of those around him were of no consequence. During his 6 years in the capital, Lin Ku had long grown accustomed to the attitudes of passers-by. Ignoring the stares, he approached a timid fellow and clapped a hand on his shoulder. With his other hand, he retrieved a freshly prepared ham from the Old Hawk Tavern. Its succulent pieces cut into neat strips and lightly smoked, releasing a tantalizing aroma. As Aaron held it, he could even sense its warmth. Aware that this frugal individual must have experienced a breakfast akin to that of an ascetic. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the delectable morsel into Lin Ku's hands. Upon seeing it, Lin Ku's eyes sparkled with greed as he seized it and ravenously devoured it, resembling a famished wolf starved for years. As the exquisite flavor enveloped his mouth and lingered in his senses, he felt as if his very soul had been revitalized. Satiated, he appeared considerably more invigorated. "Boss, what prompted you to rise so early today?" As he spoke, a blissful smile radiated across his face, his words muffled by the food he was chewing. Aaron shot him a glance, incredulous. "Up early? Impossible. He must not have slept a wink last night. If it weren't for his financial constraints, he would never have ventured out in the dead of night, grimly negotiating with a group of nobles and princes, unless he had lost his senses." Meanwhile, Link, understanding the situation, continued to shove ham into his mouth, using the food to silence himself. Thus, the two of them ambled into the laboratory, shoulders linked. Along the way, they were met with scornful glances from the upperclassmen. Whether it was Link or Aaron, these two always seemed to attract disdain whenever they appeared at the Magic Academy. Their approach to life was starkly different from that of the apprentices at the academy. For him, this merely implied a climate of comfort in both winter and summer. Although the primary purpose of this magical array was to protect the materials stored within the laboratory from deterioration due to temperature fluctuations, Link, being the temporary master of the laboratory, could certainly enjoy this warmth without charge. Stepping from the chill into the warm room, he took a deep breath and devoured another generous bite of his food. Aaron, however, harbored no interest in Link's experiments. He had come to the laboratory solely to find a secluded spot to share his plans with Link. As the formidable and weighty door closed, completely isolating the laboratory from the outside world, Aaron began to adopt a serious demeanor, outlining his plan to Link. Chapter 16. Potent Anesthetic. Upon hearing Aaron's proposal, Link fell into deep contemplation. The plan Aaron had suggested was, to put it mildly, quite audacious, compelling him to consider it with utmost caution. Enveloping the room in a profound silence. At that moment, the only sound that pierced the quiet was the bubbling of a flask still on the burner, its scarlet liquid swirling within. "Well, Chief," Link's initial expression reflected his difficulty in accepting the notion. He trusted that Aaron would not lead him astray. Although the risks involved were indeed substantial, the potential to humiliate Luna was an enticing prospect. He bit his lip, resolutely nodding in agreement. Aaron's face illuminated with satisfaction. Finally, that was more like it. Despite Link's notoriously frugal nature, he was willing to heed Aaron's words. After completing the task, Link had stealthily entered Aaron's room at some point. Now perched on a stool, munching on Aaron's treasured snacks, he sat in the darkness, seemingly concerned about disturbing Aaron's slumber, having not even turned on the lights. However, To Aaron, Link appeared more like a mouse in that moment. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron ignited the magical lamp in the room with his arcane powers. While Link continued to chew on his ham, his mouth stuffed with food. "Boss, I thought you would sleep a while longer." He appeared as if guilty for his actions. Aaron observed the food being stuffed into his mouth, smirking slightly without uttering a word. "Are you ready?" he inquired. Link, visibly anxious, glanced around before producing a vial of black potion from his pocket. Although he was familiar with the formula, this concoction was an illicit substance. If discovered, he would lose his privilege of exclusive access to the laboratory and the freedom to utilize experimental materials. Thus, while preparing this potion, Link had taken numerous precautions to conceal evidence, ensuring that all the raw materials for this potent anesthetic were accounted for. This endeavor had kept him occupied in the lab throughout the day and into the night. Aaron's eyes gleamed with intensity, and a cruel, sinister smile crept across his lips. He seized the vial of black potion and then, from his pocket, tossed a handful of gold coins onto the table with a clatter. Upon seeing the golden shimmer, Link felt as though his breath had caught in his throat. He immediately ceased his act of eating, deftly stuffing the coins into his pocket with remarkable agility. His movements were so swift that even the most skilled in the art of thievery would struggle to match him. In the blink of an eye, he had secured every last coin within the confines of his pocket. "Very well, boss. I wish you a splendid evening." With that, Link patted his stomach and rose to his feet. "Wait, be cautious as you exit through the window. Someone might see you," Aaron cautioned Link, who was preparing to leave. At this moment, Link wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then nodded and said, "Rest assured, Chief. No one will know I was here." Aaron watched him depart, his palm tightly gripping the vial containing the potion. With this object in hand, no matter how many members the Sleeve Sword Society had, what difference would it make? Upon waking, Aaron donned a black cloak. And after securely locking the door of his dormitory from the inside, he seized the window and leapt directly from the third floor. Aaron was well acquainted with all the magical traps and alarm devices within the school. Emerging from the dormitory entrance in the dead of night would inevitably lead to detection. However, this required that he leave no trace of his intentions during his actions, as the Magical Academy boasted a level of security second only to the royal palace. The more individuals present during one's endeavor, the greater the risk of exposure. Thus, Aaron resolved to confront the entire Sleeve Sword Society single-handedly, like a phantom traversing the night. He moved without making the slightest sound, gliding through the eerily silent campus at midnight. In the southeastern corner of the academy, shrouded by dense foliage, lay rows of individual chambers. These lavishly adorned rooms typically served as residences for professors or esteemed gentlemen within the Magical Academy. Many noble offspring and elite students took pride in their affiliation with the Sleeve Sword Society, an organization that could be deemed an anomaly within the Magical Academy. Unlike certain timid students who yearned to ascend into high society, members of the Sleeve Sword Society harbored different aspirations. After the hunt was completed, one could turn around and raise a toast to spend a delightful evening with the noble ladies. This epitomizes the hypocritical and pretentious creed of the members of the Sleeve Sword Society, whose demeanor mirrors that of the aristocrats beyond the academy walls. For them, the night is either a hunt or a festivity. The opulent gathering places within the Magic Academy are the only venues capable of catering to the obsessive standards of these fastidious young nobles. And this night is no exception. Meanwhile, oblivious to the lurking danger posed by the serpentine Aaron, members of the Sleeve Sword Society continue their revelry as usual. Aaron squints, surveying the scene before him, and retrieves a vial of potions from his pocket. Through the window, he glimpses the resplendent interiors and the swaying figures within. After meticulously reviewing his plan for any potential flaws, Aaron takes a deep breath and, cloaked by magic, vanishes from sight. Chapter 17. Following his actions at the Sleeved Sword Society's gathering, Aaron promptly set about preparing for subsequent developments. He was acutely aware that this affair would not simply conclude with his departure. Retribution from Luna was inevitable. Having suffered multiple ambushes and confrontations with the formidable Sleeved Sword Society in the imperial capital, he was determined not to engage them head-on this time. He understood that these scoundrels would undoubtedly come seeking him. Thus, it was now Aaron's turn to take the initiative and claim his own territory. At this moment, in pursuit of his objective, he had already devised a plausible excuse to absolve himself. As dawn broke and the professor from the administration, having just finished his morning tea, leaned on his cane to enter his office, he encountered the rarely seen Aaron within the academy. Behind him trailed not only Link and Alfred, but even the elusive dignitary had made an appearance. The sight of these formidable figures early in the morning sent a shiver down the director's spine. He could already envision the impending calamity. However, he remained oblivious to the details, forced to witness the mastermind behind the impending turmoil slip through his fingers. Helplessly, he acknowledged that Vom had arrived, with a glimmer of mischief in Aaron's eyes. A leave request bearing the signatures of 4 individuals ultimately found its way onto the director's desk, fulfilling Aaron's desires. Before Luna's piercing scream echoed throughout the Magic Academy, the quartet had already settled into their carriage, embarking on an excursion beyond the city limits. The shifty-eyed Link scrutinized the object wrapped in black cloth that Aaron held. Pondering its significance, Alfred adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow in discontent at Aaron's antics during such a crucial time. After all, the year-end examinations were imminent, and having consistently excelled with top marks throughout the academy, he had hoped to dedicate this time to revising his studies. He was nothing like Aaron, who had always relied on bribing teachers to secure passing grades and evade responsibilities. So, how long do you plan to hide this time? He inquired of Aaron. Hide? Who said I am hiding? Aaron raised an eyebrow, feigning indignation. It was as if the events of the previous night had not been orchestrated by him. Yet the 3 present were acutely aware of the truth. After summoning the 4 individuals, Aaron succinctly recounted the night's events with remarkable brevity. Upon hearing Aaron's disingenuous defense, Alfred's face betrayed a smirk of derision. The only one genuinely intrigued was the gentleman referred to by the professor, who, under Aaron's persuasion, had brought his entire fortune since their departure. With a serious tone, Aaron warned him that this investigation might encounter unforeseen dangers. Ironically, the greater the peril, the more it ignited the fervor of the Empire's chief artisan. He had brought along his latest invention, accompanied by tons of mercury bullets, all stored in the luggage compartment at the back of the carriage. Should they face some colossal, insurmountable beast, he would not hesitate to unleash the firepower of his new experimental weaponry. In terms of armament for hunting beast-like monsters, Aaron and this eccentric genius, teetering between brilliance and madness, shared a remarkably aligned perspective. Until validated against an adversary, any weapon merely served as ornamental embellishment. As Aaron noted Alfred's dismissive turn toward the window, the atmosphere inside the carriage grew somewhat awkward. In an attempt to extricate himself from the embarrassing predicament, he cleared his throat and, under Link's inquisitive gaze, unveiled the weapon shrouded in black cloth. It was none other than the elegant weapon he had stealthily acquired from the mansion. He then placed this armament before Vorm, the team's weapons technician, responsible for forging and maintaining their arms. This gesture rendered any further explanation from Aaron unnecessary, as an unspoken understanding had long been cultivated among the 4 of them. Where did you procure this contraption? Vorm inquired instinctively as he accepted the weapon from Aaron. I merely wish to ascertain whether this item holds any potential for modification. Upon hearing Aaron's request, Vorm shot him a disdainful glance while deftly examining the object, which resembled a cane. In less than a minute, he appeared to have thoroughly grasped the mechanics of the weapon. After gently rotating the handle 6 times, it transformed into a chain whip. He scrutinized the weapon, his fingers swiftly gliding over the sharp edge without inflicting any injury upon himself. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed, declaring, "This is nothing but a trinket. Aside from its exquisite craftsmanship, it possesses no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Its sharpness is utterly subpar, and the length, who could reach anything with such a meager span? To enhance its appearance as a cane, it has been polished to an absurd degree." As he spoke, he cast a scornful glance at Aaron, waving the flimsy weapon in his hand. "Did you truly desire something like this? Why didn't you simply ask me?" Matters of expertise should be entrusted to those who are proficient in their fields, and in this regard, Aaron could only shrug his shoulders in resignation. He felt helpless. After all, this item was not his own. It was merely something he had casually taken from the residence. At an unknown moment, Vorm conjured a screwdriver seemingly out of thin air, deftly loosening a cleverly concealed screw at the back of the cane. Once released, the mechanism hidden within the handle was laid bare before his eyes. With a disdainful smirk, he crumpled the object into a ball, opened the carriage window, and nonchalantly tossed it out. "You just threw it away," Aaron exclaimed, dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, realizing there was little he could argue regarding the equipment. Ultimately, he could only helplessly remark, "Didn't you notice that the handle of the cane is made of pure gold?" Vorm chuckled derisively, revealing his palm, where the golden handle now lay. It was as if, with just a fleeting glance, he had completely comprehended the inner workings of this weapon. Chapter 18. The Walls in the Rain. As Aaron and Varm conversed, the carriage departed from the imperial castle. It glided serenely across the western Frelick Long Bridge, while the U-shaped Bod River, encircling the capital, flowed quietly beneath them. To the northeast of the capital stood the imposing walls designed to keep beasts at bay. It was only upon leaving the castle that one could truly witness their grandeur across the plains. The broad river acted as a natural barrier. An entry to the capital required traversing 3 long bridges that spanned its waters. Alfred gazed upon the towering castle of the imperial city, though its majestic walls rose magnificently. Beneath their height lay an abundance of discomfort and revulsion known only to the hunters. Aaron, having noticed the shift in Alfred's gaze, leisurely placed his hands behind his head after Worm had agreed to assist him in crafting a chain whip as his new weapon. Alfred was a meddlesome individual, driven by considerable ambition. The only constraint upon his aspirations was his insufficient ability, which compelled him to strive for perfection in every endeavor. It was only through such efforts that he could inch closer to his grand designs. For someone of his nature, there was no true sense of comfort unless he achieved his objectives. As Aaron contemplated his cargo, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "How much of the ancient god's blood has been lost?" Alfred raised an eyebrow. Though he too desired to know the precise figure, the merchant had meticulously concealed his tracks. In the process of destroying the confiscated ancient god's blood, he had found no ledger or similar documentation, leaving him without a means to investigate. Thus, when faced with Aaron's question, he could only shake his head helplessly, responding, "I cannot ascertain the exact quantity. It could be substantial, or perhaps not." His inability to provide a definitive answer was sufficient for the moment. Aaron, in posing this query, was not genuinely concerned about the extent of the ancient god's blood that had been squandered. Rather, he sought merely to divert Alfred's attention with the topic of conversation. The blood of ancient gods and that of high elves bear striking similarities in their effects. However, the designation of divine blood stems from the unparalleled power it bestows upon individuals, surpassing that of high elven blood. While the ecstasy induced by the consumption of ancient god blood is unmatched by that of high elves, such heightened efficacy inevitably entails formidable side effects. The ingestion of divine blood guarantees the onset of beastification, which, according to imperial law, renders one no longer human, regardless of whether one transforms into a beast. Such individuals are condemned to death. This implies that the ancient god blood secretly smuggled into the imperial capital by the merchant poses a significant threat. Some may face unwarranted execution due to suspicion, while others might fall victim to the claws of the uncontrollable beastified monsters born from the consumption of ancient god blood. Such occurrences are inevitable, and no one can avert them. It is precisely for this reason that Alfred harbors a deep disdain for the castle of the imperial capital. As a nobleman, he could have remained in the safety of his abode, evading the nightmare of the hunting night, yet he chose to embrace the role of a hunter. The formidable walls cannot deter the influx of malevolence. Only humanity can stand against the monsters. This is the true reflection of his thoughts upon gazing at the city walls. Those individuals, they willingly court death. Aaron sniffed dismissively, remarking with indifference, "The nobles who consume ancient god blood are convinced they are the rare exceptions, believing that they will not succumb to the madness that follows." Even in the face of countless deaths as a stark warning, these individuals remained utterly unafraid. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Alfred chose not to engage. As the carriage crossed the stone bridge, it plunged into the muddy, damp dirt road, under a sullen sky that seemed poised to unleash rain at any moment. A heavy mist enveloped the heavens, suggesting that a downpour was inevitably approaching. As the carriage entered the thicket, the fine rain began to patter against the foliage, growing increasingly pronounced. In the distance, the low rumble of thunder echoed ominously. The already damp and muddy path became even more treacherous, compelling the carriage to slow its pace. Among them, the only one who felt a sense of relief at the rain was Vom. He had sensed the peculiar shift in the weather. So when filling the wooden crate with gunpowder, he had taken the precaution of layering it with oilcloth to shield it from moisture. In hindsight, his foresight proved to be invaluable. Aside from him, the other 3 individuals in the carriage, including Aaron, wore increasingly troubled expressions. Rainy days are the prime breeding ground for the outbreak of beastification. If one were to remain behind sturdy city walls during such times, the greatest concern would merely be the bloodthirsty individuals nearby. However, in the wilderness, without the sanctuary of fortifications, The beastly creatures roaming the desolate lands would not overlook anything within their sight. They are merciless and savage, capable of slaughtering any living being they encounter. This includes the carriage, which, despite being just beyond the confines of the imperial capital, has undeniably entered the realm of monsters. Under the influence of the rain, these creatures might leap forth from the depths of the forest at any moment. Each year, during inclement weather, countless travelers and their steeds have met a grim fate, devoured entirely. Although this carriage is manned by 4 hunters, none wish to be stained with the blood of beasts so soon after departing the city. Aaron has only just donned his new grayish-white robe. It is at this moment that he opens the small window leading to the driver. In their shared gaze, the driver removes the bell hanging from the carriage to prevent its melodious chime from attracting predators, simultaneously lighting incense. The fragrant smoke, illuminated by the glass lampshade, emits a warm orange glow, swaying gently with the movement of the carriage. A purple mist wafts from the pre-prepared opening. The scent released by this incense is one that beasts detest. It is common knowledge that the wild, beastly monsters can never be entirely eradicated. At any moment, someone may succumb to excessive bloodlust and retreat into the wilderness. No matter how arrogant Aaron may be about his strength, he lacks the courage to confront more than 2 monsters alone. This carriage, traversing the main road, could easily attract a horde of over 10 beasts. At that juncture, the situation would no longer be amusing. Chapter 19. The battle, however, the unfolding events echoed the adage of the Nolan continent. The more one fears a particular occurrence, the more likely it is to manifest. Just as Aaron fretted over the prospect of being besieged by a considerable number of beasts, a distant roar sent a shiver through everyone present. The coachman, driving the carriage, momentarily disregarded the muddy terrain beneath him, for he distinctly heard that dreadful cry. It signaled the beast's discovery of their prey, summoning their companions. Should the encounter have involved a solitary creature, it might have retreated, deterred by the discomfort of the incense. Yet, once a pack was formed, no matter how potent the toxins released by the incense, the beasts would remain undeterred. For the coachman, the only option to avoid a grim fate was to hasten his pace. As he struggled to maintain his composure, he informed the passengers within the carriage that the journey ahead might become exceedingly tumultuous, all while vigorously cracking his whip against the horse's flanks. The rain-soaked soil turned to mud as the massive wheels spun rapidly, splattering brown droplets that tarnished the deep purple of the carriage. The once ornamental golden trim became increasingly enshrouded in muck, rendering it grotesque. The more exquisite the object, the more repulsive it appeared when tainted. At that moment, should the carriage be overtaken by those monstrous, beast-like creatures before reaching the village, there would be no escape for its occupants. The 4 individuals within the carriage exchanged grave glances, while only Link's face turned ashen. He is a research scholar at the Academy of Magic, which implies that should a battle truly ensue, he would be of no assistance whatsoever. The only ones capable of engaging in combat are Aaron and Alfred. As for Vom, if his weapon can indeed prove remarkably effective, he might be considered a contributor to the fighting force. However, if it cannot, then his combat prowess would be entirely equivalent to Link's, approaching insignificance. At this moment, Aaron has already unfastened the lock securing his long sword within its sheath. Alfred observes Aaron with caution. Although he does not shy away from conflict, his primary concern before engaging is whether it is possible to avert the impending battle. Is there enough time? He inquires about the remaining distance and the time required for the carriage to advance. These beastly creatures are remarkably intelligent. They will not readily leap from the thicket unless their numbers are sufficient. They will wait until they have gathered in ample numbers before emerging from the forest. If time is of the essence, then it would be prudent to disembark from the carriage at this juncture. Aaron shook his head, indicating that they had only just departed the city and were now halfway through their journey. Whether they moved forward or backward, it was already too late. Is that so? Alfred sighed, resigned, and said, "In that case, let us prepare for battle." With that, he opened the small window and instructed the coachman to reduce their speed. However, the coachman, turning to face the noble faces within, intended to dissuade them, noting that despite the bumpy ride, beasts were indeed pursuing them from behind. However, as he turned his head, he beheld Aaron drawing forth his long sword. The coachman's pupils dilated in shock. These young scions of the Magical Academy were, in fact, hunters. Upon realizing their true identities, he nodded deeply and remarked, "I understand." It was at this moment that Vom's eyes sparkled with determination as he extracted a heavy chest from beneath his seat. Upon opening it, he revealed his latest concoction of weaponry. Although Vom was not particularly adept in close combat, he possessed a remarkable talent for forging arms. Thus, in anticipation of the monstrous threats he might encounter, he had diligently prepared his arsenal. This was his newest equipment, capable of unleashing a torrent of mercury bullets through 6 tubes in a remarkably brief span, all without the concern of the barrel overheating from the combustion of gunpowder. The primary drawback was its considerable weight, rendering it an immobile artillery piece once lifted. Additionally, the consumption of mercury bullets was astronomical. Therefore, apart from the 120 mercury bullets currently loaded in the magazine, he had also filled an entire chest in reserve. After securing the weapon to his left arm with the provided straps, he then drew forth a formidable double-barreled shotgun from his waist. Should his Gret machine gun fail to eliminate adversaries from a distance, this powerful shotgun would compensate for his close-range shortcomings. One bullet from this weapon was sufficient to shatter an enemy's skull. However, the bullets possessing such qualities are remarkably labor-intensive and exorbitantly priced. Unless faced with the direst of circumstances, he would refrain from utilizing the hunting rifle in his possession. Aaron's fingers glided gently along the blade's edge, at which point a colossal creature was seen moving swiftly amidst the thickets flanking the carriage. The beastly entities had already caught up with the carriage. Aaron and Alfred exchanged a knowing glance. One of them took the initiative to open the carriage door, and Aaron was the first to leap forth. In that fleeting moment suspended in midair, he recited an incantation, invoking wind magic, as swiftness was bestowed upon his legs. The beast, still engrossed in its frantic dash while awaiting its companions, was utterly unprepared for the audacity of the prey to leap from the carriage. It had no time to react. Propelled by the force of magic, Aaron effortlessly landed atop the creature. As he descended, he gripped his sword firmly, regardless of the creature's formidable bone structure. In that moment, harnessing its charging momentum, he easily pierced through the monster's skull. The creature howled in pain, yet it would not succumb so easily. Without allowing the beast a chance to retaliate, Aaron, buoyed by the magic's thrust, leaped once more. Should a monster enter within his line of sight and attack range, with no others around, he would swiftly strike at its vital point and then retreat. This was a perilous maneuver, for those creatures that survived would become exceedingly ferocious. Should one ensnare him in combat, Aaron would find himself in a precarious predicament. However, he finds himself limited to such actions now. Those beasts, in their death throes, cannot endure for long. They may pursue for a mere minute before succumbing to excessive blood loss, fatigue, and ultimately, a slow demise. Chapter 20. The weapon is explosions. Aaron flitted about like a kite, circling the carriage, leaping from branch to branch, neither straying too far nor drawing too close. Any beast that entered his range of attack or line of sight would find him charging forth, delivering a precise strike to its vital points. Once successful, he would disengage without hesitation. Occasionally, these frenzied creatures would choose to lunge directly at the carriage. At such moments, Vom would pull the lever of his firearm, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The machine gun discharged incessantly, and mercury splattered forth, neutralizing the toxins present in the beast's blood. Amidst the tremendous force, the airborne mercury bullets formed a dense barrage, effectively isolating even the most desperate and deranged of beasts behind a curtain of bullets. Upon contact with the monstrosities, the mercury bullets shattered, creating an ephemeral wall of liquid metal. The creatures collided with this barrier, experiencing immense agony that instinctively compelled them to halt their advance. Yet, even under such circumstances, some of the frenzied beasts pressed on, defiantly charging toward the carriage. At this juncture, Vom would relent. Each mercury bullet he fired cost more than a silver coin. He could not afford to squander such precious resources, even if it pained him. He opened fire solely to drive back those that could be repelled, leaving those impervious to mercury to Alfred. The beasts charged with tremendous force, and Alfred, firmly gripping his longsword, faced their onslaught with a single, decisive strike. If that blow could sever the monster's head, then no matter how resilient its vitality, it would be irrevocably extinguished. However, the creatures continued to batter against the carriage. The vehicle, already navigating the treacherous, slippery road, nearly toppled several times, yet fortunately, its speed remained relatively slow. Aaron, who was leaping and battling amidst the thickets, found himself gradually falling behind, even as the carriage deliberately slowed its pace. After dispatching 4 monsters, when the 5th lunged at the carriage, Vom's mercury bullets had been entirely depleted. Instinctively, he reached for his lower back to draw his double-barreled shotgun. At that moment, however, Alfred intervened, swiftly thrusting his sword. This strike was executed with precision, as the blade pierced through the creature's gaping maw, severing the neural connections between its head and spine. The monster immediately lost control over its bodily movements, and as it recoiled in pain, Alfred withdrew his bloodied sword. The galloping carriage swiftly left the creature far behind. This marked the fifth instance, and at that moment, a sudden sound of a heavy object plummeting from the roof of the carriage reached Vom's ears. Reacting instinctively, he almost immediately aimed his weapon at the top of the carriage, ready to pull the trigger. However, it was merely a weary Aaron, whose magical support was on the verge of dissipating. Without the enchantment's backing, the untrained Aaron found himself breathless after merely a few strides. He had reached the limits of his physical endurance, having pursued the carriage while remaining vigilant against the surrounding monsters, which kept his nerves taut. Upon landing on the roof of the carriage, he finally exhaled in relief. The relatively composed Alfred extended his hand as a point of leverage for Aaron. After a brief moment to catch his breath, just before the final vestiges of magic faded, Aaron grasped his hand and gracefully swung into the carriage. It was only when he sat down that he could truly release a sigh of relief. At that moment, beads of sweat poured down his forehead, and his entire body began to ache with fatigue. Should he find himself in a similar situation again, Aaron resolved never to repeat such a feat. He took a deep breath to steady himself, while Alfred offered him a handkerchief. In the distance, the mournful howls of beasts echoed, as if lamenting the loss of their companions in anger. Yet, despite the chilling nature of those sounds, they gradually receded alongside the carriage. The beastly monsters, having lost too many of their kin, abandoned their pursuit of the carriage. They vanished into the depths of the jungle, leaving no trace behind. And no one could ever find the whereabouts of these monstrous beasts again, unless on the next rainy day when they might re-emerge. At this moment, as Aaron wiped the sweat from his brow, the flush on his face, a result of the vigorous exertion, gradually faded. His complexion began to return to normal. Link and Vorm shared a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. They exchanged glances before looking at Aaron. After a brief silence, the cabin erupted with joyful laughter. That was indeed perilous. I've exhausted my mercury bullets, Vorm remarked with a hint of regret. He opened the cover of the magazine, from which white smoke was already billowing, and the cooling water for the barrel was on the verge of boiling. You really ought to consider installing a venting system for your weapon, Aaron jested, having observed from a distance the formidable capabilities of the machine gun in Vorm's hands. Although it had cost him a gold coin and a half in the blink of an eye, that paled in comparison to the lives of those present. Listening to Aaron's suggestion, Vorm furrowed his brow slightly. As one who had always aimed to develop the most powerful weaponry, Vorm prioritized the lethality of his arms over their safety. The weapon must first ensure it can deliver formidable destructive power. Only then would he contemplate its safety. The more powerful one becomes, the more unstable they are, which inevitably leads to the potential for an explosion. Yet, is it not the very nature of a hunter to seek such formidable detonations? This encapsulates the philosophy behind Vorm's weapon forging. If a single mercury bullet cannot vanquish a beastly creature, then let a cannonball do the trick. Thus, when Aaron proposed considerations for safety, Vorm held his own perspective regarding this preliminary weapon. To facilitate the rapid replenishment of ammunition, this machine gun was designed to utilize standard mercury bullets. Although these projectiles possess limited force, to effectively deter the beasts, an increase in firing rate is paramount. This was the true concern Vorm contemplated while disassembling and inspecting his weapon. As for the boiling water, would it not explode from the sealed metal chamber encasing the barrel once it vaporized, in the absence of a venting mechanism? Is such a scenario worthy of his contemplation? Chapter 21. Fanshide Town. Just as Aaron's longsword was tailored to accommodate his slender fingers, allowing his entire hand to comfortably grip the hilt, he had deliberately replaced it with a thicker handle. If one were to worry about the risk of explosion, the solution would either be to refrain from usage or to simply create a vent on the weapon, a notion that instinctively crossed Vorm's mind. Aaron's suggestion seemed to drift past him like a whisper as he paid no heed, allowing the scalding water to gradually cool while it absorbed the barrel's heat. He opened the rear cover of the machine gun, observing the intricate automatic feeding mechanism within, and fell into a deep reverie. In this world, apart from a few nobles possessing their own fortified castles or empires erecting strongholds for military purposes, the vast majority resemble this quaint town. Lacking towering walls for protection, it is merely encircled by a humble fence. The true guardians of this village are the professional monster hunters, who bear the weight of its safety. Crossing the signpost marking the town signifies that the carriage has entered a relatively secure area patrolled by these hunters. Should a beastly creature launch an assault within this perimeter, the hunters would swiftly come to the rescue. Over time, a barrier formed from the corpses and blood of slain monsters has evolved into a genuine line of defense against such threats. The foul stench of putrid blood is so overpowering that it can be detected from a considerable distance, a detail particularly noteworthy for the monsters themselves. As the carriage traverses this domain, it signifies a turn for the better. At this moment, Alfred's anxious heart finally found solace. Upon reaching their destination, the inclement weather allowed the middle-aged coachman to breathe a sigh of relief, especially upon catching sight of the cannon mounted at the town's entrance. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, he felt no inclination to tempt fate further. After Aaron settled the fare, he parked his carriage behind the tavern and retreated inside, indulging in a hearty gulp of strong liquor. Should the dreary rain persist until nightfall, he surmised that he would likely spend the night in this town. Clad in garments stained with the blood of beasts, the hunters tasked with safeguarding the town kept their hands perpetually poised upon their weapons. Amidst the rain-soaked day, the downpour diluted the foul stench of the blood, creating an atmosphere ripe for the possibility of wild beasts launching an assault on the settlement. Coupled with the hazy rain, which enveloped everything like a shroud, the cacophony of raindrops effectively masked the sound of approaching predators. This necessitated an increased vigilance among the hunters, who readied themselves with utmost caution against the potential emergence of monsters from the underbrush. During this time, the townsfolk endeavored to restrict their outings. Almost everyone sought refuge in places that offered a semblance of safety, with even the tavern becoming a sparse gathering spot. The only patron was a solitary coachman, who sat down to consume copious amounts of strong liquor to calm his nerves. In Alfred's intelligence report, he had received word from the Hunters Guild regarding a peculiar incident that had unfolded in the town of Vanside. Initially, he had no intention of coming here to address the matter. However, since Aaron had forcibly dragged him along, he considered it feasible to resolve the issue at hand. With this thought in mind, he conveyed the information to Aaron. The quartet, upon hearing Alfred's report, found it anything but dull, particularly Aaron, who eagerly anticipated some mysterious occurrence awaiting his intervention. Thus, upon Alfred's revelation, he immediately garnered unanimous agreement from the group. The four individuals traversed the town as indicated by the intelligence they had received, in search of the reputedly haunted house. Along their path, Aaron noticed a non-human race, a dwarf hailing from the northern Roxar Mountains. He was taken aback to encounter such a being on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The dwarf, shouldering a hammer nearly as large as his own stature, brushed past Aaron and his companions. "What are you looking at?" inquired Link, standing behind Aaron, his curiosity piqued. The sense of perplexity deepened within Link. Aaron shook his head, vaguely sensing something amiss about the dwarf, yet unable to articulate what it was. Ultimately, he chose to lower his gaze, burying his confusion deep within his heart. The alleyway, long neglected and subjected to the relentless elements, was now overgrown with vibrant green moss. The dark stones glimmered faintly, shrouded in an ethereal haze beneath the gray sky. As they stepped upon the stones, a sound akin to leather rubbing together echoed from the friction. Their footsteps led them directly to the darkest and most forsaken corner of the town, where they encountered a dilapidated manor. Judging by its scale and grandeur, it was evident that the estate's former owner had once been quite affluent. However, the reasons for its current desolation remained a mystery. The courtyard, long devoid of care, had become a wild thicket of weeds. The pond, long neglected, now lay filled with murky water, its depths obscured by the relentless pouring of rain. Dark green vines clung tenaciously to the metal walls, a testament to the passage of time. Had this place not been abandoned, it must have once radiated an unparalleled splendor. In the surrounding silence, the forsaken castle before me grew increasingly sinister and imposing. Alfred adjusted his glasses and cautiously advanced a step, extending his hand to tentatively push against the rusted gate. The chain secured the iron door firmly, and despite his efforts, the only response was the creaking of the corroded metal as it rubbed against itself. Chapter 22. The haunted house. Gazing at the desolate dwelling, Alfred hesitated repeatedly, ultimately deciding against recklessly breaching the iron gate. Such an impulsive action seemed ill-advised. It could potentially awaken the lurking monstrosities within, leading to dire consequences. Thus, after a tentative push against the door, he chose to withdraw. The somber rain continued to fall, and Link, as a non-combatant, had come merely to observe. He would certainly not be the first to rush inside. so he wrapped his arms around himself, keeping a distance as he gazed at the house. This estate embodied the very dream he harbored, a grand residence with an opulent garden, a venue for frequent gatherings, with spacious rooms to accommodate both family and servants. This was the visage of nobility he had always envisioned. He gazed vacantly through the iron bars, his eyes fixed on the house's undamaged windows in the distance. While Aaron and Alfred were still preoccupied with the locked dilemma, he caught sight of a ghostly flame, a flickering azure light that danced fleetingly from the darkened window. When he attempted to alert Aaron, it was too late. His hand fell abruptly onto Aaron's shoulder, startling him profoundly. At that moment, Aaron nearly instinctively reached for his weapon, yet despite this, the suddenness of the gesture left his muscles tense with fright. He looked at Link, whose face was awash with terror, then followed his gaze towards the dilapidated house. The structure appeared unchanged, much like when he had first arrived. Years of neglect and relentless rain had caused the roof to sag inward, and the once vibrant wooden planks were now unrecognizable. Remarkably, nearly all the windows remained steadfastly intact. Startled, Aaron expressed his discontent towards Link, asking, "What on earth did you see to frighten you so?" Link replied, "It seems there are ghosts in this house." To which Aaron, unimpressed, scoffed and retorted with a mocking grin, "Ghosts? Of course. Haven't you heard Alfred say that this is a haunted house?" Yet, regardless of disbelief, the reality before him was undeniable and irrevocable. He sought to articulate clearly what he had just witnessed, endeavoring to elucidate the bewildering sights before him. At that moment, Alfred calmly retrieved his task manual, diligently noting the task information he had transcribed from the guild. To ensure accuracy, he reopened his notebook, hoping to uncover some clues within its pages. Upon seeing him produce the notebook, Aaron leaned in closer. Link's startled reactions were merely the manifestations of a Na'vi's soul. Even if he claimed to have seen something, Aaron would dismiss it as mere figments of his imagination. His belief that they were in a haunted house led him to mistakenly assume he had truly witnessed something. In reality, there was nothing at all. Meanwhile, as Alfred perused the task summary, he noticed the timestamp of the task updates and the rust on the iron gate, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Something was amiss, he stated with a grave tone. Aaron, instinctively taking up the conversation, inquired what the discrepancy might be. Alfred handed his notebook to Aaron, pointing at the timestamp inscribed within. According to the description, this manor should have been abandoned 3 years prior. Aaron lowered his gaze to the timestamp and then lifted his eyes to the desolate scene before him. This house bore no semblance to one that had merely been forsaken for 3 years. The wooden structure, eroded by rain, appeared as if it had languished in neglect for 2 decades. The overgrown weeds in the courtyard and the severely corroded and rusted gate further corroborated this notion. "Is there anything amiss?" Aaron remarked, shaking his head as he compared the time with his observations. He then turned to Link and inquired, "Pray tell, what was the apparition you just witnessed? Where did you see it?" Link stammered as he recounted how he had glimpsed a flickering blue will-o'-the-wisp through the 3rd glass window from the left on the 2nd floor of the house. Aaron scoffed at this, but Alfred, taking Link's words seriously, directed his gaze toward the window in question. Before Aaron could respond with his own query, Alfred retrieved a hand crossbow and, with swift precision, aimed and released the trigger at the window. The short, sharp bolt, propelled by the twisted sinew of the beast, flew in a perfect line, shattering the glass with a crystalline sound that could be heard from a considerable distance. Aaron was astonished. He never anticipated witnessing Alfred engage in such a juvenile act as shooting at glass with a crossbow. The shards of glass did not all tumble to the ground. Several sharp fragments remained lodged between the wooden frame. From afar, the broken window resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, darkness seeping forth from the abyss. The 4 of them could not hope to investigate the room through such a minuscule opening. "What on earth are you doing?" Link finally managed to voice his thoughts after Alfred completed his reckless act. In response, Alfred smiled faintly, gazing at the shattered window, and remarked, "I did nothing. I was merely fishing for ghosts." With that, he returned the crossbow to Varm and prepared to depart. The remaining 3 members of the group, aside from Alfred, exchanged perplexed glances, their eyes filled with confusion. None could comprehend the significance of Alfred's recent actions, nor could they fathom his motives. As for the ghost he mentioned, none understood what he truly meant. Thus, like a mischievous youth shattering the long-abandoned manor's window with his crossbow, he turned to leave. What on earth is this fellow up to? At that moment, Alfred abruptly turned back, retrieving a gold coin from his pocket and tossing it in his palm. "Is anyone willing to wager with me on that window?" When we return tomorrow, it shall be restored to its former glory. Just then, Alfred squinted, catching sight of the eerie blue ghostly flame that flickered in the darkened room, reminiscent of what Link had just witnessed. Chapter 23. The Dwarf in the Tavern. Unlike Link, who exhibited a startled demeanor, Alfred remained composed as the ghostly blue flame suddenly appeared by the window, shimmering for a moment before seemingly fixing its gaze upon him. In the desolate vicinity of the manor, only the sound of rain pattering against the stones and the roof could be heard. He gazed at the eerie flame, locking eyes with it for a brief moment, before Aaron opened his palm. Though I harbor doubts about the existence of anything mystical within this room, perhaps my ignorance is the true culprit. As Aaron voiced his thoughts, he refrained from producing any gold coins, for he would not recklessly engage in this wager without absolute certainty. In stark contrast, Vom exhibited unwavering confidence. He extracted a gold coin and challenged Alfred to a bet. At that moment, Link gritted his teeth and struggled to retrieve a gold coin from his pocket, utterly convinced that he had not misjudged the situation. Within this room, there undeniably existed an ancient presence unknown to mankind. Link would seize every opportunity to profit. Thus, the game was set. The unengaged Aaron tucked 3 gold coins into his pocket. Should Vom emerge victorious, he would claim the 3 coins. If he lost, one of his coins would be divided into 50 silver pieces, to be shared between the triumphant Link and Alfred. With victory seemingly assured, Alfred cheerfully invited the 4 of them to the tavern for drinks. In this quaint village, the Soul Tavern had but one other patron aside from the coachman who had arrived earlier, a dwarf seated by the warm hearth, clutching a large mug of ale, appearing intent on downing it in a single gulp. As the man set down his goblet, his fiery red beard was adorned with froth, and he wiped his mouth, signaling the innkeeper to refill his drink. Aaron and his trio noted that the spot by the hearth had already been claimed by this dwarf, while in the corner, the coachman leisurely sipped from his cup, his large hands cradling the vessel. Unanimously, the 4 chose a table by the window. Outside, the rain continued to patter softly. Yet Aaron's robe, woven with unique materials, remained untouched by the moisture. The brew, exuding a distinctive scent of malt, combined with the fragrant smoked meats wafting from the charcoal fire, soon intoxicated Aaron, leaving him in a pleasantly dazed state. The dwarf in the corner scrutinized the 4 newcomers with curiosity, his eyes darting, perhaps sensing something amiss. Oblivious to the dwarf's scrutiny, Aaron and his companions did not acknowledge him. The dwarf, however, approached them with a friendly greeting, his goblet in hand. Yet, his goodwill was met with indifference from Aaron's group. To a hunter, every unfamiliar face could harbor potential danger. Should an emotional bond form, it could complicate matters if the stranger was later revealed to possess a latent threat. Thus, Aaron and his companions maintained a demeanor of calm restraint in the presence of strangers, a stance that the hunter interpreted as arrogance. Despite prior counsel from family before his departure, the dwarf was well prepared for this encounter. Though humanity may be arrogant, such arrogance is not without justification. The dwarf comforted himself inwardly as he gnawed on his own lip. "I trust you wouldn't mind assisting a lost dwarf," he continued amid the indifference of the 4. "A traveling dwarf, you say?" Aaron took a sip from his mug of ale, feeling lightheaded as he set the cup down. "What assistance do you require?" Alfred cast a peculiar glance at Aaron, and from the flush on his cheeks, it was evident that he had indulged a bit too much. "Well, I have always enjoyed discovering the extraordinary during my travels, much like those universally understood wonders," the dwarf remarked, shrugging nonchalantly while remaining deliberately vague about his desires. "Ah, I believe I may grasp why you sought me out." Aaron raised a finger, pointing at the dwarf. The fellow smiled faintly, raising his hands in an inviting manner, as if to embrace Aaron. "Oh, that is splendid. I mean to ask, have you stumbled upon any remarkable phenomena in this quaint town?" His expression suddenly shifted to one of mystery. Aaron instinctively tilted his head, his gaze betraying suspicion. Did this fellow possess some knowledge? Or perhaps he had already surmised the identity of Aaron and his companions. Otherwise, why would he extend such an invitation without cause? At this moment, Aaron suddenly became engulfed in suspicion, sensing that something was amiss. Although the haunted house was visible to all, it seemed that the plants on the iron railing bore no signs of having been trampled upon. Perhaps this dwarf before him had long coveted the haunted house, yet had refrained from venturing there alone, perhaps due to his own limitations. As for his claim of being a traveling dwarf, while it was true that he had distanced himself from his homeland in a small town on the outskirts of the imperial castle, lending some credibility to his words, one could not help but wonder whether he sought to revel in the beauty of the scenery and attain a soul-deep joy, or if he was merely in pursuit of hidden treasures scattered across the globe to fill his pockets with delight. The dwarf's insatiable greed and longing for wealth were evident to all. The presence of a stranger was inherently untrustworthy, a truth deeply ingrained in the hearts of all hunters. Thus, even in his drunken state, Aaron did not forget the tenets that had long been etched into his very soul. Had he stumbled upon something extraordinary? Perhaps. But what could possibly draw one's interest to such things? At this juncture, he began to doubt the true identity of the individual before him. Chapter 24. The outsider. Whenever curiosity and suspicion arise in people towards others, they often reveal peculiar glances. Only through extensive training or years of experience in high positions can one hope to conceal such reactions. However, Aaron lacked such an ability. He was even unaware that he was displaying a gaze that bordered on scrutiny. This made the dwarf feel uncomfortable, as the peculiar look was keenly perceived by him. It prompted him to shrug his shoulders and inquire what exactly Aaron had discovered. Is there a problem? In the depths of Aaron's sunken eye sockets, his pitch-black pupils shone remarkably bright, as he nonchalantly scrutinized the dwarf before him with that strange gaze. Behind the dwarf, flames flickered and danced, casting their glow into his darkened eyes. Aaron was reluctant to reveal too much of his thoughts at that moment, nor could he voice his suspicions aloud. To the dwarf, it would be akin to an interrogation. Thus, he resolved to approach the matter from a different angle. Ultimately, his gaze slowly fell upon the hammer behind the dwarf. Your weapon is quite unique. The dwarf was puzzled by the sudden shift in Aaron's inquiry regarding his weapon. Could you tell me why you wield this as your weapon? The dwarf opened his mouth, a look of confusion spreading across his face. The question seemed devoid of any ulterior motive. With his limited intellect, he could not fathom what other schemes might emerge from Aaron's understanding of his weapon. Sensing that it was not a linguistic trap, he bit his lip and nodded in response. If dwarves could substantiate their claims, they would seldom resort to mere words. The red-bearded dwarf exemplifies this tradition with unwavering conviction. He unfurled his palm, wrapped in brown cloth, effortlessly retrieving the hammer from behind him. His dexterity with the weapon indicated a commendable proficiency. In his grasp, the hammer appeared far less cumbersome than it seemed. Wow, that looks quite fitting for you, Aaron exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the figure before him. Indeed, the dwarf replied nonchalantly, as if he were a roadside juggler, brandishing the hammer with ease. If I so desire, I could effortlessly crush the skulls of any beast. At that moment, Aaron nodded in agreement. This traveling dwarf, daring enough to wander the wilds alone, surely possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. Unless confronted with inclement weather or ensnared by some trap, he did not strike one as a creature easily felled by beasts. Perhaps he truly possessed the prowess he professed to safeguard himself. As the red-bearded dwarf reveled in showcasing his robust muscles, he lightly brushed his fingers across his beard, a grin revealing his pearly white teeth. Well, to be honest, I was merely concerned about your capacity for self-defense, Aaron mused. Finding himself devoid of further reasons to dismiss this character, he then recounted the dangers encountered by the four as they passed through the haunted house, declaring it was no fair wager. The dwarf spoke as he produced a gold coin from his pocket, placing it upon the table before Aaron. Like your companion, I do not believe in ethereal beings. They are merely beasts, he asserted, aligning himself with Vom and placing his bet. Let us wait and see. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather before this tavern and investigate that haunted house together. Aaron gladly accepted the gold coin, tucking it into his pocket. Given the dwarf's greedy and cunning nature, acquiring even a single copper from him was a formidable task. Yet, this individual had so readily produced a gold coin. Even if Aaron harbored no ulterior motives, he understood the significance of the dwarf's gesture. The value of this coin transcended mere stakes. It represented his admission into the company of Aaron and his three companions. With Aaron having made his intentions clear, the shrewd dwarf perceived this wager as merely the entry fee he needed to pay. After agreeing upon a time, the red-bearded dwarf departed with enthusiasm. Although Alfred had transitioned from earning 50 silver coins to a single gold piece, and was confident of his victory, he still felt a sense of unease regarding the outsider's inclusion. In this context, he conveyed to Aaron his unease regarding the dwarf. This occurred after the dwarf had departed from the tavern. Aaron, tossing the gold coins in his hand, shook his head as he gazed at Alfred. What troubles you, stranger? He inquired, fully aware of Alfred's concerns, which he articulated first. Indeed, he was not merely a human, he was a dwarf. This peculiar initiation of conversation felt almost as if it had been foreseen. Alfred hesitated, responding with uncertainty. At that moment, Aaron swiftly grasped the suspended coins in his hand. Indeed, as you pointed out, he is not a resident of this town. He is merely a foreigner. Pausing briefly, a mysterious expression suddenly crossed Aaron's face. But have you considered, we too are merely foreigners in this town? As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the tavern keeper, a middle-aged man who was polishing a glass. His eyes cast downward. Alfred observed the man's movements and demeanor, both exceedingly unnatural. He had undoubtedly been watching him moments before. Aaron's words seemed to strike a chord, as if they were a direct hit to the heart of the matter. I believe you are right, Alfred acknowledged, beginning to sense Aaron's true intentions in recruiting the dwarf. Did he require the dwarf as a formidable ally to confront potential beasts? That seemed implausible. For a hunter, confidence in one's own strength was an essential trait. There exists but one circumstance that can elucidate Aaron's true intent in inviting the dwarf to join. In Chapter 25, the town chief dealt with the incidents at the tavern, and Aaron cast a glance at Alfred. At that moment, should he wish to follow the dwarf or even strike up a conversation, the opportunity was ripe. However, if he chose not to act, after finishing his drink and feeling a slight warmth envelop him, he prepared to take his leave. Meanwhile, Link and Varm remained engrossed in their feasting, evidently captivated by the allure of the food. After advising these two fellows to leave behind some clues if they were to depart, Aaron stepped out of the tavern. Alfred, still intrigued by the dwarf, resolved to investigate the dwarf's situation, and after a brief respite, Aaron intended to attend to his own affairs. The two parted ways at the tavern's entrance. The Hunter-S Guild was situated adjacent to the guards' headquarters in the heart of the town. While the guards maintained order and dealt with human threats, the hunters were tasked with confronting those who had become beast-like. Cases involving the smuggling of high elf blood typically fell under the jurisdiction of the guards. However, their enforcers were largely just ordinary individuals of considerable strength. This disparity in potential adversarial power often relegated the guards to the fringes, marginalized by the hunters. Upon Aaron's arrival, the signs of both establishments starkly reflected their respective predicaments. Although the guard administration is an administrative unit of the Empire, its building appeared dilapidated, exuding a putrid odor whenever it rained. In contrast, the structure of the Hunters Guild, while similarly shrouded in a somber and oppressive style, was enveloped in an enigmatic darkness. This was a hue that Aaron favored. Before entering the guild, he unfastened his sash, allowing the silver sword pendant hanging around his neck to be revealed. As he stepped into the pitch-black chamber, devoid of windows, a solitary lamp flickered to life, casting light upon a figure that drew Aaron closer. In the desolate darkness, the sound of his footsteps echoed sharply in the silence. The woman seated beside the solitary lamp seemed oblivious to his approach, her head bowed as she diligently penned her thoughts. It was only when Aaron drew near and lightly tapped the table that she paused her writing, lifting her gaze to regard him with an indifferent stare. The aloofness among hunters was something Aaron had long since acclimated to, mirroring the way he treated others. Anyone could succumb to the monstrous influence of high elf blood, even former comrades, to avert emotional anguish and moral dilemmas. Most novices entering the Hunters Guild received a piece of invaluable advice from their seasoned predecessors. Maintain silence and vigilance, unless those individuals approached you first. At that moment, the woman, having finally ceased her scribbling, lifted her head and regarded Aaron with a cool gaze. The gleaming silver dagger became Aaron's talisman. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Who is the chief administrator of this town? I need to speak with him." The woman nodded, comprehending his intent. She closed her notebook, cradled it in one arm, and picked up the lamp from the table. "Please follow me," she said, employing a level of courtesy seldom used by seasoned hunters. From this alone, Aaron immediately discerned that this woman was a novice recently inducted into the Hunters Guild. An experienced hunter would never exhibit such behavior. Those who confront the threat of beasts day in and day out, perilously close to losing their lives, would not act in such a manner. Perhaps in the imperial capital, one might encounter pretentious individuals from the Sword Society who fancied themselves noble, refined, and understanding. However, beyond the capital, in the pursuit of manpower or even scapegoats, anyone could become a hunter. Using honorifics was merely an instinctive reaction of common folk when faced with noble individuals. Aaron understood that, to some extent, he indeed represented a figure of nobility. Thus, under the guidance of this woman, he followed the solitary beacon of light in the darkness. Ascending to the second floor of the house, at a door, the woman halted, turned to face Aaron, as if aware of the daunting encounter that awaited her. Yet mustering her courage, she took a deep breath. Then, with the hand that held the notebook, she gently rapped on the door. Before the door had fully opened, she slightly bent her knees and performed a polite bow towards Aaron, then turned and fled as if in haste. She held aloft the solitary lamp illuminating the darkened room. Once she departed, Aaron was immediately enveloped by the encroaching shadows. Feeling a profound discomfort, he waited briefly, but when no sound emerged from within the door, he exhausted his scant patience and pushed the door open. Heavy woolen curtains draped the windows, allowing only a muted gray light to seep through the crevices. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingling with the familiar stench of beastly monstrosities that Aaron had long since become accustomed to. Ignoring the surrounding darkness, he strode directly to the window and drew it open. Though the dim gray light was feeble, it managed to illuminate the room. Upon parting the curtains, Aaron's gaze fell upon garments strewn across the floor, stained with the blood of beasts. On the expansive bed lay a hunter, either intoxicated by alcohol or the essence of blood, sprawled in a state of complete unconsciousness. This was the very individual who had instilled fear in the woman who guided him here. Aaron approached the bedside slowly, scrutinizing the disheveled figure who lay there. Seemingly indifferent to his own appearance, he resembled more a destitute vagabond than the esteemed leader of the Hunters' Guild. Yet, there was a reason behind his disheveled state. Aaron noticed a tarnished yet still gleaming silver hunter's necklace resting around his neck, tainted though it was. This revelation instantly unveiled his identity. Once, he had been akin to Aaron, a hunter in the imperial capital, enjoying a prestigious status and the luxury of spending wealth with abandon. Until he transformed into the wretched figure before me, he had lived a life of dignity. The poor soul, Aaron muttered to himself. Even though the pallid, feeble light cast upon him, he exhibited no sign of awakening. Yet, Aaron possessed a unique method of dealing with such individuals. Chapter 26. Service. If one were to regard the mightiest among humanity as those who battle monstrous beings, then this cadre of individuals harbors their own vulnerabilities. Hunters are invariably sensitive to the sounds of weapons or the friction of metal, even in the deepest slumber. The mere sound of a blade being unsheathed evokes an instinctive panic. This instinct is indelibly etched into their very souls. Fully aware of this, especially now as the individual before him lay in a drunken stupor, Aaron seized this moment to draw his weapon. With a crystalline sound, the intoxicated leader, steeped in blood, jolted upright as if someone had grasped his throat. He gasped for air, as though encountering a nightmare in his dreams. The act of unsheathing a weapon signifies the commencement of battle, and having endured countless conflicts, he had witnessed many grotesque creatures. If your actions are reported to the imperial capital, dear leader of the hunters from Vankside town, even the token around your neck may not be safe. Upon regaining consciousness, Aaron spoke with an air of menace. The Director General lay in his own chamber, slumbering in broad daylight, a charge of negligence looming over him. And it seemed likely that this individual would soon face a demotion. Such a fate was far from favorable for him. Aaron possessed the authority to enact this consequence. Yet the Director General, having long since resigned himself to his circumstances, responded as if he had heard nothing at all. Awakening from a nightmare, he paid no heed to the unfamiliar figure standing in his room, instead preoccupied with groping around him. In the corner of the room, he discovered a bottle containing blood, encased in a dark green vessel. Most of its contents had been consumed, leaving little behind. He uncorked the bottle and, tilting his head back, gulped down the remaining blood as if it were the key to his revival, a means to affirm his existence. After exhaling a breath laden with the metallic scent of blood, he burped, seemingly awakening in earnest. "Sir, may I inquire who you are and why you find yourself in my quarters?" he said nonchalantly, grasping the blood-filled bottle. Observing the man's reaction, Aaron realized that the Director General was a figure who had long since abandoned hope. He no longer cared about the tribulations he faced. Any form of demotion held no significance for him. Reduced to such a state, did he still harbor any fear of the so-called consequences? This contemplation led Aaron to seek out a chair and take a seat. "I would like to inquire about the abandoned manor that was reported," Aaron stated after a moment of contemplation. Although this was not his primary objective for coming here, he intended to use this official matter to obscure his personal intentions. "So you came for that," the chief remarked, shaking his head in mild surprise. At that moment, the vial of blood in his hand was completely empty. He glanced down at the bottle, rose to his feet, and moved to the corner where he opened a cabinet and retrieved an unopened vial. Wrapped in leather, it concealed a wooden container from which numerous notes protruded. He rummaged through the documents for some time before finally locating the record of the task previously assigned. That was the situation I submitted 4 years ago. It has now expired, he remarked, as if this admission would alleviate his burden or reduce his troubles. Upon the utterance of expired, Aaron furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous undertone. Due to the passage of time and the absence of agents to address the matter, the chief hesitated to act on his own. Any hunter who perished due to unforeseen circumstances would face severe repercussions. This implied that within the jurisdiction of the Hunters Guild, the majority of chief officers, upon discovering an issue, would not instinctively seek to resolve it. Instead, they would merely report the matter to their superiors, categorizing it according to its level of danger and await the unoccupied agents to address it. All of this, however, was bound by a temporal constraint. Much like this forsaken manor, which has languished unattended for 4 years, it has not witnessed any significant upheaval. No malevolent spirits have emerged from its depths, nor have individuals mysteriously vanished. Thus, let it remain in its desolation, for few truly care about such abandoned abodes. As for the so-called agents above, were it not for obligatory demands, no one would willingly meddle in such matters or venture into such places, enduring the indifference and scorn of others. They might even risk their lives while executing their duties. This engenders a vicious cycle, with numerous expired missions, or those languishing in archives slowly fading from memory. Such is the perspective of the chief. For him, and any who engage with the issue, it is merely a drain of resources. Consequently, the chief sipped the blood of high elves and conveyed this matter to Aaron. Should he insist on pursuing or realizing something, then let him do as he wishes. My resources are limited. If you wish to investigate that wretched place, I fear you must do so alone or accompanied by your comrades. At this juncture, he began to distance himself from Aaron. Very well, Aaron said, extracting a small pouch of coins from his pocket and casting it upon the table. Upon seeing it, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. What do you mean by this? The chief inquired, grasping the pouch and weighing it in his palm. I do not appreciate being disturbed while engaged in my tasks. If you accept this sum of money, I implore you to conceal my arrival and refrain from allowing anyone to intervene. Thus spoke Aaron, the town's leader, well aware that many hunters share this peculiar trait, accustomed as they are to solitary endeavors. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Aaron harbors some clandestine affairs. He hesitated in contemplation, turning his gaze toward the persistent, gloomy rain falling outside, seemingly set to continue for several days. Few travelers would dare to embark in such dreary weather, yet his insatiable greed overshadowed the risks involved. He pocketed the gold coins, nodded, and affirmed, certainly, there is no issue. The Hunters Guild in Vansider Town will always provide the finest service for gentlemen. Chapter 27. Convergence. As Aaron resolved the troubles of the town's leader, Alfred, the red-bearded dwarf who followed him, detected something amiss with the man. Utilizing his nimble agility, Alfred traced the dwarf's footprints left by the rain and quickly located his whereabouts. However, upon finding the red-bearded dwarf, he did not approach immediately to inquire whether the other harbored any devious schemes. Even a fool could discern Alfred's peculiar behavior at such a moment, and such an approach would be tantamount to courting disaster. Should the man possess a guilty conscience, he would undoubtedly act in an uncharacteristic manner. Thus, Alfred simply needed to ensure that he remained undetected. Indeed, the unfolding events transpired precisely as he had anticipated. He witnessed this individual stealthily slipping into a narrow alley. In the pitch blackness of the passage, he surveyed both sides, glancing furtively, and when he deemed himself unnoticed, he swiftly retrieved an object from his pocket and shoved it into his mouth. This singular piece of information was sufficient for Alfred. His suspicions regarding this character had long been aroused. Thus, any actions deviating from the norm by the red-bearded dwarf would raise red flags. Even mere personal matters held no significance for Alfred. Attaining a conclusion was all that mattered to him. Atop the rooftop, Alfred crouched down, narrowing his eyes as he curiously scrutinized the figure below. Although he had already mentally condemned this individual to death, a flicker of curiosity lingered within him. What, indeed, had the red-bearded dwarf consumed? Regrettably, the dwarf's voluminous red beard obscured his view, preventing Alfred from discerning what he had ingested. Nevertheless, the furtive demeanor exhibited by the dwarf suggested that there lay hidden secrets behind his actions. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of conveying his suspicions to Aaron, complemented by the facts at hand. For Aaron, this would provide ample justification to unsheathe his weapon. Upon this realization, Alfred concluded that there was no longer any necessity to continue tailing this individual. Redbeard undoubtedly harbored issues, and it sufficed to relay this matter to Aaron and the others. Watching the diminutive figure depart, Alfred let out a cold snort before turning away. He commenced a frenzied eating contest. The two men fixed their wide eyes upon one another, each stubbornly refusing to yield. Were they to channel such fervor into their magical training, these two would undoubtedly be geniuses. Aaron, with a resigned sigh, could only shake his head, feeling utterly powerless. For them, this was merely a game between the two, with any notion of surrender being utterly unacceptable. "How are things on your end?" Alfred inquired, removing his gloves as he followed Aaron, though the rain left footprints in the muddy ground for passers-by. This small town presented a chaotic tapestry of tracks, varying in depth and clarity, complicating the search immensely. This was precisely why Alfred, who had been leading the way, found himself lagging behind Aaron at this moment. In response, Aaron shrugged, noting that resolving the affairs of a small town was typically a matter of money. Rarely was there an issue that could not be addressed with sufficient funds. The forces beyond the imperial capital, particularly the mercenaries, while seemingly indifferent, were driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth, fueled by their demand for the blood of high elves. Gold, indeed, served as the medium to satiate such desires, a nuance that Aaron adeptly recognized. Upon grasping Aaron's intentions, Alfred divulged his observations regarding the man with the red beard, asserting that he was undoubtedly a dubious character. The way this individual inquired was rather peculiar. Should this foreigner arrive in the town afflicted with a latent beastification disease, any provocation could trigger a ferocious rampage. The potential for widespread slaughter might merely be a trivial concern. What truly troubled Aaron was the extent of this man's strength. "Are you certain?" Although doubts lingered in his mind, casting shadows over the veracity of the situation, Aaron remained resolute and unperturbed. If Alfred's information proved accurate, even if the red-bearded dwarf had yet to succumb to beastification, he would likely opt to resolve the matter decisively to avert unnecessary complications. Conversely, if Alfred had exaggerated, merely reflecting his own internal apprehensions, it could provoke an unending cascade of troubles that could be deemed insurmountable. Until the issue with the hidden blades was addressed, Aaron was reluctant to raise further banners of defiance against himself. "Isn't he to embark with us tomorrow? Let him accompany us, then. You shall keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring that everything proceeds as though nothing amiss has occurred." As Aaron articulated his plan to Alfred, it became evident that what Alfred truly needed at that moment was not immense wealth or power, for such things held little value to him. Once ensnared in such a state, the prospect of unresolved potential adversaries would be more excruciating for him than death itself. Thus, under Aaron's directive, Alfred was assigned the task of surveilling the bearded dwarf. Regardless of whether this conjecture proved accurate or not, one certainty emerged. It would afford Alfred a measure of solace. Chapter 28. Violent breach the following day. The rain that had surged overnight rendered the dawn almost eerily still. Minute droplets cascaded upon the populace, while ominous clouds continued to loom overhead. Such weather seemed to suggest the presence of malevolent deities lurking in the shadows, their darkness perpetually shrouding this land. The mist appeared imbued with an aura of demise. Once commenced, this deluge was unlikely to cease entirely, and the prospect of clear skies seemed almost unattainable. Wam lamented the incessant rain, seated at the table, diligently attending to his preparations before departure. Even as others awoke, completed their routines, and partook of a meager breakfast, he remained engrossed in his tasks. This is the sorrow of a technician. While engaging in battle against monsters does not necessitate a formidable physique or mastery of potent magic. Such attributes are not rendered obsolete, but rather demand suitable alternatives. Alchemical weaponry, firearms, and gunpowder, these constitute Wam's qualifications in essence as a hunter. As a technician, he sought to possess power without the need for arduous training that would strain his body. Within the metallic cartridge, he meticulously filled each chamber with gunpowder, employing specialized tools to compress it firmly before inserting the mercury projectile and securing the edges tightly. This process demanded both patience and intricate labor. Only upon completion did he find himself with a single universal bullet head. Yet, his groundbreaking invention, that formidable machine gun, required an astonishing 128 rounds to fill its magazine. This predicament drove the irritable Vom to seek any excuse to vent his frustrations. Pondering why the black powder was not sufficiently fine, why the incessant rain refused to cease, and why no one in this world had devised a tool for rapid loading, He grasped at various justifications to release his pent-up emotions, allowing himself to focus and diligently load each bullet. When at last he completed the final round and inspected the weapon before strapping it on, Aaron and Alfred had long been prepared. Everyone awaited Vom, stirring within him a sense of guilt, as if he were destined to encounter some monstrous being at that very moment. This sentiment was the root of his irascible temperament. Crafting powerful weaponry required an extensive investment of time and effort. Yet, much like his complaints and curses during the weapon's creation, he harbored an almost fervent obsession towards hunting monsters. The mere act of pulling the trigger to reduce the creature before him to a pulp, amidst the deafening roar of cannon fire, filled him with a primal exhilaration as he witnessed blood and flesh scatter before his eyes. Although to some pacifists, that scene appeared rather brutal, for Vom, it represented his most fulfilling and accomplished moment. "Well, I am ready. Now let us shatter something akin to monsters," Vom declared with an air of menace. This made Aaron grimace, realizing that even in the face of monsters, should he remain within the group, he would undoubtedly reduce them to mere fragments. "All right, since we are all prepared, let us set forth," Aaron proclaimed. The quartet exited the inn, first rendezvousing with the dubious red-bearded dwarf at the tavern's entrance before proceeding to the haunted house. At the entrance of the haunted abode, the 5 individuals gazed at the window shattered by Alfred's arrow the previous day, and indeed, everything seemed as he had described. The house appeared to be genuinely haunted. The broken window had returned to its pristine condition, unless someone had ventured into the deserted estate during the night to reconfigure the shattered glass. How could such a phenomenon occur? However, the surrounding environment exhibited no anomalies. The overgrown path and rusted iron gate remained unchanged, just as Alfred had pushed them the day before. A thick mist enveloped the area, the paint on the metal railings peeling due to the relentless rain, and the air was heavy with the acrid scent of rust. The flora entwined around the metal railings stood unscathed, showing no signs of having been disturbed by anyone scaling the walls. Indeed, it is universally acknowledged that no sane individual would venture into such a forsaken place in the dead of night, only to replace the windows of that dilapidated house, unless, of course, they were a specter. "So, you wagered on the windows of this abode." The hunter, arms crossed over his chest, surveyed the premises. He discerned no broken windows, for they had already been mended. "It appears I have lost," the dwarf remarked nonchalantly. Aaron produced 2 gold coins from his pocket, tossing one each to Alfred and Link. Having received his due, Link shrugged, declaring that he had no further business here. He then turned on his heel and departed. After a morning fraught with the tedious task of reloading ammunition, coupled with the loss of a gold coin, Vom's mood soured considerably. He tugged at the latch of his submachine gun, rotating the cylinder as he proclaimed, "Now, let us venture forth and uncover the mysteries of this accursed place. I shall unleash all my mercury bullets into its rear." At that moment, the dwarf skillfully brandished his warhammer. "Allow me," he said, stepping forward, raising his hammer high, and then bringing it crashing down upon the rusted iron door. The metal emitted a distorted creak before collapsing with a resounding crash. Utilizing his brute strength, the dwarf forcefully knocked the door from its metal hinges, laying it upon the ground. With a sense of pride, he rested the hammer upon his shoulder after accomplishing this feat in this long-abandoned estate, where no soul had ventured for ages. Aaron and his companions entered through the forceful breach created by the dwarves. Weeds had overtaken the cobblestone path, and as Aaron inhaled deeply and stepped further into the estate, his boots sank into the damp foliage, instantly soaking it with water. "Well, I did pay a handsome sum for the Demon Guild's leader in this town to keep watch for us," he mused, a peculiar smile gracing his face. His concern, of course, lay with wealth. This estate, long forsaken and shunned by all, might well conceal a hidden trove of gold coins. Chapter 29. Do not disturb the serenity. As Aaron and his party traversed the dilapidated grounds of the estate, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if he had stepped into a realm of sorcery. His blood surged within him, quickening his heartbeat with an unsettling intensity. Clearly, there was something amiss here. With a steady hand, he grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth slowly. "Do you see the shards of glass over there?" Alfred remarked, his keen eyes darting to a shadowy corner of the room. Despite the rampant overgrowth and the dim weather, large fragments of glass scattered among the weeds still managed to catch the light. Yet, due to the angle, they remained hidden from those standing too far away. As the quartet advanced into the courtyard, the light reflected from those shards began to gleam fiercely, dazzling and disorienting them. The ground was strewn with shards of broken glass, Such a multitude of fragments could not arise from the mere shattering of a single pane. It was evident that more than one piece of glass had met its demise here. Observing the scattered remnants, Redbeard the dwarf, astonished, inquired, "How many pieces did you break?" His profound passion for forging imbued him with a deep aversion toward the wanton destruction of things, a sentiment he reserved for only the most dire of circumstances. "Only one," Alfred replied coldly, harboring a sense of suspicion. At that moment, the group collectively raised their gazes toward every window of the manor, each pane intact and unscathed. Yet the glass shards on the ground hinted that perhaps all the windows had once been shattered, only to be restored by some spectral force. Sensing an unusual presence, Aaron crouched down, pressing his palm firmly against the ground to attune himself to the magical currents surrounding him. He closed his eyes, yet simultaneously opened them again. However, the vision that unfolded before him was one that eluded most. The eye of his mind revealed the entire estate cloaked in a faint azure hue. Indeed, there was magic at play, he mused. Within this magical array, everything appeared as if confined within a treasure chest, obscuring the secrets hidden within the manor's confines. Realizing that further investigation would yield no fruitful results, he rose to his feet. Only Alfred noticed Aaron's actions, and he understood the significance of Aaron suddenly crouching down. He inquired, "What do you see?" Aaron shook his head, biting his lip, and replied, "I can only discern that this manor is shrouded in a magical veil, as if concealing something. Within this vast magical array, the flow of energy is everywhere, rendering everything else invisible to me." A flicker of disappointment crossed Alfred's face. He harbored numerous questions, eager to glimpse something through Aaron's eyes. However, that hope had dissipated. Thus, this manor and its abode would prove to be a perilous domain for Aaron and his companions. After exchanging glances and nodding in agreement, the four approached the entrance of the manor. Alfred produced a pouch of mechanism powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on the doorknob, yet nothing peculiar occurred. Nevertheless, they could not afford to relax their vigilance. Any misstep could lead to injury or even death among the group. Taking a deep breath, Alfred grasped the doorknob firmly. Aaron gripped his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any creature that might burst forth from within, ready to strike if any monster sought to harm Alfred. At the forefront of the entrance stood Vom, his finger poised on the trigger of his machine gun. If indeed a monster lurked behind the door, poised to leap forth, he would unhesitatingly unleash his bullets. Observing the seamless coordination of the trio, the dwarf felt an unsettling insignificance in his own presence. In a bid to assert his existence, he grasped his hammer tightly and positioned himself opposite Alfred. The door, long sealed, creaked open at Alfred's touch of the lever, unleashing a chilling gust from within. As a narrow gap appeared, Alfred pressed his palm against the door and forcefully pushed it ajar, swiftly retreating. Fortunately, aside from a waft of decay, nothing unusual emerged from within. The earlier tension and vigilance dissipated in an instant, replaced by a collective sigh of relief. It was all too easy to succumb to anxiety. Even beads of sweat began to form on the dwarf's brow. It felt as if a voice whispered in the air, elusive yet haunting, tightening the chest with unease. Surely, there was no significant threat. Aaron relaxed his grip, igniting a fireball that floated above his shoulder. He was one who preferred to resolve troubles through force, particularly when confronted with such nerve-wracking and eerie circumstances. Thus, as the door gradually opened without incident, he strode forward and delivered a decisive kick to the adjacent door. The sound of metal scraping suddenly pierced the air, sharp as if a needle had pricked the eardrum. Behind the door lay something concealed. And at the moment Aaron violently kicked it open, that object was sent crashing to the ground. After a cacophony of clattering sounds, Aaron, genuinely startled, leaped back a considerable distance. As the others regained their composure, taking a deep breath and focusing their gaze, they discovered that it was not a formidable entity after all. What lay before them was a skeletal figure, collapsed on the floor. In its final moments, it had been clad in heavy armor, which was the source of the terrifying noise echoing in the stillness, as the armor scraped against the floor. This skeleton bore no flesh. Its yellowed bones twisted to face the four individuals, its mouth agape, as if mocking the three startled hunters and the dwarf. Chapter 30. The Remains Truly. It was enough to evoke fear. Swallowing hard, Alfred stepped forward and kicked the decayed skull away. The head clattered and rolled into the darkness of the room, colliding with something and then bouncing back. Without its head, the armor on the ground resembled that of a headless knight. Aaron picked up its weapon, a massive axe which, if it struck a body, could cleave a person in two. Alternatively, it could be a specialized weapon designed to combat monsters, akin to a chain whip. Such a colossal weapon, when it collided with a creature, would be capable of severing its limbs, provided the wielder's strength was sufficient. Aaron gazed upon the immense weapon, reflecting on the identity of the warrior who had now become a lifeless corpse. This individual was likely not the master of the estate. No one would don armor and be fully armed within the confines of their own home, unless there were monstrous threats afoot. Yet, the armor bore no signs of battle, remaining pristine without even a scratch. Perhaps this individual was a guardian, a hunter tasked with protecting the manor. Not all formidable hunters operate under the auspices of the Hunters Guild. Some, possessing great strength, may choose to indulge in a life of nobility. Meanwhile, the aristocracy, often plagued by a profound sense of insecurity, have a penchant for hiring hunters as their personal bodyguards. This arrangement is a mutually beneficial transaction. However, Aaron sensed something amiss about this figure. Despite the passage of time and the inevitable rust that had emerged, it could not obscure the weapon's former sharp gleam. "Look at this," Alfred remarked as he grasped the deep-set stiletto embedded in the wooden plank and extracted it. Aaron, intrigued, snatched the stiletto from Alfred's hand and placed it beside the fallen body. Although the head had been severed, the cervical vertebrae remained lodged within the armor, revealing a deep fissure in the desiccated bone. As Aaron carefully positioned the stiletto along the edge of the gap, the wound aligned perfectly. Monsters do not wield weapons. Even if they were to grasp one, it would merely be an item picked up at random to hurl at others. Upon comprehending the manner of this individual's demise, Aaron's gaze descended to the armor. Apart from the bloodstains at the seams, the surface of the armor bore no other marks. Thus, the truth became evident. Based on the scant clues at his disposal, Aaron gradually deduced the events that had transpired here. It appeared that an assault had occurred. He noted that the wounds on the hunter indicated he had been struck fatally, without any resistance, and impaled upon the door. The absence of blood on the armor suggested that the confrontation transpired in an instant. He had been ambushed, wholly incapable of defending himself. Subsequently, his body had been discarded at the entrance. To be outmaneuvered and slain in such a manner was a profound humiliation, even for one who appeared relatively formidable. It seemed evident that a murder had been committed and subsequently concealed. Upon realizing this, Aaron rose to his feet and, with a sudden spark of curiosity, turned toward the dwarf, saying, "Hey, dwarf, I wish to discuss a matter with you. This issue must be resolved before we encounter it, lest we find ourselves in considerable trouble." "What matter?" The dwarf shrugged nonchalantly. Aaron raised the ornate dagger in his hand, admiring its intricate embellishments. This was no ordinary weapon. Indeed, it was a tool reserved for the affectations of the ostentatious nobility, where decoration surpassed utility. After taking a life, it was unceremoniously discarded here, indicating that the weapon's owner held no regard for the value of the blade itself. Indeed, he may even consider the weapon tainted, sullied by the blood and the vengeful spirits it has encountered. Thus, it was abandoned in this very spot. This suggests that the slaughter that transpired within this manor may not have been a mere act of greed or malice, but rather a declaration of war executed by one noble against another. In such circumstances, to maintain a semblance of decorum, the riches within this estate would typically remain untouched. Hence, Aaron's objective is halfway achieved. Within this manor, there must still lie a significant amount of wealth, now ownerless. Whosoever first uncovers these treasures shall hold the right to distribute them. It is for this reason that Aaron now discusses with the dwarf how they might share any valuable findings, particularly if they stumble upon a chest brimming with gold coins in the basement. Upon hearing Aaron's proposal, the dwarf's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he suggested a division of 1/5 of the spoils for himself. 1/5 sounds fair and reasonable. Let us proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Aaron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dwarf's savvy. As for Alfred's opinion of the dwarf, if this fellow truly harbors any ulterior motives, at that time, it would not be too late to take action. Thus, pondering these thoughts, the group departed from the corpse and moved closely together towards the depths of the room. Only the high elves would favor gold and white as their adornments. The entire carpet, having long been neglected, was covered with a thick layer of dust. However, this had its advantages. Walking upon this carpet produced not a whisper of sound. The noise of footsteps striking the wooden floorboards was muffled by the dense felt, transforming it into a muted thud. The four individuals, in unison, refrained from opening any of the doors on the first layer and proceeded directly to the staircase leading to the second floor. They had already surmised what awaited them in the room. However, it was not yet the time to claim their spoils. Chapter 31. Footsteps. The group halted, casting their gaze left and right. The long corridor stretched endlessly before them, shrouded in darkness, with all things concealed beneath a veil of black shadows. Even the faint light filtering through the windows appeared feeble. Observing the staircase, the dwarf spoke, suggesting that if there were treasure chests or the like, they would undoubtedly be located below. His reasoning was sound. No one would carelessly display their wealth for others to take or admire at will. The most valuable items are often those to which one feels an intense desire to possess. People would prefer to conceal such treasures in the darkest corners, far from the light. Perhaps gold coins awaited in such a place, hidden behind some mechanism in a secret chamber, nestled among the boxes in a forgotten corner. You are absolutely correct, Alfred remarked at this juncture. However, we must first ascertain what has transpired here. The noble family that once possessed this estate must have experienced some tragic event, yet now the manor lies in desolation. Apart from the solitary corpse we encountered upon entering, there is naught else to behold. This is highly unusual. Let us ascend before we descend, he proposed. Ultimately, Aaron mediated, asserting, since he has spoken, as the cornerstone of our group, whatever Aaron says is undoubtedly right. The dwarf, arms crossed before him, chose to acquiesce to his suggestion. The quartet ascended the staircase, only to be greeted by a scene identical to that on the ground floor, a crimson carpet, obsidian walls, and the dreary light filtering through, instilling a sense of discomfort within all present. The lack of adequate illumination in this place, if lingered in for too long, might indeed drive one to madness. It is difficult to fathom what the atmosphere would be like if someone were to remain here. Unable to suppress the tumultuous feelings swelling within him, Aaron voiced his thoughts. Originally, the group intended to continue their ascent, but at that moment, Alfred proposed an alternative. He urged everyone to follow him to the right. There, beside the window he had shattered yesterday, a sizable patch of the carpet lay damp. This was an unmistakable sign. When he broke the window, rain had been falling, and the wind had swept the rainwater into the room, naturally soaking the carpet. Although a pristine window has now replaced the former broken one, and the floor is devoid of shards of glass, a series of chilling marks mar the once untouched carpet, now soaked by rainwater. In a house long neglected, the red carpet ought to be laden with dust. As individuals tread upon it, they would not only stir clouds of dirt, but also leave their distinct footprints behind. After all, everyone's long boots have traversed the slippery courtyard to enter. Given that this place has been abandoned for an extended period, the lock on the door is rusted and tightly secured, suggesting that it should be devoid of any presence. Yet, at this moment, a multitude of footprints appears before everyone's eyes. Bare footprints, devoid of shoes, indicate that there were no traces of his arrival, only those of his departure. This anomaly arises from the rain-driven wind, which has dampened the carpet. The individual who replaced the glass must have come here, reaffixing the pane, and upon his exit, his feet naturally became wet from the already soaked area. Consequently, he inadvertently left his footprints behind. Alfred gazed at the marks on the floor before turning to glance at the wall opposite the window, where an arrow had pierced from outside the estate. This implies that upon crossing the window, it should have lodged itself into the wall. However, apart from an irreparable dent, the arrow itself has vanished without a trace, and nothing has fallen to the ground. The only plausible conclusion is that it was removed by someone. It appears we have discovered this enigmatic creature. Alfred remarked that the footprints on the ground could not be deceived. For Aaron, upon entering the manor and feeling the surging magic coursing through it, he understood. It was entirely possible that everything he had previously witnessed was an illusion. There could be magic obscuring the truth. Or perhaps it had simply distorted the perceptions of those gazing upon the estate, instilling a sense of dread. This suggested that the will-o'-the-wisps observed by Link might not be mere fabrications. He may have indeed seen them, albeit distorted through the lens of magic. Is it a person? Aaron murmured, lost in contemplation. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of deception. Should he pursue the investigation further? Alfred inquired. This mysterious, forsaken manor could very well have been deliberately abandoned. As for the reasons behind such an act, and the intentions it served, perhaps only the owner of the estate or the one who cast the obscuring spell would know. The four continued to follow the trail of footprints. The prince guided them to the right, ultimately vanishing before a wall. There were no signs of any turns, nor were there any stairs nearby. The nearest room to the point where the footprints disappeared was still a good 7 or 8 paces away. Yet, the footprints seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving only a wall before them, a dark, foreboding barrier that did not appear to invite passage. He could not comprehend why the end of the footprints would culminate in a wall. Such an enigmatic and sinister occurrence was utterly bizarre. Only Aaron raised his eyebrows at that moment. As a hunter, he understood the potency of blood, recognizing its profound connection to magic. The individual who left these footprints could potentially be a formidable sorcerer, not merely vanished before this wall. It seemed that this fellow had utilized the wall as a conduit to transport himself into one of the manor's chambers. This situation was becoming intriguing. Could it be that the occupant of this estate was a wizard? At that moment, a smirk played upon Aaron's lips as he coldly remarked, "Whatever it is, let me break this open and see what lies within," the dwarf declared, already brandishing his hammer. Chapter 32. The High Elf in the room before anyone could intervene. The dwarf had raised his enormous hammer. With his stout arms, he swiftly swung the weapon in a full arc and brought it down heavily upon the surface. The forceful strike, aimed at the wall that had stood for an indeterminate time, struck with such might that even a structure of brick and stone, corroded by years of rain without maintenance, would become exceedingly fragile. His assault on the wall resembled a sledgehammer crushing tofu. With his blow, the wall shattered, crumbling under the impact, and countless stones tumbled outward. In delivering such an attack, the dwarf had not anticipated the wall's astonishing fragility, allowing him to breach it with such ease. However, as the walls crumbled, his strength could no longer be contained, and the heavy hammer, along with his body, surged toward the outside. Just as he was about to tumble out of the house, Aaron, sensing the perilous situation, reached out to grasp his shoulder. The wind rushed in through the hole in the wall, carrying rainwater into the room. Outside this wall lay the outer facade of the house, and upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone understood that the trail of footprints could not possibly lead into the air outside. Good heavens, how terrifying this was! The dwarf set down his hammer, panting heavily. Yet, his destruction had awakened the sole remaining occupant of the house, who quietly tread upon the carpet with her bare feet, making not a sound. The wind that streamed in from outside even carried her sin away in the opposite direction. She approached Aaron and his companions, watching the wall with an eerie silence, moving stealthily like a venomous serpent. At that moment, Aaron abruptly raised his brow, turning around while lifting his sword. Enraptured by the scent of high elf blood, Aaron possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to this particular aroma. Even against the wind, he could detect its presence. It was an enticing sweetness, exuding a fresh fragrance. The woman before him was not human, but an elf of noble lineage. She wore a simple robe, which seemed ill-suited for traversing through the rain, as the biting cold wind would seep into her bones, causing her to shiver. There remained but one possibility. Aaron, having turned around, had already discerned the identity of the woman before him. She was the very woman whose footprints lingered, the specter that Link had glimpsed, and the guardian of this manor's glass. What value might a high elf possess? For a slaver, there exists no commodity more precious in this world. "Behold what I have discovered," Aaron exclaimed, brandishing his longsword towards the woman, urging his companions, who remained engrossed in the wall, to pay heed. At that moment, Alfred and the others finally turned, and in an instant, all raised their weapons. A woman, silently materializing in a place where she ought not to be, was no mere encounter. For all present, it felt more like a scene steeped in terror. Had Aaron not turned, who could say how close this woman might have approached, or what action she might have taken? "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Despite not detecting the scent of a beast, the woman before Aaron appeared to be an ordinary highborn vampire, which offered him a slight sense of relief. Instinctively, he inquired further. Upon hearing Aaron's question, the high elf exhibited a glimmer of curiosity, tilting her head as her gaze swept over the four men. "Who are you? What brings you to this place? There is nothing here that you seek. I implore you to depart swiftly." Her tone was neither heated nor cold, reminiscent of a noble lady encountered at an aristocratic soiree. While it may seem somewhat inappropriate to engage in such actions towards a lady, one must ponder, which noble woman would find herself alone in this desolate estate? Moreover, the entrance of the manor bears witness to the lifeless body of a hunter, a victim of foul play, now reduced to mere bones. Anyone who chooses to linger in such a foreboding place, regardless of their outward politeness, must surely raise suspicions. Thus, Aaron pressed forward without hesitation. However, at that moment, her figure abruptly vanished, reappearing within a few dozen paces, creating a considerable distance between them. The air was thick with residual magical essence, a clear indication that she had just wielded her powers. This revelation halted Aaron in his tracks. The mastery of magic possessed by high elves had reached an unparalleled zenith, allowing them to cast spells without incantations. Witnessing such might firsthand was an eye-opening experience for him. Should a conflict arise or a direct confrontation ensue, the four present would likely find themselves outmatched. Yet, she displayed no inclination to engage. After creating distance, she feigned surprise and remarked, "Ah, I see. You were here to capture me, a slave trader?" It appeared she had recalled something, her youthful appearance belying the fact that high elves often lose track of time. What had she truly experienced? For the sake of caution, Aaron was reluctant to take risks in her presence. After much contemplation, he opted against further aggression. Slave traders? No. We are hunters. The woman smiled faintly, shaking her head as she remarked on the indistinguishable nature between hunters and slave traders. As she spoke, it seemed a thought crossed her mind, and she absent-mindedly turned away, departing as if the four individuals standing there were mere ornaments. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the gazes of the remaining three fell upon Aaron. With a somber expression, Aaron pondered for a moment before speaking rapidly, "We must pursue her. She undoubtedly knows something crucial that we cannot afford to lose." With that, he set off in pursuit. Among the group, only the short-statured dwarf expressed profound discontent with this proposal, standing at merely half the height of a typical human. He had to hasten his pace to keep up with Aaron, expending twice the energy in the process. Chapter 33. Traps and Solutions. Aaron and his companions pursued the vanishing high elf, quickening their steps in an attempt to close the distance. However, the high elf's speed transcended the realm of their understanding and imagination. Each time Aaron neared her, she would swiftly evade, further widening the gap between them. This is absurd. Something feels amiss. After ascending 4 or 5 flights of stairs, Alfred suddenly interjected. In the throes of vigorous exertion, one often subconsciously neglects contemplation, acting purely on instinct. From the very beginning, he had sensed that this woman seemed to be deliberately enticing their pursuit. Thus, Alfred remained vigilant, wary of her true intentions. When he sensed that something was amiss, he promptly cautioned Aaron to halt immediately. This was, for Alfred, a habitual action as a member of the team, a manifestation of his commitment to outsmart the adversary with intellect rather than resorting to blind force. From the outset, he had diligently noted the scant clues at his disposal. He meticulously synthesized this information, and whenever he detected an anomaly or something beyond the realm of reason, he would swiftly alert Aaron. Such was the case this time. From the exterior, the mansion appeared to rise only 3 stories high, implying that the staircase could ascend no more than 4 levels. Yet, in the midst of this pursuit, their strides had already surpassed the 4th floor. Remarkably, Alfred counted and found himself on the 7th. Stop. Aaron, too, recognized the irregularity and abruptly halted. Upon his cessation, the owner of the house vanished without a trace. The surrounding environment remained unchanged, yet the gray light filtering through the windows had dissipated, plunging the outside into darkness. Gradually, the surroundings became increasingly obscure, a subtle transformation influenced by magic that was easily overlooked. Aaron approached the window, and the fireball hovering over his shoulder illuminated the glass, revealing a stone wall beyond. This architectural arrangement seemed absurdly ludicrous. The fundamental purpose of a window is to allow external light to penetrate, thereby illuminating the corridors within the dwelling. Yet beyond the window, there exists a formidable and solid stone wall. Without the illuminating glow of the fireball, this place would be engulfed in utter darkness. When individuals remain ensnared in darkness for too long, they become oblivious to the transformations occurring in their surroundings. Everything is shrouded in the inky shadows, particularly when flames flicker nearby, rendering people indifferent to the obscurity around them. Few dare to gaze into the darkness, for it portends misfortune. It appears we have indeed fallen into a trap, Aaron remarked. At this moment, while the environment remained unchanged, it was indeterminate whether they were above ground or below. Continuing to ascend the staircase would lead to an endless cycle. The stairs themselves were a snare, with some ascending and others descending. The sorcerer exploited this very aspect, inverting its essence. Among the group, Leo, who possessed the deepest understanding and utilization of magic, cast a detection spell upon the staircase. A tempestuous flow of magical energy manifested as a visible blue luminescence coursing over each step. As they ascended, they were simultaneously descending, prompting Aaron to instinctively retreat and look up at the ceiling above. Deciphering this magic proved challenging, yet he conceived a simpler and more effective solution. I believe we are presently trapped beneath this manor. If we are to escape, the most prudent course of action would be to dig a pit, he suggested, contemplating breaking through the ceiling above or perhaps shattering the window to excavate their way out from the depths. But why should we leave, since we have already arrived? At that moment, the dwarf shrugged nonchalantly and muttered to himself. He recalled Aaron's promise of a 1/5 share of the profits. Perhaps that woman had led the four of them to the underground of this estate in search of treasure? Even in the face of danger, the dwarf remained undeterred, fixated on the prospect of those valuable riches. As it happened, Aaron unexpectedly concurred with the dwarf's sentiments. This left Varm, who was trailing behind, momentarily speechless. He then exclaimed, "Hey, fellows, we are here to confront that ghost and give her a taste of our might." As he spoke, he brandished his weapon. A mercury bullet painstakingly loaded with gunpowder, now brimming with anticipation. Given the presence of a trap, it was plausible that some monstrous entity lurked in this eerie locale. Therefore, the primary objective at this juncture should be to locate that woman. Deviating from one's target midway is an unacceptable practice for a hunter. We will certainly find the one who unleashed this magic. Yet Varm, do you not perceive that these two matters are entirely non-conflicting? Aaron stated earnestly to Varm. Non-conflicting? What do you mean? Are you implying that I misunderstood something? Varm's temper flared. He was not fond of being told he was in the wrong. If this were indeed a magical trap, the individual who said it could not possibly sustain it with their own power indefinitely, which implies the existence of a magical array. Aaron spoke, his arms crossed over his chest, then cast a glance at the dwarf. In order to maintain a continuous output of magical power, the magic circle must be imbued with a substantial energy crystal, a commodity of considerable value. If we were to remove those stones, the energy recharge of the magic would cease, thereby revealing the woman who has deceived us. So, let us dismantle this staircase, Aaron suddenly pointed out. After listening to Aaron's discourse, Alfred, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he realized the logic was indeed coherent. As long as we dismantle the staircase, we would be able to locate the magic circle, and subsequently, everyone could dismantle the circle and share the spoils. Once the trap is destroyed, everything concealed within this manor would be revealed. With Aaron's innate talent stemming from his bloodline, although I am not entirely in agreement. If presented with a locked treasure chest, I too would be inclined to smash that lock, remarked the dwarf. At that moment, Aaron raised his chin with a sense of triumph. This was his plan, distinctly different from the methods of the Sleeve Sword Society. Chapter 34, Destruction and Pursuit. Aaron declared. And the group found merit in his words, thus they resolved to proceed as he had suggested. Varm shook his head, although he wielded the most powerful weapon among them. He had no desire to waste his mercury bullets on such trivial matters. As all eyes were fixated on the machine gun in his grasp, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, protectively cradling it as though it were a cherished treasure. He shook his head and inquired, "Why do you all gaze at me so intently? What are your intentions?" Aaron spread his arms and shrugged, attempting to elucidate, "Come now, don't be so stingy. What you wield is the most formidable weapon." Varm was acutely aware of the weapon's immense power, yet he had no intention of recklessly wasting it in that moment. With a resolute shake of his head, he replied, "And so what? The chamber holds mercury bullets, designed to confront formidable beasts, not to create holes in staircases." By uttering these words, he effectively conveyed his stance. He would not permit anyone else to dictate the direction in which his weapon was aimed. Since these were mercury bullets, they were intended for monsters. He steadfastly harbored this belief, lifting his chin with pride as he regarded Aaron. Consequently, he abandoned that line of thought and turned his attention to the dwarf. This red-bearded dwarf had, in a fit of impulsiveness, recently damaged the manor's walls and should have no qualms about further destruction. However, at that moment, he hesitated, glancing at the staircase as he voiced his concern. What might happen if the vibrations disrupt the flow of magical energy during the destruction? His apprehension was not unfounded. Aaron bit his lip, pausing momentarily before candidly admitting it might lead to an explosion. "Oh, that does not sound promising. I suppose I should reconsider my options," the dwarf replied. Although he spoke words of contemplation, his instinctive retreat revealed his true stance through his actions. Such perilous endeavors, fraught with danger, ought to be entrusted to those more adept in such matters. When faced with a choice between his own life and treasure, even a dwarf can discern what holds greater significance. His withdrawal was not lost on Aaron, who understood the implications of such a decision for the dwarf. This individual was unwilling to take such risks, prompting a resigned shrug from Aaron. At that moment, he found himself with but one option remaining. However, convincing Alfred to execute a brutal plan according to his design was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he cautiously ascended, placing a foot on the stair while raising his sword high. Before making his move, he cast a careful glance around and, after issuing a brief warning, launched himself into action without hesitation. The more one prepares and hesitates, the more one succumbs to fear, a prospect he was unwilling to entertain. So he acted, channeling his magic through his palm, swiftly infusing the entire blade with a soft, azure glow. The sword pierced the wooden board as effortlessly as a knife through bread, producing a muted thud. Just as Aaron was about to express that all seemed well, a thunderous crash resounded, as though something had been shattered by his hand. Everything around began to tremble and sway. Then, just as Aaron had predicted, a resounding boom echoed through the air as his longsword pierced the mechanism, inadvertently triggering some form of destruction. An explosion ensued. The magical energy dissipated, which, in truth, did not unleash catastrophic devastation. It was merely a sudden release of energy. This phenomenon led to a spectacle akin to a gust of wind emerging from the cold. As the tremors ceased, the air shimmered with countless specks of light, magical elements that are visible to the naked eye only during a dissipation or at exceedingly high concentrations. Well, it was merely an explosion. Aaron, relieved yet anxious, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely feared the basement might collapse due to the surge of magical energy. To be buried alive here would be utterly futile. However, this magical explosion seemed to catalyze a chain reaction, as the magic within the entire estate was interconnected. Once one area began to crumble, it would soon affect another. Amid this unfortunate chain reaction, the previously suppressed magical force suddenly surged, and Aaron was the first to sense a change in the atmosphere. Without waiting for his companions to react, he swiftly drew his weapon and dashed towards the source of his discovery, deliberately alerting his still-dazed comrades before vanishing from sight. As the magic concealing the manor dissipated, Aaron finally discovered the target he had long sought. He dashed up the staircase to the third floor, heading towards the room on the far right, though the wall obscured his view. The potent aura emanating from the high elf shone through the collapsing magical elements like a blazing torch. In an instant, Aaron located the chamber he had been searching for. Ascending the stairs, he unwittingly plunged into the manor's underground. The reason for the magical concealment remained a mystery, compounded by the lethargy of the local hunters' guild, which had long neglected this area. Consequently, it had been left abandoned and overlooked, extending into the present day. Upon dismantling the magical mechanism, Aaron inadvertently shattered the entire manor's barrier, revealing a magnificent spectacle to all the townsfolk. This revelation included the members of the Sleeve Sword Society, who arrived amidst the rain, dressed in elegant black attire and traveling in a coordinated caravan to the town. Before the awestruck gaze of the guarding hunters, these individuals brazenly surged forward, their target unmistakably being Aaron. Creating such a commotion in a town usually steeped in tranquility was unprecedented. The leader of the caravan directed their carriage straight towards the manor, certain that Aaron awaited within. Inside the carriage, a slender woman veiled in black could not conceal her fierce, determined gaze, even as her teeth ground together in anticipation. Chapter 35. The greedy human Aaron was acutely aware that the object of his quest lay within that very room. He understood well that there could be preset traps awaiting him inside. Being adequately prepared to confront potential troubles is always prudent. The heavy door panel detached from its frame fell heavily onto the floor. If there were indeed any traps, they would have surely been triggered at that moment. Stepping onto the door panel, Aaron lifted his foot and entered the room, surveying his surroundings. The high elf huddled in the corner, gazing at him in terror. The furnishings within the room bore no significant differences, resembling the most common abodes found in noble estates. The sudden noise startled the hidden high elf, who had not anticipated that this man would be so rude, even bordering on barbaric, appearing before her with such haste. Surely, he must be impatient, she mused. Indeed, just as I suspected. Suppressing the fear in her voice, she earnestly inquired, "What did you deduce?" To guard against any potential independent magical traps that might still linger nearby. Aaron refrained from taking any rash actions. He raised his sword from a distance, pointing it at the woman. The blade, illuminated by a grayish glow, continued to reflect a sharp, silvery sheen. This bloodthirsty sword had once consumed the lifeblood of many monsters, even after Aaron had meticulously wiped away the remnants. It still shimmered with an eerie light under the influence of magic. The longsword seemed to possess a life of its own, quivering slightly as it yearned for blood. Yet, Aaron's threat appeared to have no effect on the woman. This high elf seemed utterly unafraid of death, and no one knew precisely when she had arrived in this place. The reasons for her presence here remained a mystery. Aaron raised his eyebrows, attempting to discern some clues from the woman's composed demeanor. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat eerie. The impulsive Aaron stood before what could be deemed an adversary, lost in contemplation. He refrained from taking action, yet his mind raced to unravel the possible identity of this high elf and her motives for being here. Only by comprehending this matter could Aaron hope to clarify the questions he had posed. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Given that the other party had initiated some action, Aaron was determined not to appear as lifeless as a corpse. He opted for contemplation, seeking to avert an unnecessary confrontation. Only by grasping this situation did he believe he might unlock the secrets of the abandoned estate. That was the true purpose of his visit, to uncover certain truths, and if troubles arose, to address them accordingly. Additionally, he was curious to discover the legendary specter that had been whispered about. Though impulsive, Aaron wished to steer clear of superfluous conflict. He did not want to create a commotion or sustain injuries before dealing with the pursuing sleeve swords. Her footsteps shifted. The earlier terror she had felt was merely a reaction to Aaron's sudden breach of the wooden door, and it had not truly frightened her. Thus, at this moment, the high elf suppressed her fear, summoning her courage to stand before the hunter. Aaron did not advance a single step forward, maintaining a certain distance. Although in motion, she never approached Aaron throughout. In this standoff of silence, Aaron understood that persisting in this stalemate would benefit neither party. It merely squandered time. To shatter the impasse and render the transaction more equitable, Aaron suddenly and deftly lowered her sword, addressing the woman. Let us change the subject. I am a hunter from the imperial capital, dispatched to investigate this forsaken manor, as you have observed. With a flick of her wrist, she directed the blade towards the ground. As she spoke, her focus shifted abruptly, landing on the stout dwarf with the crimson beard. Humans are a peculiar race, possessing a glass ceiling in certain matters. Those beneath can only gaze upward at what lies above, yet are forever unable to ascend. For dwarves, this represents blatant discrimination. In this world, only humans can become hunters. Despite the many similarities they share with humans, dwarves, as a humanoid race, are excluded. It remains a mystery who proposed the hunter's code, declaring that under no circumstances can non-orthodox human races become hunters. The high elf was aware of this. She raised her alabaster wrist, pointing at the dwarf. If you are indeed here merely to cleanse the area, why have you brought along a stranger who is not a hunter? She inquired, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. In this matter, she was not mistaken. Although Aaron felt a twinge of regret for having his little deception unveiled, the issue was not significant. With a resigned gesture, he spread his hands and admitted, "Very well. I confess, I have come to this manor in search of treasure." At last, he spoke the truth, which caused the expression on the high elf's face to shift from derision to a chilling smirk. "Humans, always so greedy," she remarked, shaking her head. Yet, to Aaron's ears, her words rang painfully true. Were not all high elves once humans before their transformation? It was the influence of magic that rendered their kind so attuned to its mastery. Thus, they arrogantly deemed themselves high elves. In reality, prior to that, these so-called elves were merely avaricious humans. Chapter 36. Violent Threats. I am beginning to lose my patience, Aaron suddenly declared. He found no pleasure in hearing such nonsensical discourse from a high elf, who rambled on about greed and virtue. Was this matter truly of importance? Should she not be contemplating how to escape with her life under the edge of his sword? After all, he was a hunter, and the implications of that role were well understood by all, particularly in increasingly desolate and savage lands. A man accustomed to resolving every trouble and dispute through force. Aaron preferred not to engage in verbal sparring. He was more inclined to wield his sword, making the so-called high elf before him understand precisely who she was dealing with. Thus, when Aaron exhibited his impatience, he swiftly demonstrated through his actions that he was not jesting. He approached the high elf, brandishing his longsword with the demeanor of a street thug, and firmly grasped her chin. Forcing her to lift her gaze to meet his, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You are merely a self-proclaimed high elf among humans." She winced as if Aaron's grip pained her, her face contorted in agony. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, surveying her countenance with keen interest. She appeared rather attractive, which caused the corners of his mouth to curl upward involuntarily. Even in her moment of distress, Aaron chose not to release her. Rather, he tightened his grip around her throat, pressing her against the wall. Alfred arched an eyebrow, recalling that when Aaron's emotions spiraled out of control, he harbored certain peculiar predilections. Such tendencies were far from commendable, particularly for Aaron's adversaries. If, in the heat of battle against a beast, Aaron were incited by its actions, even upon slaying the creature, he would continue to dismember its corpse. He was inherently cruel and brutal. In the presence of humans, however, he exhibited a semblance of gentleness. Relying on Eren to adopt a pleasing demeanor towards the High Elves or other races is nearly an unattainable expectation. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? The dwarf gazed at Eren, a twinge of sympathy flickering within him. He harbored little concern for the anguish etched upon the woman's face. His sole desire was for Eren not to inflict harm upon her. In the eyes of the dwarfs, their aesthetic appreciation was centered solely on the robustness of one's physique, the luxuriance of body hair, and the intensity of the sense they exuded. Thus, the Dwarvenkin typically favored female dwarves or the elusive Orcish women they so ardently desired. Each orc woman embodied the idealized goddess in the hearts of dwarven males, their forms seemingly crafted to perfection in accordance with dwarven standards of beauty. In stark contrast, human women and those high elves were perceived as grotesque beyond measure in the dwarven perspective. Consequently, the red-bearded dwarf mumbled to himself, viewing the situation with the scrutiny reserved for merchandise, smacking his lips in contemplation. Should any mishap occur, it could potentially diminish the value of his investment. After all, he had been promised a fifth share by Eren. A decline in worth would inevitably translate to a lesser sum in his possession. Thus, it was in this moment that his apprehension became evident. Alfred, acutely aware of the dwarf's underlying concerns, understood the intricacies of the personalities across all races. Being the foremost genius of the Magic Academy, he was acutely aware of the staggering aesthetic preferences of male dwarfs. Their muscular forms, capable of withstanding the weight of a cart without a scratch, appeared as effortlessly adorned in heavy armor as if donning a simple dress. In certain legends and tales of the orcs, one often encounters female orcs tearing apart monstrous beasts with their bare hands, even subduing these creatures for forced copulation. Such extraordinary scenes could provoke a blush and retreat from any human male, yet they ignited an unexpected exhilaration among the dwarves. Grasping this notion rendered everything more comprehensible. Thus, Alfred chose to disregard the dwarf's grievances, turning his gaze to observe how Eren would address the matter at hand. After pinning the high elf against the wall, Eren sniffed, his expression one of bemusement. The elf appeared utterly bewildered, her breaths becoming labored under the unintentional pressure he exerted. In such dire circumstances, the act of contemplation seemed a luxury beyond her reach. Consequently, she made no response, merely allowing Eren to mutter on. If you cannot adequately preserve the blood coursing through your high elf veins, it will swiftly degenerate, losing its magical potency. Therefore, to ensure both quantity and the preservation of the blood's magical essence, a mere trickle is not a viable option. This is the foundation of the most powerful nation in the world, extracting blood from individuals rendered into a state of gruesome disarray to sustain others, while wielding formidable power. There are even nobles who would fill their bathtubs with the blood of dozens, indulging in a macabre soak. He articulated his words with a deliberate, almost sinister clarity, as if narrating a horror tale to this woman. Yet, it was not fiction, it was the stark reality. And Eren was not merely attempting to frighten her with tales of human greed. Before engaging in a discourse on human avarice, it would serve this woman well to reflect on the brutal lengths to which individuals would go to fulfill their insatiable desires. In the face of absolute power and cruelty, her most instinctual response ought to be one of fear and trepidation. This was the respect she owed. After concluding his statement, Eren released his grip and smiled, observing the high elf as she gasped for fresh air. Now, do you still wish to engage in trivial discussions about greed? Chapter 37. Poison in the blood breathing in the crisp air. She lifted her gaze, regarding Eren with disdain. This was merely a threat from him, devoid of significance. She mused. In her eyes, Eren's intimidation bore little effect. Hunters are adept at employing threats to interrogate their prey, a truth she had discerned long ago. The lifespan of high elves far exceeds the limits of human imagination. Though she appeared youthful, her true age would still be incomprehensible, even if one were to append a zero to Eren's years. She had long been subjected to various threats. The words spoken by Eren were not unfamiliar to her. Yet, even so, what of it? Do you intend to intimidate me? I am utterly unafraid of you, and your actions are utterly futile, declared the high elf before him. Do you deem it futile? Eren arched an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of insult. Since you hold such a belief. At that moment, with remarkable swiftness, Eren sliced open the woman's wrist. His speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible. As the crimson blood flowed forth, he had already concealed his dagger. The woman had not anticipated such a move from Eren. The sudden surge of pain caused her blood to cascade rapidly from her wrist. the vibrant red liquid exuding the unique fragrance of high elf blood. A slight smile graced Aaron's lips as, before all present, he leaned towards the freshly cut wound and inhaled deeply. The fresh blood of the high elf spread through his mouth, and Aaron was taken aback by its exquisite flavor. He had assumed that after spending much time in the manor, the blood of this high elf would have become bland due to the waning of magical essence. Blood devoid of magic would surely render taste and texture inferior. However, the reality proved otherwise. The moment the blood entered his mouth, its rich flavor erupted explosively. This ignited a longing deep within Aaron's soul, the delectable blood awakening an insatiable desire. I never expected your blood to be so delightful. Aaron took a deep breath and gazed at the high elf with an unusual expression. The purity of this blood exceeded his wildest imagination. The high elf, seemingly unaffected by the source of magical power due to her prolonged absence from her homeland, appeared more akin to an ordinary human. In fact, as Aaron savored the subtle texture of the blood, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the surging magic contained within was far sweeter and more delectable than the blood sold by smugglers. Isn't it peculiar? Aaron remarked. What is there to find strange? The high elf responded, her demeanor turning cold as she realized that Aaron had cut her wrist to drink her blood. Shouldn't you feel a sense of strangeness? At that moment, Aaron wiped the corner of his mouth and continued, You know precisely what I am referring to. The high elf shook her head in denial. In truth, I do not know. On the contrary, your greed repulses me, she replied, her face contorted in disgust. Repulsive? Is it? Aaron felt an increasing disdain for the high elf. He cleaned the excess blood from his mouth, realizing that further conversation would only lead to a tedious argument. Thus, he relinquished any threats, recognizing that this high elf indeed feared nothing. If he sought to glean any information or clues from her, it seemed an utterly impossible endeavor. Consequently, Aaron resolutely abandoned his intention to continue questioning her. With a sense of resignation, he turned away and gestured with his hands, expressing his exasperation. I believe I have failed. He candidly admitted his mistakes. Indeed, you have long since met with failure. The high elf standing behind Euron articulated this with a tone laced with derision. The words resonated as though something had been accomplished at his expense. To inflict violence upon one who has already succumbed to defeat breeds an envy steeped in brutality. Thus, despite the surge of magic coursing through his veins, rendering Euron exceedingly exhilarated, he maintained a firm restraint over himself, refusing to allow his emotions to govern his actions unless he needed to channel his anger toward a specific purpose. This was Euron's contemplation at that moment. He did not wish for his emotional turmoil to precipitate any unfortunate occurrences. Consequently, he chose to disregard the high elf's mockery as if he had not heard it at all. He gestured to Alfred, imploring him to deal with the high elf behind him. The time for violence had passed. The remaining matters would be entrusted to Alfred. Euron believed in delegating professional tasks to those adept in their fields. More precisely, Euron now felt a tinge of annoyance within him, a sensation ignited by the overwhelming magic, which made him feel as though he were teetering on the brink of losing control. At that moment, he yearned for a sufficiently tranquil space. Yet, his aberrant behavior had not gone unnoticed by his companions. After indulging in fresh blood, Aaron merely felt a slight warmth coursing through his body. However, when he turned to Alfred, he observed a flicker of madness in his companion's eyes. This was the most conspicuous sign of a human transforming into a beastly monster. Oh my God! Alfred exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief as he gazed at Aaron. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Aaron inquired, his expression one of confusion. Alfred seldom displayed such emotions. This usually aloof individual rarely altered his demeanor, even in the face of terrifying beastly creatures, merely showing a slight change in color. Yet at this moment, the shock in his gaze towards Aaron surpassed even that of encountering an overwhelmingly formidable beast. Hurry up and speak. What exactly is wrong? A sense of unease began to swell within Aaron, exacerbated by the invasive magical energy that kept his emotions in a state of extreme negativity. Your eyes resemble those of a monster, Alfred stated sharply, his features stern. It was then that Aaron realized the source of his discomfort. In a sudden revelation, he turned his head sharply to face the high elf, noting her increasingly sinister smile. I never anticipated I would be manipulated in such a way, he muttered, shaking his head. In a moment of uncontrollable rage, he delivered a merciless punch to the woman's face, a reaction born from his tumultuous emotions spiraling out of control. In a powerful blow, the woman collapsed unconscious. Chapter 38, The Messenger. With an overwhelming force, Luna, who disrupted lives without a second thought, remained indifferent. As the leader of the Sleeved Sword Society, it had been a long time since she had felt such anger. The actions of that man had not merely insulted her personally. They were an affront to the entire Sleeved Sword Society, whether it was the Hunters Guild or other factions. Luna felt compelled to take decisive action to provide an explanation to all. Thus, she arrived at this small town fully armed. The palpable aura of menace that surrounded her made even the town's guards, as well as other hunters, acutely aware that they were in the presence of someone they could not provoke. With expressions of awe, they watched the procession of cloaked figures enter the town. And the destruction wrought by Aaron, marked by the glaring light of magic, was unmistakable. At that moment, the town's leader, a disheveled man with a cynical smile, stepped forward. I never expected to encounter different hunters from the imperial capital 2 days in a row, he candidly remarked. Yet, Luna was uninterested in the town leader's thoughts. She unveiled her black veil, revealing her exquisite visage. Her breathtaking beauty and icy gaze instilled a sense of dread in the town leader. The stark chill in the air caused him to withdraw his cynical smile. I believe you should inform me of what transpired over there, Luna said, pointing towards the manor. The luminous essence of magic is disintegrating. This is your small town, a domain under your jurisdiction, is it not? She inquired with a tone of bewilderment. The town's mayor, albeit reluctantly, could only nod affirmatively. Indeed, I am the sovereign here. May I inquire what brings you, my lady? At this juncture, he assumed a serious demeanor. Despite being the mayor, he did not wield immense power. Nevertheless, he retained the authority to determine who may enter this town and who may not. Typically, this decision hinged on 2 criteria, whether he found the individual agreeable or whether they possessed sufficient wealth. This constituted his power, and when bestowed with such authority, the expectation was that he would safeguard the town's inhabitants. However, this had become an unspoken rule, and thus, it no longer garnered attention. Luna discerned the intentions of this man. The sleeves of the sword were not comprised of the financially destitute. Without the need for a single glance from Luna, a figure cloaked in black beside her readily tossed a pouch of gold coins. The weight of that bag was considerably more than what Kobe Allen had offered him. Wisely allocating one's financial resources to the appropriate individuals could resolve numerous issues. This was particularly true for Luna, who had grown accustomed to employing gold coins to alleviate her troubles. Upon receiving the coins, he swiftly concealed them within his pocket, ensuring no one witnessed the act. He then inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Indeed, that territory falls under my jurisdiction. However, it has remained desolate for quite some time. The sudden emergence of magical disturbances within the long-abandoned estate is evident to anyone that something amiss is afoot. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Luna pressed for clarity, demanding to know what had transpired, as the amount of gold was sufficient to procure all the necessary information. The hesitant town leader was compelled to spread his hands in resignation. He had initially hoped to earn a few more coins through his reticence. It became apparent that such aspirations were futile, prompting him to candidly relay the details of Aaron's visitation to Luna. These individuals did not enter the premises. They merely lingered on the street, engaged in discourse regarding the matter. Unbeknownst to them, Link, who had been secluded in his chamber, stealthily positioned himself at the window, carefully observing the unfolding scene. It appeared that Aaron's adversaries had caught up with him, and in that moment, without alarming anyone, Link had no choice but to conceal his presence and quietly slip away through a narrow alley. He needed to inform Aaron of the situation, for it was likely that Aaron was unprepared for an imminent confrontation. Moreover, no one could have anticipated Luna's unexpectedly early arrival. At that moment, members of the Sword and Sleeve Society encircled Luna, their presence unnoticed and undetected. Upon gleaning the full account of the situation from the town leader, Luna raised an eyebrow in triumph, reveling in the knowledge she had acquired. Because she understood the true nature of Aaron, who incessantly proclaimed himself to be devoid of desires. In reality, he relished in employing his own methods to obtain that which he desired. This must have been one of his endeavors. The long-neglected estate suddenly emanated an astonishing magical aura. If this had no connection to Aaron, Luna herself would scarcely believe it. Thus, she had already steeled herself for what was to come. It appeared we had located the individual in question. At that moment, Luna declared, as those clad in black behind her unsheathed their weapons in unison. Now that the target had been identified, preparations for battle were in order. Observing these combat-ready figures, the leader's expression finally shifted. Inflicting harm upon comrades was strictly forbidden by the Hunters Guild. He raised his voice, seemingly attempting to caution them. His intent was to prevent a significant disturbance in his territory. Otherwise, Even if he were not held accountable, Luna would certainly not escape unscathed. Yet, at that moment, Luna gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "Do you not cherish money? Am I not offering it to you?" Upon saying this, a mysterious and eerie smile graced her face, causing the leader to feel an immediate chill down his spine. He had underestimated this woman before him. No one had ever effortlessly taken wealth from Luna. For her, the principle of the gain is to give held especially true. As the leader of the Sleeve Sword Society, her ascent to this position was rooted in her unwavering adherence to a particular creed. Those hunters hailing from the imperial capital, are they truly human? Or are they monstrous beings that consume the very essence of humanity? Who can definitively ascertain the truth? Chapter 39. Fall from grace. The mayor of this small town understood that he had erred in certain respects. At this moment, though he harbored a sense of reluctance, he still had no intention of capitulating. Why should this hunter from the imperial capital be allowed to threaten him in such a condescending manner? Was it merely a handful of gold coins, or perhaps something else entirely? These self-proclaimed noble individuals, he had once been one of the hunters from the imperial capital himself. Yet now, he found himself reduced to such a state. Why would anyone venture to this forsaken place, a locale nearly devoid of visitors save for the lurking monsters? Was it due to conflict, or for reasons yet unspoken? He took a deep breath. In that instant, he finally regained his composure as a strategist. The opponent was indeed formidable, and currently an adversary he could not afford to provoke. However, he had already accepted payment from Aaron. Although his innate desire for gold had instinctively driven him to betray Aaron by divulging the information regarding the exploration of the Forsaken Manor to the woman before him, this woman was undeniably lacking in subtlety. Her blatant provocation and disdain were a clear affront, belittling him and the hunters of this town. He was not one to seek out trouble, yet when trouble came knocking at his door, it is no wonder he felt this way. Shortly after Luna's threat, he snapped his fingers with a scowl etched upon his face. Concealed in the shadows of the small town, he observed everything unfolding around him, patiently awaiting the emergence of the hunter who commanded authority from the corners. "I believe this lady ought to be apprised of a crucial fact. This is not the imperial capital, and I possess ample power to interrogate you." As he uttered these words, his anger became palpable, his tone laced with palpable malice. There was no more conspicuous threat than this. Those hunters, seasoned by countless battles, appeared disheveled, resembling destitute vagabonds. Yet, at their sides lay formidable, razor-sharp weapons, stained with the blood of beasts, rendering them quite fearsome. The bloodstains starkly contrasted with the gleaming, massive weapons. They had hunted colossal monsters together numerous times, and in an instant, a formation of encirclement had unconsciously taken shape. This instinct was almost ingrained in their combat nature. The members of the Sword Association had not anticipated such an occurrence. The audacity of the town leader of this trifling vanside to step forward and openly display his malevolence was astonishing. The tension between hunter and hunter was on the verge of eruption. What was happening? Luna regarded the surrounding hunters with confusion, then turned her inquisitive gaze toward the man before her. He appeared disheveled, hardly resembling a sufficiently formidable hunter or a powerful warrior. A somewhat avaricious individual dared to make such a choice. Luna was uncertain whether to commend his audacity or deem him hopelessly foolish. His actions bore no benefit to himself. "Are you truly opposing the hunters from the imperial capital?" Luna made her threat abundantly clear this time. She often exuded pride and arrogance, her identity as a hunter blinding her to the fact that threats were nothing more than a jest to a hunter. The despondent old man lowered his head, and gradually, like a crow, he emitted a chilling, sinister chuckle. It seemed this amused him greatly, his laughter causing his entire body to tremble. After a bout of unrestrained mirth, the grin at the corners of his mouth lingered, transforming into a malevolent sneer. "It is precisely because I once opposed the hunters of the imperial capital that I find myself in this predicament." At that moment, he drew forth his longsword, while his other hand, clad in a pristine white glove, unfastened his collar, revealing a silver insignia. The emblem of the imperial capital's hunters hung from his throat. The shimmering silver light momentarily captivated Luna, and her sword pointed toward him as the mayor of the small town began to murmur as if recounting a tale. "Is the imperial capital truly such a splendid place?" His tone bore an air of skepticism. "Beneath the towering walls, are there truly no shadows at all? Have you truly eradicated all the monsters lurking in the shadows? What a jest! It is you hunters who embody the true malignancy of the imperial capital. You are the genuine shadows. The struggle for power, the relentless trampling upon one another. Some are mercilessly sacrificed while others sit comfortably in high positions. Despite being hunters of the same ilk, Those who excel and possess the greatest strength occupy lofty seats without ever having shed a drop of blood. Conversely, those they are meant to protect are merely suspected of infection, accused of the beastification disease, and sentenced to death. I wish to inquire about the ordinary individuals who have expended their entire fortunes in pursuit of healing their gravely ill family members. Is it truly possible that merely consuming a vial of high-grade elven blood could transform them into monsters? If that is the case, then should not all hunters and graduate students from the magical academies have already faced capital punishment? Why? Because certain individuals must be treated differently. Is it due to the disparity in status? Or is it because, as mere tools and livestock, a sick animal must be swiftly executed? If that is the case, then he would prefer to remain a pure hunter. What he finds most intolerable is the so-called noble hunters who, driven by self-interest, deem themselves as superior tools and look down upon other hunters. Regardless of Aaron's motivations, at least that little fellow is willing to undertake certain actions, striving to erase the blemishes from this world. While what of these others? Aside from threats, what else have they done? Driven by trivial self-interests, they brazenly pursue their desires, wielding instruments of violence against their former comrades. If these individuals truly embody the essence of what he believes them to be, then today, in this very moment, he vows to staunchly defend the tenets of the hunter. You wretched fool, have you lost your mind? Luna found his actions incomprehensible. Such behavior is an unabashed provocation to the power elite. He could have chosen silence in the face of discontent if he wished to avoid appeasement. He could simply endure or turn away. Engaging in such reckless acts, surrounding himself with hunters, is utterly unforgivable. Chapter 40. The steps. Do you think I am mad? If that is your belief, then so be it. At this moment, the chief of the small town stepped forward. No one anticipated that this disheveled, middle-aged man would choose to rise in defiance at such a time. Much like Luna's initial attempts to probe him with threats, this individual, at his age, had long since ceased to engage in disputes over many matters. However, they were mistaken. It had been ages since he had spoken thus, standing forth like a true hunter. For a genuine hunter, the vocation extends beyond mere beast hunting. It encompasses the eradication of all that, while retaining the visage of humanity. Has already succumbed to a demonic essence. Harming one's colleagues is an intolerable act, and he absolutely will not permit this woman before him to engage in such behavior. I believe you have completely lost your mind, Luna stated, shaking her head at this moment. She found herself utterly unable to comprehend what thoughts were swirling within the mind of the man before her. Had he perhaps been infused with the blood of beasts? If you desire to seek trouble, then be prepared to bear the consequences of that trouble, Luna threatened without reservation. Her initial anger intensified as the situation unfolded. The sound of a hunter drawing his sword coincided with the sudden onset of a torrential downpour, the rain steadily growing heavier. The scene before them grew increasingly ironic and absurd. The hunters, who were meant to protect humanity, now drew their weapons in this supposedly safe little town, ready to engage in combat with their own comrades. These formidable weapons, originally intended for slaying monsters, would inflict grievous harm upon human flesh, severing limbs with alarming ease. Moreover, both parties had partaken of the blood of the High Elves, which meant that if a confrontation were to erupt, it would scarcely resemble a conflict between humans. To triumph over those who resembled monsters, the hunters would need to adopt monstrous traits themselves, even mirroring each other's combat styles. Although there existed a fundamental disparity in strength, the hunters of the imperial capital possessed far greater resources compared to their counterparts guarding this small town. Whether in terms of acquiring the potent blood of high elves or mastering advanced weaponry, they harnessed superior resources to elevate their prowess to remarkable heights. In stark contrast, the town of Vanst appears bereft of any such advantages. Its inhabitants possess only the scars born from their perennial battles against monsters. For any hunter who has narrowly escaped death, their combat experience represents an invaluable treasure, one that cannot be compensated for by even the most advanced weaponry or formidable magic. It is only through first-hand combat that one learns the discernments necessary between life and death. This is the essence of conflict among hunters. The Hunter Guild strictly prohibits confrontations between its members, for the investment of time and energy required to cultivate each hunter is immense. In their battles, the stakes are often fatal. Unless one is utterly vanquished, the fighting is unlikely to cease. Hunters, seasoned by years of monster slaying, have become instinctively accustomed to such ruthless engagements. Their weapons pose a significant threat to humanity. The broad blades and the enhanced power they wield can effortlessly cleave through flesh. A single strike could result in either death or grievous injury, often necessitating prolonged recovery periods and the expenditure of substantial amounts of high-grade elven blood. Despite Luna's seething anger and her issuing of such commands, she remains sufficiently composed at this moment, ensuring her emotions do not overpower her judgment. The conflict between the two parties appeared to be on the verge of eruption. At this moment, even in the face of such tension, the chief of the small town showed no inclination to retreat. It was as if he had been preparing for this eventuality all along. I must inquire, do you truly remain indifferent to the potential consequences of such actions? Just as the friction between the two factions neared a critical point, Luna addressed the chief. This individual was a reckless daredevil, seemingly unperturbed by the dire circumstances she found herself in. Having witnessed the menacing demeanor of the aristocracy, he recalled how, after refusing their summons, he had incurred their wrath, leading to his disqualification from becoming a hunter in the imperial capital and his subsequent exile here. He had come to understand that such defiance often leads to dire outcomes. Yet, he remained resolute, unwilling to compromise. For to do so would be to acknowledge the errors of his past. What folly is that? In this moment, the chief of the town appeared remarkably clear-sighted and untroubled. The instigator of the discord was you, and it was you who sought to create turmoil on my territory. At this point, the chief seemed to recognize that the other party was intentionally providing him with an opportunity to step back. Should he choose to reject this overture, the necessity for further dialogue would cease. He had no desire to lose his subordinates to such trivial internal strife, especially with guests arriving from the imperial capital. As he had articulated, in this world, there always exists a light that fails to illuminate every corner, where darkness grows unchecked. Just as humanity is powerless against the monsters beyond the city limits, it remains forever unable to confront these shadowy recesses untouched by light. Long ago, he had come to terms with this reality. As long as these entities did not disturb his territory or intrude upon his sight, they could do as they pleased. This decisive and ruthless leader revealed to Luna a glimmer of the astuteness characteristic of the hunters from the imperial city. Despite this foolish individual having descended to such a state due to his worthless principles, he still possessed sufficient cunning, which was enough for Luna. It was evident that we were not facing a master who had lost his sanity. At this moment, Luna's tone unexpectedly shifted. The previously displayed firmness seemed merely a facade. As she turned her face, everything transformed. Her delicate features now bore a smile that was almost difficult to dislike. She then raised her hand, signaling her hunters to lower their weapons. Chapter 41. Camped thus, both parties gradually approached each other, and the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. It was as if no one wished for such an event to unfold. Each day, they were acutely aware of what battle entailed for both sides: the flow of blood, severed limbs rolling to the side of the street, accompanied by immense suffering and unbearable wails. No one is willing to accept the occurrence of that event. The sturdy hunter's boots struck the cobblestone path of the town, drawing the two parties closer together. The more they approached one another, the greater the peril became. Initially, there was no intention of engaging in a dispute with you. At this moment, Luna appeared to have forgotten her previous actions. This prompted the town's chief to shake his head and remark, "You may certainly speak as you wish, but that was before you committed that act." The chief scoffed, for he cared little about how the other party attempted to justify themselves with sharp words. He had heard enough. The rhetoric offered by the other held no weight whatsoever. For hunters who have long dealt with the aristocracy, they resembled merchants more than hunters. The nobles pay to safeguard their lives, while the hunters wield their weapons to make the monsters pay. The worth of a monster's head is quantified in gold, and in this regard, hunters value life above all. You may choose not to argue with me, and I cannot dictate your actions. However, remember, this is my territory. With a shift in tone, the chief spoke with an air of menace. "You know precisely what I mean. Causing trouble in my domain is not a wise endeavor." Luna, under these circumstances, furrowed her brow and replied, "I will not create too much chaos. At least, no one will die." This was her greatest concession, and indeed, she had no means to eliminate Aaron, as the power behind him remained a mystery in the imperial capital. It is said that Aaron hails from an ancient bloodline. Long ago, this family had already partaken of the blood of high elves, a mystical essence capable of extending human life. Consequently, some speculate that this venerable lineage may still harbor an immensely powerful ancient being. Conversely, others assert that the locale of Aaron's ancestral home is merely a desolate, dilapidated small town by a lake, devoid of any legendary bloodline or formidable monster. The place is barren and secluded, seldom visited by anyone, and its nature remains shrouded in obscurity. Luna possesses only a fragment of knowledge regarding this matter. Beyond that, She dares not make any reckless assumptions. Were it not for certain conflicts of interest and inherent discord, she might have forged a friendship with Aaron, given her adeptness in negotiation. Just as in the current scenario, where both parties have reached a point of inevitable confrontation, her forbearance has rendered the situation more manageable. This notion is rather intriguing. However, I find myself curious. As the mayor of the small town broached this topic, he appeared hesitant to continue. The sole matter capable of piquing his curiosity is the reason behind the presence of the wheel, as it is evident that they cannot possibly be here solely to investigate that manner. Such reasoning serves merely as a pretext to evade the scrutiny of the woman before them. Indeed, she is precisely as Aaron had predicted. They have pursued him here to ensure that his small town would not encounter any troubles and that his tranquil life would remain unperturbed. He found himself compelled to take a stand. The distant magic continued to shimmer with an enchanting glow. The torrential rain was isolating everyone. Some matters are best left unexplored, just as there are things one ought not to know too deeply. Luna was aware of his curiosity and kindly offered a word of caution to the man before her. There are certain truths better left undiscovered, even if one harbors an insatiable curiosity. However, you are on my territory. At that moment, the town's chief asserted his authority once more. He could indeed choose to disregard the unfolding events or allow them to unfold as they may. After all, this matter was not of paramount importance, yet it pertained to the hunters of the imperial capital. Should he choose to remain oblivious, pretending as if nothing had occurred, the consequences could be dire. He might find himself unexpectedly apprehended by the inspectors while comfortably at home. Out of concern for his own safety, he hoped to handle the situation with utmost caution. I do not wish to offend a significant figure due to matters of which I am unaware. His words were deftly chosen, for those pursuing Aaron were formidable in their own right. They had not ventured through the rain merely to accompany this woman. If it were not for Aaron's formidable strength, or perhaps the powerful forces backing him, no one would dare to provoke him. Thus, they resorted to mobilizing such a multitude of personnel. For a hunter of significant prowess, strength equates to a certain degree of authority. Consequently, no one would relinquish their vigilance at this juncture. The decision made by the chief was astute and well considered. Luna expressed her discontent at that moment. However, have you considered that if you continue to pry, you might offend not only me but also those who stand behind me? At that instant, a conspiratorial smile crept across the face of the town's chief. If he were compelled to offend a powerful faction for the sake of his own safety, then Luna's actions undoubtedly pushed him toward Aaron. It could be said that Aaron's scheme had, at this point, achieved preliminary success. He intended for the town's chief to align with him, fully anticipating that the Shadow Sword would undoubtedly send numerous individuals to trouble him. In such a precarious situation, continuing the fight would be challenging. This was also the true reason he had bribed the town's chief upon his arrival. If I must offend you, I am confident that the young master will come to my aid. Barely had he uttered these words when Aaron's hearty laughter resonated through the air. This fellow, with his heavy strides, emerged leisurely from the alley's corner, removing his hat. Delighted to see you, Miss Luna. Chapter 42. Transforming into a monster? At this moment, Aaron's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise, for they all believed he was still within the confines of that estate. In truth, he had long since departed from there. Upon receiving word from Link, he wasted no time and hurried to this location without a moment's hesitation. Though he had been schemed against, he was unwilling to allow others to maneuver his affairs in the shadows, which left him feeling quite displeased and betrayed. The exuberant greeting he received was far more terrifying to Luna than the howl of any beast, as she could scarcely fathom how this man had managed, that fateful night, to infiltrate the gathering of the Sleeve Sword Association without alarming any magical devices, subsequently incapacitating everyone present. To be honest, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly, Aaron remarked with a hint of frustration, shaking his head. He genuinely had not anticipated the other party's promptness, which necessitated alterations to his previously laid plans. At this juncture, he found himself obliged to confront Luna, who stood before him. The sun's feeble rays cast a dim light upon the buildings flanking the street. And among those present, the individual who ought to feel the greatest joy was the mayor of this quaint town. With Aaron's arrival on the street, it implied he would no longer need to forcefully assert himself. Meanwhile, Luna began to respond in her own right. From the very beginning, she was acutely aware of the adversary she faced in this place. If she could circumvent all the obstacles before her, it would be the most favorable outcome. Thus, at that moment, she turned to confront Aaron directly and said, "The Shadowblade Society is far from being as inept as you might imagine. It was evident to all present that this individual possessed a rather irritable temperament. Should any actions be taken that could further exacerbate the conflict between them? An inevitable battle loomed on the horizon. However, this did not trouble Aaron in the slightest. Regardless of how many allies Luna had brought with her, he remained unfazed. In a direct confrontation, were it not for the ever-watchful oversight of the supervisory squad in the imperial capital, he was confident he would not be defeated. Even in situations where their combat abilities were vastly unequal. Compared to dealing with monstrous foes, Aaron's strength was more aptly suited for encounters with humans. This was precisely why he consistently maintained the upper hand during their disputes. The power of the Shadow Blade Society was indeed formidable. Yet that did not imply that Aaron was utterly without recourse against it. Were it truly so, he would never have dared to provoke the society. He understood when and how to respond under varying circumstances. Even in this state, where his emotions bordered on the chaotic, the power of his blood surged within him, as if infused with an indescribable essence. This rendered his emotions perpetually unstable, his palm firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. "You appear to be in a rather poor state. What have you been up to?" At this moment, Luna noticed the subtle shift in Aaron's gaze. Instinctively, she sensed the looming danger and immediately reached for her weapon. If Aaron had previously exuded an aura of mystery and formidable power that was difficult to decipher, then the man before her now seemed decidedly unhinged. It was as if he were teetering on the precipice between man and beast, poised to transform into a savage creature with just one more step forward. Everyone braced themselves. It seemed as though he had been poisoned. For the sake of safety, Luna felt compelled to voice her concerns. Her command elicited an instantaneous change in the expression of the town's leader. Just moments ago, this woman had assured him of a crucial promise, that she would refrain from taking any lethal action. Yet, in such a short span of time, her demeanor and reactions had revealed everything. At that moment, she resembled a woman ready to erupt into violence at any moment. "Hey, why do this?" the perplexed town leader exclaimed, raising his voice in protest. If a conflict or battle were to erupt here, he would be the last person to welcome such a scenario. At the very least, they needed to retreat beyond the town's borders. At this moment, Luna cast a scornful glance at him, genuinely disdainful of the town's chief. Did I not notice the transformation in Aaron's eyes? Moreover, his companions discreetly distanced themselves from him, for none could anticipate what was about to transpire. Would it be a fortuitous event, or a calamitous one? Would Aaron succumb to the beast within? Each person, at this juncture, could only harbor a hopeful prediction in their hearts, yearning for circumstances to evolve favorably rather than deteriorate. It was only upon Luna's prompting that the town chief noticed the alteration on Aaron's visage. "My goodness," he exclaimed, realizing that even from a pragmatic standpoint, no matter how aligned he was with Aaron, he would ultimately have to make his own choice when confronted with a monster. In that pivotal moment, he remembered his essence as a hunter. As one tasked with hunting monsters and safeguarding humanity, he must render the most judicious judgment in silence. Despite his revulsion towards the filth that lurked beneath the night, should a hunter become a monster, it is imperative that someone rises to end him. Otherwise, the potent combat capabilities of the hunter, coupled with the insatiable thirst for blood that comes with monstrosity, would render a nightmarish scenario, especially if he were to ravage an entire town and roam the forests unrestrained. For the world, this was undeniably a most dreadful affair. It was imperative that someone rise to halt this calamity, irrespective of whether the hunter was once a comrade or an adversary. At this moment, Aaron inhaled deeply, adjusting his breath, and a miraculous transformation ensued. Chapter 43. The threat. Before departing from the manor, Aaron was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, striving to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Without hesitation, he consumed the last pill he possessed. Whether it was the potent magic infused within his blood or the intense toxins it harbored, the effects of the pill were not as formidable as before. After a considerable duration, the magical essence of the pill gradually dissipated, soothing the raging blood within him. Under the influence of the potion, the characteristics that threatened to morph Aaron into a beastly creature swiftly vanished. He returned to his normal state, his grip on the longsword steady and unwavering. With each deep breath, he merely sought to recalibrate his mindset. The transformation he underwent appeared nothing short of miraculous to the onlookers. "Do you truly wish to confront a hunter?" Aaron, now fully cognizant, raised an eyebrow and inquired. Though his words conveyed a challenge, he refrained from any unnecessary movements, fully aware that his opponents lacked the courage to strike. In truth, although no overt actions were taken, Aaron had already been on guard in his heart. Should the current situation worsen or deviate from Aaron's expectations, he would not hesitate to draw his weapon, unprepared for battle. However, the mayor of the small town had never witnessed such a scene. The transformation of a human into a monster is nearly irreversible. Never has it been heard that a being, once transformed into a monster, could regain their sanity, awaken, or even undergo a physical transformation. It is an inconceivable notion. If a particular drug or blood could achieve such a feat, it would imply that hunters should have long since become obsolete. Either what he observed was an illusion, and the possibility of Aaron becoming a monster still lingered, or what he had previously witnessed was the true illusion. He realized that his understanding of the situation was limited. To what extent had the imperial capital advanced in their comprehension of blood? Or, what manner of identity did this man before him possess? Everything seemed shrouded in layers of enigma. No matter how he strained his mind, clarity eluded him. In this predicament, the only course of action available to him was to fulfill his duties. I must be seeing things, he lamented, utterly perplexed by the unfolding circumstances. He simply could not fathom why such troubles had befallen him. Regardless of where they may roam, why have they arrived here? Is it merely by chance that this small town has been chosen, due to his ill fortune? Such questions linger in this man's mind. If Aaron were aware of these thoughts at this moment, he would candidly confess that indeed, it seems to stem from his unfortunate circumstances. Aaron simply selected a random carriage and departed from the imperial capital, casually pinpointing a small town on the map, without any particular intention of coming here. This entire situation could be attributed to serendipity, or perhaps there exists an underlying inevitability in the matter. The three parties are destined to converge at this location. At this juncture, the threat of Aaron transforming into a monster at any moment has dissipated, which only heightens Luna's unease. This ability represents a perilous allure for hunters. For ages, it has remained unclear how many hunters have succumbed to their obsession with the hunt, ultimately transforming into bloodthirsty beasts, blurring the line between humanity and monstrosity. The consumption of copious amounts of high-grade elven blood, utilized for healing wounds or augmenting one's power, significantly increases a hunter's likelihood of metamorphosing into a monster, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This irony is profoundly striking. The more individuals consume high-grade elven blood, the greater the chances of their transformation into a beast. Yet, these so-called hunters, straddling the line between man and monster, wield the power to slay humanity. Although some scholars have emerged to protest, asserting that hunters should not possess such immense authority. In this world, a realm dominated by power, hunters, who have harnessed formidable strength through the blood of the higher elves, remain utterly indifferent to the trivial discourse of scholars. Possessing the authority to dictate the fates of others, how could they possibly relinquish such power? Such an outcome would only lead to a dead end, a reality that all hunters refuse to acknowledge, while scholars pay the ultimate price. They were slain amidst their academic tomes, their blood-staining ancient texts, and since that day, no one has dared to rise against the hunter's tyranny. In the face of violent hunters, the only recourse is to wield violence in kind. The victor claims authority and strength, while the vanquished faces disgrace. This is the true competition among hunters, particularly for those in the imperial capital. Aaron, you have transgressed, much like your previous misdeeds. Even now, as Aaron regains his lucidity, Luna will not relent. She has her own ambitions to pursue, and as she threatens him, the other hunters quietly converge towards Aaron. I am aware of that matter. I know. At this moment, Aaron declares, they acted thus to exact vengeance upon this woman before them, and in his current state, he need not harbor any concerns. For this is not the imperial city, and there are no supervisors to intervene in the clash between the two parties. As long as he can engage, Aaron firmly believes he will never find himself at a disadvantage. The members of the Sleeve Sword Society are merely empty vessels. Aaron would wager that the number of monsters he has hunted alone surpasses the combined total of those taken down by half of them. What is there to fear from such foes? At times, the combined might of a hunter and another can yield a power beyond imagination, akin to Aaron's reactions when confronted by the monsters on his way here. This principle equally applies to various individuals. He is convinced that, regardless of their numbers, these people possess little genuine combat prowess. They are more adept at savoring fine wine than tasting blood. This is a conclusion Aaron has drawn after numerous encounters with them. They pose no effective threat to him. Chapter 44. The core of the plan. If you wish to engage, I shall oblige. If not, it shall be my turn to strike. At this moment, Aaron made his position clear. He crossed his arms, exuding confidence, while the rain poured down upon his garments, which, despite being crafted from specialized materials, could not withstand such a torrential downpour. Soon, those present had all become drenched. At this moment, the longsword was drawn from its sheath, rainwater cascading down its surface before rolling off. The blade, glistening with a pristine sheen under the rain's embrace, appeared increasingly formidable. Aaron's stance exuded a readiness. As if he were fully prepared to engage, should his adversary dare to strike, he would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Conversely, if the opponent lacked the audacity to act, Aaron would seize the initiative. Luna, well acquainted with Aaron's nature, understood that his unsheathing of the weapon signified his intent to achieve a decisive outcome. He was not one to squander time on frivolous endeavors. He had always been thus. At this juncture, Luna found herself rapidly contemplating their predicament, reminiscent of their past confrontations. Aaron indeed possessed the strength to overpower Luna, and even the entirety of the Shadow Blade Society. He wielded such power. In previous battles, Luna had come to grasp this reality, compelling her to swiftly devise a solution. This understanding was a crucial factor in her ascent to leadership within the Shadow Blade Society. By adopting this approach, Luna ensured a sufficient level of combat deterrence. As long as such intimidation prevailed, the ensuing conflicts would naturally be left to the powerful elite to contest. Over time, this fostered a habitual reliance among the society's members on means other than combat to resolve practical issues, viewing direct confrontation as a behavior more akin to that of brutish warriors. Those devoid of substantial backing are the ones who resort to violence in the imperial capital to resolve their issues. In contrast, those who possess genuine support would convene in a luxurious hotel, engaging in calm and measured discussions. This accustomed mode of resolution gradually leads them to forget their primary duties, even fundamentally altering their behavior. These hunters, akin to what Yalowin disdainfully perceives, are more proficient in brandishing their weapons as a means of intimidation. This mirrors the actions taken by Luna when she initially clashed with the chief of the small town. They can draw their weapons without hesitation, fully aware that the ultimate decision regarding combat rests with Luna, a person averse to conflict as a resolution. Thus, when the town chief offered Luna an avenue for retreat, it facilitated a seamless handshake between the two parties. However, for Aaron, the situation is far more complex. Conflict is an unavoidable reality. Aaron is a man who resorts to sheer violence, trampling everything in his path, regardless of the distant powers that may stand behind him. Aaron intends to use unadulterated force to demonstrate to all present who the true hunter is. "We need to talk," Luna declared, realizing she had fallen into a precarious situation. Just as she had acted previously, even after Aaron had subjected her to a deeply humiliating act, she understood that the consequences of choosing violence were undesirable, regardless of her reluctance to foresee such an outcome. Yet, this was overshadowed by Yalowin's provocation and his menacing threats toward the entire Sleeved Sword Society. There are certain matters she must address, even if it means getting her hands dirty, hence her words. No. Quite the contrary, there is no need for discussion. At this moment, Aaron's actions seemed to reveal an uncanny understanding of Luna's innermost thoughts. "Since you have come to trouble me, I shall not let you off easily." With this declaration, Aaron brandished his sword, slicing through the rain with a sound that pierced the air. It resonated like an unabashed declaration of war, suggesting that if this continued, events would spiral uncontrollably toward a scenario Luna dreaded. She was acutely aware that her threats bore no weight against Aaron. Even her prior attempts to manipulate him had reached a disheartening conclusion, imparting a profound lesson upon her. How could one possibly exist devoid of desire? She found it utterly incomprehensible. As Aaron prepared to strike, he abruptly halted, calling off his own actions. "Very well. If you refuse to join me in a warmer setting for our discussion, let us clarify matters here." Luna spoke with a tone tinged with resignation, as this was her final, reluctant attempt to maintain a semblance of control over the situation. It was evident that, under any circumstances, Aaron would not acquiesce to her demands. In her words, she appeared to cleverly exploit the loopholes of her earlier statements, still striving to assert her influence over the unfolding scene. In this scenario, Aaron shook his head and remarked, "You need not struggle any longer. I am acutely aware of your intentions, and I understand precisely why you have come here." As he uttered these words, a cunning smile graced his face, reveling in the triumph of his scheme. After provoking the entire Sleeved Sword Association, Luna's supporters would inevitably be unable to tolerate the affront and would demand a response from her. All of this was meticulously orchestrated within Aaron's calculations. At this juncture, he had also manipulated those so-called influential figures. He was cognizant that these powerful individuals would not easily relinquish their hold. Yet, he also recognized that they had overestimated the members of the Sleeve Sword Association. The very fact that Luna, fully aware of her inferiority to Eren, still chose to confront him, lay at the heart of Eren's grand design. The reason she could boldly appear before him was due to the backing of the elite. However, in this dire predicament, when those elites had abandoned her, how could Eren possibly afford to grant Luna any semblance of opportunity? Chapter 45. Open provocation. I have grown weary of your words. Thus, let us resolve this matter in my manner. At this moment, Eren flexed his wrist. The sword in his grasp danced with agility, akin to an extension of his own limbs. Just as he prepared to strike, the town's chief finally made his presence known. He cleared his throat, casting a glance at Eren before turning his gaze towards Luna. The portly, square face, when twisted into a sinister expression, exudes an aura of sheer terror. Particularly striking are his eyes, which radiate a chilling intensity, resembling a nightmare in their depth. I must reiterate, this is my territory, and you are not permitted to cause disturbances here. With that, he drew his weapon and turned his gaze towards the young man. Eren, you seem quite confident in your abilities. Why not allow us to engage? He articulated, each word enunciated with precision. The onlookers were taken aback. This man, appearing to be in his 40s or perhaps 50s, looked as if he hadn't been in a fight for ages. His physique had become portly, even misshapen, and his chubby visage hardly emanated authority. Are you certain? Eren seemed to be struck at the core, his anger flaring like a provoked inferno. His tone was laced with tension, and Alfred understood that if Eren were to act in this state, there would be no mercy. Are you certain? The town's chief reiterated, chuckling as he shook his head. I am indeed certain. I have encountered individuals far more arrogant than you. Eren took a slight step back, preparing for battle, removing his hat and revealing a menacing smile. That does not imply, he replied, that those you have encountered possess an arrogance akin to mine. One should at least learn to respect their elders, young ones. Experience is a worthy entity to honor. As the mayor of the town spoke, he unexpectedly produced a small vial from an unknown source. When the cork was twisted open, all present could sense the emanating aroma, which was not merely the fragrant essence of wine. It was the scent of blood, an alluring yet acrid fragrance that caused every individual capable of perceiving it to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. Among them was Eren, who gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Only the hunters associated with this town regarded it with indifference. After the mayor drained the vial containing the blood, he finally became aware of the peculiar gazes surrounding him. What is the matter? Is there an issue? He inquired with a perplexed expression. At that moment, Eren opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Everything felt simultaneously abnormal yet entirely mundane. Among all those present, only Eren had the standing to critique the mayor's actions, for it was they two who were destined to engage in combat. What you are doing is cheating. The blood of high elves possesses a tremendous stimulating effect on humans, especially immediately after consumption. It is akin to ingesting the most potent stimulant. Logically, the battle between Eren and the mayor should be a fair contest between two hunters. Fairness, in its essence, signifies the engagement in a pure contest of strength without the utilization of any high elf blood. However, for the mayor of this small town, this principle seemed as trivial as a mere jest. He might not even grasp its significance. Thus, before the assembly, he produced the high elf blood he carried and consumed it. Cheating? You accuse me of deceit. What a preposterous notion. At that moment, the mayor adopted an aristocratic demeanor, raising his arms dramatically as he surveyed the crowd with exaggerated expressions. Young man, you must comprehend the nature of your adversary. I have grown old. Thus, you ought to show the requisite respect towards the elderly. He spoke with utmost sincerity, as if this assertion were an undeniable truth. At this juncture, Eren, finally managing to close his gaping mouth, nodded with considerable difficulty. It was not that he outright rejected this notion. It was akin to playing chess with an elder, who would inevitably deliberate carefully before making their next move. Out of courtesy, waiting was an imperative. Yet, this was a duel that could very well result in a fatal outcome, and here was this elder, brazenly partaking of high elf blood. For Luna, it seemed she had at last come to comprehend her standing in this moment. She resembled a woman who had seized an opportunity, covering her mouth to stifle a smile. Before Eren could articulate his next thought, she gently lifted her chin and spoke. Eren, you are indeed a hunter of the capital. Surely you possess at least a modicum of humility. Luna's words were straightforward in intent, deliberately aimed at putting Eren in an uncomfortable position. Indeed, this was a fair duel. At that moment, she finally discerned the true stance of the town's leader. There was no fundamental conflict between them. prompting Luna to decisively align herself with the leader and engage in verbal sparring with Eren. At this juncture, Eren felt a considerable discomfort. Nonetheless, it mattered little who stood before him. With a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently upon the town's leader, locking eyes. "Even with the blood of high elves like you and me, I can still defeat you." Eren articulated this with gritted teeth, for he truly felt a sense of being wronged. To his surprise, even in such circumstances, he found himself outmaneuvered by Luna. Contemplating the myriad complexities was of no consequence now. Eren had never harbored a sense of regret, even if he did realize he might have erred in certain matters. Chapter 46. The ancient way of duel. The primary duty of a hunter is to confront the terrifying monsters that plague humanity. When dreadful nightmares materialize and descend upon every individual, it is only the hunter who can rise to the occasion, wielding their weapon. Humanity creates monsters. This is a consequence of their own making, and thus, it is incumbent upon humanity to resolve the chaos they have wrought. This is an irrefutable truth. Any hypocritical rebuttal is merely sophistry. The role of a hunter has never been one of glory. For them, their actions are merely an attempt to rectify past transgressions. Therefore, for the chief of this small town, what necessity lies in adhering to those illusory rules? It serves only as a psychological balm of dubious origin. It is as if, by complying with such decrees, they can still consider themselves as normal human beings, preserving a semblance of dignity. The chief, who has languished in despair for many years, has long since seen through this charade. For both the accused and the executioner, this is a sordid task, yet a trivial rivalry persists among hunters. After imbibing the blood of high elves, wielding a longsword, he felt his heart racing with fervor. An inexhaustible surge of power coursed through him, as if he could rise and obliterate the entire world with his might. This hollow sensation, which purported to bring him pleasure, only revealed the profound emptiness of its existence. Under the influence of magic, his body began to heat up, the warmth evaporating the moisture from his soaked cloak. The fabric seemed as though something within it was being roasted, emitting wisps of white smoke. "Your Excellency, you are a worthy adversary." Eren held his sword with one hand, turning slightly, while the other hand rested behind him. Engaging in combat with but a single hand is akin to voluntarily severing one's own limb, thereby constraining one's own power. However, from the perspective of the town's leader, the situation is not so straightforward. He is enveloped in a mist of moisture, as though the rain has become incapable of touching his garments at this juncture. Absent the rain's barrier, his attire loosens, rendering his struggle considerably less arduous. Yet, the town's leader is acutely aware of the true disparity that exists between the two adversaries, a difference that transcends mere age. For a hunter, the potency of strength can sometimes be paramount, yet at other times, it holds little significance, particularly for Eren and this town's leader. This is a notion that the members of the Sleeve Sword Society may never comprehend. In contrast to Vom's relentless pursuit of sheer power, he recognizes that his reflexes cannot compete with those of a beast. Thus, for the most authentic hunters of the Empire, agility is of utmost importance. Strength is inconsequential, as long as one can adeptly evade each monstrous assault, and, during every counterattack, inflict grievous wounds, they can gradually weaken their foe. They wait patiently until their opponent's responses falter, then unleash their full might in a decisive blow. The essence of a hunter's mission to slay a monster is encapsulated in that singular, fatal strike. This is the true rationale behind Eren's poised stance. At the very first glance, the seasoned hunter has already grasped this profound truth. He drank the blood of the High Elves with a singular purpose, to enhance his reaction speed and agility to the utmost. For if one's movements are swift enough, victory can be seized. Conversely, sluggishness equates to defeat, a truth often misunderstood by others. In the duel of hunters, the outcome can be determined with a single strike, rendering all prior exertions inconsequential in that moment. This is an ancient rite of challenge, a relic from a distant and blood-soaked era, when the elder hunters could no longer contain the raging blood within them, risking transformation into monstrous beasts. They would issue such death challenges to uphold the last vestiges of human dignity. Thus, both parties stood prepared. A seasoned man nearing 50 faced off against Eren, the most formidable hunter in the capital at his age. Upon witnessing Eren's movements, the old hunter likewise removed his hat, turning in the opposite direction to present himself to Eren. Their actions were nearly identical at that moment. Luna, observing this scene, sensed something awry. A fleeting familiarity lingering in her mind, as though she had encountered it before but had since forgotten its significance. While Luna pondered the scene before her, Trying to recall where she might have witnessed such a thing, Aaron spoke up, inquiring, "Before the battle commences, may I first know your name, sir?" After a brief silence, the mayor of the small town loosened his collar, revealing the insignia of an imperial capital hunter that hung around his neck. "The name is irrelevant. All you need to know is that I was once an imperial capital hunter, just like you." Aaron nodded slightly and remarked, "No wonder you are familiar with such ancient rituals. I shall show mercy in my forthcoming actions." His words seemed to strike a chord with the town mayor, who laughed heartily before shaking his head and saying, "Young man, it is wise not to be overly confident. Though you are youthful, your speed and strength may rival mine. Bolstered by the blood of high elves, when it comes to experience, however, I can be your mentor." As he spoke, a self-assured smile spread across his face, displayed for all to see. After listening, Aaron shook his head and replied, "Experience in hunting monsters or experience in killing? I dare say your experience in the latter may not surpass mine." Chapter 47. Another stranger clearly taken aback by Aaron's words, the mayor paused for a moment, contemplating their meaning. This brief interlude left him feeling perplexed, yet he gradually began to grasp the implications of Aaron's statement. That cannot be considered a favorable experience, the mayor sighed wistfully. The two individuals stood resolutely amidst the pouring rain, each merely requiring a single strike to vanquish the other. Aaron needed to exercise greater caution than his opponent, for he had previously vowed to show mercy. A promise once made must be fulfilled. This was a principle Aaron had long embraced, unwilling to shatter his established convictions over a trivial matter. This was his steadfastness, even without the essence of high elves coursing through his veins. He remained confident in his ability to overcome the challenger who had emerged from the crowd. Both were seasoned warriors, thus neither fixated on the other's weapons. Their gazes were locked onto each other's eyes. Every subtle movement was laid bare through their expressions. Any hint of murderous intent would be immediately sensed by the other. It was inevitable that a flicker of malice would betray itself before any strike was launched. The commander had calculated that his adversary would strike first, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance in preparation for Aaron's advance. Yet, he had underestimated him. Aaron understood that should he initiate an attack, his eyes would betray him. To prevent his opponent from discerning his forthcoming actions, he chose to abandon the strategy of maintaining eye contact. Prolonged focus could appear foolish, leading Aaron to undertake a more audacious course of action in this tense moment. He shut his eyes, allowing the wind to sweep over him and the rain to cascade upon his form. Aaron's action momentarily stunned the commander, who had not anticipated such an occurrence. It was somewhat beyond the realm of reason. Thus, in this moment, with Aaron having closed his eyes and relinquished his most vital sense in battle, he found little reason to hesitate. To onlookers, Aaron's gesture appeared akin to an act of self-destruction. Yet the whispers of the wind and the patter of rain conveyed truths unbeknownst to him. In the depths of his contemplative silence, the tension around him magnified to an infinite degree. At that moment, the commander suddenly swung his longsword, and as he initiated his strike, Aaron opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, silvery flashes erupted as their blades clashed, resounding dozens of times in a fleeting instant. Ultimately, the commander faltered, succumbing to a lack of strength. With sheer force, Aaron thrust aside the commander's sword, leaving the surrounding spectators bewildered, unable to comprehend the swift turn of events. The outcome had already been sealed. All that could be discerned was Aaron positioning his sword against the commander's throat. A mere exertion of pressure would suffice to slice through the commander's windpipe. "It appeared that victory belonged to me," Aaron declared triumphantly as the commander's sword lay defeated on the ground. In a situation where the opponent was utterly defenseless, Aaron was not the sort to indiscriminately take lives. He possessed the ability to master his own emotions. Moreover, if I were to provoke further complications at this juncture, Aaron would find himself in a rather awkward predicament. To prevent such an occurrence, and since the outcome of the contest had already been established, the captain raised his hands after uttering these words. The captain, who had once brandished his sword with all his might, had now succumbed to defeat, taking 2 steps back. Even the blood of a high elf could not bridge the chasm of age, he lamented, as if lost in quiet contemplation. Just as he appeared to resign himself to his fate, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. A sturdy hand clapped upon the captain's shoulder as a man adorned with a black top hat strode directly into the crowd. Meanwhile, Aaron was preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with Luna. The sudden intrusion of this stranger into the throng caused Aaron to furrow his brow this time. His displeasure was palpable. Another one? "Luna, just how many acquaintances do you have? When will this end?" he exclaimed, his frustration evident. Yet, Luna appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of who this man could be. The stranger, who had abruptly entered the scene, emanated a palpable aura of danger. The tall blacktop hat, with its broad brim, obscured his gaze. This fellow, with his unkempt beard, was left utterly unrefined. He passed by the town's chief, one hand resting on the weapon at his waist, while the other gripped a shotgun tightly. I did not recognize him. At that moment, Luna also sensed the air of danger, retreating to widen the space between the two of them. This ominous aura made her feel that something was amiss. Aaron, too, heightened his vigilance, watching the stranger with utmost caution. Should he dare to make even the slightest reckless move, he would reveal his true prowess. The earlier duel between them had merely been a contest. Now, this man emanated a feral essence that left Aaron hesitating. If you do not recognize him, then who is he? Aaron continued to probe Luna. If this man had not arrived alongside her, the truth could only be one. He traversed the perilous rain-soaked streets alone. To undertake such a venture, there were only two possibilities. Either he was an arrogant madman, or he possessed the strength to wander the wilderness unaccompanied. Even Aaron dared not make such a guarantee. At that moment, the man finally lifted his head. "Aaron, I have been searching for you for quite some time," he rasped, his voice rough and gravelly, as if a formidable beast had once torn his throat. Even after his recovery, when he lifted his head, Aaron could still discern the grotesque scar etched upon his neck. Chapter 48. The Message. "You claim to be seeking me?" How amusing, Aaron chuckled while shaking his head, utterly disbelieving the words of the man before him. He could not recall ever having met this individual, who had seemingly inserted himself into the throng of hunters. It appeared he possessed an unwavering confidence in his own strength, whether out of a sense of caution or an instinctive awareness of impending danger. All the hunters at that moment drew their weapons, warily observing this enigmatic stranger. On this frigid, rain-soaked night, he radiated an aura of peril. The synchronized sound of drawn swords seemed to capture the man's attention. He turned to survey his surroundings, his expression unyielding. It was as though the unsheathed blades were not aimed at him at all. Alternatively, perhaps he was so assured of his own prowess that he simply did not care. "What a grand display. Do you intend to strike at me?" he remarked in a tone devoid of emotion after surveying the scene. At that moment, Aaron shook his head, knowing that Vom, the hot-tempered individual, could no longer contain his firearm. In order to prevent any escalation of tensions, Aaron resolved to intervene and halt Vom's actions. "A wise decision, young man," the mysterious stranger remarked with admiration upon witnessing Aaron's response. At that moment, Aaron furrowed his brow, not out of a desire for admiration akin to a lapdog in the hands of a noble woman, but rather as a precaution against the potential escalation of conflict between the parties. Thus, while uttering his words, he shook his head and advised, "I suggest you clarify your intentions and depart. There is no necessity to linger here and risk further complications." This was Aaron's most blatant threat. Yet the man before him appeared oblivious, as if he had not heard a word. He raised his hand towards his chest pocket, an action that instantly heightened everyone's vigilance, each gripping their swords, prepared for an imminent confrontation. However, the man merely glanced around at those present, his expression remaining as inscrutable as ever. He turned his head, casting a look that seemed to convey a sense of dissatisfaction. "Relax, everyone. If I intended to eliminate you, there would be no need for weapons," he stated. With that, he withdrew a letter from his clothing pocket and handed it to Aaron. After a moment's hesitation, Aaron ultimately accepted the missive. The instant he grasped it, he sensed a subtle magic coursing within. It was not a deadly trap, but rather a form of protection, one that forbade anyone else from opening it before him. Evidently, this letter resembles an invitation to a grand noble ball, bestowing upon its possessor the privilege of entry. Yet, few truly possess such an honor. For the grand aristocrats who host such lavish gatherings, the issuance of an invitation signifies an immense familial power. This realization rendered the letter in Aaron's hand suddenly scorching, its implications inscrutable even to him. Upon delivering the letter to its rightful recipient, the messenger bowed slightly, as if fulfilling a sacred duty. "I suppose my task concludes here," he mused, donning his top hat. The surrounding hunters exuded palpable hostility. Any untoward action on his part would surely provoke an immediate response. Despite his burgeoning curiosity regarding the letter, Aaron sensed that this was not the moment to peruse its contents. Thus, he tucked the letter away, scrutinizing the enigmatic courier before him. Countless mysteries shrouded this individual, rendering his identity elusive. If he were indeed a hunter in the service of a powerful noble, why bore no insignia? Surely, there should be some emblematic adornment upon his collar or elsewhere. However, This individual bore a striking resemblance to a homeless vagabond. Yet, in contrast to the typical drifter, he was clad in garments that, while ostensibly respectable, were utterly inappropriate, with weapons dangling at his waist. Regardless, the man's identity held an air of suspicion that should not be overlooked. One must not be deceived by his outward appearance. Otherwise, when he erupts into violence, it is likely that all those in proximity will remain ensnared in a dense fog of confusion. Since you have come this far, why not wait a moment longer? At that juncture, Aaron called out to him as he was about to turn away. Is there anything else? He paused and turned his head. Although Aaron had managed to halt him in his tracks, he had not yet formulated a specific reason for doing so. As the man inquired, Aaron's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he found himself compelled to voice a hastily concocted excuse. May I ask how you found me? Upon uttering this question, Aaron felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness wash over him. He hesitated and ultimately closed his mouth. The man appeared taken aback for a moment before. As if grasping the situation, he broke into a smile. Do you wish to know how I located you? He paused, seemingly in contemplation. Moments later, he articulated his conclusion. It was not a difficult task, at least not for me. The name of Aaron, the hunter of the imperial capital, is quite well known. As he spoke those words, it remained uncertain whether there was an underlying tone of mockery or if he genuinely meant what he articulated. Thus, continuing to press him for answers seemed utterly futile and devoid of significance. In this context, Aaron chose to seal his lips. The seasoned hunter, having fulfilled his task, turned and departed as quietly and unobtrusively as he had arrived. Chapter 49. The loser as the figure gradually receded into the distance. Onlookers began to notice a peculiar hitch in his right foot, causing his gait to appear somewhat unnatural. This was a detail that only became apparent once he had distanced himself. Moreover, it was not merely the irregularity of his foot that was concerning. It appeared that this individual had no intention of lingering in the town. Amidst the rain, he set off alone toward the outskirts, devoid of any means of transportation and notably hindered in his movement. Should he encounter a fearsome beast along the way, his chances of escape would be non-existent. He would be left with no alternative but to confront it head-on. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Clutching the letter in his hand, Aaron sensed an ominous undertone. The messenger who had delivered the letter exuded an air of confidence in his own abilities, which prompted such audacious behavior. Though his actions appeared reckless, they were underpinned by formidable strength. The grotesque wounds etched upon his body attested to the harrowing battles he had endured. Surviving such a harrowing battle, it is only natural for one to experience psychological issues. This is precisely how Aaron perceives it within the confines of his mind. Even without having opened the letter in his hand, he can largely deduce the identity of the sender. As for the invitation contained within this correspondence, Aaron firmly believes he cannot let such an opportunity slip away. Nevertheless, those considerations are matters for the future. For now, he must first address the immediate trouble at hand. At this moment, the members of the Sleeve Sword Society, despite the grim expressions adorning their faces, have tightened their grips on their weapons. This is a matter of dignity. Even though they are acutely aware of their inability to prevail against their adversaries, they must nonetheless rise to fight. While failure is indeed disgraceful, fleeing would invite ridicule from all, thus signaling their inability to navigate the realm of nobility any longer. One can only hope that misfortune does not befall oneself. The chief of the town shook his head and turned away. The situation before him was beyond his capacity to resolve. At this juncture, the only course of action available to him was to manage the aftermath. Consequently, he chose to avert his gaze from the impending clash, as if he were entirely oblivious to it. Luna, too, recognized the grave mistake she had made. However, with events having unfolded to this extent, could there possibly be an alternative solution? There was none. Everything had already been set in motion. Even as regret simmered within, at this moment, with Aaron approaching at a leisurely pace, certain matters must inevitably be concluded. You would do well not to become overly complacent about your own abilities. Luna cautioned Aaron in a tone laced with warning. Despite her awareness that if one were to list the things Aaron despised most in life, warnings would undoubtedly rank among the top 10, he merely smirked dismissively at her admonition, as if he had heard nothing at all. Nevertheless, as he moved, he began to articulate, I am a person devoid of desires. While every individual harbors wants, such inclinations are erroneous. If detected, they can be exploited by those with ulterior motives. As he spoke, Aaron pointed a finger at Luna, at which point, one of the lesser members of the Sleeves of the Sword, a nameless youth whose name eluded Aaron, charged forth. It appeared he was brimming with confidence in his own abilities, eager to vanquish Eren. Alas, in the blink of an eye, as he made his move, the sound of clashing metal echoed, and the weapon slipped from his grasp. To prevent any fatality, Eren swiftly rendered the youth unconscious with a single blow and continued to approach Luna. Do you not find your words to be contradictory and rather ironic? Luna retreated slightly, shaking her head. Contradictory? Ironic? Eren echoed in confusion, furrowing his brow as he pondered these terms. He did not perceive any contradiction in his assertions. Indeed, I possess desires. Yet those aspirations I shall attain through my own efforts. I have needs, and those I shall address independently. As he spoke, Eren's gaze became piercingly sharp, as though he had been touched upon a sensitive boundary. During his advance, members of the Sleeve Sword Society began charging at him one by one. However, the outcome was rather unfortunate. Despite their considerable confidence in their own abilities, they had evidently overestimated themselves. With merely one hand, Eren wielded his longsword and effortlessly dispatched all those who rushed toward him. Ultimately, step by step, Eren approached Luna, reaching the position he desired. He regarded those helplessly grasping their arms, and the unfortunate souls collapsed on the ground. Their weapons lay scattered, glinting faintly in the torchlight. The members of the Sleeve Sword Society could scarcely believe such an event was unfolding before their eyes, especially with their fallen comrades lying on the ground. The sheer number of individuals did not guarantee an advantage. Much like when we hunt monsters, those colossal creatures possess strength and vitality that far exceed our own. Yet, in the end, it is they who perish, not the hunters. His tone was laced with unabashed mockery. What did it matter how many there were? Eren could still overcome them all. After delivering this declaration, he turned to Luna and inquired, "Do you know where you faltered?" As for the underlying significance of Eren's words, Luna shook her head, unaware of their true meaning. At that moment, Eren suddenly stepped forward, akin to a participant in a grand ball. He extended his hand and clasped Luna's waist, drawing her closely against him. In the midst of the chilling raindrops, their body temperatures became acutely perceptible upon contact. The members of the Sleeve Sword Society were moved at that instant, gripping their weapons, contemplating their next actions. Yet, faced with insurmountable odds, they ultimately released their hold. Chapter 50, One-Sided Assault. It appears you possess a modicum of intelligence. However, for those in power, this may be an unwelcome sight. Eren addressed their reactions with a tone laced with mockery. What do you mean by that? Luna, ensconced in his embrace, maintained her composure. If they are unaware, do you not also remain in the dark? Eren turned, lowering his voice as he spoke to Luna. Some truths are best kept from the ears of many, for those who bear the knowledge are burdened with immense pressure. As Eren articulated, he spoke with precision. Luna indeed yearned to comprehend the implications of his words. For certain authorities, hunters are merely instruments of their will, while the Sleeve Sword Society can, in a sense, be deemed a gilded assembly. Countless noble scions have traversed its ranks, and to sustain their dominion, the aristocracy, in pursuit of popular support, finds themselves compelled to assume the role of hunters. How to become a hunter without the necessity of combat is a matter of great concern and anxiety for the nobility. Engaging in battle with monsters is an exceedingly perilous endeavor for a novice. Any surviving hunter possesses immense strength, for the weak have long since perished. However, this notion is paradoxical for the members of the Shadow Blade Society. The members of the Shadow Blade Society may not necessarily be formidable, yet they can certainly appear exquisite. Much like a general who requires a sword that can kill, the sword of the Shadow Blade Society is designed to ensure that hunters present themselves attractively. The FAAD composed of these noble scions serves as the representation of the Hunters Guild, embodying the transactional relationship between the supreme rulers of hunters and the aristocracy. The nobility's greatest dread is witnessing their precious offspring confronting the very monsters that hunters ought to battle. To this end, they are willing to wield their considerable influence to orchestrate such circumstances, much like Luna, who in this situation is compelled to lead a group of noble young masters to confront Eren with great fervor. What do you wish to accomplish? Upon hearing Eren's words, Luna has already surmised the general thoughts swirling in his mind. He harbors a secret that must remain concealed. Meanwhile, Luna feels it necessary to provide appropriate guidance to those influential figures, thus sealing a transaction at this moment. Indeed, you are who you are, ever so astute. At this juncture, Eren cannot help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. I have stated that if it is something I desire, I shall reach out to seize it, provided I am capable of doing so. As for matters beyond my grasp, I do not harbor ambitious longings for such things. With this assertion, Aaron succinctly articulated his intentions. Under the scrutiny of many, Luna pondered for a brief moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Though she held her own opinions regarding the process, I inquired, could we perhaps adopt a different approach? Regrettably, that was not an option. I had long wished to proceed in this forthright manner. Upon uttering these words, their bodies already in close proximity. There was no time for reaction as he abruptly kissed her. This time, she reciprocated without restraint, raising her knee to strike Aaron in the abdomen. Indeed, this woman possessed a fierce temperament, and upon feeling the sharp pain, Aaron quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, at that moment, it was too late for regret. He had entered into an unspoken agreement with this woman. Truly, there are no free handouts in this world, and under these circumstances, he found himself genuinely pained. Instinctively loosening his grip and retreating. Since you dared to commit such an egregious act, certain consequences must be borne, even if one possesses the strength of a brute. As Luna articulated this sentiment, she seized the opportunity while Aaron was still dazed, launching a flurry of blows. Hearing the commotion of the ensuing altercation, the mayor of the town turned in confusion. The scene that unfolded before him left him utterly speechless, ensnared in a moment of sheer astonishment. Only those who had personally engaged with Aaron could truly comprehend the terrifying nature of his enigmatic aura. Despite having consumed copious amounts of high elf blood, he remained an ordinary mortal, not an ancient deity. Yet, among the formidable beings the town's leader had encountered, few possessed the strength to overpower Aaron. The harsh reality before him was that this powerful individual had lost the initiative in a fair fight due to a sudden ambush. Consequently, he found himself pinned to the ground by Luna, who mercilessly stomped down upon him, each footfall a relentless assault. Had it not been for the high elf's blood, it was likely that Aaron would have suffered broken ribs and internal bleeding by this point. Following a relentless barrage of strikes, Luna finally exhaled, releasing the pent-up frustration that had long burdened her heart. Gasping for breath, she liberated herself from the pressure that had accumulated within her for so long. In front of the gathering of noble youths, all bore witness to the unfortunate individual who had brought shame upon the Sword Sleeve Society, being subdued and trampled by a woman. While the circumstances that led to Aaron's unprecedented vulnerability before a man of his stature remained a curious enigma, such details paled in significance. The matter had been resolved. Should you dare to provoke the Sword Sleeve Society again, rest assured, your fate will be far graver than this encounter. After delivering such a harsh remark, Luna raised her hand, signaling the members of the Sleeve Sword Society to follow her to the desolate manor. Once they departed, Alfred crossed his arms, shook his head, and gazed at Aaron, who lay sprawled on the ground. I had warned him long ago that making a deal with this woman would inevitably lead to suffering. Aaron had grown weary of such commentary. His current state, lying in the rain-soaked earth, was one of profound discomfort. The blood of high elves could significantly enhance a being's abilities, yet this was contingent upon their inherent strength. If one was not sufficiently formidable, it would be disingenuous to claim that a thorough beating did not hurt. However, for the sake of the forthcoming plan, although it might cost him a modicum of dignity, it was not a grave concern. Chapter 51. The power of nobility. As for the affairs of others, they were of no consequence to Aaron. For him, this was an uneven battle, with a considerable disparity in strength between the two sides, a situation that could not be resolved in a fleeting moment. Aaron was acutely aware that, as a hunter, now was not the time to offend the nobles residing within the imperial capital. They wielded power and influence, their wealth and strength far surpassing his own capabilities. Yet, they possessed a critical vulnerability. This wealth and power did not fundamentally belong to them. It was acquired through transactions, and therein lay an opportunity for Aaron to interject and procure the benefits he desired. As for Luna, she was merely a pawn in the game of power. She was acutely aware of the value of her vehicle. However, in her dealings with the nobility, Luna understood the risks she was undertaking. By obediently complying with their whims and commands, she could attain her desires. Yet, should this pawn lose its worth, the consequences were something Luna could hardly bear to contemplate. Thus, when Aaron proposed his plan, she readily acquiesced. From the outset, this woman had approached matters from her own perspective. She needed to secure an escape route that did not rely on the aristocrats. This was a choice that only a sufficiently astute individual would make, and therefore, Aaron was confident that she would accept his terms. Within that forsaken manor, the unconscious high elf concealed numerous secrets. However, regarding Aaron's identity, capturing such a high elf would inevitably invite complications. Thus, when Link reported Luna's arrival, Yaman had already formulated a clear plan in his mind. The exchange would indeed yield power that benefited all parties involved. More crucially, as the Sleeved Sword Society was backed by these nobles, they undoubtedly possessed a wealth of undisclosed information. Imagine if the nobles received intelligence stating that Aaron, having slipped out of the city, was unexpectedly discovered by Luna after being thoroughly beaten amidst the ruins of the manor he sought to explore, where the presence of a high elf awaited him. Moreover, the blood of this high elf possesses a unique power, and with such a prize, Luna would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly acquire information from the new nobility. This is precisely what Aaron desires. He believes Luna can interrogate the high elf, securing assistance from the aristocrats without arousing any suspicion. This plan is truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, Aaron is convinced that the high elf concealed within the abandoned estate harbors an extraordinary identity. Nobility is not defined merely by vast wealth and power, but by possessing elements that allure others into collaboration. Those endowed with strength yearn to obtain riches from the aristocrats, thus allowing the nobility to exploit their might. Conversely, the wise aspire to ascend to greater heights by using the nobility as a stepping stone, and the aristocrats do not hesitate to utilize them as a means to elevate their family's status. In such circumstances, the power they wield is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It is a form of authority capable of extracting a continuous flow of resources from the world. Should those with strength or wisdom realize they can ascend alternately by leveraging the connection between Aaron and the nobility, they would, much like Luna, find it impossible to decline Aaron's invitation. Alas, in this regard, Aaron considers himself a demon. To strike a deal with a demon means that the true cost may far exceed the immediate benefits at hand. With Alfred's assistance, Aaron rose to his feet, while the companions around him shrugged their shoulders, inquiring about his next plans. The scheme had matured. It was time to let others undertake this free labor on his behalf. Luna would undoubtedly handle that matter adeptly, while Aaron, at that moment, felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. All he desired was to find a hotel where he could recline and rest adequately. Thus, for Aaron, the most optimal plan was simply to lie down and recuperate. Upon voicing his intention, everyone was taken aback, considering that the peculiar letter remained unresolved. Nevertheless, since he had made his decision, there was little more to discuss. The unfolding of events transpired just as Aaron had anticipated. He arrived at the inn in this quaint town, embarking on a brief respite. Following Aaron, Luna unearthed numerous treasures within the dilapidated mansion. After 2 days of rest, Aaron finally felt rejuvenated enough to emerge from his room and descend for a meal. As he did, he observed the members of the Sleeved Sword Society departing one after another. Although the relentless rain had finally ceased, the air still hung heavy with a misty, grayish-white fog. This haze enveloped all the structures, while the uneven cobblestones of the ground accumulated small puddles in their depressions. Hunters traversed the path, their boots splashing through the waterlogged areas, sending sprays of murky water into the air. Nearby, by the warmth of the hearth, Link and Varm idly engaged in a card game, while Alfred seemed to have vanished to who knows where. He must have been uneasy about the investigation into the manor by the concealed sword, thus he likely went to keep watch. However, those hunters who exited the manor bore expressions of discontent. No one knew what they had truly endured within that desolate estate over the past few days. It was best to leave everything to them to resolve. Why risk oneself unnecessarily? Aaron muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased as he requested 2 servings of fragrant roast from the innkeeper. Chapter 52. The invitation. It seemed that matters had been resolved in this manner. While Aaron savored his roast, Alfred entered the office. As he opened the door, a chill, damp breeze rushed into the room. Even the roaring fireplace could not dispel the oppressive cold. I have already foretold that everything would unfold as expected, sustaining only minor injuries and leaving the rest to others, Aaron remarked, chewing his food with a sense of self-satisfaction. This was indeed an ideal outcome. Yet, what do you intend to do about that letter? Alfred's mind was firmly anchored to this matter. Everything appeared deceptively simple. Aaron's demeanor suggested he had forgotten his obligations. The letter? After finally swallowing his food, Aaron recalled the matter he had momentarily overlooked, thanks to Alfred's reminder. He then retrieved the letter from his pocket. Though the messenger had long since delivered the letter into Aaron's hands, he had yet to unseal it. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable premonition deterred him from opening the object. His neglect was not mere happenstance. It was a deliberate effort to obscure the past, a hope that this matter might fade into oblivion. Clearly, Alfred was not one to forget so easily. He remembered every event he had encountered, particularly those of significant import. Although the letter appeared to bear no connection to him, who could truly ascertain its relevance? Wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, Aaron extracted the letter from the pocket of his chest. Alfred, with keen perception, noticed that the protective enchantment surrounding the letter had not yet dissipated. A faint aura of magic still enveloped it. Unless the energy sustaining the spell was compromised, it would continue to safeguard the missive until it was opened. Have you not yet unsealed it? Is there an issue? Alfred arched an eyebrow, inquiring pointedly. The incisive question left Aaron momentarily speechless, for he could not articulate the source of his trepidation. After all, it was merely an ordinary letter. I am merely curious about the identity of the sender, he replied, feigning nonchalance. With that, he extended his hand and tore open the letter. At the moment of its unveiling, the protective magical array shattered, releasing a cascade of azure light from within. Gazing at the scattered, fleeing magical elements, which resembled mysterious light, Alfred noted that the content of the letter was minimal and could be easily perused. It was merely a simple invitation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired about its contents. Aaron examined the letter 3 or 4 times before handing it to Alfred. Lord Aaron, I am honored to invite you to the southwestern winds of the imperial capital. Amidst the mountains, we have discovered a castle that has lain in ruin for nearly a century, and I believe it will pique your interest. Alfred picked up the letter from the table and briefly recited the words. There was no signature, only a location, and more crucially, the sender possessed formidable strength. The very identity of that fearsome individual indicated that this letter was far from a mere prank. This is absurd, Alfred remarked after finishing the letter. This is not a matter of finding a child on the street, offering them money to slip this letter through Aaron's door. The sender is a peculiar and powerful figure, bold enough to leave this town in the rain and tread upon perilous paths. There seems to be a vast conspiracy at play, yet it also resembles a treasure laid bare before me. So, will you accept this invitation? Alfred cast aside the letter in his hand. Upon encountering this letter, Aaron found himself engrossed in contemplation. According to his principles, no temptation of gain could sway him. He was not one to be easily manipulated. If something was truly desired, he would exert every effort to attain it. The existence of a castle, abandoned for centuries, in the vicinity of the imperial capital was astonishing, particularly the fact that it was only now being discovered. Aaron distilled the essence of the letter's content and reiterated it aloud. If it were you, would you feel curious? He inquired of Alfred, his gaze flickering with an unusual brilliance. Curiosity, indeed, was a natural response. For Aaron, this was profoundly effective, being a spirited individual. He was compelled to delve into the unknown secrets he was aware of. Thus, he concluded that this must be a trap. The situation was straightforward. The sender was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities and could thus exploit them. However, a person so astute as to compose this letter would surely not commit such a rudimentary blunder. If this were genuinely a trap, the author would have undoubtedly signed their name, serving as a provocation to draw Aaron in. The absence of such a signature suggested that this was not merely a trap, but rather a reality. Someone had indeed discovered an abandoned castle, and the assembled hunters were surely not limited to Aaron alone. At this moment, Alfred found himself lost in contemplation. Aaron's words rang true. Yet, the situation seemed to be more intricate than it first appeared, hinting at underlying complications. While Aaron pondered whether to proceed, Alfred's thoughts wandered to an entirely different matter. Chapter 53. The enemy's trap. I believe we now face a profoundly serious question. One that transcends the mere existence of this castle. It hinges on whether we shall venture forth. At this juncture, Aaron clarified the primary issue that required his attention. The crux of the matter lies not in whether the ancient, desolate castle mentioned in the letter truly exists, for that is a deception easily discerned by any discerning eye. The pivotal question is what the other party intends to achieve by prompting us to journey to that location. What might this signify? In his musings, Aaron could not identify any circumstances that would be detrimental to him. Thus, he inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Alfred, seeking an answer to his unspoken query. In the midst of this shared uncertainty, Alfred shifted slightly, sensing an uncomfortable tightness within him. Yet, he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. This is not my issue, he concluded after a brief moment of reflection. As he articulated, this was indeed not solely his predicament. However, at that moment, Aaron exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a petulant child. Come now, this is not just my issue, you understand. At this juncture, Aaron's posture resembled that of someone beseeching assistance, for he recognized his own helplessness in the face of such overwhelming temptation. Regardless of the formidable power he wielded or the extent of his intellect, it was rendered futile in that instant, as it had become a weapon in the hands of his latent adversary. This foe, concealed in the shadows, had lain in wait like a venomous serpent, only now revealing itself. Alfred, of course, comprehended that this was not merely Aaron's dilemma. His words were spoken out of a shared sense of impotence. This lurking enemy had evidently plotted for an extended period. He retrieved the envelope he had previously placed on the table and scrutinized its contents. The information contained within was limited to their eyes alone. A brief phrase that concealed boundless hostility beneath its surface. It was patently clear that the adversary possessed considerable knowledge about them. After surveying the payment letter, he reached his initial conclusion. This individual then began to disregard the visible elements and examine the elegant script of the writing. It was a sophisticated cursive, a flourish typically reserved for the nobility, and notably, a style predominantly employed by women. Each character delineates a subtly elliptical shape, a result achieved only through extensive practice. In this context, Alfred once again lifted the letter, bringing it close to his nose, just as he had surmised. The letter emanated a distinctive fragrance, one typically associated with women. However, Alfred had little understanding of this scent, as nearly all of Aaron's companions harbored no interest in women. Thus, he could not discern its significance, yet this action caught Aaron's attention. "Have you discovered something?" he suddenly inquired, sitting up with a sense of urgency. Observing Aaron's anxious demeanor, Alfred swore he had never seen such a side of him before. Nevertheless, he candidly shared his findings. "I can only conclude that this was written by a woman." Given the noble cursive used, along with a hint of a unique, delicate fragrance. Upon hearing this, Aaron could only let out a deep sigh. "All right. I understand what you are implying. Indeed, noble cursive is something favored by women." This was the conclusion he could draw at first glance. Beyond that, there was no further information, and everything descended into an abyss of uncertainty. If Luna were not present, I would suspect that this letter was penned by her. But that is not the case. At this moment, Aaron revealed his own insight. In response, Alfred nodded slightly, yet he expressed a rather optimistic sentiment. "At least we can narrow down our search," he remarked. "Firstly, that individual is our adversary. Secondly, this person is a woman. Thirdly, she is not Luna." Based on the information gathered, Alfred presented the summarized conclusions before Aaron, thereby facilitating deeper contemplation. If this individual indeed serves as our enemy, what potential advantages could they gain from such actions? Aaron murmured to himself. At that moment, Alfred interjected to elaborate on Aaron's musings, not entirely. For if they truly are our foes and wish to remain undetected, their actions may merely aim to undermine our interests. However, Aaron's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Or perhaps they merely desire to exploit us to resolve certain issues. Much like Luna. As he spoke, he clasped his hands on the table, his gaze emanating an enigmatic brilliance. This notion also illuminated Alfred's mind. Indeed, there was no doubt that this was the most plausible scenario. Firstly, the messenger was aware that Aaron occupied this position at this time. Furthermore, they were acutely cognizant of Aaron's capabilities and character. If their intent was solely to manipulate him while concealing their true identity, then this approach would yield the most favorable outcome. Thus, regardless of doubt, we must proceed. Akin to engaging in this transaction. At that moment, the originally eerie glow transformed into a hue of peril. Aaron, a man devoid of desires, harbored a profound disdain for being manipulated. Even after the other party discerned this, they persisted with their intentions, as if everything was meticulously orchestrated. This woman was playing with fire, successfully capturing our attention. At this juncture, Alfred lifted the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. Having arrived at this conclusion, he understood that, irrespective of whether this was a trap or not, the other party intended to exploit Aaron. In the current scenario, Aaron would inevitably take the reins. It was undoubtedly a snare. Aaron declared that the woman would have to pay the requisite price for the trap she had laid. Chapter 54. Roleplay. Aaron felt he had grasped the situation, and a peculiar expression, one that would appear exceedingly strange to the ordinary observer, graced his face. To him, this was a game, a grand spectacle. He certainly yearned to venture to that place, to uncover and resolve the problem. It was as simple as that. If he acquiesced to the request in the letter, it would signify his role as a brave adventurer, embarking on an exploration of that enigmatic locale. However, I felt it was still somewhat too perilous. Alfred voiced his concerns, expressing his reluctance for Aaron to make a hasty decision driven solely by impetuosity. If one is governed by emotions, then that is not the correct choice. Thus, in this circumstance, he resolved to exercise caution and proffer his own counsel. "There is no endeavor in this world devoid of risk, my friend." Aaron lowered his voice as he spoke. lifting the letter from the table and shaking it gently in his grasp. "If we choose not to partake in this banquet, do you truly believe they would easily let us off the hook?" As he spoke, an enigmatic smile crept across Aaron's face. Within that smile, Alfred discerned the unspoken complexities he had overlooked. Clearly, the other party harbored their own intentions, and Aaron's words rang true. It was he who had failed to consider the broader implications. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement and resolved to inform Link and Vom of the situation. Why? Alfred felt perplexed by this request. He lacked clarity regarding the circumstances. It did not seem to be bad news, and there was nothing to be overly concerned about. At that moment, Aaron reminded him that both of them had their own matters to attend to, and it would be prudent to avoid involving them in this affair. His words stemmed purely from a place of concern for his companions. Gazing into Aaron's eyes, Alfred seemed to intuit his thoughts and refrained from taking such action. Not long after the departure of the Sleeve Sword Society from the quaint town, and having resolved the issues at hand, Aaron finally made the decision to leave as well. With all the outsiders having vacated the town, the once overcast sky, shrouded in a haze of gray, began to show signs of improvement. For the town's mayor, Aaron's exit felt akin to the relief one experiences upon bidding farewell to a harbinger of misfortune. This town, which had long been devoid of visitors, was gradually returning to its former state, reminiscent of the time when their group first arrived. The only individual who harbored any dissatisfaction about this turn of events was the red-bearded dwarf. Throughout this adventure, he had reaped no tangible rewards. If the anxiety he endured could be considered wealth, then indeed, he had amassed quite a fortune. Aaron's departure was beyond his control. Thus, in light of this predicament, he could only once again shoulder his hammer and embark on his journey. No one knew where he was headed next, nor did anyone speculate whether he would cross paths with Aaron again. No one was more eager to depart than he, yet before leaving, he assured Aaron that should any troubles arise in the future, he would certainly return. Link, on the other hand, found himself reluctantly dragged onto Aaron's carriage. Driven by concern that this individual might suffer retribution from the Sleeve Sword Society in his absence, Aaron's departure allowed Alfred to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He found it exceedingly challenging to maintain silence in front of his friends, a feat that proved to be immensely difficult for him. The best course of action is to adhere to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, allowing him to feign that he has already conveyed this news to them. "So, what do you plan to do next? When will you depart?" he inquired of Aaron. In response to this question, Aaron shook his head, for he had initially intended to keep Alfred uninvolved. This was a matter that belonged solely to him, and it should be resolved by him alone. Involving his companions felt like an undue burden upon them. However, Alfred was an astute individual. Nothing could escape his keen perception. If Aaron contemplated a clandestine escape, it would undoubtedly be discovered by Alfred. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You conveniently did not specify any time constraints in the letter." Thus, this was a flaw in the opponent's approach, and Aaron was determined to seize upon this oversight to orchestrate his plans. He continued, "Therefore, I intend to make thorough preparations before setting off. Being prepared is far superior to being unprepared." This reminded Aaron of his impending examinations. An avalanche of troublesome matters weighed heavily upon him, and he pressed his forehead in frustration. Nevertheless, these issues must be addressed one at a time. To abandon them carelessly would be a display of irresponsibility, a behavior Aaron found repugnant. "Very well, examinations. Let me resolve this issue of the exams first before proceeding further." He sighed with a wry smile as he neatly refolded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Chapter 55. The Noble Lady in the Library. The subsequent developments unfolded just as Aaron had anticipated, tedious and monotonous. The only flicker of interest he felt stemmed from a chance encounter with a captivating woman who had also come to the library. Although ostensibly there to prepare for the approaching examinations, his motives extended beyond mere academic pursuits. He sought to investigate the enigmatic direction indicated in the letter regarding the imperial capital. To this end, he first delved into the records of the imperial nobility district, which contained a wealth of family surnames of the aristocracy, detailing whether they possessed their own fiefdoms, and if so, whether they had estates or castles within them. This endeavor was a considerable undertaking, as the library lacked a clear organizational system distinguishing which families held fiefdoms and which did not. If Aaron wished to unravel this matter, he would need to methodically sift through the towering shelves, exercising patience and diligence. However, during his research, he discovered a particularly useful strategy. His primary query revolved around identifying the family to which a certain castle belonged. Thus, He concluded that since this family had managed to secure a fiefdom in such proximity to the imperial capital and had established their own castle, there must be something of significance at play. This must indeed be a remarkably distinguished family, as evidenced by the extensive documentation pertaining to their lineage. Thus, as Aaron perused the materials, he was able to swiftly navigate through them, guided by the thickness of the records. It was during this exploration that he encountered the woman. At first glance, she appeared to be an unremarkable noble maiden, her attire devoid of ostentation, yet imbued with a subtle elegance, a hallmark of true nobility, particularly among those from families with stringent upbringing. In observing her every movement, Aaron discerned certain clues. Her actions could be aptly described as graceful, as they were executed with an almost flawless perfection, rendering her easily overlooked, especially within the hushed confines of the library of the Magic Academy. Aside from a few scholarly recluses or individuals like Link, who hailed from impoverished backgrounds, seldom welcomed other visitors. This was Aaron's inaugural visit to the Academy's library. And had it not been for his quest to uncover information about the castle, he might never have set foot in this place again after his graduation. Hence, upon encountering this noble maiden, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. The attire she donned unmistakably indicated that her family enjoyed a comfortable existence, certainly not akin to those less fortunate souls at the noble banquets. The understated attire subtly exudes a certain aristocratic ostentation, with its meticulous stitching and delicate ornamental patterns, all crafted by the hands of exceptionally skilled artisans. The fingers of the young maiden are slender and fair, seemingly untouched by anything beyond the pages of a book. There are no rough edges to her hands, signifying that she has never wielded a weapon. Thus, based on the aforementioned clues, Aaron could effortlessly arrive at the conclusion he surmised. This noble young lady had come to the Academy of Magic for gilded training. Despite her identity as a hunter, she resembles more of a research-oriented hunter, not actively participating in every battle, yet meticulously documenting the forms and attack patterns of every beastly creature. To educate and nurture new hunters, this role is of paramount importance to humanity, as it significantly reduces the mortality rate of novices. However, it is indeed a rather tedious and monotonous task. If the vast nobility of the empire merely rehearsed 4 or 5 grand bookshelves, the mere act of recording the forms of these beastly monsters would occupy more than half of the entire library. No one could possibly read through all these tomes. Even the seasoned hunters responsible for educating the newcomers only teach about the most common transformations, such as how to deal with werewolf-like creatures. Rare beast transformations are usually formidable, and upon encountering them, if one does not possess sufficient strength, the outcome is often dire. For novice hunters, there is no necessity to familiarize themselves with such formidable entities. After all, knowledge of them only leads to demise, so why engage in such a futile endeavor that merely squanders time? This curiosity is precisely what piqued Aaron's interest. The identity of the young woman posed no ambiguity. Merely by observing her attire, he discerned that she possessed the requisite credentials to enter this library. However, for a noble young lady, lingering in such a somber place, where the sun's rays fail to penetrate, surrounded by tomes of considerable size and weight, is quite unfathomable. The grotesque and repulsive creatures depicted within these volumes possess no semblance of beauty. How could these noble women possibly find themselves in a library? There are no fragrances or gourmet delicacies to indulge in here. Socializing at grand balls or embarking on leisurely outings in fair weather is the norm for them. Nonetheless, there exist noble women with exceedingly dark inclinations, who revel in keeping gladiators as their personal servants, compelling them to battle ferocious beasts. Should these gladiators emerge victorious and survive, they are made to kneel and kiss the toes of their noble mistress's shoes, a spectacle that brings them an exhilarating thrill. Such escapades are deemed suitable for the noble women of the imperial capital. Yet, as is often the case, amidst the crowd, one may encounter an anomaly. Aaron was acutely aware that he had encountered such an anomaly in the woman before him. If the other party remained silent and engrossed in their own activities, Aaron would hardly notice their presence. It was the noble young lady who took the initiative to approach him. Her gaze, though shrouded in subtlety, could not obscure Aaron's keen perception. Despite his intense focus on his tasks, his instinct for combat rendered him alert if someone held his gaze for more than 3 seconds. In the vast, empty library, there were few who could observe him. Consequently, Aaron could easily pinpoint his target, for the noble girl had no means of concealment. After this occurrence persisted for 3 consecutive days, Aaron could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 56. A conversation that eases vigilance, may I inquire, dear lady. Aaron approached her and was immediately enveloped by the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. This subtle aroma momentarily entranced him, leaving him momentarily speechless. In stark contrast to the foul stench of monstrosities, this scent could almost be likened to that of an angel. Having frequently battled various grotesque and aberrant creatures, Aaron had grown accustomed to the presence of filth and corruption. This familiarity with the sordid had caused him to overlook the beauty that existed, a reality he never wished to disregard. However, enduring such nightmares for an extended period had nearly dulled his memory of the inherent goodness and beauty nestled within humanity. In that moment, Aaron felt as though he had lost his senses, uncertain of what to say or do. He stood there in a daze. "Oh, good sir, greetings." The noblewoman feigned a startled demeanor, as if such an act could conceal her previous surreptitious glances. Yet, regrettably, none of this escaped Aaron's keen observation. He was convinced that from the very first moment she had set her gaze upon him, he had recognized her intent. He understood that her actions were merely a pretense of concealment. Therefore, despite her furtive scrutiny, he discerned no malice in her gaze. Under these circumstances, he chose to act as though nothing had transpired, pretending to engage her in conversation. "May I inquire what book you are searching for?" he asked courteously. Among the hunters of the imperial capital, only the Cloaked Sword Society could engage in such behavior, thus it was, in fact, Aaron's clumsy imitation of them. However, when dealing with human nobility, particularly with young noblewomen, this approach proved remarkably effective. In this scenario, where both parties stood on equal footing, it facilitated normal communication. Yet, at that moment, Aaron also keenly sensed that she was not the haughty, disdainful noblewoman one might expect. From their initial interaction to the present, she had maintained a demeanor of humility. She appeared to embody the refined upbringing characteristic of noble women. Whether this was a deliberate fade or merely a display of her true nature remained uncertain. The implications of this situation are self-evident, requiring no further analysis. Through such actions, Aaron could surmise the nature of the interaction the other party sought, with mutual respect evident between them. Everything appeared remarkably courteous, reminiscent of a lesson in noble etiquette. Even Aaron himself felt that his words were mere trivialities, after all. The visitor to the library of the Magic Academy was surely there to seek out books. If the other party truly wished to engage with him, he possessed ample confidence in this regard, not out of a desire to initiate conversation or to flirt with the noble young lady, but rather because the interaction had been initiated by her curiosity. It was her gaze that had drawn him in, prompting his clumsy attempt at conversation. However, upon hearing Aaron's inquiry, it was now the noble lady who found herself at a loss. The turn of events had far exceeded her expectations. The young girl stared blankly at Aaron, momentarily lost in a trance, as if she had become disoriented. Undoubtedly, this was quite an impolite reaction. If she were to adhere to the standards of noble decorum, such behavior would be unthinkable. Perhaps her previous feigned ignorance or Aaron's abruptness contributed to this awkwardness. In any case, under such close scrutiny from her unabashed gaze, Aaron too felt a sense of discomfort. I apologize," he stammered, realizing his own breach of etiquette as two flushes of crimson rose to the cheeks of the noble young lady. She took a few steps back, creating distance between herself and Aaron, and in that moment, she seemed to regain her composure. "I am here in search of a biological compendium, focusing on the relationship between beastly monsters and living organisms," she stated. Curiously, she inquired whether Lord Aaron was also here for similar reasons. Reflecting on his painful experience while seeking information about that noble, he mused that assistance might prove beneficial. However, he quickly realized that such thoughts were inappropriate. In the midst of their conversation, he nearly forgot his own deliberations, allowing his vigilance to wane. This unexpected lapse in alertness was alarming. To relax his guard meant the potential for error, and error heralded the onset of failure. In the imperial capital, blindly placing trust in someone he had only recently encountered was a grave misstep. Who could guarantee that the individual approaching him harbored no ulterior motives? In an instant, Aaron was drenched in cold sweat from the chilling thoughts that surged through his mind. The recent experience felt surreal, leaving him astonished that he could act so recklessly. He understood all too well the implications of seeking the family associated with that castle. The issue was not merely the value of the castle itself. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was in pursuit of it. This alone spoke volumes to a discerning mind. It could even be inferred what possible intentions lurked behind such an endeavor. Moreover, according to the contents of the letter, the castle should have been abandoned by human hands for quite some time. a castle that has long been forsaken, unless one possesses a particular purpose. Who would venture into such a desolate place? Furthermore, I find myself in the library, seeking information regarding this very castle. If there were not a genuine purpose in my heart, who would come to the library to investigate related matters? Chapter 57. Temptation knowledge invariably brings great benefits. Aaron remarked, his words sounding like a strained justification, yet the truth remains. Some matters do not require complete understanding, for they can be obscured by other concerns. And there is no necessity to reveal the entire truth. Your speech is quite intriguing. I wonder, esteemed sir, whether you are. The noblewoman displayed no hint of dissatisfaction towards Aaron's evasive remarks. In this world, for nobles, there is but one essential task: to maintain elegance and beauty. There will always be someone to cleanse the filth concealed in the shadows. Aaron was well aware that this woman harbored no such inclinations towards him. For nobles, their gaze upon these hunters is imbued with ulterior motives. As tools, hunters need only fulfill their designated roles. For what reason would they aspire to be regarded as human? Tools possess their own significance and mission. Any transgression beyond their boundaries would undoubtedly elicit discontent and scrutiny from those in higher echelons. This signifies the occurrence of unfortunate events. Although folklore is replete with tales of forbidden romances between nobles and commoners, or between aristocrats and their lovers, such legends remain mere fabrications, detached from reality. Some narratives may have been deliberately contrived to pacify the discontented, offering them a tantalizing glimpse of a life beyond their reach, thereby preventing rebellion. These trivial tales serve to distract and mislead, ultimately advancing personal agendas. Yet, amidst this deception, many harbor a sense of misplaced hope, believing they might secure substantial rewards. Perhaps it is merely a possibility, thwarted by the whims of fate. As time progresses, however, individuals grow older, their confidence and motivation to strive for greater heights wane. Thus, time slips away, leading them to await the inevitable embrace of death. For the ordinary people of this world, such is their existence. They yearn for a day when fortune may smile upon them, longing for transformative change in their lives. Clinging to this fragile yet persistent hope, they diligently dedicate themselves to their work, navigating through a seemingly mundane existence. Despite the appearance of an unremarkable life, they persist, much like any ordinary individual. This, perhaps, epitomizes the greatest compassion and mercy from the aristocracy. Aaron, convinced that he has unraveled the intricacies of this reality, possesses a deeper understanding of the nature of his relationship with the woman before him. Regardless of how convincingly the other party may perform or the exquisite beauty one might experience in their presence, everything remains an illusion, an ephemeral mirage. Such peculiar strokes of fortune and serendipity seem impossibly distant from his own reality. He is an unwavering pessimist, firmly convinced that all matters in this world inevitably trend towards deterioration rather than improvement. It is precisely this steadfast belief that has endowed Aaron with his current capabilities and stature. This reality affirms to him that his actions are not misguided. In contrast to those who languish at home, doing nothing while awaiting a fortuitous windfall from the heavens, everything he possesses is a testament to his own efforts and abilities. As for luck, what is it? As long as he can venture forth without encountering beasts of monstrous proportions, Aaron perceives this as the greatest gift from the divine. He does not yearn for anything extravagant, such as peculiar romances or the indulgence of base desires. Such trifles are luxuries reserved for the aristocracy, while ordinary folk can only gaze upon them from afar. Should one recklessly hurl themselves towards such pursuits, they resemble moths drawn to a flame, only to be consumed and shattered by the fire, emitting piercing cries amidst the inferno. In those moments, if they lament the malevolence of the world or its cruelty towards them, then they are utterly devoid of reason. The entire world is imbued with class distinctions, and each individual must recognize their identity and the extent of what they can attain. When one reaches out for what they desire, the greatest likelihood is that it will be snatched away by others, leading to the burden of being labeled a thief or a criminal, which is undeniably a dire consequence. Thus, Aaron has steadfastly adhered to his principles, firmly believing himself to be a person devoid of desires. He contends that one should seek only what is appropriate for their station, as long as it lies within the realm of their capabilities. Should anyone dare to encroach upon his territory, they must not be surprised by the merciless edge of his blade. In such circumstances, regarding the woman before him, no matter how enchanting her beauty or gentle her demeanor, one must question whether she truly embodies those qualities. The reality often diverges from appearances, particularly with regard to humanity. Every individual possesses a duality. Aaron remains unaware of the potentially malevolent depths hidden beneath the surface of this woman's heart. Furthermore, he is inclined to envision the worst possible scenarios. When he imagines the most extreme situations, the vivid scenes that materialize in the depths of his mind evoke a feeling of revulsion. This emotion resembles the experience of love. The greater the hope one harbors, the more profound the disappointment when reality fails to align with one's expectations. The more one hopes for the other to conform to their idealized vision, the more disillusioned they become upon realizing that the truth is far from what they envisioned. To place one's entire future and existence in the hands of others is hardly a prudent endeavor. Moreover, Aaron has never been one to believe in the notion of fortuitous opportunities falling from the sky. In this world, all temptations that do not rightfully belong to oneself but are laid before one's eyes constitute a perfect snare. Those ensnared within such traps often find it challenging to heed the counsel of others. Aaron is acutely aware that the adversaries he faces are cunning and shrewd. Were he to act recklessly, he might have perished years ago, perhaps due to unforeseen accidents encountered while hunting a formidable beast. Such uncontrollable mishaps might sometimes be orchestrated with intent. Chapter 58. The Rose. At present, Aaron is consumed by a singular thought. He must extract ample information from the woman before him. The more he understands, the more he can piece together to form an undeniable truth. In this world, truth remains a singular entity, encompassing the events of the past, present, and future. It is the sole outcome selected from an array of countless possibilities. Some matters inherently exist in a state of contradiction. For instance, Aaron has been frequenting the library these past few days. Thus, he cannot simultaneously occupy his own room. There exists only one Aaron in this world. When compelled to choose between the two, the decision becomes less daunting. Some individuals are privy to certain information, while others remain shrouded in secrecy. However, the intrinsic nature of one's soul remains immutable. An individual will never act against their principles to engage in endeavors they abhor. Likewise, they shall not contravene their own desires to partake in activities that do not resonate with their essence. Do you know? The moment I laid eyes upon you, a sense of familiarity enveloped me. At this juncture, Aaron spoke with an air of mystique. In truth, he had never encountered the individual before. Save for the days he had been observed by her in the library, no noblewoman would ever deign to notice him. They would scarcely direct their attention toward a mere hunter, and that is the stark reality. This, indeed, constitutes the crux of the matter. A noble woman, who has never before acknowledged the presence of a hunter, suddenly alters her perspective. The underlying truth can only lead to one conclusion. She is either compelled by orders or possesses thoughts unknown to herself. He retained only that which was most beneficial to him. Is that so, my lord? I, too, share that sentiment. At that moment, Aaron abruptly shook his head, remarking that it felt as though they had coexisted in this very place for many days. Then, the noblewoman's countenance shifted noticeably, following a hasty exchange of words. She turned abruptly and fled from Aaron's side. From the glance in her eyes, Aaron discerned that someone was approaching him from behind. He turned, and indeed, Alfred stood there, just behind him. His expression was rather peculiar as he gazed at Aaron with a look of utter confusion, then turned to observe the receding silhouette of the noblewoman. How did you come across her? Alfred's tone made it abundantly clear to Aaron that he must be acquainted with her. It was impossible for them to exhibit such reactions otherwise. Both appeared exceedingly odd. You have disrupted my plans, Aaron remarked, biting his lip, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. The unexpected arrival of this individual was most inopportune. It felt akin to a hapless little rabbit encountering a ferocious eagle. The other party said nothing, opting instead to flee as if in panic. Aaron had hoped to extract some information from this encounter, although he was uncertain whether any useful intelligence could indeed be gleaned. As long as the game of hunter and prey did not conclude due to the other's fear and retreat, there remained a potential for resolution. Alas, it seemed that all hope had evaporated, and he helplessly extended his hands in resignation. You have no idea what sort of person you were just up against, Alfred said with a bitter smile. He was aware of the woman's perilous nature through personal experience. Clearly, prior to this encounter, Aaron had not drawn the attention of the nobility, allowing his life to unfold in a serene and stable manner. I am well aware of the dangers posed by such aristocrats who hunt the hunters, the roses that ensnare. I have known this since the very first day she set her sights on me, he replied. Why would you choose to draw closer to the other party when you were putting yourself at risk? Alfred felt a profound sense of bewilderment regarding Aaron's reckless behavior. As someone who consistently sought to resolve issues through safe and efficient means, he could not fathom why Aaron would attempt to turn the tables and calculate against the adversary at this moment. Such an endeavor requires an enormous amount of risk, with success being merely a possibility rather than a certainty. I am simply intrigued as to why the nobility possesses such an intimate understanding of my preferences. Aaron emphasized his inclinations. Clearly, the other party was aware of the type of woman he favored, which is why they dispatched such a resplendent rose to entice him. Otherwise, there could be no plausible reason for this. Just admit it, brother, enough of this jesting. The nobles of the empire might even know whether you indulged yourself last night. Alfred remarked in a playful tone. Although he was jesting, the reality was indeed that the nobility had established an almost frenzied level of intelligence gathering to control the hunters. Particularly within the imperial capital, the nobles were eager to uncover the thoughts of every hunter wielding power, refusing to relent until they did so. Chapter 59. The exposed line. Now, let us refrain from discussing such matters for the time being. Instead, do tell me why you sought me out. It is evident that you would not approach me without reason, Aaron said knowingly. Since these matters have now become a thing of the past, he merely needs to remember that the nobility has set their sights upon him. As for delving deeper into the intricacies of the situation, he finds himself devoid of the time or energy to do so. In light of this, Aaron is acutely aware that he must make certain decisions to alter his current circumstances. Those other matters can be addressed in due course. At present, he is more intrigued by why Alfred is seeking him. According to his reasoning, this predicament is quite perplexing. Alfred should be diligently preparing for his examinations, not wandering the library as he is. Oh, you mentioned that the president is looking for you, but he couldn't locate you, hence he came to me. Alfred clarified his purpose. The president is looking for me? Good heavens, what could that fellow want with me? Upon hearing this, Aaron immediately felt as if he had erred in some way. This situation should not be unfolding as it is. Why would the president himself be involved? Even considering the events that transpired in that small town. At that moment, Aaron pondered the likelihood of Luna disclosing this information to the president. He then despondently arrived at a conclusion he wished to avoid. Undoubtedly, that woman would inform the president if she had indeed uncovered any secrets from the higher elves. At this moment, Aaron silently contemplated his thoughts, yet he refrained from sharing them with Alfred. Are you aware of what transpired? Alfred cast a curious glance at Aaron, for he was the one truly oblivious to the unfolding events. As the president's messenger and a friend to Aaron, he felt a compelling need to comprehend why the president sought him out. There must be secrets unbeknownst to him, perhaps known only to Aaron and the president. He harbored a keen interest in all destinies shrouded in darkness, and the more he learned, the more exhilarated he felt. However, Aaron merely shook his head and sighed, saying, "Oh, you mentioned the president looking for me? I too am in the dark as to why. Knowing too much and acquiring excessive information is not a boon for a hunter. It may very well lead to one's demise." Aaron had repeatedly advised his companion that, regarding such uncertainties, it is best to remain silent and ignorant, for no one can predict whether possessing too much knowledge would incite peril, or whether others might mistakenly believe one to be well-informed, thus courting danger. Those cold-blooded assassins could be lurking in shadowy corners, poised to strike and sever one's throat. This is hardly a pleasant experience. In fact, it is sufficient to deter many. Nevertheless, Alfred held a contrasting view. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities and actions. Moreover, he firmly believed that, relying on his own strength, no foolhardy individual would dare to trouble him. This exhibited a blatant disregard for danger and a stark provocation towards any potential assailants. In this regard, Aaron was far more cautious than Alfred. He consistently endeavored to conceal all that he knew, presenting himself as merely a brute relying on sheer force. It was the most prudent strategy to inspire a sense of contempt in others, leading them to perceive him as no significant threat. However, despite countless admonitions, Alfred could never quell his overwhelming curiosity. Like an exuberant child, he could not resist peering into every shadowy corner, seeking hidden possibilities. Thus, when Aaron uttered a lie that he himself was unaware of, Alfred immediately shook his head, refusing to believe it. He simply could not accept that things could be so. "You have not spoken the truth to me, Aaron. This much I can easily discern," he sighed, exasperated. As an old friend of many years, he was the most adept at seeing through Aaron's facade. Furthermore, when it came to playing their roles, Alfred was Aaron's finest accomplice. Regardless of what thoughts occupied the other's mind, Alfred could accurately infer their implications in an instant. Therefore, He laid bare their relationship and candidly expressed all that he had come to understand, ultimately sighing in resignation. Alfred, my dear friend, I have advised you numerous times that there are certain matters you need not concern yourself with. Such knowledge serves no benefit to you. It only invites greater peril. Yet, Alfred, seemingly impervious to counsel, shook his head and smiled with a hint of mischief. Just as you said the last time you excluded me from the Grand Elven banquet. That was a rare opportunity, an occasion for Aaron to indulge in clandestine revelry. Alas, it was interrupted by this fellow, leading to a rather awkward predicament. Thus, this became Alfred's frequent jest at Aaron's expense. Now, it has resurfaced, proving notably effective, for Aaron's demeanor shifted immediately upon hearing those words. At times, he is indeed quite resourceful. Struggling to articulate a retort, Aaron inhaled deeply, reiterating his principles. But that moment could never be now, right, Aaron? You ought to understand that had I been aware of any schemes lurking behind this affair, I would certainly not let it pass. Damn it, I am well aware. Aaron replied. Very well, if you are so eager to know, I shall divulge. Chapter 60. The process and the outcome. You must still recall the encounter we had with that high elf in the quaint town outside the imperial capital? Aaron said, crossing his arms and leaning against the adjacent table. He appeared to be on the verge of suppressing his restless emotions, preparing to earnestly recount an incident that had transpired. In truth, Aaron and Alfred's experiences were entirely parallel, with the distinction lying solely in their differing perspectives. Alfred's disposition leaned more towards the outcomes of events, rendering him relatively indifferent to the unfolding processes. According to his line of reasoning, this individual exhibited little concern. The end result was paramount. It was only when circumstances had irrevocably transformed into unalterable facts that he would devise his own solutions. Conversely, Aaron preferred to speculate on the trajectories and possibilities of events. Armed with the power he wielded, he may not alter the outcome, yet he possessed the ability to tilt the advantageous aspects of that outcome in his favor. This was his forte, which enabled him to conceive notions beyond Alfred's imagination. That high elf, did she hold any significance? Alfred propped his chin on his hand, succumbing to contemplation. This served as a deliberate reminder from Aaron. Alfred's internal confusion stemmed from his inability to discern the essence of certain matters at that moment. The lack of a definitive conclusion left him feeling restless and uneasy. Yet, upon receiving Aaron's subtle prompt, he suddenly felt as though he had grasped something profound. If the matter indeed bore a relation to that high elf, he could surmise the nature of what Aaron had alluded to. This is a grave matter, and if entrusted to him, it is likely he would prefer to keep it from the knowledge of the few. It is no wonder that Aaron wishes to conceal this issue, not wanting to be aware of it himself. How enlightening. The light of the gray sky filters through the stained glass, casting an enigmatic glow within the room, as if it could facilitate communion with the divine. Recognizing the intelligence of the other party, Aaron further remarked, as you have discerned, I merely harbor an ominous premonition. Darkness has been stirring deep within the imperial capital, and no one knows what the future truly holds. Yet, amidst this state, there are still those who revere the malevolent deity that seeks to annihilate all. Looking up at the gray sky, how long has it been since we last beheld the azure heavens? Aaron spoke these words imbued with emotion, prompting a deep sigh from Alfred. We are merely hunters. To the emperor of the empire and certain nobles, we are but tools. As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile graced his face. Weapons possess no right to choose their masters, do they? Even if that individual is exceedingly foolish, they are devoid of their own will. Aaron remained silent in response to Alfred's conclusion, for there was no doubt that what Alfred articulated bore no flaw. He was not mistaken. Weapons should not possess their own will, much like an emperor of an empire who does not wish for his subjects to transform into beasts, wielding immense power and subsequently challenging him. Perhaps for the majority, beasts are seen as entities of madness and irrationality. However, beneath the fade obscured by truth lies content hidden within ancient texts. There are certain facts that remain unknown to the populace, and even Aaron has only heard whispers of them. Yet, the truth is indeed rather horrifying, and it is perhaps best that it remains concealed from the many. Some matters ought to be buried, lost in the inky depths of obscurity, undetected by anyone, ultimately becoming part of the soil or dust. Thus, all would be well. In ignorance, people would not harbor doubts, and the aristocracy's rule would thereby strengthen, allowing the emperor to remain securely upon his throne. Do you still wish to know of these matters? At this moment, Aaron inquired once more of Alfred. This time, after a brief silence, he shook his head, opting for silence. This was the most prudent choice, both for Aaron and for him. From Alfred's silent demeanor, Aaron discerned his disappointment and disillusionment with the world. If one were to seek an individual who loves this world, undoubtedly, Alfred would be the finest candidate. His gentle heart has always harbored a beautiful tolerance for this global village. Regardless of how deeply this darkness has wounded his heart, Alfred remains resolute in his convictions. Yet, this obstinate individual is, in truth, nearing his limits. He has been weary for quite some time. Intelligence does not come naturally to him, yet he insists on cultivating it. The more he comprehends the world, the more despair he feels towards it, a wound that cannot be mended. Aaron requires Alfred's assistance, and he is unwilling to accept that his friend might become an unwitting victim to others. This is an eventuality that Aaron will not tolerate. Pursue what you must. I shall resolve my own matters, he declared, preparing to turn away. At that moment, Alfred called out to Aaron, saying, "The president has his own plans. I am not privy to the details, but I know enough to advise you to tread carefully." He imparted the information he possessed to Aaron. I was already aware of that. That old fellow has always had his schemes, much like his endless unresolved issues, Aaron replied dismissively. Even without Alfred's intel, he would have chosen to proceed with caution. This was merely the concern of a friend. Such sentiments hold no value for the compassionate and empathetic. For those individuals harbor care for all of humanity. However, for Alfred, he is not a benevolent soul, capable of expressing words of concern, except to his closest kin, which is solely Aaron. Thus, the implications behind this intelligence are well understood by Aaron. Chapter 61. The Hunters Guild. Upon realizing the potential circumstances surrounding this matter, Aaron set forth towards the headquarters of the Hunters Guild. The headquarters is situated in the imperial capital, undeniably a semi-official organization. While the imperial officials possess a certain degree of power and influence over it, they cannot exert complete control. Among them, the individual directly opposing the empire is the president of the Hunters Guild. This is a protracted and intense struggle, one that will not conclude until one side concedes. No one willingly relinquishes their grip on power. The empire will not permit such an armed force to slip from its grasp. Nor will the president of the Hunters Guild easily surrender his authority. Both parties maintain their opposition under these circumstances. In the offices of the Hunters Guild in the imperial capital, one can observe not only efficient windows dedicated to swiftly resolving the hunter's tasks of slaying monsters, but also those that squander time and lives, representing the imperial bureaucracy. Following a brief announcement, Aaron proceeded without obstruction to stand before the man who wielded the ultimate authority over the hunters. The heads of the beastly monsters he had slain were severed and, after a rudimentary preservation process, displayed in his office. Upon entering the room, one cannot help but immediately sense a chilling aura enveloping the space. Thus, anyone who steps into this chamber feels an immense weight, akin to a mountain, pressing down upon them. "My lord, you are seeking me," Aaron stated with an unusual air of respect. There are only two types of individuals who would elicit concern from Aaron: those who are utterly ignorant, or those who, like himself, are devoid of desire. From the president of the Hunters Guild, Aaron discerned a rare confluence of these two traits. He appeared to be an enigmatic figure, possessing an aspect known to others, yet exhibiting remarkable integrity. No one truly comprehends what this hunter values or requires. Moreover, this man stands out among all hunters as the sole individual who has never partaken of even a drop of high elf blood. He confronts monsters that are inherently more formidable than ordinary humans, and he has emerged victorious. The severed head displayed on the wall serves as testament to his prowess. Under such circumstances, no one dares to question the strength that has secured him this position. Likewise, the Empire harbors a complex mix of resentment and fear towards him. Their fear stems from the unfathomable extent of his power, which eludes precise estimation. This state of affairs is likely to persist for at least another decade or two before any change may occur. "Aaron, I never anticipated that you would visit the library," remarked the guild president. "One must always seek knowledge and progress," Aaron replied, shrugging as he articulated his thoughts. The other party remained silent, revealing neither agreement nor dissent. He then continued to inquire, "Very well. Aaron, I did not come to discuss this matter with you." "Indeed, sir, I am aware of that." However, to Aaron's utter astonishment, the individual suddenly posed a question. "I would like to ask if you are willing to be the person who engages with the Empire's officials." Aaron was completely unprepared for such an inquiry. He was still preoccupied with the troubles he faced externally, and the power struggle between the Hunters Guild and the Empire's upper echelons did not concern him at all. Suddenly, the guild leader had made his way into his office to broach this topic. indicating that there were undoubtedly deeper issues at play. Aaron was entirely unprepared for this and stood there, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. Well, in truth, sir, when it comes to matters of power struggles, I believe both Luna and Alfred are far more adept than I. This is not mere modesty. They are genuinely more suited to the intricacies of such schemes. Moreover, they are undoubtedly far more informed about the conflicting interests between the Hunters Guild and the Empire. Becoming embroiled in such a power struggle was the last thing Aaron desired. Thus, when he articulated this sentiment, it inherently carried a tone of polite refusal. I am not here to solicit your suggestions, Aaron. I am merely inquiring about your willingness to proceed. The man leaned forward, propping himself against the table. This assertive and resolute demeanor was indeed fitting for the president of the Hunters Guild. He unequivocally dismissed Aaron's attempt to change the subject and pressed on with further inquiries. His words were a straightforward declaration of intent, leaving little room for ambiguity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Aaron shook his head in refusal. Engaging with the imperial authorities was akin to courting death for him. Even with the sight of scantily clad maids flitting about before him, the thought of enduring an entire day in that stifling room was unbearable. Rather than becoming a pawn in the machinations of power struggles, Aaron preferred to excel in his vocation as a hunter. True power lies solely in strength. All else is illusory and unworthy of trust. Once strength is forfeited, the individual occupying such a position is left in a state of perpetual anxiety. Therefore, Aaron was determined not to become one of those who live in constant trepidation. He desired to maintain control over his own destiny. If one truly yearns for something, they should seize it without the need to beseech others for gifts. Such desperation is the hallmark of the most pitiable and helpless beggars. In such circumstances, Aaron exhibited remarkable decisiveness, openly expressing his stance. I anticipated your rejection, so let us discuss the matter at hand. The man seated in the shadows smiled, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. The situation progressed methodically, and Aaron felt ensnared in a trap. Chapter 62. A trap for the king. What matter is to be discussed? At that moment, Aaron realized he had fallen into the other party's snare, akin to prey sensing unease as it plunges into a trap. An instinct, honed through prolonged exposure to peril, urged him to react appropriately. For this was indeed a trap. The adversary had cunningly employed a reason he would undoubtedly reject as bait to coax him into the snare. And he had unwittingly stepped into it, almost foolishly. The reality had solidified into an inescapable conclusion, irreparable and immutable. Like prey, which the hunter anticipated would struggle once ensnared, the trap would swiftly claim its victim, leaving no room for resistance. This was the undeniable truth before him, unassailable and unchangeable. In light of this, Aaron comprehended that he had forfeited the right to assert any conditions. Had it not been for the previous condition of refusal, Aaron would now find himself in a position of equitable exchange with the president of the Hunter Guild before him. However, due to his own carelessness, he had unwittingly exercised this right, leaving him at the mercy of the individual standing before him. There was no need to display such a countenance. Upon observing the pallor of Aaron's face, the president of the Hunter Guild offered words of comfort. You know I would not assign you an overly burdensome task. I believe you should have received a letter. The president's gaze bore a cunning glint, reminiscent of a fox. Under his scrutiny, it seemed as though the world held no secrets, with everything laid bare before him. Are you referring to a mysterious letter, lacking a signature and date? Aaron was well aware of the correspondence the president alluded to. Indeed, that very letter you received. Now, I command you to follow the instructions contained within and search for that castle. Absent the president's directive, Aaron would have undoubtedly ventured forth, driven by the desire to uncover the identity of the one who had toyed with him. Yet, once the president articulated this statement with a serious tone, the situation became far more complex. Indeed, the level of difficulty and danger escalated exponentially. A flicker of emotion stirred within Aaron. He was not one to be unacquainted with fear. In the face of peril, he understood the necessity of safeguarding his own life. In such a scenario, he sensed a hint of danger in the words of the president. Surely, I cannot be the only one who has received this letter, can I? At that moment, Aaron curiously inquired of the president. The latter remained silent, hands clasped together, his head bowed in contemplation, appearing somewhat troubled as he hesitated to respond to the question. He had already sensed the peril. Neither of the two individuals in the room was blind. Luna would certainly never divulge the matter of this letter to the president. Without Luna's command, the members of the Sleeve Sword Society would never act in such a manner. They prided themselves on their noble lineage and would never permit actions akin to treachery. It seemed I cannot be the only recipient. Could this possibly be a conspiracy against the entire Hunter Guild? At this thought, Aaron inhaled sharply, allowing his mind to drift towards the most dire possibilities. If this were indeed a scheme targeting the entire Hunter Guild, disseminating such a perilous invitation to all its elite members, beckoning them to explore that castle, individuals like Aaron. If they were unaware of each other's receipt of this letter, would each venture forth alone, only to find themselves ensnared in premeditated traps, one by one eliminated. Should such a horrifying scenario truly come to pass, it would mark a day when the Hunter Guild could stand up to the imperial government, only to witness its elite new forces utterly decimated. If, at this moment, the imperial government were to seize the opportunity and intervene decisively, the Hunters Guild would find itself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. The very thought of such a conspiracy coming to fruition is utterly terrifying. No one possesses any justification to dismiss the potentiality of this occurrence, particularly for the president of the Hunters Guild, seated in this precarious position. He must certainly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Thus, in this context, the dilemma arises. Au gazed in astonishment at the man before her. This is a conspiracy, a trap. You have discerned it. So why do you insist on commanding me to act? At this juncture, Aaron inquired with an accusatory tone, instinctively placing his hand upon his weapon. The unfolding events seemed increasingly peculiar. Indeed, this is a trap, one directed at the Hunters Guild. Yet we cannot afford to evade it. In response to Aaron's inquiry, the president spoke in a measured tone. You should understand that throughout history, myriad events have been buried in the dark recesses of time. If you wish to survive, you must acquire greater knowledge. However, the more you learn, the more perilous your path becomes, and such risks may ultimately lead to your demise. To survive, one must first embrace the notion of death, for within death lies the promise of rebirth. The two individuals maintained a profound silence between them, for both had already discerned the thoughts lingering deep within each other's hearts. Aware that it was a trap, yet still inclined to accept the invitation, unless one possessed formidable strength, there was little choice. Aaron's murmurs came to a halt as he glanced at the president, then silently turned and began to leave. Just as he was about to exit the room, the president's voice suddenly broke the stillness. Chapter 63, Blood of the Ancient Gods. Becoming the president of the Hunters Guild was an immense temptation. Yet in the face of such allure, Aaron remained unmoved. Just as he had prophesied from the outset, he was a man devoid of desires, a concept that most could scarcely grasp. If he were destined to become the president of the Hunters Guild, he would inevitably attain that status without the need for accolades or gifts from others. Conversely, should he fail, it would signify insurmountable reasons and conditions preventing his ascent. Those endowed with sufficient capability could acquire everything through their own merits. However, human desire is boundless, and in such circumstances, yielding to one's innermost cravings is not a virtue. It could render one a slave to dark inclinations, potentially stripping away one's very humanity. Thus, Aaron understood precisely what he required. He sought only to amend the barriers that obstructed his fulfillment. As for the aspirations he had never contemplated, why should he covet them? Isn't it a remarkably effortless endeavor to simply lie in bed and sleep? If one insists on acquiring that which does not rightfully belong to them, they inevitably invite boundless calamities and suffering. He is not a hedonist, nor does he relish in self-torment. From the very outset, Aaron had no intention of becoming such a person, one of high esteem and respect, for sometimes this is not a blessing, especially within this hellish realm. Revealing one's noble status only serves to render oneself susceptible to exploitation, ultimately becoming a mere pawn on someone else's chessboard. Initially, Aaron contemplated leaving in peace. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized that he could not act thus, for his counterpart was, after all, the esteemed president of the Hunters Guild. A modicum of respect must be upheld. Thus, in such circumstances, Aaron turned away, neither accepting nor rejecting the president's allure. Concerning the castle you mentioned, I shall indeed visit. However, regarding the position of president, I suggest you bestow that honor upon another. With that, Aaron turned and departed. The president, undoubtedly, harbored his own thoughts and schemes, which emboldened him to issue such commands. Regardless of whether this individual had issued orders, Aaron would have proceeded regardless. Therefore, in this scenario, declining the other's command was not an optimal choice. Yet he resisted the temptation of power. Let others pursue such ambitions. Ownership, after all, entails the burden of consequence. Every individual, upon entering this world, is inherently innocent and guiltless. However, when one succumbs to the insatiable desires of greed, they begin to bear the weight of guilt. It is akin to possessing food sufficient to satiate one's hunger while, outside, there are the impoverished souls on the brink of starvation. Yet one remains preoccupied with how to enhance the culinary experience, even to the point of wastefulness. Such a person is indeed culpable, though they may remain blissfully unaware of their moral transgressions. It was this realization that led Aaron to reject what he initially had no desire to possess. Should one mistakenly believe that such coveted items hold true value without comprehending the responsibilities they entail, they are bound to pay a grievous price in the end. After Aaron departed the room, a long silence enveloped the president, who eventually remarked, "Let us proceed according to your perspective." His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, leaving no one privy to the thoughts swirling within his mind. Just as in the beginning, when no one could predict her subsequent actions or transformations. It is under such circumstances that the Hunters Guild remains invulnerable. Anyone whose desires can be anticipated by others ultimately finds themselves ensnared in a web of manipulation. Aaron, in this regard, mirrors the president's character almost perfectly, which is precisely why he earns such favor. Only individuals of this caliber are worthy of ascending to the esteemed position of president within the Hunters Guild. Initially, it was believed that matters had reached their conclusion. However, at that moment, Luna unexpectedly sought out Aaron. Sequestered in his room, engrossed in a book, Aaron was taken aback when this woman audaciously knocked on his door. She entered clad in a modest black cloak, a stark contrast to any ostentatious approach that might have signified trouble. The current situation was decidedly different. "It seems you are quite efficient in your endeavors," Aaron remarked, setting aside his book to commend Luna on her promptness. Upon entering the room, she instinctively secured the door before removing her hood. "No one is tailing you, I presume? After all, you are the leader of the Shadow Blade Society," he quipped in a teasing tone. Luna offered no response. Instead, she withdrew a vial of blood from her pocket. "This is the blood of a high elf. On the brink of becoming the blood of an ancient god," she elucidated, presenting the peculiar substance. "Should it transform into the blood of an ancient god, even Aaron partaking of it would instantaneously become an irreversible beast, a notion both chilling and disconcerting." "How fortunate," he stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "To ascend from humanity to a high elf, ultimately culminating in the transformation into an ancient god, such a nefarious ritual is universally condemned. The ancient gods represent a force far surpassing that of mere beastly transformation. Due to their power reaching an unfathomable level, and their near omniscience in relation to humanity, they are referred to as gods. Their blood is a toxic substance for humans, although some cults believe that this blood can facilitate a glorious evolution for mankind. However, whether this glorious evolution can preserve humanity's essence remains a debatable question. Under such circumstances, Aaron's gaze upon the vial of blood ignited with fervor. With this piece of information, even in the absence of other details, it was sufficient to deduce and analyze a multitude of possibilities. Chapter 64. The old days. This matter is indeed intriguing. At this moment, a profound expression emerged on Aaron's face. "Can we trace the mastermind behind this situation with our current intelligence?" he inquired, eager for answers. Regrettably, Luna shook her head, indicating her inability to resolve this question. Based on the information she possessed, she relayed the facts and truths to Aaron. Unfortunately, that individual had long since perished, executed by the Hunters Guild 35 years ago. After providing this explanation, Luna pushed a substantial pile of documents towards Aaron. Within these records lay all the pertinent information, shedding light on the reason for the estate's desolation. 35 years prior, the Hunters Guild received a tip-off from an unknown stranger, revealing that someone was conducting research on ancient deities, and that individual was the master of the estate. The Hunters Guild 35 years ago bears little resemblance to its present incarnation. Upon uncovering any perilous experiments that defile the purity of humanity, the Guild would unhesitatingly eradicate the threat without reason or excuse. The documents clearly delineate this matter. Following the receipt of intelligence, the Guild exhibited no hesitation, promptly dispatching its most elite operatives to conduct a thorough bloodbath in the town, leaving no survivors, as every individual posed a potential risk of becoming a test subject. The town was destined for desolation, especially had it been situated far from the city. However, due to its proximity to the imperial capital, not long after the massacre, new inhabitants swiftly replaced the slain. Recognizing this, the Hunters Guild established a branch to prevent a recurrence of such an incident. The abandoned manor went unnoticed, for all were aware that it should harbor no living souls. Aaron reflected on the corpses he had encountered in that forsaken estate. The grim reality seemed to surface at this moment. The cold-blooded and merciless Hunters Guild had ravaged a town. People had grown accustomed to this, considering it an entirely normal occurrence. Yet, the Guild's greatest concern, it appears, was still the tragic loss of innocent lives. Aaron felt a profound sorrow for those who had perished. These individuals should not have met their untimely demise, yet they fell victim to the avarice of one and the ruthless brutality of the Hunters Guild. According to the documents, this was merely the consequence of two individuals making erroneous choices. After swiftly perusing the materials, Aaron reached his conclusion. If someone had made a grave mistake, then someone must bear the repercussions. At that moment, he considered personally inquiring about the identity of the High Elf still confined with them. However, Luna's expression subtly shifted. I believe it would be prudent not to ask, she advised, as it may adversely affect your appetite. This statement was a rather polite way to describe the current plight of the High Elf. The thought of tormenting a High Elf to such an extent that it impacted one's appetite caused Aaron to regard Luna with a different perspective. To acquire the information she desired, this woman was capable of anything. Although Aaron remained unaware of the exact nature of Luna's decisions regarding the High Elf, one thing was abundantly clear. It was certainly not a favorable situation. You should not be so severe, Aaron remarked, feeling a twinge of compassion. Considering the High Elf's considerable worth. Severe? Luna raised an eyebrow at Aaron's reproach. The Hunters Guild had slaughtered an entire town to resolve this issue. Yet she still lingered within the manor. Luna spoke with an icy demeanor, proud and imperious, believing herself to still be a noble lady. I can assure you that every wound she bears symbolizes the countless ordinary lives lost. The number of those deceased is a horrifying figure. The Hunters Guild has, in its quest to eradicate the threat of beastification, slain a multitude of innocent souls, a notion that is equally chilling. Some matters are perhaps best left forgotten. When something is etched in memory, it often signifies that a grand conspiracy lurks beneath. Aaron, well aware of the adage that meddling in others' affairs could cost one their life, chose to heed this wisdom. Since all of this is Luna's decision, he resolved not to engage in conflict over it. Then, if that is your stance, let us set this matter aside for now, Aaron suggested, pausing momentarily. By the way, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Everything regarding that letter, as well as the words spoken by the guild leader, requires a resolution or explanation. Aaron remained oblivious to the potential consequences of this situation unfolding further. A troublesome dilemma that could lead to dire outcomes. Under such circumstances, perhaps it is time for him to seek an ally. In the entire imperial capital, those who are well-informed are few and far between. Moreover, the vast majority of these knowledgeable individuals inhabit realms that Aaron could never hope to access easily. Those individuals reside in their opulent abodes, accompanied daily by fine wines and alluring companions. What they seek is beyond the reach of Aaron. Thus, attempting to bribe such a cohort is nearly an insurmountable task. However, Aaron harbored a different perspective. Unless all those in the know are high-ranking individuals, like the formidable Luna before him, who possesses significant intelligence capabilities and a profound understanding of various matters, enabling her to attain her current position. It requires not only formidable skills and cunning, but also an acute sensitivity to certain dangers, recognizing matters that are perilous and should be avoided. In this context, it would be prudent for him to inquire about the castle in question. Chapter 65. Past grievances. Are you familiar with that castle, the one concerning? Aaron proceeded to divulge the information he had gathered, imparting it to Luna. Had he not visited the Hunters Guild and encountered its president, he would never have disclosed such matters to this woman. Some information is best kept from potential adversaries, for ignorance shields one from unanticipated schemes. However, should the gravity of the situation be revealed, perceptions would inevitably shift. Therefore, throughout this affair, Aaron remained ever vigilant, exercising utmost caution, fearful of mismanaging the delicate situation. Thus, mistakes that could pose a lethal threat to oneself may occur. However, reality has imparted a lesson to Aaron. It has become increasingly evident that in handling this matter, he has been overly cautious, to the extent that he overlooked or even disregarded the possibility that he alone received this letter and that he alone was privy to this information. The harsh and unyielding truth has revealed to Aaron that he has indeed overestimated his significance in this affair. Why should he presume that he alone in this world is entitled to know the secret of a particular matter? It is almost an impossibility that the fewer individuals who are aware of something, the greater the likelihood of its disclosure. The essence of a true secret is that it can never be entirely concealed. Even if he himself refrains from speaking, others may still be aware of it. It is evident that the implications of this situation require no further elaboration from Aaron. Once an individual who ought to remain unaware of this matter becomes informed, Aaron realizes that this secret could very well be a widely known one. This presents itself as a rather intriguing situation, yet it simultaneously harbors an element of terror. If it were merely the gossip of the streets, it would scarcely reach the ears of those in higher echelons. Should this be a fabrication, it is clear that Aaron would not be inclined to believe it. However, seeing is believing, and when the facts lay bare before him, no amount of internal denial can alter the reality of the situation. Nonetheless, that fact remains undeniable. Thus, this reveals the true nature of this brutal world. A secret remains a secret precisely because those privy to it do not readily divulge its contents. However, when a majority come to realize a particular fact, they may keenly observe that they are not the sole bearers of this knowledge. In such instances, the secret transforms into a matter of greater gravity than if it were known by only one individual. This is due to the fact that if even one person discloses the secret, others may be implicated and thereby cast under suspicion. Consequently, in such circumstances, individuals exercise caution and harbor doubts about one another, extending their suspicion to everyone around them, as each person poses a potential threat of betrayal. The intent is not merely to be wary of their possible indiscretion, but rather to assign blame to them at the moment of revelation. By casting aspersions on others, one can alleviate their own peril. This implies that the contents described within the letter were, until now, highly confidential. However, it appears that since the president of the Hunter Guild is already aware of the existence of this letter and has surmised its contents, it is highly probable that this secret is known to a majority. In light of this knowledge, any deliberate attempt to conceal it would seem rather absurd and clumsy. Thus, in this context, Aaron resolved to speak candidly about all that he knew. What transpired next far exceeded anything Aaron could have anticipated, for he was uncertain whether Luna possessed any information regarding this matter. When he posed the question, he approached it merely with a sense of curious speculation, tentatively inquiring. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time in the library searching for clues related to this family, yet found nothing. It was evident that the truth had been deliberately obscured by certain individuals with ulterior motives. As time passed and people gradually forgot the events that had transpired, such sordid incidents would inevitably be lost to the annals of history. History, indeed, serves to conceal the ignoble actions of humanity. Thus, he could not be entirely certain that he would glean any useful information from the other party. Upon hearing this news, Luna's face reflected a struggle of hesitation and fear. She fell into deep contemplation, pondering various matters, and in her uncertainty and indecision, it seemed as though some enigmatic force was beckoning her. Yet everything appeared so illusory, for she could not ascertain whether the contents of the letter pertained to the castle she was familiar with. However, from Aaron's perspective, he had already discerned the entirety of the situation. The matter was, in fact, not as complex as it seemed. It was quite simple, for the president of the Hunter Guild had, to some extent, provided a clue. If he merely directed his thoughts in that direction, he could envision the complete picture of the affair. Amidst Luna's hesitation and uncertainty, Aaron grew increasingly convinced that this world was indeed the one he had envisioned. And that castle, as it turned out, was a trap laid by the hunters. That was a trap specifically targeting the Hunters Guild. If one were to recklessly venture forth alone, the consequences could be dire. It seems you are aware of something. At this moment, Aaron glanced sideways at the other, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he held some secret knowledge. Luna, too, recognized her own lapse in composure. Indeed, I am privy to certain information, but she hesitated internally, reluctant to reveal what she knew. It was a matter so horrifying that merely hearing it could invoke dread. It pertained to a family massacre, and under the weight of such a grim subject, every word felt unbearably heavy. Is there something you cannot disclose? Aaron pressed further. If he refrained from probing, he feared he might miss out on even more pertinent details. Thus, he resolved to be audacious and inquire further, as this was a hard-won revelation. Chapter 66. The Academy and Transactions and Truth. My knowledge of that castle is not significantly greater than yours. After careful consideration, Luna finally spoke the truth. However, one thing I must convey to you is that the castle is perilous and exceedingly intricate. In this world, there is no such thing as absolute safety. Aaron had long since come to accept this reality. However, when the conversation turned complex, Aaron furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? Is it possible that there exists no such thing as a labyrinth in this world? Yet, in handling this matter, Luna cautiously nodded. As far as I know, That castle was once an academy. Pausing for a moment, she carefully glanced at Aaron, then pointed to the floor beneath them and said, "This is the site of the old academy. It once belonged to a family." At that moment, Aaron was taken aback. He had never imagined that the castle was, in fact, an academy, and moreover, the predecessor of this magical institution. "Are you suggesting that before the establishment of the imperial capital's magic academy, this forgotten castle was its forerunner?" To ensure he had not misheard, Aaron inquired once more. "Indeed, you can verify this information in the library. There is no need to ask me further." Luna appeared somewhat impatient with this question. She felt she had already provided ample information, and that Aaron could now seek the answers himself, rendering any further elaboration unnecessary. Recognizing the impatience etched on Luna's face, Aaron contemplated for a moment and ultimately opted to remain silent. "Very well, since you are unwilling to share more about the castle, I shall not insist on taking you there." He seemed to unintentionally let this information slip. At that moment, Luna's gaze suddenly brightened. What could it mean to take oneself to that castle? Luna pondered many thoughts in the associated implications. Aaron would not have casually uttered such words. This was certainly not an inadvertent revelation. Both individuals were astute, well aware of the unspoken thoughts that lingered between them, thus there was no need to conceal such information. Essentially, it meant that she was to venture into that castle, and he had already warned her of the inherent dangers. Yet, Aaron helplessly spread his hands. "If it were up to me, I would prefer not to go, but it is the command of the president." He deliberately bypassed the matter concerning the sealed letter, stating outright that it was the president's directive. Since it was the president's command, it was largely unavoidable to comply. Consequently, Luna found herself involuntarily immersed in contemplation. Why would the president impose such a request upon Aaron? It seemed utterly illogical, for that castle had long been abandoned. It bore no value or significance, as the Hunters Guild had previously conducted a sweep of the area, although records suggested that the guild acted to avert potential beastification disasters. It was evident to any discerning observer that their true motive was to plunder the knowledge and materials researched by the Magical Academy. What should have been a desolate, uninhabited fortress held nothing of worth within its confines. However, as the president of the Hunters Guild, the issuance of such a command raises the question of whether there lies a deeper, more enigmatic truth behind it. In this matter, Luna appeared somewhat hesitant, her thoughts oscillating uncertainly, unsure of what course of action to take. At that moment, she suddenly pondered why Aaron had chosen to disclose this information to her. Could it be that the president had promised him something of value, compelling him to explore that castle? Under such circumstances, it would make sense for Aaron to undertake such an endeavor. Yet, Luna was acutely aware of Aaron's previous missteps. He was a man devoid of greed, lacking ambition for anything that did not belong to him. Nevertheless, the president must have enticed him with a considerable promise. When confronted with such tempting prospects, it is unlikely anyone would willingly relinquish them to the giver. This could be perceived as an unreasonable expectation, which is why Aaron intended to invite her. Thus, it is evident that Aaron inadvertently revealed this information. At that moment, Luna comprehended the true implications of Aaron's words. She adjusted her glasses, adopting a somewhat reluctant demeanor. In response to this posture, Aaron recognized that she was, indeed, ensnared. "You truly are an astute individual," he remarked. "Very well, I shall disclose the truth." With a calm and measured tone, Aaron proceeded to inform Luna about the promise made by the president of the Hunters Guild regarding his own position. Since this is what she desires, then it shall be bestowed upon her. "Huh? Are you referring to the position of the Hunter Guild Master?" At this moment, Luna gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom such a proposition. That is a position that holds the power to rival the imperial authority. Occupying such a role confers wealth and influence beyond measure. Could it be that Aaron is willing to so readily grant this to her? It seems utterly preposterous. All she must do is join Aaron in exploring that castle. You cannot be serious? At this juncture, Luna still struggled to believe it. Meanwhile, Aaron resignedly spread his hands. "Am I jesting? Is there any necessity for that? What I speak is invariably the truth, so will you accompany me?" This time, there were no convoluted implications. Both laid the facts before each other. Aaron required Luna's intelligence to bolster his confidence as he ventured into that perilous trap. For Luna, the position of Hunter Guild Master was the very thing she had longed for. Now, the opportunity lay before her, tantalizingly close, as if she could simply reach out and grasp it. Chapter 67. The Marriage of Nobility. Luna contemplated many thoughts, biting her lip, until her gaze shifted in a manner that even Aaron could discern. Was this an attempt at seduction, or did she harbor other intentions? At this moment, Aaron found himself somewhat perplexed by the woman's inner thoughts. In this world, every harvest inevitably comes with its price. At that moment, Luna suddenly remarked, "Nothing in this world is acquired without reason. If it appears so, it is surely a trap." This is a creed that every hunter cherishes within their hearts. Even Luna, whose desire for power far surpasses that of Aaron, acknowledges that this creed is the essence of truth. To disregard the truth is to invite the cost of betraying it. Hence, she sighed gently, shaking her head in resignation, and glanced at Aaron, shifting her body. "I suppose becoming the wife of the Hunters Guild leader might not be such a bad choice." When Luna spoke these words, Aaron was utterly taken aback. The wife of the Hunters Guild leader? Indeed, if the leader were a man, he would surely have a wife, much like a king has a queen. This is a sagacious choice, particularly for a woman. Why are queens so scarce in this world? It is not merely because they lack the strength to overthrow a foolish emperor and claim the throne for themselves. Rather, it is often because such women are indifferent to the throne. They possess sufficient power already, rendering the distinction between sitting or not sitting inconsequential. Based on Aaron's current understanding and the historical lessons he has absorbed, he reflects on the queens of history. To a considerable extent, these women were compelled to solidify their power by sitting upon the throne, as it was their only means of survival. Thus, ascending to the position of empress became their sole avenue for existence, leaving no alternative. It is within this realm of limited choices that such rare scenes have unfolded throughout history. However, for the majority, the underlying truths of these circumstances remain obscure. Yet, for Luna, this woman was undeniably astute. At this moment, Aaron arrived at a rather evident conclusion. This woman desired to establish a relationship with him, thereby forging a deeper connection and solidifying their mutual interests. Could this be deemed a noble alliance? Aaron never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament one day. He gazed blankly at the woman before him, uncertain of the decision he ought to make. "I recall that you do not possess a particularly illustrious lineage," Aaron remarked, suddenly lifting his chin with a serious demeanor. "For true nobility, each child's marriage is invariably preordained, meticulously arranged to safeguard the family's rights and interests. Consequently, many events, though occurring with a sense of inevitability, are beyond the control of those involved." However, this scenario was entirely different for Luna. She was not born into a prominent aristocratic family, nor did she possess a storied ancestral foundation. It is merely a noble house, nearly collapsing, located in a desolate and remote area, struggling to maintain even a semblance of dignity. From the day he stood against Luna, Aaron meticulously compiled all intelligence into his possession, and now that information has finally come to fruition. "You are correct. My family is indeed not illustrious, and I do not wish to contest that fact." At this moment, Luna's expression evidently soured. However, Aaron hastily defended himself, saying, "Oh, I hope you do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no intention of belittling or mocking your family." After a brief pause, he expressed his concern. "But are you truly certain that this course of action is worthwhile?" Aaron inquired with a tone that was both cautious and respectful. For individuals, life may hold little value, yet death imbues it with significance. Sacrificing one's personal happiness for the benefit of the family is, for the vast majority of noble ladies, an arduous endeavor. These noble women cherish love, their fervor and adoration for it often surpassing their allegiance to familial interests. However, such sentiments do not bode well for the future prosperity of the family, particularly one that is on the brink of ruin. The extent of Luna's toil to seize power and revive her lineage is not lost on Aaron, her adversary, who has keenly observed her struggles. Were it not for the necessary conflicts between them, this woman could have been a congenial companion. However, when the subject of marriage arises, the matter takes on a grave significance. It can even be deemed rather daunting, as it concerns the essence of happiness between two individuals. The issues and conflicts that arise between them cannot be resolved in a fleeting moment. Yet, in her pursuit of power, Luna is willing to sacrifice her own happiness. Thus, this is no mere quarrel between two people, it transcends simplicity. More accurately, the underlying entanglements and interests at stake are profoundly intricate. The essence of power is to uphold peace. True interests lie in maintaining harmony and stability. Any emotional upheaval can alter and jeopardize these interests, leading to chaos, an outcome both parties dread. Therefore, even if your hypothesis were to hold true, the possibility of love between us remains utterly unattainable. Love is merely a toxic embellishment, and I believe I am yet unworthy of its indulgence. Let it be reserved for those who are fit to partake in such vices. Luna provided her most straightforward interpretation of the term. It seems as though the issues at hand were resolved in that moment, yet there lingers an unsettling discord. Chapter 68, Guest from the Family. Well then, let us change the subject. Would you care to join me in exploring that castle? A place both mysterious and perilous. It would be prudent to approach with caution, for such wisdom is paramount. However, compelled by necessity, Aaron resorted to this desperate measure. Uncertain if the woman before him truly wished to stand by his side, he first engaged her with enticing rhetoric, exchanging views without divulging his true intentions. Should matters remain unresolved, even a mutually beneficial agreement would bear no fruit, as the underlying issues would persist. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Luna's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. Akin to the swift turning of a page, she then engaged in earnest contemplation, ultimately arriving at a clear conclusion and response. Very well. If you are willing to barter the position of the Hunter Guild's president, I believe our collaboration may prove quite agreeable. After delivering this statement, she prepared to depart. Yet, at that moment, Aaron called her back, producing a vial filled with deep crimson blood of high elves from a hidden corner. The vessel radiating the glow of a magical array designed to preserve its freshness. Unlike Aaron, Luna harbored no particular fascination for the blood of high elves. She cast a cold glance at the vial in his hand, offered insincere pleasantries in refusal, and turned to leave. Just as she stepped away, a dark mist began to rise slowly from the shadowy corner of the room, reminiscent of a fountain. Ultimately, the swirling black mist coalesced into a humanoid form, a figure adorned with a mask, who emerged seemingly from the shadows. This individual, having eavesdropped on Aaron and Luna's earlier conversation from his concealed corner, produced an iron box from beneath his dark robes and presented it to Aaron. Within the box lay a potion crafted by Aaron's family. Grasping the exquisite container, Aaron opened it and retrieved a pill, casting it into a cup before pouring in the blood of a high elf. The two substances clashed, resulting in a violent reaction that released a pungent aroma of blood, accompanied by the emergence of numerous brown bubbles. Unfazed by the sanguine scent, Aaron lifted the cup and drank deeply. The delectable essence of the blood surpassed the thrill of potent spirits, awakening his very soul. In that moment, he fixed his gaze upon the family envoy who had delivered the pill. After fulfilling his duty, this figure should have quietly departed. Yet he lingered as if compelled to speak. Why do you remain? Your task is complete. Aaron contemplated the onset of his meditation, yet was unaccustomed to having an intruder disrupt his thoughts. The silent cloaked figure eventually removed his cape and mask, revealing a pale and strikingly beautiful visage. It was unexpected that such a ravishing woman would conceal herself beneath a voluminous robe. However, upon seeing her, Aaron felt an instant prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Fortunately, Luna had just departed, otherwise, he would have found himself utterly incapable of confronting the situation before him. The family has designated your marriage. You must marry me, the woman declared with a frigid tone. I am well aware of this matter. It is merely a transaction of interests. You should comprehend the implications of my words, Aaron replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. This was nothing more than a pure exchange of benefits. If feelings were involved, it would only lead to complications. Lowering her gaze, the woman fell into silence for a moment before continuing. However, I have heard that the president of the Hunters Guild has promised you the opportunity to become the president. I believe this matter warrants reporting to the family elders. Aaron's greatest fear had been articulated by this woman. If this information were to reach the family elders, those decrepit old men would surely issue a command, compelling him to assume the presidency of the Hunters Guild. Should events escalate to that extent, Aaron would be obliged to bear the family's orders and responsibilities, a predicament from which he could not escape. If you wish for me to treat you with greater kindness, it would be prudent not to disclose this matter to them. At this moment, Aaron's expression grew exceedingly cold. He had no desire to engage in pursuits he neither liked nor wished to undertake. However, certain matters would not alter simply due to his preferences. Yet, a glimmer of light flickered in the depths of the woman's eyes. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Aaron, her pallid complexion and eternally frigid demeanor transforming into a warmth that was unexpected. This implied that if I were to refrain from this action, you would harbor feelings towards me. She hesitated, lowering her head in shyness, leaving her words unspoken. In that moment, Aaron, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, turned his head aside and closed his eyes, grappling with the display she had put forth. Was this an authentic sentiment, or merely a calculated act to elicit his sympathy through seduction? Faced with such a woman, endowed with traits he found appealing, Aaron struggled to maintain his composure and discern the truth. He yearned to take a deep breath, closing his eyes to dismiss the turmoil within. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had drawn closer, a subtle fragrance emanating from her, akin to a deadly poison. This rendered him incapable of remaining calm. In this moment, he felt a desire pulsating deep within his soul, a yearning he had long suppressed, suddenly ignited as if meeting an inferno. In this world, it is an undeniable truth that one cannot exist devoid of desires. As long as one remains human, desire is an inherent part of their being. It is the kindling of the heart, varying only in intensity. Some possess a blaze that rages fiercely, while others merely harbor kindling. And at this juncture, Aaron's flame was reignited. Chapter 69. The castle. Aaron had seldom experienced such a night of delirium. Upon awakening, he distinctly felt a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Everything around him was meticulously organized. He gathered his thoughts and donned his attire anew. Subsequently, he commenced preparations to explore the castle. As for the examination, if it could be resolved with gold coins, it would be an unparalleled convenience. He had always employed this method to address his dilemmas. Only someone as obsessively driven by the pursuit of excellence as Alfred would earnestly partake in such an examination. However, after consulting a few pertinent individuals, Aaron achieved his objective through a straightforward transaction. While everyone else busied themselves with their obligatory tasks, the two of them convened at the previously agreed time. When Luna beheld the weapon Aaron wielded, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. Instead of his favorite longsword, he bore merely a colossal shotgun. Yet, he also clutched an exceptionally rare palm, not particularly handsome and impractical in length. Nevertheless, Luna discerned that it was, in fact, not merely a palm but a weapon. "I never anticipated you would resort to such an ostentatious weapon," Luna remarked, having confirmed her initial perception. "Do you also consider it a frivolous weapon?" "Then it aligns perfectly with my desires," Aaron replied. A subtle and inscrutable expression graced Aaron's face as he refrained from providing further explanation and ascended into the carriage. It appeared that he was concealing something regarding this matter, especially since it pertained to his weapons. The less others knew, the better. Moreover, this was merely a fleeting alliance. Thus Aaron had no reason to divulge more about himself to Luna. Following their initial dialogue, both maintained a profound silence as they entered the carriage. The lantern hanging beside the driver was ignited with incense, and the purple smoke drifted slowly along the path of the carriage, enveloping the areas it traversed. This incense was typically employed to ward off beasts, a precautionary measure that drivers often kept on hand. However, this item was quite costly. Ordinarily, a driver would not light it unless faced with particularly troublesome weather or navigating perilous regions. Yet, if the patron was affluent and indifferent to the expense of the incense, the circumstances would indeed differ, and there would be no need for haste in their journey. Aaron opened the window and, upon observing the swirling smoke, recognized it as Luna's directive. However, upon hearing Aaron's words, she chuckled lightly and retorted, "Do you think I ignited this incense merely for the sake of travel? Are you questioning my prowess?" Aaron replied with an odd tone, stating that as a hunter, he possessed sufficient strength and confidence, even in the presence of oblivious monsters. He would be capable of detecting their presence at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Luna cast a pointed glare at the other party without hesitation. "I certainly do not doubt your capabilities, but can you assure me that the carriage will remain unscathed amidst the onslaught of those monsters?" She acted as if she possessed her own thoughts and plans, adhering to her own principles of conduct. When two individuals of entirely disparate natures unite as temporary allies, it is inevitable that friction will arise over trivial matters. These issues may appear to be mere trifles, yet who can guarantee that they will not escalate? This was the dilemma that occupied Luna's mind. She had to contemplate the most adverse possibilities that could unfold. The most effective means to avert such complications was to pave the way with gold coins. In the presence of this woman and her own logic, Aaron found himself at a loss for words. He understood that any words he uttered would be futile. This matter was far from his area of expertise, and thus he resolved not to engage in a debate over his weaknesses with the woman before him. The lengthy journey was marked by a profound silence between the two, leaving them with nothing to say to one another. Meanwhile, the honest and straightforward coachman remained mute, merely bowing his head to attend to his duties. Wherever the passengers wished to go, as long as they paid, the coachman would dutifully fulfill his obligations. Any additional matters, even if overheard, would not be divulged. Sometimes, knowing certain things could prove to be a burden. Thus, throughout the journey, the three individuals succumbed to an extended silence, the somber weather serving as the most fitting embellishment to the atmosphere among them. Aaron busied himself with the meticulous maintenance of his weapon, preferring to engage in tangible tasks to alleviate the tedium of their current predicament in the absence of conversation. Meanwhile, Luna reclined in her seat, contemplating the potential dangers and events that lay ahead. After traversing several small towns and resting for a few nights, their lengthy expedition finally reached its conclusion. The dilapidated castle emerged before Aaron and his companions, perched atop a steep cliff, its surroundings steeped in decay, yet the towering spire still bore witness to its former glory. Clearly, only those of considerable strength would dare to display their architecture so ostentatiously. The scene before them spoke volumes. The nearly obliterated path bore distinct traces of previous wagon passage. The overgrown grass had been trampled, leaving behind the unmistakable imprints of wheels, indicating that others had visited this castle before them. However, their arrival was not long ago, as the marks on the road appeared relatively fresh. As they drew nearer to the castle, the horses of the carriage driver exhibited increasing agitation and unease. These timid creatures reacted with far greater intensity than humans when sensing impending danger. Evidently, their restlessness and the slowing of their pace foreshadowed the peril that awaited them within the castle's ominous confines. Chapter 70. Reinforcements as we approached the castle. The whinnying and thrashing of the horses grew increasingly frantic. Despite the coachman's vast experience, he found himself utterly unable to rein in these timid and frightened creatures. Even the once smooth road began to jolt beneath us. The coachman shouted in an attempt to calm his steeds, but the pervasive aura of death that surrounded us rendered the horses incapable of maintaining their composure. They were straining with all their might to turn back and flee. It was evident that the situation was not easily resolvable. We must be nearing our destination. Uncle Alan rapped on the small window. Soon. The coachman ceased to crack his whip. Just let us off here. Proceeding further may put you in danger, Alan reassured him. The coachman displayed an expression of deep regret. I apologize, dear guests, but I never anticipated such an occurrence. This is beyond anyone's control, as the place to which you are heading is inherently perilous. No one could overlook the possibility that this forsaken castle harbored monsters within its decaying walls. Luna descended from the carriage, and since Alan had already resolved that they would continue on foot, there was little more to be said. Moreover, the tracks on the ground provided ample evidence that many had ventured towards that ominous castle before them. If a castle remains inhabited, its walls would undoubtedly bear banners aloft. The pristine banner flutters in the sky, a symbol of that which humanity must strive to uphold. The ancient and dilapidated stones of this castle, along with the rotting wood, have long succumbed to decay, and the banner that ought to soar above has fallen to the ground. Indeed, this is the very place described in the invitation. After the coachman, his countenance dark, turns to depart, in this untamed wilderness, there lurks the ever-present threat of monstrous beasts leaping forth from the underbrush. Two individuals, burdened with a chest and armed for protection, stand vigilant. Aaron gazes intently, yearning to behold the castle's grand visage in its entirety. Yet ultimately, he finds himself thwarted. This fortress does not grace the plains. Instead, it clings to the steep ridges, perhaps concealing secret passages leading into the very mountain itself. Thus, even more enigmatic entities may dwell within, and none can assure themselves of glimpsing the castle's full splendor. For no one can guarantee the completion of every hidden chamber within its confines. What creatures lurk in those shadowy recesses remains a mystery to all. Who can fathom the profound legacy of the institution that once was the school of magic? After all, the Academy is a sanctuary for the study of blood, a vessel for the potent forces contained within, capable of transforming one into a monster. How many nefarious and clandestine experiments may transpire within its walls, Aaron cannot say. Yet he dares to believe such occurrences are inevitable, and thus, he must remain ever vigilant toward this castle. If what you assert is true, then this must indeed be the destination. Luna rolled her eyes and replied to Aaron with a hint of irritation. So, where are your people? In the absence of any visible support around him, Aaron began to inquire about Luna's whereabouts. One must always contemplate their escape route before advancing. This is a decision that a rational individual would make. If one cannot retreat in the face of danger, then it is prudent not to take reckless risks. This was Aaron's principle. They will come, but they won't approach so brazenly, Luna remarked. Certain matters should never be executed under the guise of righteousness. Much like the recent operation of the Sleeve Sword Society, it is essential to maintain a certain distance, allowing those with ulterior motives to perceive the events as entirely separate endeavors. Only then does the probability of success increase significantly. Even if no reinforcements are visible in the immediate vicinity, there is no cause for concern, as they will inevitably arrive. With Luna's assurance, Aaron felt a considerable weight lift from his mind. He took a moment to calm himself, first glancing down at the horses and the tracks in the dirt before raising his gaze to examine the castle. At that moment, he instinctively closed his eyes and employed magic to probe the surrounding air. Indeed, although everything appeared desolate and abandoned, as if no one had visited for an extended period, there was, in fact, a peculiar and eerie magical barrier enveloping the area. It is evident that someone has deliberately orchestrated this to deter others from approaching the castle, ensuring that those unrelated maintain their distance. A colossal magical array has been established in this location. Anyone who ventures too close to this array will instinctively sense the inherent danger of the place, prompting them to reconsider their advance. This serves as a harmless warning, which is precisely why the area has been intentionally left desolate. As for the horses, they are far more timid than humans, and the ominous aura emanating from the vast magical array induces a heightened sense of trepidation in them, rendering them visibly terrified. Luna observed Aaron closing his eyes, realizing he was employing magic. When Aaron reopened his eyes, Luna inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" Indeed, he had uncovered something. There exists a secret here. Aaron shrugged. That was the sole conclusion he had arrived at. The intent to keep others at bay undoubtedly indicates the presence of a concealed truth. The only question that remains is whether this secret is of significant magnitude or merely trivial. "Your words sound like mere drivel," Luna retorted, her sarcasm unrestrained. "Who is unaware that something is hidden here? That is precisely why we have come, to investigate who has set up this magical array and to discern their intentions in inviting others." In an instant, Aaron's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, his gaze sharp as a blade. Regardless of the nature of his adversary, those who dare to underestimate Aaron must be acutely aware of their own capabilities and whether they can sustain their arrogance. Chapter 71. The Slain Steed and the Warning. Regardless of the monstrous entities lurking within, it would be a futile endeavor to remain idle without venturing forth to uncover the truths concealed within. It is evident that only through action can one truly comprehend the nature of the creatures and traps that abound in this place. With determination, Aaron tightened his grip on his newly acquired weapon and stepped forward. His boots crushed the hardened grass beneath him, while the thorns of the surrounding bushes clawed at him, seemingly intent on impeding his progress. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not deter Aaron from advancing. Before long, they stumbled upon the first carcass. The initial indication was the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air, a rich aroma of fresh gore, prompting Luna to unsheath her twin blades. The two continued to tread cautiously in a state of heightened alertness. Concealed by the underbrush, they discerned a depression in the foliage, likely a trap. As the stench of blood emanated from that very spot, it was uncertain whether terrifying creatures lay in ambush nearby. No one could ascertain for sure. Upon discovering the source of the sanguine odor, Aaron first surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no unusual disturbances. The only sounds were those of a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops, accompanied by the soft swaying of leaves, with naught else to be heard. In such an atmosphere, Aaron proceeded. The source of the foul scent revealed itself to be the carcass of a robust horse, its lifeless form already beginning to succumb to the advances of creeping insects. Although the stench of decay had yet to permeate the air, the steed had already begun to succumb to the gnawing of insects, gradually becoming putrid. The lifeless horse bore wounds that were truly astonishing. The marks of its injuries were such that only a beastly monstrosity could inflict such immense gashes. With the mount now deceased, one could not help but ponder the fate of its rider. Aaron immediately contemplated this question. After all, horses are precious commodities, enabling humans to traverse the wild swiftly, even presenting a chance of escape when confronted by savage creatures. Thus, it was implausible for the rider to have fled alone. The owner of this horse must be lurking somewhere in the vicinity. Consequently, Aaron began to survey his surroundings. He sought the remains of a human or perhaps the carcass of another creature. Luna, standing guard nearby, observed Aaron's actions with confusion as he followed the broken blades of grass beneath him. It appeared there had been a struggle, and in the distance, he spotted a spattering of blood. The blood had already caused the surrounding flora to wither and decay, indicating it was highly toxic. In light of this, Aaron deduced that the blood belonged to the monster. He then continued to trace the trail left on the ground, making his way toward the castle. Indeed, after traversing several hundred paces, he stumbled upon the corpse of the creature, impaled upon a splintered spear and left to die against a tree stump. It was a werewolf, a beastly abomination, its head hung askew, its body marred by grotesque scars. The scars appeared as if they were inflicted by some colossal scythe-like weapon. The severity of the wounds was immense. The eerie blood continued to flow even after the host had succumbed to death, as if it would only cease once completely drained. It seemed evident that this creature was the architect of the horse's demise. Aaron gazed upon the beast, now ensnared upon a tree stump, and elucidated that only its razor-sharp claws could have rent the horse asunder. The owner of those steeds was likely a skilled hunter. After witnessing the slaughter of his mount, he had managed to distance himself, and from several hundred paces away, he vanquished the creature. Aaron approached the carcass, meticulously examining the broken spear. The shaft appeared ancient. Not a weapon wielded regularly, but rather one that had endured the ravages of time and tempest. Contemplating this, Aaron lowered his head and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, concealed within the dense underbrush, he discovered the other half of the shattered spear. The break was fresh, suggesting that the hunter, after slaying the beast, had picked up the forsaken weapon from the ground, perhaps to serve as a warning to others against approaching this place. Might this creature's remains serve as a cautionary tale for those who would follow? Aside from this notion, Aaron could conjure no other explanation. At that moment, Luna suddenly beckoned Aaron to look over, as she stood beside the carcass, clutching a grimy object in her hand. What could that be? Aaron understood that this must have been what she had just discovered on the corpse of the monster. Luna, hearing the inquiry, lifted the filthy plaque and wiped away the blood and grime that obscured it. The number 7825, only this single identifier. She articulated what she had discerned amidst the indistinct markings. Upon hearing this, Aaron stepped forward, taking the plaque into his own hands. What he beheld was identical to Luna's description. Indeed, there existed only this one number, indicating that the monster had not transformed into its current state by mere chance. The most plausible explanation was that some individual had deliberately turned it into such a being. If the inscription was to be construed as a representation of monsters, then the so-called 7825 would signify the 7,825th creature. Such a figure transcended the realm of horror. Even a large village could scarcely encompass 5,000 souls. Should this be the experiment conducted by the Magical Academy, it was highly probable that they had utilized the entirety of a village's population for their living experiments. Merely contemplating such an atrocity was enough to evoke a profound sense of revulsion. The magnitude of this number was so staggering that even Aaron hesitated to make any definitive claims. However, one thing was irrefutable. This monster was undoubtedly a product of human creation. Otherwise, it would not bear such a designation. This must have been the warning from our predecessors. Aaron then tossed the iron plaque in his hand, exchanging it with Luna. However, since he dared to charge forward even after sacrificing his steed, it appears we have no reason not to follow his lead. Aaron remarked, a smile gracing his features. Should he receive such a warning and cowardly choose to retreat, even he would look down upon himself. Chapter 72. The first layer. Ultimately, Aaron resolved to disregard the warning. He pressed onward, determined to confront whatever monstrous challenges lay ahead with his own strength. At the end of the path, beneath the towering ancient trees, countless vines hung from the branches, cascading to the ground. The broad leaves, layered upon one another, obscured the already dim light, rendering the entrance even more foreboding. A chill wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept across his neck, as if a ghostly hand were gently brushing against him. The stones were haphazardly arranged, and faint traces of struggle and battle remained visible. Scattered across the ground were the decayed corpses of what once were, their bones shrouded in armor. In the corners and strewn along the thoroughfare, these individuals appeared to be the guardians of this castle. They were but ordinary souls, yet they met their demise in this grim locale. The architect of this grim tableau had also left his mark here. Ancient weapons from the Hunters' Guild, or those they carried, lay scattered on the ground, stained with blood. These items, now ruined, had been carelessly discarded by their owners. Alternatively, it is possible that their masters perished here as well. Yet the Hunters' Guild has already removed the remains of their comrades. Dejectedly, these pitiful beings lie abandoned in such a desolate place, evoking a sense of dread. The influence of magic has rendered this area devoid of visitors for far too long, infusing it with an atmosphere of desolation and sorrow. A chilling stillness prevails, the remnants of slaughter lingering ominously, even now. This stark and remote scene would deter anyone from venturing in lightly. After all, in such a cursed locale, should one perish within, it is likely that no one would ever know, becoming just another nameless corpse upon the ground. Unless, of course, one were sufficiently greedy. Yet, this is their destination. Despite any reluctance, it is the reality they now face. Aaron has braced himself for battle, casting a glance at Luna. Within the castle, corpses are strewn about, and all mechanisms have been triggered, laid bare before the eyes of the living. The grim and rusted contraptions bear the marks of desiccated blood. Clearly, during the siege of this castle, even the Hunters Guild must have suffered considerable losses. The bloodstains on these activated mechanisms speak to Aaron, suggesting that a misfortunate soul may have met their demise here. Thus, under the warning of these remnants, Aaron grows increasingly vigilant. For he remains unaware if all the traps had been dismantled during the previous incursion of the Hunters Guild. Perhaps there are still some mechanisms that have yet to be triggered, and even more terrifying is the possibility that certain traps have been reset to their original positions, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. This is the true horror of the situation, and he has made thorough preparations to confront any eventuality that may arise. The more tense the atmosphere becomes, the more excessive the worry manifests itself. Ultimately, as Aaron and Luna traversed the lengthy corridor on the first floor, they found no traces of danger, which led them to believe that their fears were unfounded. It seemed as though they had merely frightened themselves. However, the subsequent dilemma was that within this ancient castle, they had discovered no alternative paths. It was as if everything had been concealed, and without keen observation, one could easily overlook them. It appeared that this place was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. After surveying his surroundings, Aaron arrived at this conclusion. To uncover any secrets or significant matters, one must first locate the hidden elements, yet this task seemed nearly impossible. In light of this, Aaron's gaze turned to Luna. Now, it was her moment to shine, which was precisely why Aaron had brought her to this castle. If he required assistance, he certainly had his own methods. However, when it came to understanding the intricacies of this castle, Aaron found himself at a loss. Relying on mere chance to stumble upon answers was hardly a reliable strategy. Thus, he inquired of Luna what their next course of action should be, given their failure to uncover any pathways on the first floor. Luna listened intently to Aaron's words, letting out a gentle sigh before speaking. Have you noticed a peculiar issue? It is that those who ventured into this castle before us have vanished without a trace. This observation struck a chord with Aaron, for it was evident that anyone bold enough to approach this fortress alone must possess formidable strength. Therefore, even if a confrontation had occurred, they would surely have left some remnants nearby. However, they had just failed to discover such signs, indicating that they had not encountered an ambush. The most plausible scenario is that these individuals have already located the correct mechanism and ascended to the upper level. On the ground, there are no fresh corpses or blood. Instead, all that surrounds them are dry bones and the desolate stench of decay. The chilling winds sweep through, sending shivers down their spines. It is improbable that these individuals simply disappeared without reason. They must have traversed a hidden and special passage, which surely would have left some evidence behind. Thus, it seems we have overlooked something significant. There must be some impassable area that has recently transformed into its current state. Aaron concluded that if traps indeed exist, the adversaries would inevitably deal with their prey one by one before opening the gates to welcome the next. There is a tower barred by iron grills, behind which lies a staircase. Yet, from the outside, that tower appears to have collapsed significantly, making it unlikely that a complete staircase remains intact. Hence, Aaron had not paid it any heed during his initial passage. Indeed, the reality was precisely as he had surmised. The fallen iron gate had, through the collision of metal against stone, left behind pale marks on the surface of the rock. These were undoubtedly fresh imprints, accompanied by a scattering of rust and dust in the vicinity of the wrought iron barrier. There was no doubt that this object had recently succumbed to gravity. Chapter 73, The Victim. The traces left by this iron gate heightened Aaron's alertness. He was convinced that this was a passage leading to the second level. However, the formidable iron bars were not easily manipulated. The resilient metal appeared to be forged from some unknown substance. Aaron tentatively tapped the metallic railings, but the sound was peculiar. Unlike that of any ordinary iron, it seemed evident that someone had deliberately endeavored to divert our attention from this path. Otherwise, such an obstruction would not exist, Aaron remarked. Luna found herself at a loss. Unless they could discover the mechanism to unlock this metal barrier, their situation remained dire. The opposing party would surely anticipate that Aaron and his companions might resort to brute force to breach the door. Thus they would have meticulously crafted the materials of the iron barrier. Yet, how could they possibly leave the mechanism conspicuously exposed on the first level? If her instincts were correct, the mechanism would likely be concealed on the second level or elsewhere. That location was undoubtedly beyond their reach, rendering the prospect of opening this door through conventional means nearly impossible. In light of this predicament, it seemed they had no choice but to devise an alternative approach. Luna, at that moment, could not conjure any viable solutions, and thus she remained silent, voicing nothing. Although I was reluctant to waste materials at this moment, Aaron murmured to himself as he rummaged through his pocket. This action immediately captured Luna's attention. To her surprise, Aaron retrieved a small vial resembling a container, crafted not from metal but from a rare, transparent material, within which a faint blue liquid emitted a delicate glow. "What is that?" Luna inquired out of sheer curiosity, harboring doubts about whether such a diminutive vial could indeed resolve their predicament with the metal barrier. Likewise, Aaron was skeptical. Until he witnessed the true efficacy of this small vial, he could hardly believe it possessed any formidable power. However, the results of the experiment revealed that Vom's assertions were indeed accurate. Through investigation, Vom had come to understand that the creatures they faced wielded immense strength, and their bones were as unyielding as steel. Thus, he sought to invent a substance capable of melting those monstrous bones. Ideally, this substance could be applied to silver swords, allowing hunters to effortlessly shatter the bones of the creatures with each swing and strike. Nevertheless, the endeavor had proven utterly futile. He had concocted such a substance, yet this vial of liquid could only be contained within a vessel of fused sand. Any metal that came into contact with the pale blue liquid would be corroded to dust in an instant. Although his objective was achieved and the liquid indeed possessed the potential to annihilate monsters, it was imperative to ensure that his weapon would not succumb to this enigmatic substance. Thus, it could be deemed a complete failure. He initially intended to discard it as refuse. However, contemplating the immense utility and peril it embodied, he ultimately decided to retain it on his shelf of discarded items. Perhaps, on some future day, it might prove useful. This was Vom's line of thought. Yet when Aaron occasionally rummaged through Vom's laboratory, he fortuitously stumbled upon this very vial. After witnessing firsthand the formidable capabilities of the liquid, Aaron speculated that since he had arrived at this castle, he might encounter locked chests. If he were to indeed confront such chests, pouring this highly corrosive liquid onto the locks would undoubtedly facilitate their opening. Fueled by dreams of fortune, Aaron brought the vial with him. However, he never anticipated the predicament he would face upon reaching the first level of the castle. No matter how resilient the metal, it was powerless against the corruption of even a small quantity of this liquid. Under Luna's skeptical gaze, Aaron meticulously and cautiously poured the liquid from the vial onto the metallic bars. The amount was limited, necessitating prudent usage of this potent substance. In some of the most vulnerable and fragile places, Aaron poured the substance upon them, and soon the metal emitted a hissing sound. First, he corroded the gaps below, and then he turned his attention to the upper sections. With the formidable power of this liquid, the once formidable metal barriers crumbled like feeble, helpless creatures. Accompanied by a crisp sound, they succumbed and fell to the ground. Before this metallic barrier appeared a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Faced with this undeniable reality, Luna widened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only utter with a hint of resignation that having a blacksmith friend was indeed a fortunate blessing. Her tone was imbued with envy. As for Aaron, he had little to say about the matter. After a sheepish smile that barely masked his embarrassment, he slipped through the opening. Having navigated past the obstructive metal barrier, Aaron ascended to the second level, traversing the nearly destroyed and crumbling staircase. Although no monstrous entity had yet leapt forth to confront him, the scent of blood wafted from the darkness. It was the unmistakable aroma of fresh blood, a telltale sign of recent violence. Suddenly, disordered footsteps echoed nearby. It was as if someone was making a final, desperate attempt to escape, the sound of their approach growing ever closer. Upon hearing this noise, Aaron hesitated, uncertain whether the source was friend or foe. Perhaps it was merely a monster in disguise. Or perhaps it was indeed the true origin of the sanguine scent that filled the air. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was fully prepared for battle. The instant this individual appeared before him, regardless of what was uttered, he would swiftly place his weapon against the adversary's throat. However, ultimately, he found himself unable to execute this action, for the opponent lay prostrate before Aaron, as if lifeless. Chapter 74. The Corner. Anyone witnessing a figure collapsing in a dying state at their feet would inevitably feel a jolt of shock. Such occurrences are rare, particularly in this eerie and desolate locale. Upon seeing the man, Aaron refrained from immediately approaching to render assistance, as he could not ascertain whether this was merely a ruse to exploit his compassion. For the most ruthless of monsters, any exploitable vulnerability is deftly seized upon. Thus, Aaron remained vigilant, fully prepared for the possibility that this creature might spring to life from the ground, as he cautiously advanced toward him. As he approached within a perilously close distance, the figure did not immediately rise to launch an attack. Instead, he merely convulsed, as if a dying soul were engaged in a final struggle. This individual appeared to be on the brink of death, all vital signs receding from him. His pupils dilated, and blood trickled continuously from the corners of his mouth. Yet, as Aaron drew near, the man struggled feebly, as if attempting to offer a final warning, though he had lost even the strength to articulate his thoughts. Blood obstructed his mouth, and amidst this agony, Aaron could not save the man. The injuries sustained were relatively minor, yet they struck at a crucial juncture, his heart. A sharp object had pierced through his chest cavity directly. The space that once housed his heart was now hollow, the organ itself lost to an unknown fate. Merely making it this far was nearly an impossibility. Aaron could not save him. All he could do was hasten the end of the man's suffering. He drew his dagger and swiftly severed the man's throat in one quick motion. There was no struggle or resistance from the man's eyes. It seemed as though he had found release, and he finally lay still. Aaron then rose to his feet, noticing the absence of the man's weapon. This indicated that the weapon might have fallen at the site of their battle, a location not too difficult to locate. The man must have staggered here in a desperate attempt to escape after sustaining his injuries. By following the trail of blood on the ground, he would undoubtedly discover the site of the confrontation. Once the place was found, he would surely encounter the monster. After vanquishing the creature, he would instinctively indulge in the blood, a testament to the monster's burgeoning intellect. It appeared that the creature's sole intent was to eliminate the approaching hunters with a single, decisive strike, showing no mercy. It attacked the most vital areas, indifferent to the blood that flowed freely. The creature that can master its primal instincts is an entity that Aaron has yet to encounter. If one were to consider a human who has transformed into a monster yet retains the clarity of human will, the question arises, is such a being truly human or merely a monster? Aaron hesitates to arrive at a conclusion, for this dilemma shakes the very foundations of his beliefs. Thus, after a brief period of preparation, he resolves to press onward. Nothing now stands in the way of his exploration of the enigmatic contents of this castle, be they monsters or hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Should they dare to emerge from the darkness, Aaron would unsheath his weapon without hesitation and confront them. As long as they manifest before him, he would be resolute in his actions. The number of adversaries matters not. From the wounds on the fallen hunter, Aaron discerns a troubling truth. The assailants have not engaged in prolonged skirmishes. Rather, they strike with lethal efficiency after only a few encounters. This behavior starkly contrasts with that of typical monsters, who are known for their frenzied biting and erratic clawing. Hence, the actions of monsters are predictable and can be skillfully navigated by a seasoned hunter. However, the lifeless hunter before him reveals a harsh reality. This creature possesses a disturbing confidence in its attacking patterns. Despite Aaron's unwillingness to acknowledge this truth, his refusal to admit it cannot negate its existence. Thus, he must resolutely move forward, seeking to resolve the turmoil within him through the reality of the situation. He follows the trail of blood on the ground, clearly left by a wounded hunter who is desperately fleeing for his life. Even though he knows that death is certain, the instinct for survival compels him to escape from the monster. Perhaps it is this very instinct that has driven him to struggle for such a considerable distance. As Aaron follows the blood trail, he encounters numerous forks in the path. Initially, the traces are dense, but they gradually become sparse, evidently due to the hunter's waning consciousness. Following the bloodstains, Aaron finally comes face to face with the creature he has long sought. It is evident that the creature has also been tracking the same trail, and both parties strive to maintain restraint, muffling their footsteps. Only when they are within a close enough proximity does Aaron hear the sound, a dull thud of footsteps echoing from around the corner, which suddenly comes to a halt. The creature must have sensed Aaron's presence, prompting its pause, although Aaron had detected it slightly earlier. The sound of the creature's footsteps had masked his own, allowing him to remain undetected initially. Thus, Aaron, with Luna in tow, has managed to halt his movement just before the creature did. However, merely pausing in one's tracks is insufficient. The adversary is a beastly creature, endowed with a sense of smell far more acute than that of a human. By the time Aaron realized this, it was too late, for he had already heard the sounds emanating from around the corner. The creature was sniffing the air, inhaling the scent that signified his presence. In such circumstances, Aaron felt no hesitation. He immediately hurled his weapon into the fray. Chapter 75, Combat and Flight. The monster, having detected the scent of humanity, descended into a frenzy almost instantly, for blood has an uncanny ability to evoke madness. Vivid crimson gushed forth from its body, mercilessly ravaged beneath its own sharp and unyielding claws. This was the most exquisite thrill that the most deranged of creatures could ever experience. And it was now eager to indulge in it. Nothing could deter its primal urge. Both parties were intent on battle. Eren sought to vanquish this bloodthirsty monstrosity to avenge the fallen hunter, while for the creature, the goal was equally clear: to extinguish the life of the human it had scented. In the blink of an eye, they clashed, then swiftly recoiled from one another. In that fleeting moment, Eren gained a profound understanding of the creature's strength and speed, knowledge that was of paramount importance. For it is only by comprehending the magnitude of its power that one can truly grasp the immense pressure of engaging in combat with such a formidable foe. However, Eren harbored doubts about the outcome of their initial encounter. Perhaps the opponent had held back, deliberately deceiving him. Consequently, in light of this uncertainty, Eren amplified the pressure he sensed, doubling it. Under such circumstances, the adversary's strength could only be aptly described as formidable. In that moment, Eren activated a mechanism, transforming his staff-like weapon into a long whip. Luna, witnessing the sudden elongation of the whip in Eren's grasp, was reminded of something. As she was well acquainted with the weapon's structure, she had not anticipated that Eren would favor such an instrument. The elongated weapon possessed a significant advantage. It extended his range of attack. At this juncture, Eren desperately needed that extended reach to alleviate the pressure weighing upon him. He had already grasped the true magnitude of the creature's power. It was imperative for him to remain beyond the reach of his foe's harm while inflicting continuous damage in return. Only then could he hope to secure victory in this battle. Otherwise, he might share the fate of the hunter who had previously fallen. It was difficult to ascertain whether that hunter had perished due to underestimating his opponent. Any hunter bold enough to venture alone into this castle surely possessed considerable strength and would not err by dismissing their enemies lightly. This creature before him was undeniably intelligent, having clearly restrained its own might. After failing to land a blow, it dropped to all fours and began to retreat slowly. Certainly, this retreat cannot be attributed to fear. Rather, it is a testament to the creature's cunning. Such a confined space is ill-suited for its combat prowess. In this narrow passage, its massive form appears excessively cumbersome, and any attempt at maneuvering risks collision with the adjacent walls. Upon witnessing Eren brandish his weapon, a lengthy whip, it becomes evident that, provided the distance is sufficiently close, any casual swing from Eren is bound to inflict harm upon the creature. In this constricted corridor, evasion is virtually impossible. Thus, the creature begins to withdraw, and Eren is resolute not to squander this opportunity. Such advantageous terrain is rare, and after the monster's initial attack fell short, it recognized that the surrounding environment was unfavorable to its endeavors. Should it retreat to a more advantageous locale, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly become more arduous. Consequently, in this circumstance, retreat is not an option. One must capitalize on the victory and strike decisively. In this fortuitous situation, the priority must be to inflict maximum damage upon the creature. Therefore, without hesitation, Eren pursues, wielding his weapon to strike the beast. The serrated edges of the chain whip, regardless of the thickness of the creature's hide, cannot withstand the sharpness of the metal. However, as it flees, the monster turns its back to Eren. Its rear is far more resilient against damage than its front. Having transformed, its bones have become exceptionally broad and robust. Even though Eren wielded his weapon against the creature before him, it seemed as though his efforts were in vain. After emitting a high-pitched shriek, the monster showed no signs of being harmed. Its speed remained undiminished, as if his attacks were merely an insignificant tickle. The creature exhibited no fear of Eren's assaults. It merely sought to escape to a more suitable battleground, a spacious area where it could unleash its full potential. To thwart this endeavor, Eren was compelled to hasten his pace. In this confined space, while it was not ideal for the creature, it was equally challenging for him. Despite his attempts to swing his weapon, his movements were sluggish. The length of the chain whip posed a dilemma. A single strike would inevitably result in a collision with the surrounding stone walls. The sharp metal left deep grooves upon the rock, a rather unfavorable occurrence. Nevertheless, Eren had just acquired this new weapon designed for slaying monsters, not for quarrying stone. The metallic clash against the stone produced a sharp, resonant sound, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Should combat persist in such a narrow arena, the weapon's edge would inevitably dull, a consequence he could ill afford. However, if he pressed the creature too closely, it might suddenly pivot and retaliate with a swift claw strike. Given the creature's cunning nature, such a reaction was highly probable. In such circumstances, despite the simmering energy and fury within, Eren could only remain at a distance, akin to a fisherman casting his line. Then, finally, The creature burst forth from the narrow corridor. Its sharp claws dug into the stone floor as it abruptly turned. With an angry curl of its lip, it revealed its blood-stained, jagged teeth before Aaron. The tables had now turned in its favor. Chapter 76. The turnaround in that fleeting moment when the monster pivoted. Aaron comprehended with clarity that the situation before him had shifted unfavorably. This creature must have turned only after establishing an undeniable advantage. Much like his own instinct to flee when cornered, there was no room for doubt. It had evidently maneuvered itself into a position conducive to battle. Thus, it became imperative for Aaron to heighten his vigilance in the impending conflict. Gone were the days of his previously reckless and fervent assaults. Now, even the slightest opening could result in grievous injury. As a human confronting a monster, there were inevitable limitations, the paramount standard being that he must not sustain any harm. For the creature, it could easily endure a dozen cuts from a human, leaving behind mere scars that were far from fatal. However, for a human, being ensnared by such a creature, even if merely by a single claw, could result in being torn asunder. In such circumstances, engaging in combat with such a beast, particularly one endowed with intelligence, necessitates utmost caution and meticulousness. After all, exercising a modicum of prudence is invariably prudent. Thus, in light of this, Aaron began to gradually retreat. He was acutely aware that behind him lay a corridor, and by positioning himself at its entrance, the sturdy walls on either side would create a natural barrier. Should the creature dare to launch itself toward him recklessly, he could simply withdraw, although his only escape route was to retreat into the corridor. The walls would serve to constrain the creature's attack trajectory. This strategy would significantly enhance his agility and limit the adversary's offensive capabilities, exemplifying the tactical exploitation of the environment in combat. While it may not completely thwart the opponent's assaults, it could be utilized to secure a certain advantage in the ensuing confrontation. Therefore, retreating in such a context is not an act of shame. As long as it leads to the ultimate triumph over the creature, it constitutes a valid tactic. When the adversary turned around, it too hesitated to pounce immediately. Meanwhile, Aaron had already positioned himself at the corridor's entrance. The creature's crimson eyes locked onto Aaron's, and both parties engaged in a silent exchange of probing and intimidation, each hoping to evoke even a flicker of fear or disturbance within the other through their actions. When a person is swayed by their emotions, they may inevitably make erroneous judgments and take misguided actions. Ultimately, they succumb to their own cowardice, with no one else to blame for their demise except themselves. Thus, such a fate shall never befall Aaron. Ancient legends and tales have imparted countless experiences and lessons to him. When confronted with the necessity of engaging in battle on the battlefield, one must not allow emotions to dictate their physical actions, for this will surely lead to ruin. Unless one seeks self-destruction, therefore, one must never be governed by their feelings. Even when locking eyes with an opponent whose gaze is filled with a sanguinary thirst for violence, Aaron's heart remains as tranquil as a still pond. He has previously observed the marked iron tags upon the monsters. These tags seem to indicate that the creature may be a subject of experimentation. Yet, the true nature of this being remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, Aaron intends to discern whether this creature bears such a mark. At that moment, the creature lowered itself to the ground, in stark contrast to human form. Its limbs resembled those of a wild wolf. However, its body was grotesquely enlarged, tainted by blood, and its fur was exceedingly filthy. As it crouched and assumed a posture of readiness for combat, a glimmering metal tag fell from its neck. The creature before him appeared to be well acquainted with its surroundings, exhibiting no signs of peculiarity regarding the matter at hand. However, Aaron's attention had been fixated on this aspect from the very beginning. Although the considerable distance between both parties, compounded by the nature of their confrontation, rendered it impossible for him to concentrate entirely on this singular detail, he was unable to discern the inscriptions upon the metallic plaque. Nevertheless, based on the dimensions and shape of the metal, Aaron deduced that it was undoubtedly identical to the one he had previously encountered. The sole distinction seemed to lie in the number of characters inscribed upon it. Thus, it was unequivocal that this creature was likely a product of the experiments conducted within this castle. Yet, a conundrum arose at this juncture. Shortly after the castle's demise, the Hunters Guild had dispatched a team to cleanse the area. It was improbable that such experimental specimens could have survived. They were destined for annihilation. Unless two scenarios were plausible, either they had been deliberately left behind for purposes of cultivation and propagation, or they were newly fabricated entities. Aaron inclined towards the latter possibility. In the era of the old Hunters Guild, nearly all individuals suspected of being afflicted by the beast plague were executed, leaving no room for survivors. It was even more unlikely for these experimental beings to exist. Their very presence was an abomination. Innocent souls had been transformed into such grotesque forms through the harrowing solitude of experimentation. The likely cause behind the rift between the Hunters Guild and the Magic Academy may very well be rooted in this matter. Thus, the previous conjectures and hypotheses appear nearly impossible, bordering on delusional. It is evident that someone must have subsequently conjured this creature. Otherwise, what rationale could possibly elucidate the extraordinary sights before them? Chapter 77. Lateral movements. This creature, born of human creation, harbors an immense hatred. From the exchanged glances, Aaron discerned the creature's blatant hostility. The beast recognized the limitations of its attack range, swaying side to side in search of the optimal angle for assault. It advanced and retreated intermittently, fully aware of its own formidable strength, making each forward movement with remarkable swiftness. Yet, after a single stride, it would abruptly halt, as if to toy with Aaron. These sudden motions were not merely for intimidation, they served a dual purpose. In moments of heightened vigilance, each unexpected action is startling. Repeatedly encountering such surprises, a person instinctively begins to relax their guard, no longer tensing at the creature's erratic movements, while adrenaline surges. Conversely, in such startled states, one tends to lower their defenses, allowing the creature to achieve its intended objective. Through a series of repeated lateral movements, the creature sought to divert Aaron's unwavering vigilance, waiting for the opportune moment to launch an assault. Yet, alas, the monster remained fundamentally a creature of instinct, incapable of overcoming the intellect of humanity. Its strategy, while not inherently flawed, was miscalibrated against the wrong adversary. The lateral maneuvers were futile, eliciting no response from Aaron, who had fixated on the monster's eyes from the outset. Each movement merely served to disguise the true intent of its eventual attack. When the creature finally intended to strike, the intensity of its gaze would starkly contrast with the tentative glances it cast during its probing motions. Thus, regardless of the creature's relentless attempts at feigning aggression, it had failed to provoke any reaction from Aaron since its initial foray. Everything seemed to diverge from the prior occurrences, sowing seeds of confusion within the monster. Nevertheless, it adhered to its primal instincts. After engaging in a series of deceptive lateral hops, it inadvertently found itself in the most advantageous position for a charge. Effectively adopting a languid demeanor, it abruptly turned and lunged at Aaron. The creature was aware that terrain constraints rendered its attack vulnerable to blind spots. Therefore, its sole recourse was to minimize these weaknesses as much as possible. Regrettably, from the very beginning, Aaron had discerned the creature's intentions, rendering its sudden onslaught ineffective and devoid of harm. It was as if the unfolding events had been foreseen. Without hesitation, Aaron raised his weapon and struck directly at the monstrous visage before him. This time, the creature made no attempt to defend itself. Rather, it pressed forward relentlessly, prioritizing its speed over any pause or hesitation. Like a madman, it charged headlong into the sharp blade of Aaron's knife. The metal mercilessly sliced through its face, creating a gaping wound that exposed the fragile flesh and bone beneath. Remarkably, the creature seemed impervious to pain, even as the stark whiteness of its exposed skeleton became evident. Yet, it continued its relentless advance towards Aaron without a moment's hesitation. The speed of the assault was staggering. Even Aaron found himself bereft of the time needed to react or defend, lacking any shield to mitigate the creature's onslaught. He realized that he had no opportunity for a second strike. As the beast lunged in his direction, Aaron faced a daunting choice, a matter of life and death. The creature, intent on expanding its attack, had chosen a specific trajectory for its assault. If Aaron miscalculated his evasion, failing to position himself in the blind spot of the attack, he would find himself ensnared in the creature's embrace or caught within the range of its lethal strike. By that time, this monstrous creature merely required a single strike to potentially rend Aaron's insides asunder. In order to discern the direction in which this beast would pounce, it was imperative to maintain composure and remain stationary. Prior to the enemy's assault, restraining any instinct to flee was of utmost importance. As the creature lunged towards him, the proximity between them would inevitably diminish, rendering long weapons ill-suited for combat in such confined quarters. Thus, Aaron's actions were both decisive and sagacious. As the monster roared and beheld the unmoving Aaron, it presumed victory was at hand. Seizing the moment, Aaron leaned back against the wall just as the beast extended its claws. The creature hurtled towards the opposite side, crashing heavily against the stone wall, its long, flowing fur brushing against Aaron's coat. At that instant, With such a minimal distance between them, it inadvertently exposed its vulnerable back to Eren. This was a rare opportunity that Eren could not afford to overlook. Before the creature could regain its senses from the impact, Eren swiftly advanced. Planting his foot firmly on its back, he aimed for the location of the heart that once belonged to the human it had been. And with a firm grip on the hilt of his dagger, he plunged it down with all his might. The layer of silver plating, when subjected to the state of the chain whip, renders it nearly impossible to inflict effective harm, as the damage inflicted by silver is considerably diluted against this creature. However, when it reverts to the state of the stabbing sword, its most potent form of attack, silver can exert its greatest influence. In a bid to safeguard its heart, this creature has grown thick bony plates on its back during its transformation. Yet, Eren, grasping the stabbing sword firmly in both hands, thrust it directly into that vulnerable spot. Even with the obstruction present, he pierced through with sheer brute force. The sword plunged into the creature as if it were sinking into mire, and almost immediately, the silver began to corrode the blood within. Chapter 78. Eradicating future threats of formidable vitality does not always signify a blessing. Much like this monster, possessing a robust heart implies that it can expel the blood within at an accelerated pace. If that blood were pure, it might not be dire, but at this juncture, it has already been tainted. The silver weapon is swiftly corroding the lifeblood. The monster's heart itself has become a formidable weapon, and now it spreads through the twisted, meandering veins of its body like a web unfurling. Contamination is incessantly eroding, and the toxic blood emanates in astonishing heat. The blood, now polluted or perhaps consumed, has transformed into an excruciating torment for this creature. Wherever blood has flowed, it incites the most intense reaction from this creature, causing its muscles to involuntarily convulse. Excruciating pain incessantly torments the nerves of this monster. The agony resembles a searing fire within, scorching its innards. Even though this creature possesses an extraordinarily robust vitality and exhibits a fearless disposition towards death, the relentless torment drives it into a frenzied roar. Under Eren's suppression, this monster is not only roaring with madness, but is also writhing and struggling violently, like an insect impaled and nailed to a wall. This creature has not yet succumbed entirely to death, hence it continues to thrash about. Yet, the creature's roars evoke not a shred of sympathy from Eren, who shows no inclination towards mercy. Any hint of compassion could provoke the monster into a sudden, violent attack. What kind of assault could a creature rendered more frenzied by excruciating pain unleash? Eren dares not contemplate such a possibility, nor does he wish for it to befall him. There is no room for hesitation or leniency. His hands remain tightly clenched around the weapon, regardless of the creature's past transgressions. At this moment, having finally gained a slight advantage in the struggle, Eren is determined not to relinquish this opportunity easily. In this instant, Eren reflects. The longsword grasped in his hand was no ordinary weapon. The silver embedded within it should have been potent enough to lethally poison the creature before him. With that in mind, there was no need to draw the sword or engage in any further actions. If he could maintain this state, perhaps Eren could indeed vanquish the beast entirely through this means. After all, a life is singular, and once extinguished, it is not easily resurrected. One must cherish their existence to navigate through this perilous world, struggling to survive. In order to sustain and perhaps prolong this condition, Eren held his stance and began to recite ancient verses akin to incantations. These words might seem futile, or perhaps they possessed some genuine magical essence. Regardless, as Eren chanted the text, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the infection of his blood leading to excessive loss, or perhaps the verses truly held some extraordinary power, the creature's resistance began to wane inexplicably. Eren maintained a firm grip on the creature's heart, lifting his gaze toward the ceiling as he murmured incantations. The inky night sky loomed above, even amidst the mire, as blood began to taint the world. Let all be shrouded in darkness and shadow. I shall wield my weapon, systematically purging the ferocious monsters that lurk in the shadows, one after another. Let the darkness be devoid of any lurking malevolence, transforming that darkness into light. The words I employ are vestiges of a bygone era, perhaps tracing back to the distant Eastern empires. It is precisely this antiquity that renders the understanding of such lexicon profoundly challenging. The incantations uttered by Eren, steeped in antiquity, evoke the semblance of an ancient rite, as though forgotten relics are now being resurrected before our eyes. Even Luna, despite her perceptive nature, finds it difficult to fully grasp these archaic expressions. Yet, she can distinctly and comprehensively discern Eren's recitation of this enigmatic utterance. Ultimately, the howling. Struggling werewolf begins to wane in its resistance. It appears that life is ebbing from the creature's form, its massive physique gradually losing vitality. However, who can assure that this creature is not merely feigning death? Aaron remains unwavering, even as the monster's defiance diminishes to nearly nothing. He refrains from any action, steadfastly maintaining his posture until the creature lies utterly motionless. To ensure final safety, upon witnessing the beast's complete stillness, Aaron decisively brandishes his weapon. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew forth his dagger and swiftly struck at the creature's neck. In a mere blow, the monster's head was completely severed. In this world, there exists no creature that can survive after its head has been decapitated. Chapter 79. Eyes through the thick seams of the stone wall. The man who had been lurking in the shadows felt a faint tremor deep within his soul. Regardless of the passage of time, he had never forgotten the massacre that once transpired within this castle. The hunter wielded his cleaver mercilessly, slaughtering every living being within sight, indifferent to their innocence or whether they were afflicted by the beast plague. The air was filled with the anguished cries of humans, mingled with the wails of monsters. In this world, a singular outcome was inevitable. Only one could survive, be it man or beast. Humanity would not easily surrender, nor would they willingly transform into monsters. The flames that blazed in the sin of blood instilled a sense of dread in the observer hidden in the shadows, prompting him to instinctively retreat. The distance between them was insurmountable, and as he remained concealed, Aaron was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. After vanquishing the creature, he let out a long sigh of relief and took 2 steps back to lean against the wall. Luna, who had remained uninvolved in the battle, perceived the exhaustion etched upon Aaron's face. "You appear quite weary," she remarked with genuine concern as she approached him. In response, Aaron shook his head. He inhaled deeply, gathering his strength before rising to his feet. Physically, he had not expended much energy, rather. His fatigue stemmed from the unprecedented adversary he faced, a creature unlike any he had encountered before. The sheer cunning displayed by this foe was disconcerting, leading Aaron to feel as though he were not contending with a mere monster, but with a human. Only a human would possess such intellect. Only a human would select terrain advantageous for combat. It was solely a human who would understand the necessity of employing sound tactics and probing threats. He had encountered countless monsters, engaged in battles with many. These creatures typically acted on instinct, charging recklessly at any human they spotted, which would be their most logical and instinctual course of action. Yet this creature was different. From the outset, its actions were calculated, aimed at ensuring its survival while simultaneously eliminating the hunter before it. The intent to kill was as stark as the scene Aaron had witnessed initially. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," Aaron mused, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Ultimately, he resolved to press onward. To truly comprehend the facts, one must press onward to gain further understanding. Moreover, after vanquishing the beast, Aaron gleaned little of substantive value from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to advance with a lightened tread, hopeful that he might encounter more significant clues ahead. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid any further encounters with monsters. Within this castle, it is certain that numerous creatures still lurk in the shadows. The one previously seen was merely a solitary apparition. This forsaken castle, once a haven for humanity, has now transformed into a playground for monsters. A moment's carelessness could easily lead one into the clutches of these lurking fiends. Thus, lost in contemplation, Aaron proceeded cautiously, mindful of the sounds his movements elicited. In contrast to the first level of the castle, the second floor appeared to be a realm more suited for scholarly pursuits. Ultimately, this castle was the predecessor of a magical academy, which explains the array of peculiar artifacts contained within its walls. As he explored the second level, he began to encounter cabinets displaying ancient glass vials. The glass had yellowed with age, and within each vial floated a massive eyeball. This eye was certainly not a feature of any human or known monster, as it was the size of a human head, suspended in a transparent liquid. Without the obstruction of eyelids, the eyeball, still connected to tender, crimson flesh, lay exposed in the liquid. The pupil seemed to possess a mysterious power. Merely gazing into it evoked a sensation of being scrutinized. Initially, Aaron did not notice the cabinets positioned against the wall. However, as he cautiously advanced, an increasing chill crept up the nape of his neck, as if something were watching him from behind. At that moment, he abruptly turned to glance over his shoulder. The source of his unease was none other than the unblinking eyeball. In the profound darkness, it appeared to conceal some ancient malevolence, lurking in the depths of shadow. Observing him, no one knew what this entity truly was. and Aaron himself was uncertain of the nature of his feelings. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Or perhaps it was nothing at all. He strained to think, yet unconsciously moved toward the cabinet, oblivious to his own actions. Luna, standing nearby, observed the situation with clarity. She could not comprehend what Aaron had discovered, and at that moment, he had already released the mechanism of his cane. Regardless of the creature hidden in the shadows or the nature of the illusion, anything that instilled discomfort must inherently harbor something sinister. And surely, the bizarre and the uncanny could not signify anything benevolent. As Aaron sensed that he might be under the gaze of a long-deceased colossal eye, he inadvertently remarked that the distance between them had diminished significantly. In that moment, instinctively, he brandished the weapon in his hand, unleashing an unexpected surge of power beyond his control, directed at an inanimate object that posed no threat. Yet, within him, a nameless fury ignited. Chapter 80, The Stranger. It felt akin to the sensation of having one's heart gripped tightly, only to be released abruptly. Following the shattering sound, Aaron took deep, hurried breaths. What had transpired? Luna, at that moment, cast a sideways glance, scrutinizing Aaron closely. She sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. In the instant of his attack, it seemed as though Aaron was no longer himself, prompting Luna to instinctively distance herself, fearing that he might lose his sanity at any moment. What? At this time, Aaron remained ensnared in a daze, oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Why did you shatter that? Luna inquired, gesturing toward the remnants scattered on the ground. The transparent liquid pooled across the floor, glimmering faintly in the soft firelight, reminiscent of distant stars. Meanwhile, the fragmented eye and shards of glass lay strewn about, leaving one to ponder whether it was mere coincidence or sheer happenstance. In the recent brutal onslaught, Aaron wielded his weapon, yet astonishingly. Not a single blemish marred the massive orb before him. This damp entity lay sprawled upon the floor, its tender crimson flesh evoking an overwhelming sense of revulsion. A nameless irritation welled up within Aaron, prompting him to step forward and gaze down at this bizarre object. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and crushed the eye that had nearly driven him to madness. The splatter of dark green fluid erupted in all directions, and Aaron instantly regretted his action, as the foul stench clung to the foot that had obliterated the abhorrent thing like a persistent parasite. Although a flicker of remorse lingered in his heart, he ultimately chose silence. Without Aaron's explanation, Luna's confusion deepened. She scrutinized him with curiosity, sensing that she had uncovered a rarely revealed facet of this man, one that was cruel and savage. This magnified the darkest and most terrifying scenes buried deep within his soul, thus precipitating the earlier incident. Unbeknownst to both Aaron and Luna, they had unwittingly stumbled into a conspicuous trap. Anyone experiencing even the slightest emotional fluctuation upon encountering these colossal, non-human organs would find their feelings infinitely amplified. Those gripped by fear would find their dread intensifying, while someone as ruthless as Aaron, despite his best efforts to restrain himself, would inevitably succumb to the tempest within. However, the function of this eye is to amplify the emotions lurking deep within the human heart, rendering his restraint ineffective in that fleeting moment. I suspect I have unwittingly wandered into the other's magical snare. A vague sense of unease flickered within Aaron as he contemplated the situation. He chose to explain it away, withholding further revelations. He had no intention of providing additional clarification, opting instead to treat the matter as if it had never transpired, allowing it to slip into the past. At that juncture, Luna, being a person of considerable intelligence, merely nodded in feigned belief of Aaron's words and continued onward. This led to the subsequent actions taken by Aaron. Given the potential magical traps displayed on either side of the cabinets, he deemed it prudent to act with caution. In light of this, Aaron opted to wield his weapon with fervor, obliterating anything that might pose a threat. He unleashed his weapon without hesitation, wielding it with reckless abandon. It appeared as though he harbored no concern that such raucous actions in the enveloping darkness might attract monsters. At that moment, an unnameable fury ignited within him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Luna, Aaron stealthily retrieved a black pill from his pocket and held it in his mouth. Yet perhaps it is due to the presence of some strange entity within this castle, or perhaps a formidable existence truly lurks here. Regardless, Aaron found himself unable to quell the turmoil within his heart. The reckless destruction he wrought only grew louder, and if he continued on this path, he would surely attract the attention of a monster. This was precisely what Aaron desired. Yet he did not anticipate that the first to respond to the noise would be a stranger who approached with a torch in hand. As their eyes met, both nearly resorted to violence. Fortunately, in that final moment, Aaron managed to rein in the tempestuous emotions raging within him, forcing himself to regain composure. "I thought we were the only ones in this castle," Aaron remarked. The hunter, whose face was partially obscured by a dark cloth, raised his torch, illuminating Aaron's visage and revealing the gleaming silver emblem of a hunter around his neck. "Given the ruckus you've caused, should I deem you foolish or simply overly confident in your own abilities?" The veiled stranger showed no inclination to remove his mask. Yet the massive two-handed sword slung across his back spoke volumes. It was evident that this individual possessed considerable skill to have entered the castle unscathed. Even the mightiest warrior would find wielding such a colossal weapon to be a daunting task, unless this man possesses genuine capabilities. Carrying such superficial items in a perilous place will inevitably lead to a dead end. Chapter 81. Conflict and Confrontation. Who are you, and why do you find yourself here? "This is not a place for someone like you," Aaron spoke with an air of menace. "Perhaps that statement should be mine to make," the other man retorted, clearly displeased. From the very moment they encountered one another, they stood in stark opposition. Continuing their dialogue could ignite a confrontation, prompting both to wisely choose to retreat at this juncture. The man emerging from the shadows raised a finger, pointing at Aaron's chest, furrowing his brow as he inquired with a tone of skepticism. His questioning demeanor was laden with doubt, revealing his evident prejudice regarding Aaron's abilities. Such a tone would not be adopted unless he held substantial disbelief in Aaron's identity. Feeling perturbed by the stranger's scrutiny and skepticism of his identity, Aaron found himself quite irked. He grasped the button of his collar, refraining from any defense, yet coldly remarked, "This matter does not concern you, stranger. It would be wise for you not to reveal the taint of your blood. Should I discover it, I will not hesitate to eliminate you at the earliest opportunity." In these words, Aaron conveyed a stark and unambiguous threat. This blatant threat conveyed nothing but Aaron's inner discontent and emotional turmoil. The hunter, fully aware of the consequences should a human transform into a monster, recognized the volatility of Aaron's emotions, which inadvertently drew his attention. In that fleeting moment, the two individuals on Aaron's side were caught off guard as this sudden stranger swiftly drew a firearm from his waist, the ominous barrel directly aimed at Aaron's head. Such calm and rapid judgment is an instinct cultivated only through years of slaughtering and hunting monsters. Perhaps your mentor ought to teach you that in perilous situations, when confronted by strangers, it is prudent to temper your emotions. Threats are futile. As he spoke, the stranger tilted his head, casting a glance at the firearm, thereby conveying to Aaron that no matter how formidable one's words may be, they pale in comparison to actions taken. This is the stark reality. I now find myself questioning whether your blood has been tainted. If you wish to prevent me from pulling the trigger, you must comply with my instructions. While keeping the gun trained on Aaron, the stranger produced a dagger from his pocket and tossed it into Aaron's hands. "Cut your finger and let the blood drip onto the ground. I wish to see if you are indeed the one who is contaminated." Faced with such a dire predicament, Aaron was rendered speechless, his countenance a portrait of distress. The firearm wielded by the man was undoubtedly not a single-shot weapon. Although he could ascertain that the gun was loaded with nothing but mercury bullets at such close range, even mercury could wreak havoc with its tremendous force, capable of obliterating the heads of two individuals. Thus, Aaron found himself compelled to obediently comply with the man's instructions. He utilized a small dagger to slice open his fingertip, then inverted his wrist to let his blood drip onto the ground. If one were on the verge of transforming into a monster, their blood would harbor a dreadful toxicity. Once released from the body and falling upon stone, it would transmute into a corrosive acid of terrifying potency. However, Aaron had not been tainted in any way, so his blood was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. This seemed reasonable. While I am neither your mentor nor your etiquette officer, I occasionally find pleasure in extending a helping hand. The instant the man holstered his firearm, Aaron seized the opportunity to act. He was not one to stand idly by, submissive to another's whims. The very thought was humiliating to him, so as soon as the weapon was sheathed, he launched an attack with his rapier. Though his strike did not target a vital area, his speed remained remarkably swift. The weapon sliced through the air with a piercing sound, and the man clearly possessed the experience of a seasoned warrior. Aaron's sudden move appeared to be anticipated by the man, as if it had been foreseen long before. At this moment, he found himself unable to draw the massive sword he bore upon his back, for Aaron's speed of attack was simply too swift. He was left with two choices, to evade or to be struck, the latter of which would undoubtedly bring him considerable shame. Yet, in the face of these options, he remained motionless. As the blade drew perilously close to him, in a fleeting instant, the man pivoted, extending his hand to maneuver the great sword at his back, ultimately using the blade to deflect Aaron's assault. His parry was a near-perfect testament to a hunter's skill. He had accurately anticipated the opponent's speed and position while also demonstrating a profound understanding of his own capabilities, reaching an apex of mastery. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to execute such a maneuver. This single exchange of blows allowed him to gauge his adversary's strength, while perhaps not revealing the entirety of his prowess. It had certainly illuminated the essential truths. Undoubtedly, this man possessed formidable power. Should he persist in his ill-fated aggression, only one outcome awaited them. Their strengths were essentially comparable, and the path to victory would solely lie in sacrificing his own life for that of his opponent. Such an act was ill-advised in this perilous locale. Particularly within this castle, slaying a powerful human could lead to severe injury, with the bloodshed attracting monstrous entities. In truth, neither of them could afford to survive such folly. Hence the necessity of maintaining composure. It appeared that his lordship was indeed a sufficiently formidable individual. Otherwise, he would not dare to venture alone into this treacherous place. The man who perfectly blocked Aaron's attack, upon noticing Aaron's restraint, scrutinized the young man before him. Chapter 82. The Invitation. Even though his tone had softened, a venomous undertone still permeated his words. Both individuals were acutely aware that opposing one another would lead to dire consequences, regardless of how much they found each other disagreeable. In such perilous circumstances, particularly with a common foe, they were compelled to exercise restraint. My abstention from attacking you is solely due to the monster's protection. I trust you grasp this notion. At that moment, Aaron unequivocally displayed his fierce hostility. Under different circumstances, he would undoubtedly have continued his assault. The other party, however, was equally unyielding. He spread his arms wide, adopting a stance of eager acceptance, smiling as he addressed Aaron. Then by all means, come at me. I have no objections. Verbal threats held no weight, especially between two hunters who preferred to let their prowess speak for itself. Thus, regardless of how formidable their words may seem, the true outcome remained uncertain unless action was taken. Yet, in this overtly provocative scenario, Aaron surprisingly maintained his composure. He recognized that he did not need to resort to violence to demonstrate his strength. To do so would be a display of sheer folly. Let us part ways then. You may proceed to wherever you wish. At this moment, Aaron felt an urge to expel the individual before him, as if the adage out of sight, out of mind could ease his agitation. Gazing at the man in front of him only intensified his vexation. Of course, I can choose my own path. That is none of your concern, he declared, as if asserting his authority. Then leave. Why do you continue to linger before me? Aaron's expression was one of displeasure, fully aware that his words would provoke a particular reaction from the other party. At this juncture, their discussion resembled a confrontation between two ruffians on the streets of the imperial city, clashing over territory. Such a trivial and tiresome exchange could only escalate into violence. Yet, both men stood resolutely on opposing sides, unwilling to yield, knowing that neither would emerge unscathed from such a confrontation. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Each understood the potential consequences of their continued escalation, leading to an eerie silence between them. Ultimately, they both took a step back, maintaining their composure. In this silence, both could engage in rational contemplation. Well, I see no purpose in prolonging this dispute, one of them conceded. Perhaps it was due to his greater age, or perhaps a consideration for safety. They both recognized that persisting in this manner would yield no favorable outcome for either, thus choosing to remain sufficiently clear-headed and restrained. Disputes only yield destruction. As a more mature individual, one ought to act with greater composure. It is best to sidestep the issue, for there is truly little of significance at stake. I concur with this sentiment. Perhaps that is why you sought me out. Given that the other party has willingly chosen to concede, Aaron naturally offered them a way out by diverting the conversation. The commotion you caused could not have gone unnoticed. It is indeed a marvel that you have yet to encounter a monster, he remarked with a tone of astonishment. However, Aaron spread his hands and, with a smile, responded, You have not yet encountered a monster? Not far from here. I just severed that fellow's head. The blood should still be fresh. As he spoke, Aaron pointed his thumb over his shoulder. There lay a corpse on the ground, an undeniable fact that cannot simply vanish. His smug and confident demeanor made it abundantly clear that his words were not mere fabrications. Yet, the stranger shook his head. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, A rather self-assured young man, are you? Very well, it is your choice, and I shall not interfere. After a brief pause, he continued, I find this curious. As a hunter from the imperial capital, what brings you to this place? Aaron, however, would not divulge the Hunters Guild leader's instructions at this moment. If the rationale is predicated on the discovery of materials in a library, followed by an expedition fueled by mere curiosity, the logic is tenuous at best. After all, one's interlocutor is unlikely to be credulous. Is it plausible that an individual, upon unearthing ostensibly lost artifacts within the pages of a book, would embark on a fervent quest for buried treasure? The prevailing counsel imparted through education is that cautionary advisements are typically appended to valuable content. Therefore, upon encountering material of seeming worth, one is urged to meticulously seek out any attendant warnings. Should one succumb to avarice or hubris, neglecting to heed such warnings, the resultant errors and their attendant consequences must be borne solely by the individual in question. The explanation involving a book proves untenable. Consequently, Aaron was compelled to offer a more forthright account. He produced a letter from the inner pocket of his overcoat, displaying the sealing wax to the man before him. It is not uncommon for individuals to receive such missives by happenstance. Occasionally, they may be misdirected. However, the sender of this particular communication piqued my curiosity. There was no need to scrutinize the letter's specific contents, solely by virtue of the emblem impressed upon the sealing wax. Should the man before him have arrived here in response to a similar invitation, the identical insignia would undoubtedly be immediately recognizable. This simple gesture would suffice. Should the other party be privy to the true import of the invitation, further superfluous discourse would be rendered unnecessary. If the recipient is unaware, the information contained within this invitation becomes quite intriguing. At times, it is necessary to withhold certain details in order to uncover the truth. In doing so, Aaron has not uttered any falsehoods, yet he has not divulged the entirety of the situation either. Chapter 83. Intelligence. I surmise you intend to conceal secrets. The stranger remarked to Aaron in a subdued tone. The emblem on the letter had revealed Aaron's true nature to him. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly, as if recognizing the seal. Then he spoke. I possess a letter identical to the one in your possession, however. He hesitated, as if concealing something. However, what? What is the cause of this hesitation? Aaron inquired, his curiosity piqued. The possession of an identical letter implied a shared cause and purpose. It suggested a mutual desire to come to this castle and explore the shadows within, to uncover the hidden secrets. This shared objective, whether for Aaron or the stranger, was to jointly investigate and understand the events that had transpired. This was Aaron's interpretation and understanding of the situation. However, this unfamiliar individual subtly insinuated his intentions, uttering, however. Could there be a disparity? Or perhaps an underlying issue? Assuredly, some complication must exist for such an occurrence, lest the other party would not have spoken in such a manner. This roused Aaron's curiosity, yet the enigmatic man shook his head, cautioning, I implore you to temper your inquisitiveness. A secret remains concealed because there are those who desire its obscurity. Here, his tone seemed to betray a hint of lament, as though regretting certain events, or perhaps subtly warning Aaron against meddling. Those who meddle or pursue verity often meet an unfortunate end, particularly in this benighted world rife with terror and sanguinary lore. The more one uncovers, the more one perceives the world's bleakness. Thus, he spoke as an elder, his tone laced with melancholy. I am, of course, aware of your impending statement. Aaron firmly shook his head, asserting, to unveil secrets deliberately concealed entails offending certain individuals or an ancient organization. Upon hearing Aaron's explanation, perhaps out of admiration for his mental agility and astuteness, the stranger's lips subtly curved into a smile, and he remarked, Indeed, a hunter hailing from the capital city possesses a certain understanding of matters. Presumably, you would prefer not to antagonize certain formidable entities? His statement effectively presents Aaron with a dilemma. Evidently, this man possesses his own comprehension of the events that transpired within this castle in the past. Otherwise, Aaron scrutinizes the man's attire, noting the conspicuous absence of bloodstains or even the slightest abrasions. Clearly, his safe infiltration into the castle's second story is attributable to his familiarity with the castle itself. There exists no other plausible explanation for his current state. Consequently, two conclusions emerge, should Aaron persist in his exploration of the secrets concealed within this castle. He will undoubtedly offend certain individuals, and the man before him is offering a subtle warning. However, should Aaron wisely choose to relinquish his pursuit at this juncture, all is not yet lost. Fleeing this castle like a craven? Had Aaron recognized the inherent danger from the outset and declined the invitation, he would never have set foot within these walls. However, having found himself ensnared within this labyrinth of peril and obscurity, no alternative remains available to Aaron. irrespective of the secrets concealed within, and regardless of the individuals who may be offended by their revelation, Aaron remains undeterred. That letter was a personal affront to him. And for that reason alone, Aaron was more than justified in seeking out the insolent individual and demanding an explanation. Should that person prove to be excessively arrogant, then Aaron would simply deal with him. There would be no other recourse, nor would Aaron ever consider retreating out of cowardice. Thus, faced with such a situation, Aaron naturally asserted, "You must know something. Tell me directly. I will not turn away." Aaron then clapped his hands together, speaking with unwavering resolve. The stranger paused, taken aback by Aaron's steadfast demeanor. Because of this unwavering resolve, he hesitated. Had Aaron shown even a hint of uncertainty, he would have strongly urged him to leave. But faced with such determination, he relented after a moment's contemplation, saying, "Very well, I suppose you're just another one unafraid of death. Since you wish to uncover the secret, seek it out yourself." With that, he stepped aside in the narrow passage, as if deliberately yielding the way. There were no details, no intelligence, and no advice offered. Information, after all, possesses value, sometimes worth more than a single life. Why share it freely with another? He had no incentive to divulge his circumstances gratuitously, having invested nothing. Consequently, he possessed no rationale to proactively inform Aaron of such news, given Aaron's chosen course. Though his visage was obscured by attire, Aaron discerned a hint of derisive amusement within his gaze. This was likely the culmination of the other party's deliberations. Certain intelligence is not so readily disseminated without recompense, particularly in this instance, as this fellow appeared far from benevolent or merciful. An individual privy to the sinister occurrences within this castle, incapable of extricating themselves unscathed, undoubtedly possess their own capabilities and unique channels for comprehending matters. Chapter 84, Radically Dissimilar. So, you harbor no desire to enlighten me? Aaron remarked, ceasing his interrogation and proceeding forward. Beseeching others for information ran contrary to Aaron's disposition, nor was he one to abase himself for the sake of acquiring intelligence. Thus, in this scenario, he bypassed the man's sidelong stance and advanced toward the corridor's terminus. In his wake, Luna scrutinized the unfamiliar man with inquisitive eyes. Two individuals walked in succession, yet the stranger exhibited a markedly different reaction towards Luna, as if he had suddenly recognized a familiar face. Luna, being an astute woman, was well aware of the nature of the person she was confronting. Their gazes locked, just moments before they were to pass each other. As the sound of their footsteps began to fade, the enigmatic man suddenly called out to Luna, addressing her directly. "If I am not mistaken, miss, your name should be Luna, the young leader of the Sleeve Sword Society?" Upon hearing his words, Aaron abruptly halted, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "It seems my reputation pales in comparison to yours." His tone, devoid of jealousy, held no trace of kindness either. During this exchange, Luna turned to face the mysterious stranger. Her curiosity piqued. "You know of me? So, does that mean you are also a hunter from the imperial capital?" The stranger shrugged with a smile, responding, "I did not expect to encounter you. I had no intention of sharing this with that impressively memorable young boy." At this, his gaze subtly shifted to Aaron, who immediately sensed the man's discreet observation. This caused the stranger to shrug helplessly and shake his head. "I am certainly not a hunter from the imperial capital, at least not prior to my arrival at this castle, though I am still aware of your existence." Having articulated what he knew, he extended his left hand, seemingly to pat Luna's shoulder. As if he had said or done nothing, he departed in the direction diametrically opposed to that of Aaron. Proceeding that way would lead one out of the castle. It was the path to egress, implying that the man who had entered the castle now sought to leave. For reasons unknown, although the man was at liberty to do as he pleased, Aaron felt compelled to act or, at the very least, to pose some inquiries. And indeed, he voiced them. "You intend to depart from this castle. That way leads to the exit. Is that your intention?" Aaron's tone, laden with perplexity, was rife with questions. "You pose too many questions, young man," the man retorted. "I am not your mentor. You must seek the answers to your own questions." Following this fabricated acceptance, he vanished around the corner and into the shadows. Luna approached Aaron, who at that moment seemed to harbor a trace of envy. He did not immediately act, but paused in his steps until the sound gradually diminished to nothingness. At that juncture, Aaron turned his gaze upon Luna. "It appears that man knows you. Do you recognize him?" Aaron sensed that something was amiss. If, in the depths of the castle, there truly existed some formidable, malevolent presence, then, given their acquaintance, the man ought to have dissuaded Luna from involving herself in the matter. However, the individual in question acted contrarily, benevolently imparting the intelligence they possessed. Subsequently, I absconded, akin to a craven. Such an occurrence is exceedingly peculiar, as it deviates from the conventional course of events. No superfluous utterances were made, nor was there any impediment, merely the conveyance of information, devoid of even a cautionary adjuration. Intrigue shrouds this matter, and its simplicity is illusory. Consequently, Aaron's fascination with this affair has intensified. Undoubtedly, aspects elude his comprehension, hence his inquisitive, albeit imprudent, inquiry directed towards Luna. I am unacquainted with that man. Never having encountered him, Luna avowed, truthfully. Yet, Aaron's gaze remained distant, his thoughts preoccupied with potential discrepancies. However, the precise nature of the issue remained nebulous. After contemplation and hesitation, he conceded that Luna would not deceive him. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease persisted, prompting him to reiterate earnestly, perhaps a familiar voice or attire, or some other discernible element. Surely you can identify something recognizable. Aaron's words betrayed a reluctance to accept the prevailing reality. However, Luna was acutely aware of Aaron's line of reasoning. I am entirely ignorant of how he ascertained my name. Should you desire to investigate further, you are at liberty to pursue him and inquire directly. Having articulated this, she clasped her arms across her chest, signaling to Aaron that he should pursue his desired course of action independently. Should curiosity beckon, now is the opportune moment for exploration. Why then? The necessity to elicit such inquiries? Luna, at this juncture, experienced a discernible displeasure, which Aaron acutely perceived. It appeared that the woman was genuinely unaware of the implications inherent in this matter, or perhaps she simply had not contemplated this particular facet. Aaron sealed his lips. Chapter 85. Advancement and entrapment. If the man had not prevaricated, then, proceeding in the direction he indicated, a fork in the path was inevitable. Aaron resolved to satiate his inner doubts with empirical evidence, thus discontinuing his interrogation regarding Luna's relationship with the stranger, as such inquiries may prove futile. Given the potential insignificance of the matter, it would be more prudent to witness firsthand the unfolding events. He hoisted the torch aloft and resumed his exploration into the depths of the castle. The desolate castle was devoid of sound and commotion. This time, for the sake of security, Aaron refrained from any acts of vandalism, acknowledging the impropriety of his previous conduct. Fortunately, all was not yet lost. Perhaps the man who had traversed the opposite direction had already expunged all the monsters, thereby precluding any such creatures from accosting him. Therefore, he intends to proceed with discretion this time, cautiously advancing forward in his exploration. The torch illuminates the narrow passageway of the castle as he walks. And perhaps knowing there is no immediate danger, Aaron inquires of Luna, who follows behind him. Once we've navigated the second level, you'll have an understanding of the scenarios we might encounter next, won't you? He inquires about the potential challenges and issues that lie ahead. Aaron is not one to wander aimlessly. Without a clear direction and guidance, his actions would resemble a fool blundering around in a prison, possibly encountering terrifying monsters. Consequently, he has resolved to act with prudence, believing that now is an opportune moment to pose this question. I knew you'd ask that eventually, Luna retorts, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. She sighs and explains, you know I'm keenly interested in mazes. So it was by chance that I discovered a map of the labyrinth within this castle. You mean a labyrinth? Aaron asks, somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated encountering a labyrinth within this castle, which is built into the mountainside and does not seem conducive to such a structure. As they speak, they reach their first fork in the road. Based on the intelligence gleaned from the enigmatic man, Aaron does not readily turn into it. He stands at the intersection, brandishing his torch and waving it about. At that juncture, an odor saturated with the acrid tang of corroded iron assailed his nostrils. As if some metallic substance had been submerged in water, Aaron sensed an anomaly and retrieved a metallic sphere from his pocket. Upon the level ground, he stooped and propelled the sphere along the corridor. Amidst the sounds of friction, the diminutive object eventually descended into the obscurity beyond the reach of his torchlight. Abruptly, the sound of friction transmuted, as if some mechanism had been triggered. A resounding clang of massive metal reverberated, followed by a gust of wind emanating from within the passage. It was as though some colossal entity had stirred within, thus generating the metallic-tinged gale. Indeed, a trap lay in wait. It seemed someone had met their misfortune. Aaron twitched his nose and shook his head with resignation. Amidst the tempestuous air, he detected the scent of blood. It was blood yet fresh, indicating that an unfortunate soul had activated the mechanism and been slain outright. However, as they had not ventured into that particular corridor, they had not beheld the corpse. The metallic scent that Aaron perceived was likely the result of blood falling upon the metal, causing oxidation. Let us proceed onward. Oftentimes, the words of strangers cannot be entirely trusted. To blindly adhere to warnings of danger would be akin to behaving as an obedient child. Such individuals are susceptible to exploitation, a fate that Aaron is keen to prevent. Despite the perils and repeated warnings, Aaron remains steadfast in verifying the validity of others' cautions through his own actions, as demonstrated by his recent endeavor. Upon ascertaining the presence of a lethal trap mechanism within, he chose to abandon his progression. He saw no merit in jeopardizing his life or incurring such significant peril, knowing full well that it was indeed a trap sufficed. Subsequently, he proceeded along the corridor, where he once again encountered antiquated cadavers clad in the black robes characteristic of seasoned hunters. However, this time, the wounds inflicted upon these hunters were not the handiwork of monstrosities. The lacerations appeared to have been wrought by human weaponry. This suggested that these were the remains of human hunters from a previous assault, or perhaps the guardians of the Magic Academy, who had been slain and abandoned in this location. The skeletal remains of these individuals nearly filled the entire passage, offering a grim testament to the events that had transpired within these walls. It is conceivable that these individuals once stood united, defending the final bastion of the Magic Academy with their very lives. Alas, they were ultimately defeated, their corpses strewn across the floor. There was no trace of bloodshed, as the surroundings lacked windows, and the stone walls were entirely sealed off. Even though a considerable amount of time had elapsed, the faint, lingering odor of death permeated the atmosphere. This pervasive scent cast an unsettling pall over the air. To advance further, it would be necessary to tread upon the bodies strewn across the ground. Alas, I am loath to do so, lamented Aaron. He then turned to regard Luna, who seemed unperturbed. Thus, Aaron pressed onward. Having come this far, nothing could deter him from his continued advance. Chapter 86. Single-handed carnage. Even amidst the countless corpses littering the ground, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. Aaron could not ascertain whether traps lay concealed beneath the bodies. Maintaining unwavering vigilance in the face of all matters and challenges was paramount to avoid succumbing to negligence. Survival was the foremost imperative. Only by safeguarding one's own life could one proceed with further exploration and contemplate the possibilities that lay ahead. If one's very existence was imperiled, the contents of the contract would remain forever elusive. Therefore, Aaron proceeded with utmost caution and circumspection, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Despite the circumstances, he maintained his focus and prudence, pondering the events that had transpired. Upon encountering an anomaly, individuals are predisposed to formulate an instinctive assessment. Such judgments are not invariably accurate. Rather, they represent an immediate, albeit rational, elucidation of an unexpected occurrence. The veracity of these explanations necessitates scrupulous contemplation to ascertain a precise answer. Consequently, during his endeavors, Aaron incessantly interrogated his intuitive conclusions, pondering the underlying implications. The multitude of corpses suggested a significant number had perished in this locale. The aggressors exhibited no clemency, behaving with unrestrained ferocity. As he articulated this, Aaron stooped to retrieve a severed limb, deducing that the perpetrator wielded an immense, acutely sharp weapon, capable of inflicting such grievous injuries. The bone's cross-section was not fractured. Aaron entrusted the torch to Luna, cradling the arm bone with both hands, his fingers tracing the smooth, unblemished incision. After ascertaining this fact, Aaron inquired of Luna whether she was familiar with such weaponry or armories. He found the situation perplexing, as it defied the intelligence and information he possessed. Is there an issue? Luna approached, her gaze fixed upon the discarded arm bone. It is known that the former Hunters Guild revered sheer brutality and devastation. Consequently, their armaments consisted of cumbersome mauls or great swords akin to the one brandished by the stranger encountered earlier. Such formidable weapons would inflict catastrophic trauma upon impact, shattering bones into fragments as delicate as twigs. Resistance would be futile, with the potential for even more gruesome outcomes, such as the complete severance of bones. If the Hunters Guild were indeed responsible for the incursion, the corpses should not exhibit such pristine conditions. The garments of the deceased remain largely intact, and there is a conspicuous absence of extensive skeletal damage. Instead, as previously observed, the majority of injuries consist of clean amputations. Are you suggesting that if the Hunters Guild had assailed this citadel, the resultant carnage would bear a different hallmark? Luna's pupils seemed to glimmer with insight. After a brief contemplation, she presented Aaron with her conjecture and counsel, Have you entertained the notion that the perpetrator of these acts might be a solitary individual? A lone assailant? Aaron's lips twitched in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Yet, such a scenario is not entirely implausible. In a situation of absolute dominance, it is conceivable for a single entity to overpower a multitude within these confined spaces. Aaron cast his gaze from one wall to the other. Rather than immediately offering a rebuttal, Aaron contemplated the plausibility of Luna's assertion, pondering the potential dynamics of combat within the confines of the passageway. This tunnel isn't particularly wide, he remarked, extending his arm as if to gauge the space. If your theory holds true, that a solitary individual breached this point, then that assailant must have possessed the capability to contend with, at minimum, 2 to 4 adversaries simultaneously. Upon considering this, he lowered his gaze. If a tactic akin to attrition warfare was indeed employed, then the arrangement of the corpses would likely exhibit a certain orderliness. The reality before him corroborated this expectation. Perhaps your hypothesis is accurate. Aaron knelt down, scrutinizing the bodies strewn across the tunnel floor. A sense of dread washed over him. Yet the plausibility of the scenario was undeniable. I was merely jesting. It's only a possibility, Luna interjected, seemingly realizing she might have led Aaron astray. However, considering the evidence and the potential circumstances, Aaron shook his head while remaining in a crouched position. The disposition of these bodies is far too orderly. Observe the nature of their wounds. With these words, Aaron turned over 3 corpses lying prone before him. He then raised his hand, tracing a groove on one of the bodies. In a manner akin to temporal regression, he envisioned the events that had transpired long ago. The sudden intrusion of the stranger, wielding a slender yet lethal weapon, who with a single thrust felled the 3 individuals before him. As they collapsed, they were immediately replaced by a relentless surge of others. An inexhaustible wave. However, observing the cadavers strewn upon the ground, the definitive conclusion was inescapable. The man had triumphed. He had dispatched all who stood in his path with unadulterated brutality, showing no clemency. Each adversary was vanquished with efficiency, requiring only 1 or 2 strikes to be effortlessly felled. Indubitably, this individual possessed formidable strength, and more significantly, nowhere in any text had I encountered a hunter from the guild who wielded a slender weapon. A person of such caliber would invariably leave a mark. Unless his records had been deliberately expunged, it was certain that he was not a hunter affiliated with the guild. Chapter 87, Concealed Walls. But was it truly plausible that such a person existed? Aaron, supporting his chin, allowed the flickering firelight to illuminate his profile. If this individual was indeed one who had been forgotten, then presumably he would possess the capacity to ensure that the world would not forget him. Analyzing thus, Aaron arrived at a paradoxical conclusion. The matter would likely not be resolved so facilely, and so, in such circumstances, Aaron contemplated his subsequent actions. Then, with a dejected shake of his head, he proceeded onward. Offering no explanation, nor uttering any clarification, he simply continued his advance. Luna, trailing behind him, remained unenlightened. Solely predicated on Aaron's preceding statements, a concise analysis was undertaken to distill any pertinent clues. Although the immediate utility of these fragments remained uncertain, the potential for future relevance could not be dismissed. With this notion in mind, the 2 individuals proceeded deliberately. At the terminus of the corridor, replete with ossified remains, their path was obstructed by a formidable wall. The cul-de-sac presented no anomalies, mechanisms, or objects of interest. It appears our journey culminates here, Aaron remarked, halting his advance and palpating the stone surface. No further ingress was discernible, their expedition having reached its irrevocable conclusion. The semblance of a dead end was undeniable, devoid of any other presence or peculiar phenomena. The ground was strewn with cadavers, and the torches flickered erratically in the stagnant air. Were a clandestine passage to exist, even in its most concealed form, a subtle draft would betray its presence. However, an utter absence prevailed, devoid of even the slightest indication. Aaron sensed that he had been deceived. What circumstances had transpired? He scrutinized the stones, his brow furrowed in contemplative thought. The situation was manifestly more intricate than initially perceived, and facile resolutions were unlikely. Evidently, this was a veritable labyrinth, a genuine ingress. The surrounding walls were unadorned, lacking even the most rudimentary embellishments, constructed solely of solid, unyielding stone blocks. Gazing upon these objects, it felt as though one had inadvertently stumbled into a confining predicament. How could circumstances have devolved into such a state? Furthermore, the evidence surrounding me should not suggest that this is a dead end. I believe it is imperative that I meticulously analyze the information I have gathered. Aaron scrutinized the imposing wall before him, lost in contemplation. The situation was not one that could be easily resolved. Too many clues intertwined, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. The greater the number of clues, the more perplexing the situation became. If the corpse on the ground attests to the presence of a previous visitor, what was the purpose of their arrival? Was it merely for the sake of slaughter? Aaron gazed at the lifeless body, struggling to comprehend. Anyone who foresaw that their path would lead to a cul-de-sac, with an individual trapped in desperation making a final stand, would not be foolish enough to engage in senseless carnage, regardless of their strength. At that opportune moment, Luna seized upon Aaron's conjectures and analyses. Aaron, she began. Arms crossed over her chest, unless that individual had received orders to kill, their presence would be solely for the purpose of murder. Certainly, this possibility could not be dismissed. Aaron mused, arriving at this conclusion. It appeared entirely plausible if that person was indeed there to kill. But what if they were not? One must contemplate all possibilities. Broaden one's mind, and strive to envision various alternative solutions. Only then might one arrive at the ultimate correct answer. Such thoughts occupied Aaron's mind as he surveyed the towering wall before him and then glanced down at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a sense of curiosity overtook him. Where had all the blood on the ground flowed? With this thought, he began to kick aside the bodies at his feet. After clearing the area of all the corpses, he revealed a pristine patch of earth. At that moment, Aaron crouched down, and on the grayish stone slab, not a single trace remained. No blood marred the surface. A peculiar curiosity welled within him, prompting him to draw a dagger and slice a fresh wound into the inner side of his wrist. The blood dripped onto the ground, forming an unnoticed arc that was only visible when the liquid fell upon it. The floor slanted ever so slightly, just enough for the blood to flow. Aaron observed as the crimson liquid rolled across the ground, gradually making its way toward the lower right corner. Ultimately, the blood vanished into a crevice, as if consumed by the darkness itself. In that instant, he sensed a shift in the surrounding aura, as if some transformation had occurred. Instinctively, Aaron unsheathed his weapon and stepped closer to the wall before him. Though he could not precisely articulate where the change had transpired, he felt an undeniable alteration in the very wall that loomed ahead. An indescribable transformation unfolded before him, a change he could still sense. In light of this situation, he resolved to wield his weapon and strike the wall. With a sharp collision and the sound of a spring mechanism, the previously subtle shift intensified dramatically. The once solid stone wall began to fade in color until it ultimately vanished into nothingness. What remained was a pitch-black corridor, suggesting an expansive space ahead. He instinctively knew that something was amiss within. A smirk danced upon Aaron's lips as he stepped forward. The echoes grew louder, rendering each footfall distinctly audible. This would enable the lurking monsters in the shadows to detect Aaron's movements early on. It certainly was not an ideal environment. At that moment, Aaron became exceedingly cautious and vigilant. However, the surrounding darkness was so profound that even the torchlight failed to illuminate his immediate vicinity. Thus, he took the risk of casting a spell that would emit a gentle glow. After conjuring the luminous orb in his hand, he promptly hurled it forward. The radiance instantaneously brightened the murky surroundings, and upon witnessing the scene before them, both individuals were rendered speechless, their breaths caught in their throats. Chapter 88. The librarian Aaron had never anticipated encountering such a terrifying sight. The moment he beheld it, an urge to retreat and create distance between himself and the horror surged within him. It was a colossal creature, adorned with countless indistinct tentacles, sprawled atop the bookshelf. Cloaked in darkness, devoid of any trace of flesh, it was ensconced in a shroud of withered bones, rendering its true form indiscernible. Strangely, it did not initiate an attack at first. It lay there in profound silence, blending seamlessly into the shadows. No one would have anticipated witnessing such a horrifying sight within the heart of the mountain. The mere appearance of this immense beast before him was overwhelmingly shocking, leaving Aaron momentarily paralyzed with indecision. Why had this monster not assailed him? His curiosity piqued, he felt compelled to cautiously advance. Yet he was acutely aware of the peril that lurked at the edge of his consciousness. One must never engage in reckless pursuits when confronted with the unknown. The outcome was shrouded in uncertainty, and whether the situation would improve or deteriorate remained an enigma. However, a fundamental truth resonated clearly. If one encountered something that evoked a sense of dread, the wisest course of action was to maintain a safe distance. In that moment, Aaron sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps it was not too late to retreat. Yet, Luna approached, and as Aaron observed her expression, devoid of any hint of terror, he realized that the situation had indeed taken a peculiar turn. Aaron was unaware of the true strength of the monstrous entity before him, nor did he comprehend whether he possessed the capability to vanquish this overwhelming source of anguish. Thus, he instinctively opted for a cautious approach. He firmly believed that his actions were indisputably justified, much like how individuals often consider their choices to be rational. Luna, in particular, embodied this caution, being one of the most prudent women he had encountered. Consequently, upon witnessing the colossal beast, she would have had no qualms about retreating, yet she chose to advance instead. Such a decision could only stem from a profound understanding of the creature, for otherwise, such audacity would be unfathomable. In light of this, Aaron curiously inquired of Luna, "Do you know the name of this magnificent creature?" Luna shook her head but replied, "You are not frightened, are you?" Her tone conveyed an underlying sense of a trap, leaving Aaron to ponder the absurdity of feeling fear. He reassured himself that his actions were merely manifestations of prudence and sound judgment. Drawing in a deep breath, he stated with resolute conviction, "You see, exercising caution is never a folly. I refuse to jeopardize my life due to this gigantic beast, hence I must act judiciously at the first sign of danger. Furthermore, my apprehension arises from my unfamiliarity with this environment and the rightful reverence commanded by such a formidable creature. If I were aware of the issues present here, much like you are, I would naturally be inclined to exhibit similar behavior." He then spread his arms wide, shrugged his shoulders, pressed his lips together, and a wry smile emerged on his face. This was indeed a rare display, particularly for Luna, who had never before witnessed Aaron engaging in such conduct in her presence. In that instant, Luna felt as though she had glimpsed a new world. After a brief moment of hesitation and uncertainty, she spoke, "Aaron, there is no need for you to be so anxious in front of me. This creature is merely a librarian." In that moment, Aaron was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the words he had just heard. How could such a colossal monster, presented before him in a menacing posture, merely be a librarian? This notion seemed almost too incredible to fathom. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility entirely, for the evidence lay before him, irrefutable and true. Why, upon entering this vast, circular hall, had the creature lurking in the shadows remained utterly silent and unthreatening? It seemed that the librarian would not assail those who came to peruse the books. After all, at least from this perspective, the logic held water. However, it is incomprehensible why such a colossal creature would serve as the custodian of this library. Setting aside the question of its inherent rationale, he had witnessed a being with an intelligence akin to that of a human manifesting before him, unleashing lethal attacks. Thus, there is no reason to doubt the existence of such creatures that do not actively seek to harm humanity. The crux of the matter lies in how this immense entity arrived at this locale. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the narrow passage behind him. It was utterly implausible for it to have entered through such a confined space, unless it was nurtured by humans within this vast cavern. Such a scenario could not possibly exist. Yet, upon further reflection, the notion of a sentient creature, raised in captivity and devoid of hostility towards humans, serving as a librarian is indeed perplexing. Reassessing this reality, Aaron felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. How could such madness transpire in this world? To what extent had the former Magic Academy's research delved into such realms? He sensed that he was beginning to touch upon truths previously unknown to him, facts obscured by darkness and the passage of time. Contemplating the multitude of mysteries that remained hidden in the shadows, Aaron could not help but fixate on the gaze of Luna. He felt a chill creeping along the nape of his neck, as if a terrifying creature were slowly turning its head in the darkness, fixating its gaze upon him. Chapter 89, The Monster Elevator. If I am not mistaken, you undoubtedly know what this creature truly is? Aaron's expression towards Luna shifted, for at that moment, he sensed an imminent danger. It was the kind of peril that made one feel as if they were being watched in the shadowy abyss, as though their very life could be extinguished with ease. Death, at times, is not particularly fearsome. In fact, it can even be perceived as a form of liberation when confronted with dire straits and overwhelming struggles. To some extent, death can be regarded as emancipation, freeing the soul from the corporeal form, relinquishing the burdens and sufferings of the earthly realm. However, the looming shadows and the suffocating dread that emanate from the darkness harbor a different reality. In such circumstances, Aaron was determined to avoid being ensnared in a passive and precarious predicament. He despised the sensation of being threatened, of having his life grasped in the hands of another, akin to a flickering candle in the dark. This sentiment was profoundly unsettling. Thus, Under these conditions, Aaron was unwilling to allow others to dictate his will. He yearned to uncover the nature of the creature lurking within the shadows and the threat it posed to him. To know this truth does not inherently suggest a problem. The issue lies in the knowledge itself. If one is aware, they can derive the correct answers or solutions to address the challenges at hand. Alternatively stated, only through comprehending the essence of one's predicament can one discern the desired resolution, thereby establishing a clear objective and instigating action. This constitutes the logical framework Aaron employs when embarking on a course of action. Consequently, he posits that his conduct is devoid of inherent flaws and that the other party bears an obligation to assist in resolving the matter. Given its relative simplicity, she undoubtedly possesses the requisite knowledge. Luna's lack of trepidation upon beholding the creature suggests an awareness of potential underlying issues. Therefore, with a firm grasp of the implications of his actions, Aaron addressed Luna with marked severity, intent on uncovering the concealed problem and formulating a solution. The prevailing disposition and circumstances are self-evident, and the onus now rests upon Luna to respond accordingly. After a moment of contemplation, Luna acknowledged the gravity of the situation. The tone of his voice conveyed the depth of Aaron's discontent with his current circumstances. To exacerbate the situation, Luna could conceal her knowledge and allow Aaron's frustration to escalate further. However, she would never make such a choice. There was no necessity for her to resort to such tactics to pressure Aaron. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Thus, at that moment, Luna calmly elucidated to Aaron in a tone that approached reassurance. "I understand your curiosity about this creature, but you need not be concerned." As she uttered these words, she was acutely aware of the implications that lay beneath the surface. Merely relying on her words to convey the gravity of the situation would prove futile. Particularly in moments of crisis, mere rhetoric could not suffice. It was essential to take decisive action. Only through deeds and tangible evidence could the matter be clarified. After expressing her thoughts, Luna raised her torch and advanced forward. Regrettably, the glow of the torch could not entirely dispel the immense darkness before them. As if all illumination had been consumed by the shadows. There were no signs of danger or movement. The creature lurking in the darkness, known to both, remained dormant. As if light were an inconsequential presence, having no bearing on it. It was merely responsible for overseeing the vast library of the Magical Academy, and could assist students in swift navigation when necessary. At that moment, Aaron shook his head in confusion. Yet, what could confusion achieve? Even if he shook his head, it would not elucidate the reasons behind the extraordinary circumstances unfolding before him. How could there possibly exist such a creature, one that does not harm others? Quietly dwelling in the shadows? Moreover, according to Luna, it seems capable of assisting me in traversing to other floors. This notion is utterly astonishing, an elevator that is alive. If I have understood correctly, this is what you meant, is it not? Aaron endeavored to distill the essence of the other's words and expressed it in his own language, hoping that this act would prove beneficial. At this moment, Luna paused thoughtfully for a brief while before nodding with conviction and responding. If you wish to interpret it that way, then your understanding is not incorrect. However, in order to further ascertain his safety, Aaron posed another question. May I inquire if I were to attack this creature, would it retaliate? She smiled and shook her head, saying, I believe you would not strike this creature. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, if you do not incite it, I think it will likely disregard both of us. After a moment of hesitation and analysis, Luna arrived at what she deemed a fairly definitive conclusion. She hoped this insight would aid Aaron in comprehending the current circumstances. Yet, this action merely alleviated Aaron's doubts. After pondering for a short while, he realized he could not arrive at a conclusive determination regarding his safety. However, Aaron firmly believed that he must not allow himself to stagnate because of this. He was compelled to move forward, for before him lay a path. If he did not continue onward, there would be no alternatives available to him. Thus, even though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, he ultimately nodded in resignation. Chapter 90. The book. One must acknowledge the realities unfolding before one's eyes to advance and maintain a resolute stride, even when faced with a formidable beast ahead. If it can no longer be perceived, it is best to act as if one has seen nothing. Aaron contemplated this within himself and ultimately embarked upon his journey. Upon entering the cavern, the surroundings began to transform. It remains a mystery who constructed such a vast hollow within the mountain. Yet it is evident that creating such a void would require significant time and effort. This is undoubtedly not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, the longer the construction of such a grand structure is prolonged, the greater the burden it imposes on an organization and the more it tests its capabilities. For a larger group or organization, the true potential that can be extracted lies in its ability to create what others cannot even fathom. If this cannot be achieved, then regardless of the organization's size, it becomes inconsequential, akin to a mere specter in the fabric of existence. Truly valuable entities will never be overlooked. Much like the vast library concealed within the mountains, Aaron traversed the pitch-black corridor, gazing at the towering shelves laden with books leaning against the walls. The wealth of knowledge and information contained within those tomes was beyond Aaron's imagination. Perhaps for him, even finishing one book was a considerable effort, let alone comprehensively perusing every volume in this immense repository. It was an endeavor that seemed utterly unattainable. Furthermore, Aaron felt a profound resistance to this notion, primarily due to the sheer awe inspired by the existence of such a colossal library. Uncertain of the validity of his thoughts, he refrained from hastily drawing conclusions after a moment of contemplation. Instead, he chose to inquire of Luna, "Do you know how long this grand library has been established?" Aaron asked, lacking clarity on the matter. Luna pondered briefly, recalling the scant information she possessed, and explained, "It has likely existed since the inception of this magical academy." Taking a deep breath, as if recalling further details, she continued to elaborate for Aaron, to be more precise. This magical academy was created by a family, one that has long stood the test of time in history. This grand library is presumably the heart of that family. However, the reasons for its obscurity remain unknown. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time, or perhaps there are those who deliberately wish to conceal such information. Thus, the situation has unfolded into the form you now witness. After uttering these words, Luna helplessly spread her hands, signifying her inability to alter such circumstances. Even though both individuals were acutely aware of the myriad secrets concealed within, some matters have not merely faded into obscurity due to the passage of time. Rather, certain elements have been deliberately forgotten, culminating in the present scenario. A profound darkness enveloped the torch, devouring its light. A chilling wind, seemingly originating from nowhere, sent shivers through the people, leaving them uncertain as to how to respond. At that moment, Aaron abruptly halted his steps, as if a sudden revelation had struck him. He turned to Luna and remarked, "Even if we remain oblivious to the events of the past, we both must acknowledge one undeniable truth. The Hunters Guild once purged this magical academy." Aaron then ventured further into his conjecture. The notion sent a chill down his spine, for the events were exceedingly irrational. After meticulously sifting through the knowledge and clues at his disposal, he voiced his inner perplexity. If the Hunters Guild truly did cleanse this castle, now overrun by monsters, why did they not remove the tomes from this grand library? He then lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings, where the light provided by the lock was remarkably limited. The scope of his vision was similarly confined, rendering him unable to discern any further details. However, Aaron could firmly believe that there existed a multitude of unknowns concealed within the shadows, akin to the countless tomes in this grand library, forever elusive to thorough examination. Knowledge is invaluable. Every individual yearns to acquire more wisdom or experience through their actions. Once experience accrues to a significant extent and knowledge becomes sufficiently profound, one is capable of making sound decisions. It is reminiscent of a thief who plunders a wealthy individual's abode. Why would he neglect to seize the most precious treasures? Undoubtedly, should this incident reach the ears of his peers, it would incite widespread outrage. Yet, this remains an undeniable truth. The Hunters Guild once descended upon this castle, extinguishing the lives of all who could be found within its confines. Regardless of how grand the justifications may be, they are of no consequence. Murder is murder, and pillaging is pillaging. Once such actions are taken and such outcomes manifest, no amount of ornate embellishment can mask the stench of decay and the gruesomeness of bloodshed. The evidence of the Hunters Guild's past brutality is indelibly etched within this castle. The barbaric act of senseless slaughter transpired, yet the most valuable treasures and knowledge were left behind. This is an incomprehensible matter, unless there lies a deeper mystery within. Aaron felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine as he gazed once more at the neatly arranged books upon the shelves. At that moment, his perception underwent a profound transformation. These tomes undoubtedly harbor secrets, which is precisely why the Hunters Guild chose not to remove them. Otherwise, there would be no rational explanation for their absence. After all, greed operates without justification. Perhaps the books and the knowledge contained within them pertain to forbidden subjects unknown to him. Aaron pondered at that moment. Yet, just as he was contemplating the hidden, unspeakable truths or knowledge within these volumes, a sudden, bone-chilling crash shattered the eerie silence of the darkness. Chapter 91. A thunderous sound. A colossal and weighty object had fallen somewhere nearby. Instantly, Aaron's mind raced with the possibility that he had inadvertently triggered a mechanism. If not, what could possibly account for such a sudden noise in the stillness of the night? He considered that perhaps his presence had provoked something. It was conceivable that a monster might launch an attack, and thus he resolutely prepared himself for a defensive counteraction. However, following the thunderous roar, the darkness settled once more into an unnerving silence. Nevertheless, Aaron remained vigilant, unwilling to succumb to complacency. Any lapse in attention could lead to fatal consequences, especially in such perilous surroundings where even the slightest disturbance could herald disaster. Not only Aaron, but Luna too, was poised for whatever might transpire. What had occurred, after all? Aaron felt acutely aware of his ignorance regarding the mysteries of this place. In a situation of uncertainty, it would be more prudent for him to fully harness and utilize his curiosity to learn about Luna. I am not an omniscient oracle, nor do I possess knowledge of the events that have transpired here. So why are you so well acquainted with that creature? Aaron continued, as if engaging in a debate. Luna nearly hurled her weapon at Aaron's face. The sound reverberated like a sledgehammer against their hearts. It echoed farther and farther away, ultimately succumbing to silence. Was some mechanism triggered, or had something occurred? After an indeterminate period of vigilance in the darkness, time itself seemed elusive. The two stood back to back, maximizing their defensive preparation against any potential ambush from the creature, no matter from which angle or location the monster might strike. Aaron and Luna were poised to provide cover and support for one another. At that moment, they refrained from taking any rash actions, for the resounding footsteps in such a vast and empty space were far too conspicuous. In the darkness, numerous creatures possessed keen hearing, yet their sight was notably poor. Thus, remaining silent and motionless was the wisest course of action. As they endured the stalemate with the darkness, the passage of time remained a mystery. However, with each passing moment, Aaron's vigilance gradually waned. Following a sudden, thunderous noise, silence prevailed once more. Perhaps it was merely the sound of something collapsing in the distance. Despite his relaxation, Luna found it challenging to alter her own mindset. Sensing that Aaron had lowered his guard, she anxiously cautioned him. Hey, what exactly are you doing? There could be monsters lurking in the shadows. She voiced her concerns, yet Aaron merely shrugged in indifference. If there were indeed monsters, they would have attacked us by now. Clearly, there is no movement at all. This rationale justified Aaron's decision to ease his vigilance, engaging in a constant confrontation with the darkness. Remaining perpetually on edge for the potential emergence of tentacles was hardly a prudent course of action for those truly courageous. The imperative was to investigate the source of the ominous noise that had piqued his attention. This was the true task Aaron needed to undertake and the reality he ought to confront. Thus, he resolutely grasped Luna's garment and advanced towards the origin of the sound that had kept him alert for so long. Unsurprisingly, Luna was quite displeased with his actions. She resisted his pull, yet her concern lingered. If she spoke too loudly, she might attract a monster. Therefore, she continued to murmur, "Let go of me. I have no desire to go that way." In that moment, Aaron, adopting a serious tone, elongated his words and firmly replied, "Absolutely not. Without you, I might find myself utterly lost within this castle. Moreover, if I were to protect you, do you truly believe you could navigate your way out alone?" This is not mere sarcasm, it is an undeniable truth. Yet, Luna's expression twisted into a grimace, her mouth opening as if to counter with some retort. She yearned to assert that Aaron was mistaken, that she could indeed escape this place through her own prowess. However, after a moment of careful hesitation and reflection, Luna realized with profound clarity that she could not proceed in such a manner. The reasoning was straightforward, based on Aaron's character. She could easily surmise his likely reaction should she dare to voice such sentiments. Aaron has never been a gentleman nor a benevolent soul, but rather one who favors practicality. Thus, if she were bold enough to utter such words, he would unhesitatingly abandon her to the enveloping darkness. Such a course of action would be far from wise, for to confront the potential horrors lurking in the shadows alone is sheer folly. Accustomed to overpowering foes with the collective strength of the entire Sleeve Sword Society, Luna did not consider herself equipped for solitary combat. Lacking experience, it was prudent to align with those more seasoned. Upon further contemplation, Luna stumbled upon a rather ironic realization. Within this castle, there existed no sanctuary. Only the weapon in her grasp and her own formidable strength could ensure her safety. Presently, the most secure place for Luna was undeniably by Aaron's side. even though his mobile safe house now advances with a tremendous clamor towards the darkness. Possibly heading into the most perilous of places, Aaron remains the safest company for Luna. Thus, she has no alternative. If she wishes to ensure her own safety, she must obediently trail behind Aaron, moving towards the ominous source of the noise. Regardless of the dissatisfaction that brews within her, she cannot afford to voice it. This undeniable reality fills her heart with a sense of frustration. Chapter 92. Concealment. Ultimately, the despondent Luna follows Aaron's lead, step by step, towards the sound's origin. There are no monsters to be found, nor any strange scents wafting through the air. Typically, monsters exude a potent, fishy odor. Even if they lie in wait within the shadows, their presence can be detected through their unmistakable stench. The absence of such a scent suggests that danger is not imminent. However, Aaron remains oblivious to this aroma. Instead, he inhales the musty scent of decaying wood, likely due to the surrounding wooden shelves and books. The neglect of this place over time has led to its gradual decay, devoid of any maintenance or care. Yet, despite the lack of discoveries, the flickering light of the torch continues to illuminate the sheen of metal. Darkness may relentlessly consume all light, but metal reflects the flames, allowing its glimmer to be seen from afar. Such an entity must have been polished to perfection, allowing it to emanate a metallic luster even in the depths of darkness. Even the faintest glimmer exudes a fatal allure, compelling Aaron to draw closer, driven by curiosity and contemplation regarding what might lurk within the inky shadows. He ventured forth with utmost caution, exerting all his strength to advance. As he approached, the source of the shimmering metal gradually revealed itself. It was a polished metal handrail, leading to a staircase that had unexpectedly materialized within the vast library. Aside from this staircase, there was naught else in sight. It seemed evident that this was the very cause of the resounding noise he had just heard. Therefore, Aaron moved closer, eager to discern the truth of the situation and validate his suspicions. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, the dust settled on the ground unveiled the reality of the matter. His conjecture was indeed accurate. The staircase was responsible for the cacophony, having descended from above and displacing the accumulated dust that surrounded it. An even more pressing concern arose. Such an occurrence could not happen without reason. Someone must have activated a mechanism from somewhere, causing the staircase to descend. The individual behind this action surely did not intend to merely startle Aaron. There must have been a deeper motive at play. If that were the case, it would only amount to a trivial jest. What is most likely to transpire is the desire of someone to venture to a particular place. Hence the emergence of such sounds. Everything becomes manifest. However, to truly ascertain the validity of his judgment, Aaron refrained from acting hastily. He scrutinized the staircase and the mechanism that operated it. It was evident that the defects were not merely due to age-related were leading to the fracture of certain components. Culminating in this outcome, Aaron communicated his findings to Luna. "I believe I have a reasonable understanding of what has transpired here," he articulated with a tone of grave certainty. Luna did not contest his assertion. She merely shrugged and spread her hands, saying, "So what?" Initially, Aaron had intended to elaborate on his discovery, but upon observing Luna's demeanor, he reconsidered. Perhaps withholding the truth of the matter would be the more prudent course of action, as it would better serve the forthcoming plans and endeavors. Thus, he resolved to conceal his awareness of the information. Nevertheless, Aaron was acutely aware that Luna was not easily deceived. When confronting an astute individual, one must never resort to falsehoods. This ensures that one does not find themselves exposed when the moment arises to reiterate those words. For sometimes, the truth may masquerade as a lie. If even the truth is laid bare, the situation could become dire. Thus, the most prudent approach is to remain silent entirely. This situation, paradoxically, proves to be the most advantageous. The other party, being oblivious to the information, is consequently unable to summarize or analyze it. Thus, they remain utterly ignorant of the truth. While such an act of concealing information may not be deemed entirely justifiable, it certainly cannot be classified as erroneous. After all, if Luna remains unaware of Aaron's knowledge, how could she possibly fathom the existence of something known solely to Aaron? As long as Luna is oblivious to Aaron's awareness, she will assume that he is equally uninformed. Two individuals, both in the dark, adopting a facade of ignorance, results in a situation where no one possesses the knowledge of another's awareness. This, in turn, implies that deceit cannot be claimed. Aaron has not committed any wrongdoing. He has merely withheld certain truths, those thoughts that surfaced within him upon observing the traces left behind. He then pretends to be utterly uninformed, questioning Luna about her perspective on the matter. At this juncture, his evasive demeanor becomes glaringly apparent as he deflects all potential inquiries onto others, feigning that nothing has transpired. Thus, upon encountering stark clues, he finds himself unable to derive the insights expected of a discerning individual. His own perceived foolishness compels him to seek clarification from those around him regarding the events that have unfolded, eager to discern their reactions in light of such evidence. This can undoubtedly be described as a seamless and perfect plan. Eren diligently restrained the subtle joy blooming within him, concealing his emotions. He fervently hoped that Luna would not uncover this matter. If all went well, he would secure his first advantage within the castle, remaining in a passive position. Merely questioning Luna was far from wise. Once the two of them safely exited the castle, it was certain that Luna would use Eren's actions as a means to boast about her own prowess, to circumvent such an awkward situation and to resolve the underlying tensions. While also striving to assert dominance over their relationship, Eren employed a clever tactic at this juncture. Chapter 93, Waiting for the Rabbit at this moment. Luna cast a glance of disdain at Eren. She took a few steps closer, examining the clues that were known to both her and Eren. After contemplating for a considerable time, Luna began to grasp the nature of the situation unfolding before her. However, much like Eren had anticipated, she did not immediately divulge all the information she possessed. Instead, she reiterated the facts. A fallen ladder must indicate that someone had activated a mechanism somewhere to cause such an occurrence. Meanwhile, Eren crossed his arms over his chest and shrugged. So what are your thoughts on these developments? In other words, we no longer need to activate that mechanism to ascend this staircase. This is an evident fact, clear to both individuals, in simpler terms. It is a statement devoid of any substantial value. Nevertheless, Luna insists on articulating it, thereby returning the knowledge she possesses back to Eren. This allows Eren to understand that this woman before him cannot be easily deceived. They engage in a game of verbal sparring, both believing themselves to be more adept than the other. However, at this juncture, Eren finds himself lacking sufficient cards to play. Thus, in response to Luna's assertion, he can only exhale a resigned sigh and reply, well, of course, we are aware that we can effortlessly ascend this staircase without having to search for that mechanism. He then postulates, have you not considered that the individual who activated the mechanism might also traverse this staircase? A contemplative expression crosses Luna's face, as if she finds merit in his reasoning. So, what do you intend to do? She inquires. Eren gestures dismissively, stating, if that person did activate the mechanism, then he would undoubtedly require this staircase. Presently, the two of them can certainly take advantage of this convenience to ascend towards the next level. However, this raises a question. What might await them on the upper level? Surely, an endless library, without a doubt. More importantly, could there be other staircases or corridors leading to unknown realms? This is indeed the most crucial matter, one that Eren must contemplate. Thus, he finds himself unable to react spontaneously, relying instead on his reasonable conjectures to formulate a response. If that individual were to activate the mechanism, whether intentionally or inadvertently, the resultant noise would undoubtedly be sufficient to capture his attention. Consequently, he would be compelled to investigate the source of the commotion. After all, such curiosity is inherent to human nature. It is conceivable that he may have visited this place before, or perhaps he has not. Which leads me to believe that we should remain here for the time being, Eren proposed. Waiting patiently is far more advantageous than a chance encounter. Should the other party be hastily approaching from a distance, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a position of vulnerability. At this juncture, we could leverage our advantage to inquire about their intentions or to discern further details, such as what lies at the top of the staircase. Therefore, Eren's proposed course of action represents a proactive offensive, allowing us to seize the initiative. However, it is indisputable that such a maneuver serves as a blatant provocation, easily comprehensible to any rational individual. What does this strategy of waiting for the rabbit truly signify? Or why does Eren wish to pursue this course of action? Is there an underlying issue at play? Luna, at this moment, hesitates to make any definitive judgments, yet she remains resolute in her disapproval of Eren's approach and methods. Such behavior and actions are exceedingly excessive. Should the other party discover it, they would undoubtedly feel a surge of anger. Thus, in this context, Luna tentatively proffered her suggestion. If you seek trouble, I advise against it. Eren furrowed his brow, regarding Luna with a puzzled gaze before responding, I indeed wish to stir up trouble. Why should I refrain from doing so? His bold declaration rendered Luna momentarily speechless, as she had not anticipated Eren's forthrightness. Consequently, in this circumstance, Luna posed another inquiry, this time with a tone that sought to ascertain his stance. Do you truly wish to confront that individual? Aaron nodded with conviction and replied, certainly. Do you perceive any issue with that? At this juncture, Luna was entirely oblivious to the fact that this was, in essence, a provocation from Aaron. However, her unawareness facilitated the seamless execution of his scheme. Everything unfolded according to Aaron's design, progressing favorably. He had long anticipated that Luna would never recklessly provoke an adversary in such perilous circumstances. Thus, this served as her prerequisite. Upon understanding this condition, Luna could be manipulated, or even controlled, through this very premise. Uncertain of the peculiar thoughts occupying your mind, I feel compelled to caution you at this juncture. Should you truly wish to proceed in such a manner, it is highly probable that. Aaron raised an eyebrow and spread his hands in inquiry. What might transpire? Luna shook her head, unable to predict the potential outcomes. Yet, she understood that such actions might lead to the most dire consequences. Could this not be clearly comprehended? This should be the most straightforward of understandings. If it may culminate in the worst scenarios, one would instinctively choose to evade such dilemmas. Aaron, possessing a semblance of rationality, was acutely aware of the implications of engaging in such provocations. Nevertheless, he saw no issue with it, as this course of action would significantly shorten the distance to his desired objectives. As for the associated risks, he felt assured. He believed that, given his capabilities and status, even when confronted by ordinary hunters, he would encounter no difficulties. Essentially, this endeavor was designed to deceive and intimidate Violet. Everything was merely a means for Aaron to seize control of his circumstances. Chapter 94. The Scent Luna appeared somewhat bewildered, a state that effectively served Aaron's intentions. He did not genuinely wish to frighten her. Rather, he understood that even if Luna remained unaware, she would struggle to articulate a response to his actions. Footsteps echoed from the darkness, and before being discovered, Aaron extinguished the flame, swiftly covering Luna's mouth, then concealed himself behind the staircase. The footsteps drew nearer, and Luna could not help but feel a surge of tension. No one could fathom the nature of the impending events, save for one individual, who perceived nothing amiss. Aaron held his breath, awaiting the approach of the man. As the figure drew closer, he suddenly halted, inexplicably stopping in his tracks. In the enveloping darkness, Aaron could discern the flicker of flame. In the profound silence, the light from the flame burned steadily, at a distance neither too far nor too near. With no sound accompanying it, it was as if the stranger had discovered something. Instinctively, Aaron twitched his nose and lowered his head, casting a peculiar glance at Luna. It was a faint scent, one typically worn by women. Had it not been for the sudden proximity, Aaron would have found it difficult to perceive the delicate fragrance emanating from Luna. This subtle aroma had evidently captured the stranger's attention, a most unfortunate circumstance. The distance at which the man stood rendered it impossible for Aaron to act decisively. Any rash attempt would surely jeopardize the initial plan for a seamless execution. Undoubtedly, the situation has deteriorated significantly at this moment, with the source of all this chaos being the scent emanating from Luna. Nevertheless, the two individuals choose to maintain their silence. In such an expansive space, even the slightest sound reverberates loudly, making it audible to others. This is particularly true for the stranger. The atmosphere is charged with tension, which is undeniably a most perilous circumstance. For hunters, the feeling of being perceived as prey is typically loathsome. Thus, Aaron feigns ignorance, hoping to convey an impression that the other party has misjudged the situation. However, his hopes are swiftly dashed. A hunter bold enough to venture alone into this castle undoubtedly possesses formidable skills. Upon sensing danger or a potential adversary, they instinctively know the decisions they must make. Although he remains motionless, the man emerging from the shadows has discreetly placed his hand upon his waist. He then inquires, "Is anyone there?" As he speaks, he draws forth his firearm, using his voice to mask the sound of his actions. Despite the noise being minimal, Aaron is acutely aware of the stranger's movements. Grasping his own weapon, he raises his voice once more to obscure the sound of his armament. It is then that Aaron hears the sound he longed for, the unmistakable click of the safety being disengaged, followed by the hammer being pulled back. In this vast library, everything appears to be crafted from wood, including the staircase behind which he leans and conceals himself, constructed from planks as well. The adversary is undoubtedly a hunter. Should his weapon be a firearm, equipped with mercury bullets designed for monsters, a mere pull of the trigger could, given the appropriate distance, penetrate this staircase. Such an action could inflict genuine harm upon the individual hidden behind it, although the hunter remains unaware of his presence. Who can ascertain the intentions of one who has already drawn their weapon? Wagering one's life on the direction of the adversary's shot is undeniably a foolhardy gamble. For any rational being, when clarity prevails, one should never recklessly take risks. Aaron made a misguided choice. Thus, he must reluctantly emerge from the shadows. Hey, there is no need for concern. Could you perhaps lower your weapon? Aaron loosened his grip, refraining from allowing Luna to step out immediately. There was no need to reveal their dual presence. If the adversary overlooked this possibility, then theoretically, Aaron could still maintain a slight advantage. Hence, he emerged from the darkness alone, raising his hands to signify his lack of hostility, adopting the most amicable posture as he stepped into the light. He discerned the hunter before him, and it was no wonder he possessed such keen senses. Even in the midst of being drenched in the blood of beasts, he could detect even the faintest trace of an odor that did not belong to the monsters. Thus, it was not surprising that he noticed the subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Yet, upon witnessing Aaron emerge from the shadows, the man did not immediately lower his weapon. Do you take me for a fool, believing a man would use a woman's perfume? As soon as he uttered this remark, Luna appeared from another direction behind the staircase. She too raised her firearm, aiming it at the man who had stepped forth from the darkness. No one here considers you a fool. Chapter 95. Disarmament. The situation was dire, compelling Luna to muster her resolve and prepare for battle. Conflict should be avoided whenever possible, yet when it is unavoidable, one must seize the opportunity. The ultimate aim of all actions is singular, to achieve victory in the struggle. Once success is attained, there is no room for other thoughts or considerations. Thus, when Aaron was threatened at gunpoint, it was imperative for Luna to stand ready for combat, regardless of the circumstances. She was unequivocally on Aaron's side. In such precarious conditions, should any danger befall Aaron, Luna would likewise find herself in peril. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. Luna is neither oblivious nor unable to comprehend the situation. Thus, when confronted with such circumstances, she promptly made a decisive choice. If the adversary dared to point a gun at Aaron, Luna found no reason not to reciprocate with her own weapon. The atmosphere was charged with tension and awkwardness, poised to erupt into conflict at any moment. Consequently, the three individuals fell into silence, aware that any superfluous movement could shatter the fragile dynamic. For the one emerging from the shadows, this was profoundly unjust. Yet, this is the harsh reality, an unavoidable truth. Since Luna acted in her own interest, or rather, in Aaron's interest, she was left with but one option: acceptance. I believe there is no need for us to engage in conflict here. I do not know you, nor do you know me. Aaron exuded an elegance reminiscent of a refined gentleman. This grace reflected his inner maturity and composure, as well as his calm demeanor in the face of such circumstances. Ultimately, this was not an insurmountable issue. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Provided both parties could clarify their relationship, all problems could indeed be resolved with relative ease, far less daunting than initially perceived. This was Aaron's understanding. However, for the individual emerging from the shadows, the situation was not nearly as straightforward or uncomplicated. Indeed, I do not know you, yet you lurk in the shadows, intent on causing me harm. The man spoke with an unwavering conviction, prompting Aaron to hastily refute his claim. Well, I believe there has been a slight misunderstanding. I harbor no such intentions. My sole desire is to navigate the unforeseen challenges that have suddenly arisen before me in a more secure manner. The other party's tone was saturated with skepticism. Suddenly arisen before you? What precisely lies before your eyes? Do not attempt to obfuscate the truth. To conceal oneself in darkness is not the behavior of a human. Only a beast would act in such a manner. As the man articulated these words, his tone had morphed into one of raw anger and loathing. Through this emotional shift, Aaron could readily discern that the man had undoubtedly endured unspeakable horrors. Such experiences could only yield such a profound reaction. The other party was now heavily influenced by his emotions, and his agitation was palpable, an exceedingly precarious situation. Should matters escalate to that extent, it would be dire indeed. At that moment, the man visibly began to tremble. The hand gripping the gun seemed poised to pull the trigger at any moment. This was not the scenario Luna wished to witness, as uncontrolled emotions would only exacerbate the situation further. With a voice steeped in urgency, Luna implored, "Lower your weapon." At that moment, the man in black, teetering on the brink of fury, turned to Luna and bellowed, "Silence. This is not a place for your words." With that, he abruptly pivoted back to Aaron, fixing him with a fierce gaze. "Stand still, otherwise, I shall break your legs." His threat was provoked by the sight of Aaron preparing to act. In response, Aaron hastily ceased all movement. Adopting a soothing tone, he cautiously addressed the man, "There is no need for alarm. How about we negotiate? Perhaps you and he can lower your weapons simultaneously?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Luna. The three of them remained frozen in place. Continuing this stalemate would only exacerbate the situation as time passed. None could predict whether events would spiral further out of control, especially with countless lurking monsters and unfathomable uncertainties hidden in the shadows. Thus, relinquishing their firearms and resolving the matter through dialogue seemed the wisest course of action. Upon Aaron's proposal, the trio exchanged glances, acknowledging that the suggestion held merit. Luna nodded in agreement. Yet, as the two prepared to lower their weapons, the unfolding situation was far from straightforward. The man bearing the torch, emerging from the shadows, raised his weapon anew just as he had set it down. Nevertheless, that moment was already significant enough. When the muzzle of his gun was diverted, he had already made an erroneous decision, oblivious to the implications of his actions. Even if he were to raise his weapon once more, it would be far too late. The situation could not be resolved with such ease, a fact that Aaron was acutely aware of. Thus, rather than indulging in the impractical fantasy of persuading others to lay down their arms, Aaron preferred to employ his own brand of violence, compelling others to relinquish their weapons through force. The moment the man emerged from the shadows and lifted his firearm, Aaron had already unsheathed his dagger, transforming it into a whip-like chain that he wielded with precision. The chain lashed out, ensnaring the gun, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he exerted just enough force to disarm his opponent before he could react. The adversary, realizing the threat, quickly drew his longsword. However, this was of little consequence. In comparison to the unpredictable firearm, cold steel lent itself to a more composed atmosphere, paving the way for a measured dialogue. Chapter 96. A gesture of reconciliation. The three men exchanged glances. The weapon of the man in the black cloak lay discarded, rendering him incapable of resistance. For both Luna and the cloaked figure, the events transpired with dizzying rapidity, almost in the blink of an eye. There was no opportunity for any reaction. In that profound darkness, a momentary lapse in concentration resulted in one individual being stripped of his weapon. Among hunters, there should inherently exist a bond of mutual assistance. Yet Aaron acted decisively, without the slightest hesitation, exhibiting a ruthless resolve, almost instinctively engaging in such behavior. No one desires to lose themselves in the shadows. Everyone yearns to survive and remain in a place of safety. But how could that possibly be? Especially for Aaron, who detested having weapons pointed at his own head. Thus, his actions were not peculiar, and Luna, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly adjusted her demeanor. What was so extraordinary about it? Everything appeared quite normal. The individual who truly felt bewildered might well consider consulting a physician, as this was merely the customary mode of communication among hunters. Once the weapons were cast aside, the bloodied hunter did not relent in his actions. He unsheathed his longsword. In that fleeting moment of disarmament, he had already steeled himself for battle, for without a doubt, Aaron's previous actions amounted to a declaration of war. The atmosphere among the three became taut with tension. A confrontation could erupt at any moment, yet it could also conclude just as swiftly. On Aaron's side, he had exerted every effort to maintain an illusion of control over the situation. Since the adversary had drawn his longsword, logic dictated that it was time to defend. However, Aaron remained unfazed, for he was acutely aware of his own strength, as well as the true capabilities of his opponent. Some matters merit careful contemplation, while others warrant no doubt whatsoever. The answers are often inconsequential. What truly matters is the effort invested. In fact, the tasks at hand are remarkably simple and can be handled with ease. Observing the other party's extreme reactions and actions, Aaron gently lifted his lips and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke. "You need not resort to such measures. We are not adversaries. Perhaps we can forge ahead together." At that moment, he began to advocate for peace, a hard-won achievement. The notion of collaboration is one that only the astute can comprehend and genuinely grasp. It unveils the profound truths that lie beneath its surface. However, this does not imply that the two can so effortlessly reconcile at this juncture. For regardless of circumstances, having one's weapon disarmed by the other signifies a certain attitude. Undoubtedly, the other party perceives that Aaron seeks to assert his superiority. Thus, the man, drenched in blood, resolutely shook his head. He was unwilling to yield so easily, to accept the label of failure, at least until a conclusion to the battle is reached. He would not concede his inferiority. This determination was driven not only by the pursuit of martial glory but also by the desire to prove his strength. More importantly, Aaron must learn to extend a modicum of respect towards a hunter. Behold the cloak stained with the blood of the Manchurian beast. These are the vivid triumphs, the fierce battles he endured before his encounter with the creature dwelling within this castle. Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? The conclusion is that he vanquished those monsters, donning garments soaked in their blood. As he traverses through the shadows, his survival alone serves as a testament to his prowess. Thus, the matter shall not conclude so easily. Although he understands that proving his strength is but a trivial affair, for Eren, the true concern lies in resolving the predicament before him. In contrast to the other's desire to showcase his might, Eren is a pragmatic individual. He does not regard glory as paramount. Instead, he believes that addressing the issue at hand deserves far greater attention. Resolving the problem first, and then pursuing glory is certainly not too late. At least in Eren's perspective. Alas, when the clarion call of battle has sounded, everything spirals beyond control. Especially after Eren's reckless initiation of such actions, the prospect of peace between them has all but vanished. This man must undertake some measures to prove that he will not concede easily. If you desire a confrontation, let it unfold, Eren declared haughtily, surveying his opponent with keen eyes. The man clad in black appeared eager, yearning to demonstrate the extent of his strength. At this moment, Eren extended his hand to halt Luna's impulsive actions. There is no need for you to intervene. Simply observe, he remarked in a tone that was both flamboyant and frivolous. To overwhelm the fewer with sheer numbers would be rather unfair. I detest such bullying. A fair fight, leading to a rightful conclusion, is what Eren has always aspired to. Since the opponent craved battle, let it commence. Thus, a conflict between these two men erupted at the slightest provocation. Luna had yet to grasp the situation when the confrontation began. Although a peaceful resolution was within reach, events spiraled into chaos, leaving her bewildered. Yet, comprehension mattered little, for the battle had already commenced. For one party, it was perhaps a matter of proving oneself and seeking glory. As for Eren, he was determined to showcase that his overwhelming prowess would not easily yield. Therefore, this inevitable clash was destined to unfold, and Luna could only stand by and witness the outcome. This marked the first occasion Eren truly wielded his weapon against a human. Just how formidable this weapon was remained to be seen, and he would have to ascertain its effectiveness through combat. He could neither guarantee nor affirm that this weapon was indeed suited for battle. Even though Eren had previously engaged in conflict with a monstrous adversary wielding his weapon, it did not signify that he had fully unleashed his potential. Each weapon possesses its own distinct characteristics, and it is imperative for every individual to harmonize with it in order to maximize its efficacy. Thus, Eren must elevate his vigilance in this battle. His concern is not solely for his potential defeat, but rather for the possibility of sustaining injury. For a hunter wielding a longsword, it is evident that his opponent has mastered the use of his weapon, having been a longsword user himself. Eren can distinctly discern the disparity between a seasoned warrior and a novice. Those who are truly adept with their weapons typically conceal their grip before launching their initial attack, rendering it impossible for the opponent to anticipate the direction of the blade strike. In this scenario, Eren observed that the adversary was deliberately obscuring his swordplay, confirming the man's assertions were not mere bravado. He is not only proficient in battling monsters but also demonstrates an unwavering determination in human combat, never readily conceding defeat. This individual has undoubtedly engaged in extensive practical training or real combat, resulting in his remarkable prowess. Faced with such an opponent, Eren paused to contemplate briefly before deciding to conduct an experiment. This endeavor was aimed at harnessing the capabilities of his weapon, leading to his subsequent actions. He unfurled his weapon, transforming it into the form of a chain whip, intentionally creating distance between them. The reach of the whip far surpassed that of a longsword. Furthermore, an even more critical aspect was that, with his weapon altered to a whip, Eren's close-quarters combat prowess diminished significantly. This situation was akin to a double-edged sword. However, Eren possessed ample confidence, believing that his adversary would not inflict harm upon him. Initially, in an effort to conceal his sword grip, the opponent had simultaneously observed that Eren wielded a rapier, a weapon that truly shines in close combat. Thus, he felt no fear, but rather approached Eren with caution. This alone granted Eren the precious time to prepare. The bloodstained man had not anticipated that Eren's weapon would undergo such a transformation. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a long-reaching weapon, leaving him no opportunity to react or defend himself. With a swift motion, Eren wielded the chain whip to strike at his opponent. The metal sliced through the air with an eerie shriek, compelling the man to engage in a defensive stance to block Eren's assault. Reluctantly, he revealed his sword grip, raising the longsword to intercept the chain whip. This action allowed Aaron to achieve his intended goal, to discern how his foe held the sword. Once this was understood, he could anticipate the direction of the impending attack, enabling him to execute a defensive counteraction. As a seasoned hunter, he naturally reacted swiftly to the unfolding situation on the battlefield, drawing immediate conclusions. He was acutely aware that the opponent's recent attack was merely a probe, devoid of tangible harm. Thus, after successfully parrying the strike, he hastened his steps to close the distance between them. Initially, he did not anticipate that the weapon in Aaron's hand would undergo a transformation. It was merely a miscalculation on his part, yet it ended there. He executed a flawless defense against Aaron's descending, tentative assault. As he accelerated his pace and the momentum of his offensive, Aaron too sheathed his weapon. One such probing strike sufficed. Aaron had yet to master the whip's form as a combat stance. When confronting monsters, he could wield it without hesitation. For such creatures typically harbor little wariness toward human weaponry. However, when engaged in combat against another human, this consideration became paramount, as humans are remarkably astute beings. Failing to deploy one's most formidable skills against an adversary would only invite defeat through underestimation. Aaron was not inclined to face failure, at least not at this moment. He recognized that he had unfinished business and must vanquish the man before him. It must be noted that this man possessed an acute sensitivity to timing, adeptly discerning when to make particular choices and judgments. However, in the end, he was still a step too late. While the weapon wielded by Aaron was one that could unleash formidable power even in the most extreme circumstances, at this moment, the two adversaries were perilously close, and the man discerned that the chain whip in Aaron's hand had transformed into a stabbing sword. He realized that he was already too late. Nevertheless, even at this juncture, he would still wield his own weapon. Acknowledging that the ensuing battle could mark the beginning of his defeat, he felt compelled to act, to affirm his identity and honor as a hunter through his very demise. Moreover, he had no intention of relinquishing his efforts until the outcome was determined. The situation would not resolve itself so easily, and he was certainly not someone who could be vanquished with ease. The longsword sliced through the air, tracing a crescent-like arc as it descended forcefully upon Aaron. At that instant, Aaron raised his stabbing sword to parry the incoming strike, for he had no other recourse. Failing to block would leave him vulnerable to the man's blade. Should the opponent choose to thrust rather than slash, Aaron could deflect the weapon. A thrust could inflict far more grievous injuries, while a slash would merely leave a scar, the depth of which depended entirely on the assailant's strength. Thus, it was a matter of chance, yet it indirectly conveyed to Aaron that this man had not opted for an all-out confrontation from the outset. The two parties engaged in battle solely for the sake of victory, rather than a desperate struggle for survival. There was no necessity for an exchange of injury for life. Thus, as Aaron's one-handed strength began to wane, an ethereal step suddenly swept beneath his feet. Chapter 98. The Outcome. This unexpected evasion caused the equilibrium of their confrontation to falter instantaneously. Initially, the two adversaries resisted each other with equal force. Yet the advantage gradually shifted towards the dark-clad figure, drenched in the blood of the monstrous denizens of the tower. In contrast to the agile thrusts of the rapier, the swordsman wielding a longsword could unleash a sweeping display of power with greater ease. However, amidst this expansive maneuvering, Aaron found himself at a disadvantage. Should he fail to muster the courage to retaliate or to devise a new tactic, his continued efforts would only lead to his own downfall. To combat a brute force that surpassed his own, the first principle was to evade the heavier blows. One must never engage in direct confrontation at the point of the opponent's greatest strength, as this would only culminate in defeat. If one found oneself under intense pressure, a slight parry followed by an immediate change in strategy was advisable, and this was precisely what Aaron executed. In an instant, he altered both his attack trajectory and his anticipated strikes. To achieve this, he needed to shift his position, rendering the opponent's assault ineffective. It was through such movements that Aaron maneuvered. He glided backward, skillfully avoiding the opponent's most ferocious strikes, while the longsword sailed perilously close to his collar. An event beyond the adversary's control. The possession of formidable power does not inherently guarantee that an individual can consistently maintain control over it. The opponent, nearly frenzied and uncontrollable, swung down with reckless abandon. However, such a maneuver signified that if he intended to launch a further attack, he would need to rein in his strength and withdraw, at least by half a step, to create distance for his assault. Yet, Aaron's fury evidently surpassed this man's expectations. He retreated with precise timing, ensuring that the short distance afforded him no opportunity for his adversary to react, allowing him to mount a counteroffensive. The longsword glided through the air, grazing the metallic buttons on the front of Aaron's robe. The sharp blade effortlessly etched a clear mark upon the buttons, but that was the extent of the damage. It did not even sever the edge of Aaron's garment. In that moment, the need for a reaction would typically require at least a second. Yet he could scarcely muster even that, for Aaron had already closed in, the thrusting sword poised at such proximity that it could unleash its maximum potential. Although he charged forward, the blade was aimed merely at the man's waist. Even if that area were to be grazed, it would result in nothing more than a superficial scar, posing no threat to life in such perilous circumstances, nor would it incur any dire consequences. However, much like when one wields a long sword to strike without delivering a fatal blow, the two individuals, despite their silence, tacitly acknowledged that should either sustain injury, they would forfeit their right to continue exploring the castle. The man, however, was not one to concede easily, although a retaliatory move would necessitate a retreat. His instincts honed from years of combat urged him not to yield so readily to the adversary before him, at least not without putting up a more formidable struggle. Thus, while he did engage in resistance, it was merely a final act of defiance. His longsword arced in an almost uncanny manner, striking with neither excessive force nor too gently, just enough to deflect the thrusting blade from Aaron's grip, allowing him to evade injury. Yet, Aaron was far from the type to relent so easily. Despite the setback of a failed attack, the distance between them had closed sufficiently. It was now Aaron's turn to retaliate. The thrusting blade could only manifest its greatest efficacy at such close quarters. The closer the proximity, the greater the potential for harm. And its exquisite design afforded Aaron significant leverage as he maneuvered and pivoted. Thus, upon missing his strike, a conspicuous opening presented itself on the opponent's flank. In that moment, Aaron did not hesitate to disregard any unspoken rules against employing attacks outside of weaponry. Almost instantaneously, as his foe deflected the thrusting blade, Aaron lifted his leg to deliver a decisive kick towards the exposed side. The movements transpired with such swiftness that the opponent could only perceive the imminent strike aimed at his face. In response to this overwhelming predicament, he could only react hastily. This represented a form of resistance executed under conditions of absolute passivity and disadvantage. He attempted to raise his arm to block Aaron's flying kick. Yet it was a futile endeavor, as he was utterly incapable of intercepting Aaron's full-force assault. Consequently, the powerful blow landed squarely on his neck, nearly unimpeded. At that moment, the adversary seized the opportunity to retreat, striving to increase the distance between them and restore the battleground to one dominated by his longsword. However, as he withdrew, Aaron advanced relentlessly. Even if he appeared to be momentarily defeated, Aaron afforded him not a shred of opportunity. To grant the opponent any chance would be tantamount to cruelty against himself. Aaron was resolute in his desire not to be the one to ultimately falter. Thus, as he gained a slight advantage, he pressed forward, continuously wielding his rapier with precision. Just when both combatants believed the outcome hinged on who could first inflict harm upon the other, Aaron deftly evaded his opponent's vital points with a series of attacks. In a sudden shift, he altered the trajectory of his assault, his rapier tracing a graceful arc before landing upon the opponent's neck. A mere half-inch forward, and the blade would sever the adversary's throat. The outcome of this duel thus became unmistakably clear.